The 5th grade intermediate holy pill, this medicine refining realm, is chasing the elders of the Pill Domain Presbyterian Association. Even if it's not as good, it's not that far off. As expected of Wang Yunyu of Xuanyu, it really opened the eyes of the slave family. The beautiful woman with graceful charm giggled and giggled. She was wearing a long green dress, like a butterfly in a flower valley, psychedelic and hazy. For the top 10 places this time, the slave family has reserved one. When the beautiful woman smiled, she tapped the pill stove with her fingertips, lifted the lid, and the emerald green beams shone between the sky and the earth. One after another, the green light flew out of the pill furnace in an instant, dancing in the sky. Dansha danced, and its power rose steadily, condensing into a large blue-green Dan cloud, releasing terrifying fluctuations of holy power, and the ordinary acupoint expanding environment even smelled a dangerous breath. A faint fox shadow extends out from the green Dan cloud, the green fox transforms, and the spirituality emerges from the dust. He actually knelt down and worshipped the beautiful woman in the void. It's the Hua Manlu Fei Lianqing of Qianyu. What a holy pill with sufficient spirituality. The elders of the jury couldn't help but exclaimed that they recognized the master at the beginning of birth, and this pill is at least 5 ranks. Finally, the Dan Qi of the blue fox began to gather in a circle, from 1 to 4, in one go. At the 5th level, the light lingered for a while before disappearing. It's another rank 5 intermediate holy pill. It's amazing. Fei Xiaoyu and Shangwan Liuli exclaimed. Moreover, from the perspective of spiritual appearance, it is slightly better than Wang Yunyu's, but the specific ranking will have to wait for Song Yilian and the elders of the jury to decide. Ha ha ha. This is what the election conference should look like. It seems that the old man can't be left behind. Everyone is interested, and the old man should accompany him to the end. The fire old man from Qianyu laughed boldly, his palm twirled, the temperature of the pill furnace rose sharply, and the heat wave swept all directions, making the mouth dry and sweating profusely, and even the saint felt a hot feeling. A beam of fire swept through the sky, and the fiery red cloud condensed into a fire lion full of aura. Grade 5, Intermediate Saint Pill. Under the Sky City, the pot exploded in an instant. 5 grades, 5 grades. Again. It's too powerful. These super holy pills used to be priceless in the past, and there were very few opportunities to learn from high-level auctions. Today, there are so many 5th grade holy pills in a series. Hee, the luck of the old man is not bad. Come and fight for the championship with the big guy. The inconspicuous gray-shirted old man flicked his sleeves, and in the smirk of immortal style, 10,000 spiritual palms emerged behind him. The azure brilliance reflected the 100,000 zhang void, and the faint azure light condensed into a dust whisk, lingering around the 5 sacred rings, and another 5th grade intermediate holy pill was born. It's him. Known as the alchemy of thousands of pills, the thousands of pills, and 10,000 hands with the method of 10,000 hands, Li Dao ran of Jing Taizong. The eyes of the powerhouses of all forces are condensed. This election conference is really a frequent occurrence. When the forces outside Qingtian City saw the heavy sacred ring, they couldn't help but breathe. What's more, even sitting cross-legged and practicing on the spot. When a large number of high-level medicinal herbs are born, a large amount of spiritual energy will be gathered, which has the effect of adding fuel to the flames of cultivation. The efficiency of the saints in absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth far exceeds that of the Emperor of War. For the low-level saints of the second rank and third rank sects, this election conference has infinite magical effects and benefits. In Bayou Plaza. Old guy, the sword is not old. The climax continued, and with a long laugh, Qing Tian Island exploded in the sky. The yellow river is rolling, and medicinal herbs are born. The rolling yellow springs come up from the sky, and the silence descends between heaven and earth. One refers to Huang Quan's life and death, and one heart sees the soul of the Tao. Under the yellow spring, an old man in linen strokes his beard and smiles. A finger of Huang Quan and Huang Quan Hall, Xiao Huang. The wizards such as the enchanting list exclaimed, the energy of this holy pill has surged, and it is condensing 5 radiant holy rings to illuminate the world. 4 5th grade intermediate and 3 5th grade primary holy pills are like the bright moon and stars shining brightly, illuminating the entire Qing Tian Island and even Qing Tian City. This scene made countless pharmacists worship. As if a holy miracle came. Thousands of teachers worship. It's not over yet. In the corner of the White Jade Plaza, energy fluctuations comparable to the 5th grade holy pills were faintly heard. After the young man's hands were born, the 7 men stood straight like guns to the sky, and their eyes were sharp and unstoppable. It's Lin Chen. His young Dan actually spread the energy comparable to the 5th grade young Dan. He is actually refining the 5th grade holy pill. My God, does he want to surpass all the masters of Taishan Beidou? The alchemists in Qing Tian City, who were staring at the holy power screen, lost their voices and were shocked. What are you kidding? He can actually refine the 5th grade? Long Yijing's eyes bulged and her face was ashen, extremely ugly. But the next moment, he suddenly laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. Lin Chen, you're out of time. What about the 5th rank? You're still a young pill, and there are less than 7 hours left for the conference. You're already on the street. Long Yijing's wild laughter, Lin Chen ignored, his eyes fixed on the young Dan. In the sky, and extreme excitement and fiery flashed in his eyes. Come on, come on. When Lin Chen meditated in his heart, a phoenix roar came, and the sky changed suddenly. Lin Chen, you can barely be regarded as Ben Gong's opponent, but it's too late. It is the Yunking. She is based on the real phoenix cherry tree. The red cherry blossoms are blooming, and her feathers are adorned, making her look so arrogant and out of the dust. Wearing a purple cloud and flowing moon skirt and wearing a phoenix crown, at this moment, he is like a phoenix of 100 birds. Disdainful of the world. The beauty waved her sleeves, and the purple-red phoenix flames covered the sky and covered the earth, spewing out from the pill furnace, and a pill rushed out of the furnace and flew into the sky. All the visions between heaven and earth were instantly reduced to foils, and a true phoenix was transformed from the strong purple-red Danxia. The whole body of the true phoenix is surrounded by the 5 sacred rings. And the brilliance of the 5th sacred ring is more than double that of all the other 5 holy pills. The powerhouses of all forces suddenly stood up, stunned and shocked. The elders of the jury gasped at the corners of their mouths. 5th grade high-grade holy pill. This princess from the ancient holy country overwhelmed the old and new pharmacists in the audience. This woman is an unparalleled evildoer in the field of medicine refining. In the future, she will definitely be the leading figure in the field of medicine refining. Song Yilian's simple sentence, but she fully evaluated Zi Yunqing. There are very few younger generations who can make it to the top 10 in the election conference. The first 3 are all very representative veteran pharmacists. Now, history is being rewritten at this moment. Xi Yunqing has surpassed all the pharmacists present on her own. It's really the back waves of the Yangtze River pushing the front waves. A generation is stronger than a generation. This kind of medicinal pill, the old man, I will refine it, the success rate is probably less than 10%. Xi Yunqing, she's really an outrageous girl. Many of the powerhouses of the 6th grade aristocratic family are amazed, and the people on the enchanting list all stare at Xi Yunqing with a solemn expression. This woman must be a strong competitor to their enchanting list in the future. Xi Yunqing stood in the void, and his eyes did not have any pride. On the contrary, it was a bit of a matter of course. The first and the first. Don't even Dan, you have surpassed the people in this palace? Well, then, this palace will aim to be the first in the elders of Dan. You. When Xi Yunqing was lonely, a hoarse young voice spread all over Qingtian Island. Little girl, why show the appearance of being alone and begging for defeat? You are still young, and you have not yet known what true invincibility is. Let this king tell you what is alchemy. The young man held up the palm of his hand, and the 3 dragon corpses came back to life. There was a sign of coming back to life. At this moment, the elders of the jury were horrified. The king? The king? In this world, who dares to call himself the king? The 9th layer holy realm, and even the 9th turn, saints do not have this qualification. This claim made the elders of the jury inexplicably afraid. They have been fortunate enough to have seen the real holy king. Those existences can overturn the world and destroy thousands of planes with a wave of their hands. The 3 dragon corpses throbbed, and the dragon scales, dragon skin, dragon tendons, and flesh began to revive, and the flesh and blood began to condense. This scene is eerie and eerie. Drug refining giants as strong as the 6th grade forces and 7th grade sects also felt a physical disgust. Long Qing was derived and returned to life. Seeing that the vitality of the dragon corpse is getting stronger and stronger, everyone's scalp is numb. Just as everyone was on the alert for the resurrection of the 3 primordial dragon corpses, a heart-piercing dragon roar brought this bizarre scene to an abrupt end. The energy of the dragon corpses' recovery actually spit out a breath of dragon breath. This breath of dragon breath was colorful and incorporated into the medicine pill in the void. Finally, Song Yilian's expression changed slightly. He used the dragon's corpse to make medicine pills, and while refining the young pill, he consumed a lot of medicinal materials and holy power to assimilate the life energy of the young pill and the dragon's corpse, and then borrowed the huge amount of life energy that erupted when the young pill was transformed into the Qingdan, so that the dragon corpse has obtained the energy to forcibly change its fate against the sky and attempt to resurrect. At the moment when the dragon corpse is resurrected, cut off the life force of the dragon corpse, and inject the pure dragon energy generated at the moment of resurrection into the young pill, so that the holy pill can be sublimated. What a brilliant technique, how profound medicine refining skills. Song Yilian was moved. While refining the young pill, it is assimilated with the breath of the suspended dragon corpse, and then the dragon corpse is forcibly resurrected. With the help of the energy of the pill, and the pure dragon energy obtained at the moment of resurrection is injected into the medicinal pill, so that the finished medicinal pill can be revived again. Sublimation. This is not an alchemy technique that mortals can think of at all. If Song Yilian had made it herself, the success rate of using such techniques would not exceed 50%. Of course, the technique and the final refined medicinal Pill grade are two different things. Roar. Roar. The three-headed dragon corpse went from death to life, and from life to death. In just a short moment, it experienced a reincarnation. The dragon's breath is surging, and it continues to condense into the Dan. The sky changes suddenly. In the huge purple-black Danxia of tens of thousands of meters, a dragon's energy is derived across the void, like a demon dragon, leaning on the sky and covering the earth, and the magic power suppresses all directions. The many powerhouses present seem to be pinching their hearts by an invisible big hand, and instinctively revealed deep fear, as if some unparalleled evil was about to brew out of that layer of Danxia. None of the holy elixir visions present were suppressed to the point of bleakness. Inside the Danxia, a purple-black medicinal pill turned into the breath of a dragon, entwined with dragon energy, and finally 5 holy rings appeared. 5 grades. Another 5-grade medicinal pill. However, the pupils of all the powerhouses trembled. The radiance of the 5th holy ring, surpassing Ziyunking's holy pill, finally stopped when the 6th holy ring was about to appear. The elders of the jury all stood up. Peak 5. Far surpassing the rank 5 advanced Ziyunqing. This kind of alchemy background is not much better than some elders of the Pill Domain Presbyterian Association. You must know that those who can enter the Presbyterian Council are all the top alchemy wizards and hidden old monsters selected by the 36 domains, and they have also experienced the heights that can only be achieved by the polishing of previous election conferences. Who is this person holy? Is it really a level that a young genius can achieve? Ziyunqing was a little lost, and his eyes were shocked. He actually lost? The entire skylifting city exploded in an instant. The identity speculation and curiosity about this Dongfeng Wuji instantly ignited. In just a quarter of an hour, the champion of this day's election conference has been changed several times. Little girl, this king's spiritual idea is just to play with you. You don't need to show this expression, your talent is only the same as that of this king. Dongfeng Wuji patted the dust on his shoulders and smiled coldly, looking at Ziyunqing. The corners of his mouth were full of disdain and arrogance. Your Excellency, who is it? Song Yilian stood up slowly, her eyes bursting with spiritual power that was tearing apart the sky, and she asked in a cold voice. He has repeatedly regarded himself as the king, and the means to penetrate the profound is definitely not something a young man can do. This king's name, your junior is not worthy to know. This king's title. Hao Dian. When Dongfeng Wuji raised his head to announce his name, the audience fell into a strange silence for a while. Hao Dian? Could it be? The pupils of the elders of the jury trembled. This name is known to everyone in the holy world. Every holy king is the supreme existence leading an era in the holy world. No peak saint can compare to the king in the holy realm. Are you, holy King Haoyan? Song Yilian was stunned. This legendary figure would actually visit their pill domain? Junior, your talent is acceptable. This king does not look down on other ordinary people. This king will give you a chance to follow this king and be this king's servant. You will have the opportunity to spy on the higher realm of the refining world. What is in front of me is just a wisp of spiritual consciousness of this king. After Dongfeng Wuji put his hands together, his tone was slow, and there was a kind of arrogance that dominated Jiuxiao between his brows. That was the majesty of the holy king. As soon as these words came out, all the powerhouses in Qingtian Island were stunned. Holy King Haoyan is actually recruiting Song Yilian? Ziyun's blue and white face is pale, and her pretty face is pale. It turned out to be a generation of holy kings. Even if it's just a ray of spiritual thought, it is the existence of the King's Landing saint. How domineering and daring, he actually bluntly recruited the most outstanding alchemist in the alchemy field of modern times. He doesn't like other pharmacists. Song Yilian's expression changed. According to the regulations, the Holy King Haotian did not violate the rules. Any alchemist can participate in the Heavenly Selection Conference, regardless of qualifications and status. Junior, this king will give you 3 days to consider. The Holy King Haotian gave Song Yilian a wicked smile, then grabbed his palm and held his 5th grade peak holy pill. The powerhouses present were amazed and sighed, losing to the Holy King was completely natural. The champion this time is none other than the Holy King Haotian. It's too strong. I can't think that this old man is lucky enough to see the appearance of a holy king in this life. But this is too bullying, isn't it? The Holy King came to participate in this kind of competition. Isn't it equivalent to ravaging our generation of alchemists? The pharmacists in the audience were bitter. Too difficult. Who can beat the Holy King? A ray of spiritual will is not comparable to them. And you, boy. The Holy King Haotian was condescending and turned to look at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, the young pill you refined is probably a 5th grade high grade pill, right? Holy King Haotian smiled wickedly. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was shocked. Zi Yunqing's despairing eyes flashed with a look of energy, staring at Lin Chen. He actually made a medicinal pill of the same rank as himself. Ha ha ha. In the eyes of everyone, Lin Chen put his hands behind him and laughed loudly. It's really a close call, Holy King Haotian. I'm afraid you forgot, who is dancing on your grave. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose, overflowing with arrogance. Next, it's my turn to give you a big gift. Try your brother Chen's eyes to make alchemy to a higher level. When the Holy King said it, everyone knew that this son's genius in refining medicine was on the same level as Zi Yunqing. He came this time to stop Lin Chen. The evildoer of this son, even his Holy King, felt threatened. He was the one who paid the most attention to Lin Chen among the many powerhouses in the audience. He came this time to prevent him from winning the championship. However, when they heard his laughter, everyone's scalp exploded. To the next level? The elders of Zisha King Valley stood up subconsciously. The little demon empress clenched her pink fist. Come here. Long Yijing's pupils trembled. Could it be that the alchemy of the 6 clones is not his full strength? At this moment, all the grades of young pills that Lin Chen had not been able to refine seemed to have been covered up by him in a very strange way, but looking at their energy fluctuations, they will not be inferior to the 5th grade. Up to a higher level? Just a joke. Do you think you can surpass this king? It's a problem for you to refine the finished 5th grade, high-grade medicinal pills. What are you talking about? Holy King Haotian laughed in anger. Alchemy? The level of alchemy he reached back then was enough to despise Lin Chen's 18 streets. Want to counterattack in front of his generation of holy kings? Lin Chen, I don't have this qualification yet. Then try it out. The eyes of Lin Chen and all the clones were condensed, and the spiritual edge was soaring to the sky, pushing the young pill wrapped in brilliant spiritual light into the sky. Boom! Song Yilian's figure flashed, standing beside Lin Chen's square. Although she didn't say anything, she meant that everyone knew what they were saying. It was to prevent the Holy King Haoyan from doing anything illegal. The Holy King Haoyan sneered, completely disdainful of taking action against Lin Chen, and folded his arms around his chest. Behind Lin Chen are his 6 avatars, handsome, with eyebrows like swords. Step by step, he stepped into the void, and finally, stood on the same level as the Holy King Haoyan. Everyone was shocked. Zi Yunqing's eyes were stunned. Could he really have something behind him? But even if Tianda's backhand, he can still shake the masterpiece of the Holy King's alchemy. Lin Chen opened his arms, his mental power surged. At this moment, the wind was dancing wildly, and the situation changed suddenly. The juvenile's pride, mixed with vigorous spiritual power, spread throughout the entire skylifting city. "Come on, Dan." This sound of Dan came as if it penetrated the consciousness of all the powerhouses in Qingtian Island. A trembling feeling spread all over the body. Instantly, and the blood was boiling. Boom. 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 Lin Chen's 13 spiritual plants danced wildly with the wind, instantly blazing. Endless streamers. Dansha soars into the sky and shines brightly in the world. Thousands of aurora-like meteors suddenly shot into the sky. 10,000 streams of light, all lifted off into the sky. Every streamer is a holy pill. Thousands of holy lights are suspended, like the radiant crescent moon, like the dazzling stars that remain unchanged for all ages. When suspended in the void, the radiance of the 9 lights and colors set off the peerless spirit of the juvenile gods. What is that? My God, 10,000 holy pills? What does he want to do? All the elders of the jury had their faces numb. The various forces and powerhouses of Qingtian Island were stunned and unbelievable. Not to mention a top alchemist, even an individual almost fainted from fright. A full 10,000 holy pills are suspended in the entire sky. The youth with 9-colored divine light smiled slightly, like an exiled immortal in the dust, with a peerless demeanor. Burst. His eyes swept away in an instant. Boom. 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 As far as Lin Chen could see, the holy pill exploded. A series of holy pills were scattered like a flower, and they all exploded. Boom. A burst of energy air current swept across the sky, covering the entire Qingtian Island, spreading out to the outside of the entire island. The endless 9-color brilliance spreads to the end of the world, constantly blooming and exploding. One after another aurora exploded, and colorful energy mushroom clouds bloomed in the world. It's like the most beautiful fireworks in the world are blooming at this moment. Heaven and earth shook, space shook. Outside Qingtian City, hundreds of thousands of miles away, can clearly witness that dazzling scene. What happened to the election meeting? There are strong people fighting? No, what pure energy fluctuations. This seems to be the smell of the explosion of Xingdan? Impossible. Who's the goddamn fried holy pill? Isn't that sick? It's covering the sky, how much it has to be fried. At this moment, looking at the sky in the distance is completely covered up by the 9-colored radiance and glory. All the powerhouses in Qingtian Island open their mouths wide. The people from all walks of life under Qingtian City were even more stunned. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even the Holy King Haoyan is no exception. Bantan at a glance. In the world, how can there be such a crazy move? The world, how can there be such a wonderful scene? This is the brilliance of the explosion of 10,000 holy pills, which is breathtakingly beautiful. The moment everyone was staring at was when Lin Chen was extremely focused. It's now. Give it to me, Ning. All of Lin Chen's clones are in their best state, and their spiritual power is driven to the extreme. Like the energy of the holy elixir in full bloom in the sky, the spiritual power is also like a galaxy of 100,000 miles, and the sky is high in the sky. And all the energy of the holy elixir in full bloom is quickly extracted, according to Lin Chen's will and order. I saw that one after another 9-color dazzling Danye Guanghua was smashed into one after another, and began to be refined into his dragon-eye-sized young Dan. Such as the layers of compression, the 9-color dazzling radiance is continuously absorbed, and the energy of the young Dan rises at a speed visible to the naked eye. The first to notice this drastic change were the elders of the jury in song. Ilian, and then the alchemist with deep spiritual power present, all of them stared at Lin Chen in amazement. He was actually extracting the energy of the Wandan explosion in alchemy? How the fuck is this possible? Perverted, too perverted. This young man, how can such a crazy method of alchemy appear in this world? All the elders of the jury are going crazy. Alchemy with the energy of the finished holy pill? This is fundamentally impossible. The energy of the finished medicinal pill is indeed all the essence, but it is almost impossible to use it for the second alchemy. The refining of each holy pill is completed by countless rigorous and meticulous combinations and screenings. The energy after they are formed is extremely complex. Unless you know the pill recipe of the holy pill well and reach the state of being supernatural, it is possible to extract some of the finished products. Dan's energy absorption, but it is extremely difficult to use for refining medicine. Not to mention, 10,000 at the same time? This idea is not only crazy, it is simply insane. No one dares to think, and no one can do it. He has such a means. Zi Yunqing was stunned in place. When all the monstrous geniuses looked at the brilliance of the 9-colored elixir in full bloom in the sky, they suddenly thought of what Lin Chen said that day. Surprise, explosion. Explosion is art. The little demon empress gently covered her cherry lips with her delicate hands. It turned out that this was what he meant by surprise. Seeing that Lin Chen's young Dan energy began to transform rapidly, Song Ilian's beautiful eyes re-radiated unprecedented light. In this world, there is actually such a pharmacist. The explosion of Xingdan was still lingering incessantly, shaking the space barrier of Qingtian Island crumbling. The huge 9-color Danye Guanghua rotates into a vortex of tens of thousands of meters of energy. Looking at it from a distance, it seems that a beautiful 9-color roulette is slowly spinning. And the center of the vortex is Lin Chen's young pill. The energy fluctuations of his young pills surged several times and 10 times compared to the original, and he couldn't stop at all. The transformation has become several grades better than before. Lin Chen's eyes turn dozens of turns and flickers one after another. The inclusion, order, and quantity of all energies did not exceed his expectations at all. Lin Chen's mental power is extremely fast, and he grabbed hundreds of energy at the same time almost instantly and incorporated it into his young pill. His spiritual sea of consciousness is as vast as billions of miles of galaxies, but at this moment, his spiritual power is rapidly drying up. The host continues to activate the phantom runes, consuming 8,000 rune energy and 5,000 rune energy. The mental power of the clone is even more terrifying, almost as if dozens of breaths have emptied the mental power of a clone. To control the energy of the explosion of 10,000 holy pills, extract the parts you want and refine them in sequence, the mental power required is Simply beyond the sky. If it weren't for Lin Chen's spiritual power in the later stage of the saint realm, it would be impossible to try his original eye-blasting pill flow. Seeing that the energy of Lin Chen's young pill is skyrocketing, it is not at the same level as when he was born before. Many saint-level pharmacists and powerhouses swallowed hard and asked Song Ilian with difficulty. Senior Song Ilian, Lin Chen, who is this? His young Dan energy, before it's finished, is about to surpass the peak of the 5th grade. Even the elders of the jury were shocked and their scalps were numb. Everyone underestimated his ambitions. This son's goal was too terrifying to imagine. In the face of the trembling inquiries from many powerful people, Song Ilian firmly affirmed. You guessed right, what he wants to refine is a genuine 6th grade medicine pill. As soon as these words came out, the corners of the mouths of the enchanting evildoers and the powerhouses of various forces shuddered. 6th grade holy pill? The higher the level of the holy pill, the more terrifying each level is. The most intuitive example, if refining the 5th grade peak holy pill, it requires billions of steps to refine in tens of thousands of medicinal materials. Then, tens of billions of steps are required to refine a 6th grade medicinal pill. Grade 5 and grade 6 are not on the same level at all. The difference in difficulty is far more than 10 times as simple. The more steps that need to be prepared, the more difficult it will be in the later stage of refining medicine. Even the elders of the pill domain here, who can refine the 6th grade holy pill, have no more than 5 fingers. And the success rate is very low. Song Ilian, the high-ranking Dan area present here, dares to guarantee the success rate of the 6th grade holy Dan. It can be seen how difficult it is to refine the 6th grade holy pill. This Lin Chen dared to challenge the 6th grade as soon as he came up. Since ancient times, the election conference has never been unprecedented. However, Senior Song Ilian, he controls so many violent holy pills to make pills, and the difficulty of 6th grade holy pills is so high, it is impossible to succeed. An enchanting list couldn't help but ask in fear. Not necessarily. Song Ilian's eyes were fixed on Lin Chen, and she didn't want to leave Lin Chen's body for a moment, while saying seriously, 6th grade holy pill, the difficulty of refining is mainly in the second half. When the pill becomes 6th grade and the young pill is transformed into a Qingdan, the energy required is even greater, and it often requires a lot of power of heaven and earth to complete. A pharmacist, when he was refining the 6th grade young pill, he swallowed thousands of miles of spiritual energy, causing an area to be barren and depleted of spiritual energy, and it took 100 years to restore it to its original state. But Lin Chen chose the craziest and most incredible method. He detonated Wan Dan and created a condition for the young Dan to swallow the energy. According to his understanding of the composition of the 10,000 explosions of holy pill energy, he can extract and refine the holy pill energy he wants very quickly and incorporate it into the young pill. During the period of becoming a pill, the most difficult step, Song Ilian is worthy of being a modern medicine refining giant, and instantly analyzed the meaning of Lin Chen's move. That's right. The hunchbacked old man took the conversation, showing a rare trembling expression, and said extremely solemnly, looking at all the contestants of the Tianqian conference, including any previous sessions, no pharmacist can refine the 6th grade holy pill. Strictly speaking, Lin Chen can't either. From the perspective of ordinary medicine refining, even if there are 6 avatars with a heart that is comparable to the main body, and there is almost no possibility of refining. The 6th grade holy pill. However, he now uses pills as medicine, and uses pills to concoct pills. With the energy of 10,000 holy pills, he has passed the most difficult part of the 6th grade young pills, and directly sublimated from the 5th grade peak young pills to the 6th grade holy pills. This analysis made the scalps of the enchanting list and the super powerhouses of the 6th and 7th rank forces go numb. Alchemy with alchemy? And this kind of operation? This alchemy method is simply beyond the level of cognition. Transform directly from the 5th grade young pill to the finished 6th grade holy pill? This kind of crazy alchemy method is generally impossible to think of, and impossible to do. The 10,000 holy pills must all come from the pill recipes that the refiners are extremely familiar with, and control the energy structure of the holy pills to the extent that they can be seen in the palm of their hands. It is not that you can use this method to concoct pills by simply buying 10,000 holy pills, otherwise you will not know how to write dead words. Furthermore, it requires a huge and sky-defying mental power. The energy generated when the holy pill explodes is based on its own understanding of all the holy pills. It requires an extremely fast mental reaction to absorb this ready-made energy. Not to mention how much mental power is needed to maintain this alchemy process. When a little careful, all talents wake up like a dream. That's right, that's it. Why did Lin Chen frantically refine holy pills before the election conference, which was prepared for this moment? Is he really human? It's such a good Lin Chen, who is on the enchanting list of gods and gods. This old man is convinced. This young man is not only challenging the 6th grade holy pill, he is completely creating a precedent in the field of medicine refining. It's hard to describe the 10,000th of the amazing monster. Maybe it's more appropriate to call him a ghost. How can anyone in this world dare to try such a method that subverts the common sense of the world? At this moment, whether it is Li Daoran, who has thousands of pills and 10,000 hands, Fei Lianqing, who is full of flowers, Old Man Hua of Qianyu, Xiao Huang of Huangyu, Wan Yunyu of Xuanyu, etc. All the veteran saint-level pharmacists who are like the Big Dipper of Mount Tai are willing to bow down. Alchemy with eyes, alchemy with alchemy. The genius of this son has completely convinced them. Regardless of whether Lin Chen succeeds in the end, at this moment, these arrogant masters in the refining world would like to call Lin Chen the strongest in heaven. Let the 10,000 holy pills blow up the Sky Island, and the space barrier where the other alchemists are located is indestructible. But at this time, no matter who becomes a pill, his power is less than 1% of Lin Chen's, and it is completely covered up. The alchemist who came out of the pill couldn't help but smile bitterly. He participated in the same election meeting with this monster-like being. Even if he lost, he would still be convinced. The energy of the young pill is as terrifying as a small star core, and it has initially surpassed the scope of the 5th grade. In the energy of the 9-color vortex, a tremor energy wave suddenly appeared, and the elders of the jury were shocked. No, my mental power is unstable. Lin Chen's mental power is going to be exhausted. The hunchbacked old man exclaimed. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose, and the tips of his fingers formed marks. Behind Lin Chen, a virtual image that leaned against the sky and covered the earth suddenly rose. The virtual image is 10,000 feet tall, with a half-body in the shape of a human, with a blue cape on his shoulders, and armor on his head. The phantom image possessed Lin Chen, as if an ancient god descended. The Phantom Image clasped his hands together to form a seal, and Lin Chen's whole body surged with orange light, facing in all directions, and the power of Lin Chen's control of Wandan's energy surged instantly. The host activates the orange level talent, the extreme god possessed. Consumes 800,000 talent points, and the host True Dragon's Sacred Hand Alchemy. Fingerprint obtains the extreme god possessed class, the ultimate mutation. Effect. At this moment, the True Dragon's Sacred Hand, motivated by Lin Chen's spiritual power seal, broke through the shackles, temporarily surpassed the limit, and exerted the effect of the orange level alchemy handprint. Roar! 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 One after another, the spirit of the real dragon bloomed from the eyes of Lin Chen's main body, and all the phantom clones formed out of thin air. The dragons danced wildly, and the sky was changing. What kind of trick is this? Look, Qingdan is born. One wave after another, everyone's horror kept screaming. The situation right above Qingtian Island is changing, the energy of 10,000 holy pills has just exploded, the vortex has disappeared, and the energy has been absorbed into a fiery red pill. The aura of the fire-red elixir formed a human-shaped phantom, and that appearance was somewhat similar to the extreme god phantom that appeared behind Lin Chen. Aura transforms into shape, the holy ring appears. 1, 3, 5. 5 holy rings, formed in an instant. Whether it is Qingtian Island or everyone under Qingtian City, they subconsciously stare with bated breath, for fear of missing a detail. The energy trembled, and the 6th holy ring began to generate in white gold. The hearts of many strong men and evildoers twitched violently, and their hearts trembled. Time seemed to stand still, and in the end, the white gold 6th holy ring was perfectly formed. A 6th grade low-level holy pill. The entire Qingtian Island, Qingtian City, fell into a brief silence. Everyone stared blankly at the boy in the sky. As the holy pill energy slowly dissipated, the faint 9-color afterglow of Yaohua was like a rainbow bridge, pouring on the boy's body. The top of his head is covered with 6 sacred rings. He is handsome and handsome. The handsome face of the young man has a wild but conceited smile. From beginning to end, there are such outstanding young men in this world. Zi Yunqing stared dazedly at the youth, with 9-colored brilliance, and for a while, she was fascinated. He actually defeated the holy King Haoyan, refining a 6th grade holy pill that even the holy king could not achieve. When the opponent I know is the holy King Haoyan, I can't even raise the slightest fighting spirit, let alone challenge him. There are so many people who dare to confront the holy king head-on. This kid is so young and has such executive power and talent. Given enough time, wouldn't he want to become a supreme existence in this world? The blue veins of the holy King Haoyan were exposed, and this time he came in person to prevent Lin Chen from having a fortunate encounter in the pill domain. Entering the pill domain Presbyterian society will make this child change by leaps and bounds, forcing him to take action in person. Unexpectedly, he still can't restrain his edge. Rank 6, the holy pill of this rank, cannot even be refined by the current holy King Haoyan. He is already a half-dead person, and his spiritual will is only incomplete. It is impossible to support the refining of the 6th grade holy pill. Fairy Crimson stared at Lin Chen's back, as if she had made up her mind, and her eyes became softer and softer. Song Yilian stared at Lin Chen with the look on her face of discovering the new world. This boy is amazing. It's full of secrets. She can try to reproduce or do better medicine refining methods as strong as the holy King Haoyan, but only Lin Chen's eye-blasting pill flow, she can't learn even half of it. At this moment, Lin Chen turned his head and looked in the direction of Zi Yunqing. Swept away by his gaze, Zi Yunqing, who has always been cold and arrogant, was inexplicably heartbroken. Lin Chen smiled slightly, his demeanor was radiant, and he said with a long smile, "This surprise, do you like it?" Zi Yunqing Feng's heart tightened suddenly, her cold and beautiful cheeks showed a faint crimson, and she was a little flustered like a little woman. At this time, in the VIP seat of the Zisha King Valley behind Zi Yunqing, the beautiful and enchanting little demon empress gave 2 thumbs up, smiled happily, charmed all beings, and shouted loudly, "I like it very much. Lin Chen, you are so handsome." When the little demon empress shouted in excitement, Zi Yunqing just woke up like a dream. It turned out that he didn't say to himself. When Zi Yunqing raised his hand to speak, Lin Chen had already turned around and retracted his gaze, never looking at her from the beginning to the end. How teeth bit her red lips tightly, and the tingling feeling in Zi Yunqing's heart became stronger. 6th grade, how is it possible? Long Yijing fell to the ground in despair, her eyes were dull and bleak. 6th rank, this rank, in the history of their Long family, and even the entire Long family, there are only 2 alchemists who can refine it. He was so many years younger than himself that he was able to refine a 6th grade holy pill. This will mean that, no matter whether it is medicine refining or combat power cultivation, it is impossible for him to surpass him in this life, and he will always live in his shadow, and he will not even be able to touch his back. The dim hexagonal star of the 32nd holy cave in the Longi crystal suddenly became completely radiant and became extremely stable. He wants to break through the next holy cave. It is extremely difficult. Lin Chen has become his inner demon on the way of cultivation. The most important thing is that he will never be close to the goddess of his dreams again in this life. Pfft. Unable to take such a severe blow, Long Yijing raised her head and spat out a mouthful of blood. The servants of the Long family panicked instantly. "Quick! Master Yijing vomited blood, maybe the old injury has recurred. The medicine can't be stopped, master." Song Ilian withdrew her gaze, and immediately stepped into the air to suspend. The thin figure looked around the audience that couldn't be calm for a long time and said, "This election conference is only half an hour away from the end time. All pharmacists have completed alchemy. This seat announces that the champion of the conference is the enchanting list, Lin Chen." Until the moment Song Ilian announced, everyone woke up like a dream. This is destined to be an unforgettable election meeting. With the sound of Dan coming to Dao Lin Chen, the Dao Jun of Eternal Dan is respected. Champion Lin Chen? My God! He actually defeated all the old-fashioned pharmacists. Even the holy king was suppressed by him. This election meeting is too rare. It's unprecedented, and I won't have the chance to see it in the future. Unprecedented heated discussions and cheers broke out under the Super Sky Island and Super Sky City. Lin Chen's title of champion is well-deserved. No one disagrees. My goddess, she is still down to earth. Long Yishuan's heart was twisted like a knife, watching Zi Yunqing's expression change. How could he not know that Zi Yunqing would not be moved just now? However, he was convincingly defeated. Just based on Lin Chen at that moment, even he was fascinated by it, which woman could not fall? After all, this man who refined the 6th grade holy pill with his eyes is so handsome. Poor Yijing. More than a dozen wizards on the enchanting list glanced at Long Yijing, who had passed out, shook their heads and laughed. The agreement between him and Lin Chen is clear at a glance. Long Yijing's multicolored Dragon King ginseng is priceless, but it is hard to come by. But in comparison, compared with the 6th grade saint-level pharmacist, it is simply not worth it. Those who can refine the 6th grade holy pills, even the 7th grade sex and other giants will not dare to offend easily, and the opportunity to make pills by themselves can far exceed the value of the 5-colored Dragon King ginseng. As long as Lin Chen makes alchemy once, he can create a sacred relic that is more precious than the 5-colored Dragon King ginseng. Compared with the 2, there is no doubt that Long Yijing is a complete defeat. Looking at Lin Chen in the void, the elders of the jury were amazed. And even for the well-informed elders of the jury, this is the most unforgettable and deeply engraved election conference. Who can forget this day when a pill comes, and the holy world with 10,000 holy pills lifts off into the sky? Song Yilian read out the ranking of this election meeting. First place, Lin Chen. Second place, Eastern Promise. Third place, Zi Yunqing. The fourth place, after being reviewed by the elders of the jury, was won by Fei Lianqing of Huamanlu. The top 5 have the quota to directly become the Pill Domain Elder Council. And the top 10 have the quota to participate in the assessment. However, for the alchemy masters, the assessment can be completely ignored, which is basically equivalent to passing. To become an elder of the Pill Domain Presbyterian Church, this value has truly increased exponentially. When Song Yilian announced the top 10 places, Lin Chen made a single move. Took back his 6th grade holy pill, stood in the void, looked at the holy King Haoyan, and smiled lightly. Holy King, next time you want to mess with me, just be more direct. I like to be simple and rude, and I will give you a punch if it's a big deal. Lin Chen deliberately said one punch, very seriously. Obviously, the holy King Haoyan must have seen his war god armor in the Jia Tower that day. The implication is very simple: if you dare to move this handsome force, you will serve with one punch. Lin Chen is now different from what he used to be. Facing the holy king Haoyan, he will never be as weak and fearful as he was when he was the Emperor of War. Unless his main body is resurrected, Lin Chen will fight and fight, run and be a bum. Holy King Haoyan's face twisted a few times, and he laughed in anger. Don't worry, this seat has more opportunities to kill your junior. Lin Chen is neither salty nor light, the enemy I killed last time also said the same. All the clones moved and took away the attribute light balls scattered in the void. Lin Chen secretly refined more than a dozen Long Qingguo, guarding the Holy King Haoyan. Although the election conference forbids private fights, the Holy King Haoyan is not an ordinary saint. Who knows what kind of tricks this old Inbi will use? Since seeing the identity of the Holy King of Haoyan, Lin Chen has been on guard for him even in Qingtian City. The feeling of weakness in his body came, Lin Chen was dizzy for a while, and the clone quietly protected him. Brush. At this time, Fairy Crimson appeared beside Lin Chen. Holy King Haoyan narrowed his eyes, and there was a rare trace of doubt in his eyes, looking at Fairy Crimson. Don't worry, with me, he won't dare to touch you. Fairy Crimson smiled confidently, and Lin Chen couldn't help but wonder. When did your relationship with her become so good? Would you rather offend the Holy King Haoyan for yourself? This is not realistic. Could it be that he surpassed that man and finally reached the realm of being the most handsome and beloved by everyone? So annoying. Not only Fairy Crimson, even after Song Yilian announced the results, she was also protecting Lin Chen, for fear that he would make a mistake. By the way, the championship reward. Before Lin Chen finished speaking, the dry sea of spiritual consciousness finally dimmed, his head fell, and he passed out. He had already reached his limit, and he was holding on with one breath. Squad leader Lin Chen, Han Yiji, and the others rushed up. Lin Chen was in a coma for a long time, but he was inexplicably very comfortable. The back of his head seemed to be pillowed with a soft and flicking baby, which made him very useful. Until a long time, when he vaguely heard a voice. Why did he faint for so long? Will he be okay? Will the squad leader leave any sequelae? It's too hard to refine the 6th grade holy pill. Hearing Han Yiji's worried voice, Lin Chen opened his eyes. In the first act of opening my eyes, 2 graceful crimson arcs appear round and full, and come into view. Lin Shui couldn't help but exclaimed, got up and crashed into a turbulent wave. What a big weapon! Who dares to force a murder on this handsome? Lin Chen almost subconsciously took out his King of Dragons protector. Who murdered you? You are well protected now. Jian Qingqing snorted, and his voice had a hint of sourness. Only then did Lin Chen realize that he was in a room with extremely high specifications and beautiful decoration. Beside the bed were Han Yiji and Jian Qingqing, as well as a group of people. From Zixia Wangu sitting in the living room, they immediately got up when they heard Lin Chen's voice. Lin Chen couldn't believe it. It turned out to be Fairy Crimson sitting on the head of the bed. Was it her lap pillow just now? What happened? Lin Chen shook his head. His mind was a little confused. He didn't calm down. All of a sudden, did he already after the event? Cannot be done. I have no memory or feeling at all. I have to do it again. Congratulations, little friend Lin Chen, for winning the Heavenly Chosen Championship. The old man really admired him when he watched. Several elders of Zixia King Valley clasped their fists and laughed. The little demon empress on the side opened her lips lightly, her white teeth bit a long chingua, and her smile was full of jokes. Champion, you've finally woken up. You have a lot of style. The chief elder of Danyu, Song Yilian, is guarding outside the door, and the elder Crimson Palace guest Qing is closely guarding, but you can do it. Only then did Lin Chen recall everything. He didn't care about joking with the little demon empress, and said anxiously, where is my championship reward? Everyone is speechless. This kid usually flirts with women without being heavy-handed. How can he be so calm now, with beauties gathered around without any idea? Can someone Lin be in a hurry? That is the part of the god of war that is related to him. Only if you have your life can you be free. Don't worry. The door was pushed back, and Song Yilian wore an elegant and noble cyan dress and raised her slender ring. Your championship rewards are all here, no one will grab it. Lin Chen took the acceptance ring, and his spiritual consciousness swept away. But see, there is a roll of alchemy handprints quietly placed in the ring, 1 wind and 1 fire, 2 middle-grade different crystals, and a middle-grade chi luck spirit planting seed. These prizes are worth the sky high. Just relying on that scroll of orange-level alchemy handprints is enough to influence the development of a 6th grade sect. However, Lin Chen's focus is not on these. What about the 9th grade holy mine? Lin Chen was stunned and asked. Song Yilian smiled slightly. Of course I'll give it to you, but the champion himself needs to choose. You've been in a coma recently, so you can't carry You to choose, right? Lin Chen asked again, then, can there be a gold-based 9th grade holy mine in the secret realm of the Presbyterian Church? Song Yilian pondered for a while and replied yes, except for the scarcity of light and dark holy ore. There are all 5 elements, but you can only choose one, and each holy ore has different energy and volume, and its value is also different. You have to measure for yourself. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to have it, as long as there is this thing. His trip is meaningful. A strange light flashed in Song Yilian's eyes, and she continued, you've been in a coma for 4 days and 4 nights. Let's talk about it after. Recuperating. What about the Holy King Haoyan? Lin Chen suddenly thought of this arch-enemy and asked seriously. He's gone. Song Yilian's face suddenly became solemn. He left without even claiming the reward, and even thinking about his identity. He doesn't look down on our reward. Maybe he's here for you. The birth of Daneng expresses my Danyu attitude. But fortunately, he seems to have some concerns and dare not take action. If it is the Holy King in his prime, we can't stop him. Lin Chen boy, the only option you can ensure safety is to join my elders. Song Yilian talked about this, her eyes lit up. The champion of heaven is not enough to deter the Holy King Haoyan, only joining my elders association, cultivating with peace of mind in Danyu, and studying medicine. Refining is the choice to ensure your safety. If you are as a member of the Presbyterian Church, Danyu will do its best to protect you, and even the Holy King Haoyan will not dare to touch you easily. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. Come on, then he has to stay in the Danyu area, although the sky is high, and the sea is vast. It will take him a few years to turn around the Danyu area. But if you really want to be completely safe, I am afraid you have to stay in the area. The high-rise area of the Presbyterian Church. Shouldn't he be locked here? Even if I join the Presbyterian Church, I won't sit still here. A dead holy king, I still need to be afraid that he will fail. If he dares to come to me, I will make him lose a few teeth. No matter what intrigues and tricks he has next, the big deal, I can surpass him in the next time. While Lin Chen was chatting and laughing, the spirit he showed made Zixia Wanggu all look at him. Song Yilian was moved beyond the Holy King. If these words were put in the mouth of other evildoers, they would only be laughed at by the world, but what Lin Chen, who had confronted the Holy King, was so convincing. That's good. If you need to buy medicinal herbs for healing, you can instruct the elders of Qingtian Pavilion. Remember that 4 days later, there will be an award ceremony for the elder seat, and you, the champion, cannot be absent. After Song Yilian finished her explanation, Shanshan retreated. Why do you feel that this senior Song is a little weird looking at the monitor? Han Yizhi muttered. The little demon empress stretched her waist, showing off her enchanting and fiery figure, and laughed jokingly. Who told him to use his eyes to concoct alchemy? Don't stop. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and when he looked at Fairy Crimson, then what? How long do you want to stay in bed? Fairy Crimson smiled sweetly. It was clearly when you were in a coma back then, young master, you screamed Sister Ruoyan and Teacher Yuechi, and hugged me, and wouldn't let me go. Cough cough cough. Lin's face flushed. This bad habit must be changed. After briefly learning about the situation after the conference with everyone knew the interest and left Lin Chen time to recover and recuperate. Lin Chen rubbed his temples. His mental energy was still in a state of dryness and despair. This time, the alchemy was the hardest in his life. 99% of the 10,000 holy pills he used for refining medicines were first-grade holy pills. It was Lin Chen who combined with Yu Xinhua and Shen Lao in the name of semi-recruited and asked the pharmacist of the Moving World Tower to help refine it. Made. No matter how hard Lin Chen is against the sky, it is impossible for him to cultivate his spiritual power and break through the realm within a month. Before the election conference. Totally not allowed. The temporary elixir of 10,000 holy pills was provided by Lin Chen. These elixir were all the elixir that he had refined in the past, and they were thoroughly cooked. If it is only a first-grade holy pill, the high-end alchemist of the tower can be precise to every detail according to Lin Chen's requirements. The main explosive energy is the fourth-grade and third-grade holy pills, refined by Lin Chen himself. If it weren't for the wandering god fruit and the sale of the seeds of the spirit of luck, he really wouldn't dare to waste like this. The price of refining this sixth-grade holy pill is enough to make a fifth-grade sect semi-bankrupt. And these sixth-grade pill recipes were personally recorded to Lin Chen by old Shen. With his status, it was impossible to give away a sixth-grade pill recipe easily. Lin Chen could be considered to have inherited old Shen's favor. Fortunately, I have wandering god fruit. When Lin Chen swallowed more than a dozen wandering spirit fruits, his spiritual power quickly recovered, and his phantom clone even stimulated his mind, fully absorbing a large amount of spiritual power. Lin Chen's spiritual thoughts motivated Qingxue to plant the capsule, and the pink and tender brilliance flashed. A huge sacred peach floated in his palm, the fragrance lingered, and the fresh, fruity fragrance permeated the room instantly. With 3 blows and 2 bites, Lin Chen killed a holy peach, and the light of the holy acupoint skyrocketed, and the weakness in the body suddenly gave birth to new strength and vitality. Lin Chen's 22nd holy point began to loosen. St. Pan Peach has the excellent effect of breaking through the bottleneck, strengthening the body and nourishing the holy body. Lin Chen's foundation is strong, coupled with the alchemy that he had gone all out to do, his spirit, cultivation, and even the holy body have reached a critical value, and the benefits of breaking through the limit are now immediate. 3 days later, after Lin Chen took the second holy peach, within a few hours, with a click, the terrifying power swept the entire attic, and Lin Chen's 22nd holy acupoint burst open. 22 six-pointed stars, turned into shining pole stars, flashed in Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen opened another holy cave. The effect of Shengpenteo is really wonderful. The only disadvantage is that it can't produce energy. Even if it has entered the peak period, if you don't use a lot of Tiani holy water to water it, you will only produce 3 in a month. It's the key. Time to exceed the limit before taking it, the effect is better. When Lin Chen quit the practice, he was full of energy and refreshed. Perfectly restored and beyond its heyday. With a clone to assist in cultivation or recovery, Lin Chen's recovery speed is terrifyingly fast. It's time to claim my championship reward. Lin Chen left the secret room and found himself in an ancient tower. The elder had been waiting for a long time, and the elder clasped his fist at Lin Chen and smiled. Congratulations to Xiaoyu Lin Chen for winning the Heavenly Chosen Championship. He is full of energy. This old man is convinced. The ceremony of the Presbyterian Church is here, please come with this old man. Lin Chen nodded and said with a smile, it's work. At this time a faint fragrance lingered in the passage, and the glamorous and Moving iceberg beauty was wearing a light blue long dress, graceful, tied with blue silk, extremely dignified and elegant, and captivated the country. That, together? I will also attend the Presbyterian ceremony. It was actually Yunqing, and looking at his appearance, he seemed to have been carefully dressed up. Whatever. Lin Chen smiled indifferently and said that the elder respectfully led the way. In front of him. From time to time, he looked at the two of them out of the corner of his eye, and the more he looked at them, the more they matched each other. Lin Chen and Princess Yunqing, respectively, represent the two peaks of the younger generation in refining medicine. If these two can be matched together and join the Presbyterian Council, the future potential of the Presbyterian Council will be even more worth looking forward to. On the way, Lin Chen would receive envious glances and congratulations from many alchemists in the ancient pagoda from time to time. And Yunqing chatted with Lin Chen jerky, as arrogant as her, and almost never took the initiative to chat with men of the same age. However, someone Lin sips the fruit of wandering spirits one at a time. Relaxed and at ease, and didn't take her to heart at all. On the top floor of the ancient pagoda, when the door was pushed in, there were many top alchemists in the pill domain gathered in the lobby. The elders of the jury, Songyelian, the top 10 alchemists who won the conference, and 2 gentle-faced elders. Ha ha ha, our champion is here. Dan reaches the 6th rank and defeats the mind of the Holy King. Little friend Lin Chen is really the person that this old man admires. An immortal old man in white clothes with a kind face took the initiative to step forward and shake hands with Lin Chen. This person's mental fluctuations are a bit more terrifying than the hunchbacked old man at the initial inspection, and he is the same level of medicine refining giant as Songyelian. All the veteran alchemists in the lobby have no hostility towards Lin Chen. Some just admire and admire. This is absolute admiration from strength. If Lin Chen's alchemy skills were at the same level as them, they might admire this young man very much, but he is far superior to them. In terms of alchemy skills, it is no exaggeration for them to call Lin Chen a senior. After laughing with Lin Chen for a while, everyone was brought into a secret room in an ancient pagoda by the elders of Danyu. The secret room is a space of its own, with 3 attics inside. Songyelian, the leader of the group, spoke while walking. Everyone, join our Pill Domain Presbyterian Association. You need to abide by the rules of my Presbyterian Association, and your sect and power will naturally not change, but any medicine refining content that the Presbyterian Association can access is limited to personal study, and it is strictly forbidden to spread it. If it is light, it will abolish the alchemy technique. And if it is more serious, the elders will personally punish it. I hope you all know. In addition, if you have new medicine refining experience and skills, you can get new contribution points if you share and contribute to the elders. What Songyelian said, everyone understood that the background of the Danyu Elders Association must not be spread out. The white-robed old man stroked his beard and smiled. Among the 3 pavilions of heaven, earth, and people, the pavilion requires you to become foreign elders and have enough contribution points to enter. After all, he brought everyone into the human pavilion, which contained 10,000 volumes of elixir and 100 kinds of elixir recipes, each of which was a priceless treasure. It is the medicine refining experience, or general outline of medicine refining of many holy level alchemists in Danyu system. How much energy is needed to burn the pill scroll of the entire human pavilion? Lin Chen transmits voice to the system. For others, there are only limited collections of refining medicine. Collections that can be selected, but for someone in Talon, as long as he has enough martial arts essence, he can record all of them into the system and learn them slowly. The system prompts the host to burn all the pill scrolls in the entire attic, which requires 137 million points of advanced exercises and spirits. The host currently holds 78.6 million points of advanced exercises and spirits. Attribute value, which is not enough to completely burn them. Please choose the host. Confirm later. The system's answer moved Lin Chen. This is the general guideline of how many top alchemists and top pill recipes it has accommodated. Lin Chen practiced an orange-level exercise with only 100,000 high-level exercise essences, and all of them add up to more than 100 million? Song Yilian turned to Lin Chen and said, Lin Chen, Zi Yunqing, you two come with me. The top 3 can enter the underground pavilion. Zi Yunqing and Lin Chen were taken into a deeper attic, only 3 floors, covered with dust, but the space enchantment at each counter was extremely powerful. This is the underground pavilion. You can choose a volume of the medicine refining collection you want, and you can also contribute your medicine refining experience, and we will return the corresponding contribution value to you according to our review. Song Yilian looked at Lin Chen and said, if you contribute your knowledge of alchemy with your eyes to the Council of Elders, it may be included in the Heavenly Pavilion, and the contribution value you will get will be more than half a star. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. No, no one can use it except me. That's not necessarily true. Song Yilian stared at Lin Chen angrily. The system answers the host, including all ancient elixir books in the entire attic collection, which requires 3.9 billion points of high-level exercise essence. At this time, the system's answer caused Lin Chen's mouth to twitch slightly. It's no wonder that so many masters of alchemy are trying to enter the presbytery. The background is really terrifying, and even if he is given the opportunity to enter, he can't take away the secret recipes and pill recipes. Here, Lin Chen and Zi Yunqing could only choose a secret recipe or pill recipe each. Zi Yunqing chose the extraordinary spectrum of the 10 suns, which came from the general outline of the experience of a 6th-grade saint-level pharmacist. Lin Chen chose the 6th-grade holy pill recipe, 9 elements Shuang pill. The selected pill recipe needs to be collected in blood and cannot be leaked. Violators will be dealt with according to the rules of the elders. Consumes 69 million points of advanced exercises and soul, burns a general outline of the Pluto pill Sacred Heart, and completes the 3 volumes of the 6th grade Sacred Pill recipe. A touch of light was put into Lin Chen's eyebrows, and Lin Chen in the dark had already recorded more 6th grade pill recipes. According to the regulations, you should be the elder deacon, but according to the 2 elders, we made an exception to promote you to the seat of elder. Catching. You do not need to be responsible for any affairs of the elders, and you can enter and leave freely. Song Yilian grabbed Lin Chen's palm with a slender hand, and swung her fingertips to outline a golden rune with Lin Chen's name engraved on it. This is the mark of the elder, Kuqing, remember to come to don you more. Song Yilian seemed to have a clear understanding of Lin Chen's temperament, and did not force him to become a deacon elder, which surprised him. Zi Yunqing looked at the 2 of them strangely. This kind of treatment that only takes his name, enjoys his blessings, does not take his responsibility, and can leave after lifting his pants is very much liked by someone from Talon. However, as long as Lin Chen has the ability, if the elders will be in trouble in the future, he will also help. Lin Chen clasped his fists and smiled, then thank you, Lady Song. Thank you, it's not about talking. Song Alien stared at Lin Chen's eyes, which became more and more fiery. Lin was shocked. What does she want? No, I'm still just a simple handsome guy. The general outline of the Pluto pill Sacred Heart that Lin Chen chose to record is probably the secret of medicine refining left by the most special giant pharmacist in this pavilion. Pluto pill saint, a generation of madmen, his direction of refining medicine is all those medicine pills that are both dead and disabled, seeking to surpass the limit of life and temporarily exchange for strength. There are even several volumes of pill recipes in the general outline of experience, because the direction of refining medicine is too brutal, so not many master refining masters will choose this person's refining secrets, and they have been idle. Who has nothing to study this elixir that squeezes vitality in exchange for short-term power? Isn't it fragrant to specialize in elixir for longevity, breakthrough in cultivation, etc.? However, this type of medicine refining experience has a miraculous effect on Lin Chen, because his phantom clone is not afraid of death. How many ferocious and brutal holy pills can be endured? This is no less than Lin Chen's ace in the alchemy department. In the future, if the combat clone directly takes drugs and fights the opponent to the death, even if you are not afraid of death, you can make the enemy's scalp numb. Looking back, Song Alien said indifferently, let's take you to receive the champion's reward. Song Alien flicked her fingers, and a vortex of space revolved in the earth pavilion, revealing a brand new world inside. It is actually a golden mountain range, and heaven and earth, piled up like a mountain of sacred objects and treasures of heaven and earth. Lin was shocked. Myriad Treasure Secret Realm, one of the resource collection secret realms of the Danyu Presbyterian Church. No saint can face such a rich treasure without being moved. However, the next moment, Lin Chen's expression changed again. In the secret territory of Wanbao, there is a faint orange attribute. Brilliance. There are new attribute talents in the secret, at least not lower than the orange level. Lin Chen's heart trembled, and his expression became a little hot. Song Alien carried Lin Chen, and fled into the void, sneaking into the myriad treasure secret realm, leaving behind Zi Yunqing's lost eyes. In the secret territory of Wanbao, the golden afterglow reflects the heaven and the earth like a beautiful polar scene. There are actually 100 of the 8th order holy relic, the glazed moon. Heart fruit? This lake is actually full of Yinyang Longquan? And this thick, black and hard as big as a mountain, is actually a 6th grade rare mineral, Jiuxiao Thunderstone? Lin Chen was stunned. What a place where fairies live. His breathing couldn't help but quicken, and even the little shadow in Qingqiua's planting capsule was about to move. After Little Shadow has practiced several times, ordinary medicinal pills and sacred objects can no longer satisfy him. The resources in this myriad treasures are too rich. All Lin Chen's existing net worth compared to it is only a drop in the bucket. Not even a root hair. I like it here very much. Or join our elders and study medicine with me. I guarantee that you will have enough contribution value every year to come here to pick treasures. Song Alien's tone was crisp and graceful, pleasant and full of temptation. Lin Chen swallowed hard, and seeing his appearance, Song Alien raised the corner of her mouth and continued to seduce him. And with your talent, staying at the Elder Council is the fastest way to advance to the 7th rank holy level pharmacist, and the 7th rank alchemist will mean that you will become the most honorable existence wherever you go in the entire holy world. Stunning beauties, cultivation resources. Huge sacks, you can get all these at your fingertips. Song Yilian's voice was soft, like a stunning ketone body lying on the bed. Teasing someone Lin, who was 10,000 years single. However, the real fact is that Lin Chen didn't give her any attention at all. The reason why he was ready to move was not because of the conditions mentioned by Song Yilian, but because of someone's decomposition function. Although every treasure in the mysterious treasure realm has a space enchantment, someone in Talon can decompose it. After decomposing the myriad treasure realm, how many attribute values does he have to get? I dare not think about it. Brother Chen, you have to calm down. Calm down. If you take the things here, I will become the most wanted criminal in Danyu. Lin Chen strongly resisted the impulse, and even sent out his thoughts to suppress the little shadow. Provoking the Danyu Elders Association is more terrifying than offending the Holy King Haoyan. The treasure cannot be moved in front of it, just like a gun cannot be entered. Lin Chen is very uncomfortable. Seeing that Lin Chen calmed down so quickly, Song Yilian couldn't help but be surprised. You must know that there are very few champions of the heavenly election conference of all dynasties who can resist the temptation of this myriad treasure's secret realm. It is precisely because of their extremely high attainments in refining medicine that they can better understand the preciousness of this myriad treasure's secret realm, and some treasures have basically disappeared in the holy realm. This little guy Lin Chen didn't even move? What a powerful state of mind. Senior Song, the man's ambition is in the quartet, and he is handsome. I have made up my mind to go and lead the way. For the holy minds of the 5 elements, I choose the 9th grade holy minds of the gold type. Lin Chen said calmly, and calmly, no amount of treasures would be as important as his god of war parts. Song Yilian didn't say a word. She took a deep look at Lin Chen, and personally led the way, taking Lin Chen to the extreme east of the mysterious realm of myriad treasures. There is a golden pond here, and there is a golden mountain in the golden pond. The mysterious thing is that this golden pond is actually filled with the chi of Gengjin, and if you touch it, it will be cut with thousands of knives. Especially the small golden mountain. Lin Chen also felt a dazzling sharpness and sharpness across the space barrier, which was truly terrifying. Lin Chen's heart was shocked. He was afraid that during the battle, if he could throw this thing at his opponent, he might be able to seriously injure a 5th level saint. This thing is the raw material for casting the 9th grade holy artifact. This is the only gold-based 9th grade holy mine that currently exists in myriad treasure's secret realm. Song Yilian waved her hand, the space barrier was lifted, and the golden pool quickly shrank and fell into the palm of her hand. This small golden mountain has more than 5 cubic meters of gold-type 9th grade holy mine, which just meets Lin Chen's requirements. Song Yilian had a high cultivation base, and handed it over to Lin Chen with a seal of Jinqi. Finally here. Next, as long as the number of second-rank holy artifacts is full, I can have 3 God of War suit parts at the same time. Lin Chen was extremely surprised in his heart when he collected Jinqi and put it into the Qingxue planting capsule. Suddenly, the whole mysterious realm of myriad treasures shook. Not good. Someone is coming. When the voices of the 2 old men were introduced into the mysterious realm of myriad treasures, Lin Chen and Song Yilian were ready for battle almost instantly. Who dares to be so bold and dare to come to Danyu to make trouble? Lin Chen, you are the first young man this king takes seriously. I hope you can die a little more thoroughly this time. When the indifferent voice with supreme majesty sounded, Lin Chen and Song Ilian had different expressions. It's him? Holy King Haoyan. Boom. The space of the mystical realm of myriad treasures tore open a crack. In the space, the devilish energy was surging, and the evil energy was billowing into the sky. 6 figures slowly walked out of the crack, and the leader was the Holy King Haoyan, who possessed the spirit of Dongfang Wuji. Behind him, in addition to a quaint young man, there are 4 dark-skinned, 8-foot-tall phantoms. They have horns on their heads, a long black tail swaying on their backs. Shattering the void between swings, their sturdy arms like dragons are covered with barbs, and their sharp bloody teeth are stained with sticky bloodstains. Those blood-red pupils revealed a suffocating aura like tearing the sky, and the twisted face was full of tyrannical killing intent and evil smiles. It's a demon. Moreover, compared to the demon lord that Lin Chen saw in the sky tower of the Kyushu continent, he was several times stronger. 4-headed high-level holy devil king, Haoyan holy king, you are really willing to do it. Lin Chen was chatting and laughing, and he connected 2 parts of the god of war in one thought, and if there is a slight change, he will shoot with all his strength in an instant. Irritating boy, let's see if you can laugh in a quarter of an hour. The Holy King Haoyan laughed when he saw Lin Chen's lively chatter and laughter. Song Ilian waved her hand gently, and ripples appeared in the space, but she couldn't tear it apart. Her face changed slightly, and she immediately transmitted the sound with the unique elder seal of the Danyu Presbyterian Church. Elders, what's going on outside? The space is blocked. We are calling the elders of the heavenly punishment hall. Song Ilian's heart suddenly sank when Elderine sent out his thoughts. It's probably going to be a tough fight. It's okay for her to protect herself. But it's extremely difficult to protect Lin Chen. The key is that there are 4 high-level holy demon kings on the opposite side, and each of them will not be lower than the peak of the 6th level of the Holy Realm. She has heard the information of the Holy King Haoyan, and it is very likely that she has colluded with the demons. But she did not expect that the Holy King Haoyan would have such a powerful appeal with only 1 ray of spiritual thought. At this time, the palm of Haoyan Holy King was sealed, and a dark green holy light was disillusioned from his palm. Dark green brilliance shrouded the vast mystical realm of myriad treasures. And even Song Ilian's unique elder imprint lost its effect. In terms of space attainments, it is impossible for all the creatures present to be comparable to the Holy King Haoyan. He wants to completely block this space, so that the elders of my presbytery cannot come in. Once he is finished, we will have no chance. Later, I will try to hold back the 4 holy demon kings. Your opponent is only that young man. For the time being, you have to prepare to explode when necessary, and I will use the Elder's Mark as a space channel to try to send your spiritual thoughts out. This is the only way for you to survive. Song Ilian stood beside Lin Chen and said solemnly. At the Danyu venue that day, the elders of the jury and various forces were present, and even the Holy King Haoyan could not suppress it all at once. He expected that after Lin Chen won the championship, he would definitely enter this myriad treasure secret realm. Here is the best time to ambush him. Before Lin Chen could answer, the Holy King Haoyan in the distance looked at the 4 high-level holy demon kings beside him. 4, let's do it. After the matter is completed, the things in this space are your rewards, and this king will personally unlock the space enchantment of the treasures here for you. The 4-headed holy demon king Gaga grinned evilly. Then I would like to thank the holy king friend. The king is right. You are the most sincere friend of my demon clan. That girl, I want it. I can ask for less treasure, I want to swallow her. Mental power. The holy demon kings moved, the demonic energy rolled, the speed blasted the billowing air, current, the hurricane swept across the four directions, the space ruptured like a giant python, and the space cracked like the sky was open to attack Lin Chen and the two. Brush. Bang bang bang. A crimson long rainbow, like a crescent moon, swept out from the Qingxue planting capsule on Lin Chen's waist, shaking the sky. All of a sudden, the four holy devil kings walked for a while, each with a palm, crushing the crimson Changhong in front. Huh? Humans also have helpers? The four demon kings were shocked, even Lin Chen didn't expect this situation. While Saint King Haoyan blocked the imprisoned space, he couldn't help staring in Lin Chen's direction, his eyes filled with astonishment. Is there such a thing? But seeing a long crimson dress like a cloud, the beauty of 3,000 blue silk floating like a waterfall, a pair of wonderful eyes flowing with blue waves, out of the dust and elegant, the eyebrows are full of enchanting charm, and the corners of the lips are raised. I can't think of a dignified, holy king who has to collude with the demons to attack a boy? The crimson beauty smiled lightly, and her movements were as graceful as a fairy. Lin Chen was shocked. Crimson fairy? How did she get in? Although the holy King Haoyan is far from the strength of his heyday, the elders of the pill domain outside can't get in. Your holy pan peach seeds were given to you by the slave family, how could you not have a second hand? Fairy Crimson chuckled lightly, and Lin Chen finally recovered. Her body is the Qi Luck spirit plant, and it has an indescribable relationship with the sacred object that is also the Qi Luck spirit plant. Perhaps because of this relationship, she was able to overcome the confinement of Haoyan as the Holy King. You really changed a living person. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. Holy King Haoyan's eyes suddenly became puzzled and weird, aren't you human? Fairy Crimson smiled and said, why is Senior Saint King still scolding people? Song Yilian's heart calmed down a bit. Although Fairy Crimson's aura was very strange, with her help, the situation this time was not at its most desperate. Yet. Who? I'm not afraid of how many people come, I swallow them all. The four demon kings roared and rushed towards the two girls in an instant. One of the demon kings swept towards Lin Chen. Song Yilian immediately said, this friend, I will hold the three holy devil kings, and the rest. Fairy Crimson said indifferently, let's divide it equally. The two women instantly turned into a beam of light, like a streamer, and they collided with the four demon kings. Two holy powers rose like the sun in the myriad treasure's secret territory, shaking the entire plane. Before the battle, Fairy Crimson flicked her fingers and sent Lin Chen thousands of miles away. Even so, Lin Chen was still knocked back thousands of miles by the fighting momentum of the six supreme powerhouses, all the way back to the extreme south of the mysterious treasure realm. This momentum was even more terrifying than Lin Xingchen, who was injured that day. He was not in a hurry to reveal his trump card, but instead looked at the young figure in the void. Lin Chen suddenly smiled at the cold and indifferent young man. Fight me, are you not afraid of death? The black-robed youth smiled disdainfully, I bet you can't show the strength. You were in the tower that day. Lin Chen was stunned, why is this line so familiar? Could it be that your Excellency is Yan Xuanying, bet I have no bullets? Lin Chen, remember my name, Mog, I am the one who killed you. Mog sneered sternly, when his shoulders shook suddenly, the world paled. A 3-layered pitch-black magic wheel rises from the back of his head, and the magic energy rushes to life and death, transforming into a 3-headed and 9-armed golem. But there are 35 holy acupoints in his body shining brightly, and holy power and magic energy coexist in one. Lin Chen, do you know what a supreme existence is? My fellow practitioners in the 9 nights of demons and demons, and I got the help of the Holy King to expand the acupuncture point 29 times. Today, let me show you what a son of destiny is. 29 times acupoint expansion. To know the standard of even the enchanting list, expanding the acupoints 15 times is already the top score of the 36 domains of the human race in the holy world. Even if the enchanting list may exceed the first acupoint expansion in the future, it will not exceed too much. This magic 9 nights is indeed unbelievably strong. Mo let out a savage laugh, and the devil's palm suddenly protruded, and one palm came out like 10,000 devils roaring into the sky, blowing the heavens and the earth's devilish energy. His right fist is like a giant of holy light that traverses the sky and latitudes, and his backhand rages in Lin Chen's direction. With one punch and one palm, combining the 2 unique skills of human and demon, Zuntian Hedi's murderous intent enveloped Lin Chen. Good fellow practitioner, I'll give you a knife. Choking. Lin Chen was not afraid at all. He drew his sword and slashed horizontally, and a face-to-face was the blessing of tears. The 5 layers of rapidly rotating aurora sword beams crossed the sky, and when they slashed towards Mo, the sword energy exploded. Boom. 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 The shards of sword chi in the sky are twisted towards the magic 9 nights like a hurricane, and there are layers of spear shadows dancing like dragons. Mo's face suddenly changed slightly. How could his holy power be so strong? When Mo was shocked, Lin Chen in the void stood on top of a holy dragon, carrying the phoenix spear on his shoulders. His fighting spirit rose, and he had no fear at all. His 6 avatars are either standing with swords, or standing beside him with bows and swords. They are extraordinary. What's even more frightening is that when Lin Chen and his clones flashed 22 holy acupoints, more than 36 different crystal brilliance shone on his whole body like bright stars. 36 different crystals? Aren't you in the 3rd level of the Holy Land? How can you be so strong without using that armor? When Mo was shocked, it was Lin Chen's offensive that responded to him. True dragon dance. Motivated by the instant light and shadow, Lin Chen pulled the layers of gun shadows, like a group of dragons dancing wildly, and assassinated all the retreats of Mo. Magic annihilation. When the backhand demonic energy rose and turned into a bloodbath that swallowed Lin Chen's spear, the world changed drastically. The tide surged, flooding the entire sky, forming 5 water prisons that spanned the sky and latitudes, trapping the magic 9 nights. The magical power is powerful, and the cultivation base is too poor. Broken. The holy light of the holy cave turned into a long sword and slashed horizontally, and the demonic energy grabbed it, and instantly crushed the 5 extreme prisons of the holy dragon. Although the supernatural power of the holy dragon is strong, it depends on the cultivation base to use. Magic 9 Nights has 35 holy acupoints, expanding the acupoints 8 times. 29 to 30 times at a time, can explode the lethality of more than 70 billion. Dragon power, not to mention that he is a fellow practitioner of both human and demon. The holy dragon is only 2 billion dragon veins, and 20 billion dragon power is in front of him, which is not enough to see. Before he could completely break free, the heavenly prison of extreme prison, was nothing but Lin Chen's false shot, and as soon as the heavenly prison was broken, the incessant long shao ripped apart the sky. When Mog was about to retreat, his pupils trembled. In the space in front of his eyes, a head of spiritual dragon dancing in the sky was burning with flaming flames, rising from the top of the 6 avatars. 8 burning dragon heavenly sounds. This rare orange-level spiritual exercise, Lin Chen can perfectly reveal its power after breaking through into the late stage of the holy realm. Who? Moreover, as soon as the instant light splitting was activated, the sound waves of each clone's 8-headed spirit burning dragon all changed from 1 to 5, roaring and shattering the continental plate. The sound of the dragon shatters the world and shakes the galaxy with a roar. Terrible mental shock sound waves swept across the extreme southern area of the mysterious treasure realm, the airflow collapsed, and the light faded and disintegrated. Boom. 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 Mog's whole body's demonic energy exploded, and the holy light was dimmed. This roar shocked his demonic energy to dissipate, and the holy light was dimmed. When he stepped back again and again, he almost shocked Mog into a serious injury, bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and a burning sensation from the sea of spiritual consciousness. This mental burn can't be recovered? When Mog was horrified, Lin Chen's 6 avatars swarmed up in an instant, forcing him to ignore the injury and quickly fight against Lin Chen's avatars. Demonic energy swept across, holy light exploded. The two sides fought from the sky to the earth, blasting endless air waves wherever they passed, and the strength of the battle was beyond common sense. Impossible. My demonic energy is nourished by the high-level Holy Demon King. And the acupoint expansion multiple is far more than the ordinary evildoer. List. Even the ordinary 5th-level early-stage saint is not my opponent. This guy is a holy 3-level, where does he come from? Fight with me? The holy power is so strong that it doesn't look like the triple realm at all. The more and more the battle of the magic 9 knights, the more frightened. Is this guy really human? The holy caves of all the clones are like the stars in the sky, and every move erupts with the power close to the 4th stage of the holy realm. Is this the combat power of the saint who opened 22 holy caves? What a joke! With the passive talent of extreme god possession and Tai Futian art, Lin Chen's every holy acupoint will start at a level 4 times stronger than others. With 22 holy acupoints, ordinary saints have only 4 billion dragon power. Destructive power, but Lin Chen can cause 20 billion dragon power lethality. Not to mention 36 different crystal powers and a powerful spiritual realm. Boom. Boom. Even if the avatars fought to the death, they only caused minor injuries to Mo. Jui, and 3 avatars were still blown up by his demonic energy. In terms of realm, there was an absolute gap between the two. Brush. Lin Chen's body appeared to the top of Mog's head, and the 9-colored stars in the palm of his hand were swirling with an aura of destruction. All of his holy power has been injected into 33 different crystals, and 4 of them are still middle-grade different crystals. Boom. Behind Lin Chen, the gigantic and vast extreme god phantom appeared. Again. The host activates the active effects of instant light splitting and extreme god attachment talent, consuming 600,000 talent points to stimulate the extreme mutation effect. The extreme god is possessed, and the 9-colored stars are freed by a hazy purple light. Let's go. Lin Chen laughed loudly, and with a flick of the 9-colored stars in his Palm, 1 turned into 5, 9-color aurora, falling toward the magic 9 knights. MOG immediately spit out a blood arrow, grabbed the blood arrow, and the holy energy of the holy acupoints in the whole body was rapidly consumed, and the demonic energy surged, as if being swallowed by the demonic energy. Nether demon bloodthirsty Dafa. 1,000 Zhang troll emerged from MOG's body, his eyes were fierce, and he held a magic sword and slashed at Lin Chen's 9 robbery stars. Boom! The sword slashed the stars, and the 9-color star exploded, instantly drowning the magic 9 knights. Between the rotation of the 5 9-color beams of light, thousands of miles around are enveloped by the 9-color light, and the faint purple light is free, releasing the breath of the world. Lin Chen teleported back to the vicinity of the clone with a superdimensional move, and when he saw an attribute light ball in the void, he immediately knew the result. The active effect of the extreme god possession talent is very strong, and it can increase my skills to the effect of extreme variation. Turned over several grades. This result made Lin Chen a little surprised. The combat power of MOG was comparable to that of the 5th sage. Even if the stars of the 9 tribulations could shake the 5th sage, they would not have such a record. In addition to the terrifying accident of the consumption of talent points, the extreme god talent is probably the strongest growth talent that Lin Chen has ever acquired. Brush. Tear. A roar of wind roared, and the 9-color beam of light was suddenly torn apart, dissipating and annihilating out of thin air. Lin Chen's heart sank. The Lord is here. I saw that in the center of the 9-color beam of light, the figure of the Holy King Haoyan appeared. He held the blood-soaked, unconscious MOG with one hand, as if he was carrying a piece of cargo, his brows furrowed. This idiot can't even procrastinate. Is it done? The space is imprisoned. Lin Chen calmly urged the elder Mark of Danyu. Sure enough, there was no reaction at all. Lin Chen's clone and the holy dragon leaned against the main body. Lin Chen's fighting spirit rose, and he was ready to fight. This myriad treasure secret realm has completely cut off contact with the outside world, and is completely imprisoned independently. If you want to leave, you may have to force it out from the inside. The Holy King Haoyan threw MOG into his Chi Luck capsule, and said with a wicked smile on his pale face. To make this king spare body like this, Lin Chen, even if a few old things from Danyu come this time, they won't be able to save you. Bang! Holy King Haoyan shattered the void with one foot and rushed towards Lin Chen. Song Yilian's expression suddenly changed. She was trying to break through the attack of the 2 demon kings, but was attacked by the other side in turn, giving no chance at all. Lin Chen put on the armor of the god of war like lightning. Danyu, in the 3 pavilions of heaven, earth and people. There has been a change in the space plane. What's going on? Someone broke into the mystical realm of myriad treasures. It's the Holy King Haoyan. Oops, the myriad treasures secret realm's protection restrictions are strong. But it's not enough to face a holy king. The complexions of many elders and the alchemy masters who participated in the competition changed slightly. If the mystical realm of myriad treasures is destroyed, it will be the loss of all of them. Not to mention that there are Song Yilian and Lin Chen inside. Any casualties are a major loss to the refining world. A holy light descended into the 3 pavilions of heaven, earth and people. And 3 old men walked out. They were the 2 previous elders, and there was an old man in green clothes, who was the giant of the Presbyterian Church. Senior, how is the situation inside? Zi Yunqing asked anxiously. The Xingyi giant said with a flat face. The Holy King shot, even a ray of spiritual thought will suppress the existence of eternity. Although the Xingyi giant's face was dull, there was a trace of shock that could not be concealed in his eyes. All the spatial restrictions in the mysterious treasure realm were lifted by him, and they were used instead, and it became a completely separate space. Plain. Now it has been freed from the boundless void, and if I want to forcibly open it from the outside, only the myriad treasures mystery realm can be directly smashed into pieces. But the people inside will also have a high probability of perishing and dying. Everyone's heart is cold. Isn't this helpless? A holy king's spiritual idea, plus the 4 major demon kings, unless all the elders present are complete, they can't protect Lin Chen at all. Holy King Haoyan is determined to kill Lin Chen's son. He can refine the 6th grade holy pill at such an age. In the future, it is possible to grow into a threat to the existence of the Holy King. It is not unreasonable for the Holy King to destroy him. What a bullshit, hurry up and find a way to save people. The blue-clothed giant turned to look into the distant void, and said. Seriously, I have already sent a message to the 2 supreme elders, but I just don't know if Song Yilian can protect Lin Chen until the arrival of the Supreme Elder. Wanbao Secret Realm. Song Yilian failed to break through the siege, and her heart felt as heavy as falling to the bottom. Fighting and refining medicine are 2 different things. How could Lin Chen be the opponent of the Holy King's mind? Although Fairy Crimson was fully engaged in the battle, her attention was also on Lin Chen. Boom! The Holy King Haoyan stepped on a thunderbolt with his feet and grasped the palm of his 5 fingers. The moment Lin Chen put on the armor of the god of war, Jin Hui was dazzling. And dazzling, illuminating the plain, the unrivaled power seemed to be revived by the gods, and Lin Chen's dragon power was soaring. 500 billion dragon power, 1,000 billion dragon power, 1.5 trillion dragon power. It seems to have surpassed the power when he fought against Lin Xingchen. 1,800 billion dragon power, still not stopped. Unstoppable. The golden divine brilliance sprinkled all over Lin Chen's body. And his eyes were like gods descending into the world, gazing at the heavens. And the world, and the fighting power was invincible. Lin Chen slammed a fist, the world turned around, and he slammed the Holy King Haoyan head on. Sigh. Bang. Between the two, the energy fluctuations of the heaven and the earth dumped. And the golden divine radiance shone on the heaven and the earth, and the whole plane trembled. If the treasures in the mysterious treasure realm were not protected by space enchantments, the Elder Council of Pill Domain would have suffered heavy losses this time. What? Song Yilian's heart trembled slightly. How could Lin Chen explode with such a powerful force? She has been in retreat all year round to cultivate medicine, and she doesn't know about Lin Chen's various legends, let alone the incident that happened recently in Jia Pagoda. When the aftermath of the demonic energy dissipated, the Holy King Haoyan shook his palm and frowned. 2,300 billion dragon power, directly surpassing the power of 2 gods, this kid still has reservations last time? On the other side, Lin Chen's figure retreated sharply, and when he stabilized his figure, he couldn't help but let out a long breath. This Lao Yinbi really came prepared, and the 2.3 trillion dragon power can only force him back a little. Dongfang Wuji, possessed by the Holy King Haoyan, was naturally impossible to fight against Lin Chen. He fought against Lin Chen purely by virtue of his spiritual power and his strange demon cultivation. The last time he fought against Lin Chen, he hit a maximum blow of 2 trillion dragon power. This time, he had already surpassed the last blow with all his strength, but the holy King Haoyan didn't mean to lose the wind. Sure enough, it is a disaster. If I keep you, I will definitely be against my great cause in the future. If you can't get your fleshy body, you will die. Here. Holy King Haoyan's palm flickered, and a holy pill filled with infinite dragon energy appeared, and he swallowed it down. Boom. Mysterious light circulated all over the body, and the yin and yang dragon energy lingered in the birth and death, like a new birth. The vitality of the holy King Haoyan suddenly soared. It was the holy pill he refined at the election conference. I didn't expect him to keep such a back trick. Holy King Haoyan flickered, moving the void faster. Little guy, it's your turn to act. Lin Chen snorted loudly, his momentum did not diminish, and he waved his golden fists and violently beat the void where the holy King Haoyan was located. Boom. 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 Lin Chen swung again and again, the fist style was dominating the sky and the earth. The holy King Haoyan pointed his fingertips, the demonic energy was born and destroyed into one after another demonic dragon whistling, hitting the shining golden fist style. The two were fighting, and every move made the entire mystical realm of myriad treasures tremble. Holy King Haoyan shook his shoulders, and 4 pairs of pitch-black wings appeared like the wings of a demon king. With a slight shake, they flashed thousands of miles away. His 5 fingers showed murderous intent. Lin Chen's Tianling Gai is photographed. Boom. The palm wind rolled down, swept the 8 wastes and 4 seas, and devoured the world and 9 spirits, like a black hole of demonic energy, smashing Lin Chen into pieces. However, it is an afterimage. Impossible, he can keep up with this king's speed. This king's heavenly demon 9 wings are an intermediate level orange level movement technique. Even if he uses demonic energy, he is not something that a junior like him can avoid. The holy King Haoyan immediately looked around the entire mystical realm of myriad treasures. The next moment, his pupils shrank. On the east side of the secret realm, a pair of purple-black wings of more than 10 meters long flapped behind the boy with bleeding from the corner of his mouth. The magic rose, and the dragon energy was entangled. What's even more mysterious is that the wings opened a pair of eyes like life, staring at the holy King Haoyan. Innate shadow? Demon? No, no. What is this? Holy King Haoyan was horrified again. There are many secrets of this young man, so that he, the holy king, has never seen it. He has studied the unique skills of the demon race, and his judgment is far superior to that of ordinary saints. He can recognize at a glance that this shadow has an unknown kind of life breath. Holy King Haoyan once again urged the 9 wings of the devil and turned it into a flash of black lightning. The strength is not enough, it has to be stronger. Lin Chen's war god's armor golden divine brilliance once again rolled with more turbulent power, and the momentum suddenly rose, leaning against the sky and covering the earth. The next moment, Lin Chen slammed the front with a punch, and the dragon power rose rapidly, reaching 2.5 trillion dragon power, and a single punch could shatter the galaxy for millions of miles. Sigh. Boom. 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 The two fought into a ball in an instant, and the speed was as fast as 2 lightning bolts slaughtering from the myriad treasure secret territory. Every time the two of them collide, they will form a shredded space airflow. As if even the light cannot escape, and they will fall into shreds. Song Yilian almost dropped her jaw. Lin Chen actually fought back and forth with the Holy King? Outbursts of combat power no less than hers. Even more than that. How pale it is to describe it as a battle of leaps and bounds, completely surpassing several levels. How many secrets does this boy have? Could it be that the refining medicine revealed at the election conference is just the tip of his iceberg? I guessed right, his limit is far from being as simple as when he was in the Jia Tower. Fairy Crimson was slightly overjoyed and devoted herself to dealing with the two holy demon kings. From the moment the little shadow appeared, the battle rhythm of the four demon kings was disrupted and shaken. Little guy, can you pass through the barrier here? Lin Chen transmits the voice to the little shadow. The little guy's tender voice returned to Lin Chen. No, Gugu, the space here was sealed by that person, and the original space barrier was converted into an energy-imprisoned Gugu, which can only be broken from the inside. Can't you break through? It seems to be more lasting than him. Lin Chen is not discouraged, his opponent is a generation of holy kings, once his mood and fighting intentions are half timid, there will be fatal flaws in the battle, and they will be defeated in an instant. If you want to fight, you have to fight with your life. To launch a stormy attack. The myriad treasures mystery realm, which has been continuously shaken for thousands of times, begins to disintegrate from the space enchantment covering many treasures. Although this enchantment is strong, it can't stand such a terrifying collision and killing between the two. Lin Chen's pure power has been maintained at around 2.4 trillion dragon power. And the clone is also continuously refining Long Qingguo and Xingdan in the Qingxue planting capsule to heal Lin Chen's injuries and keep him in a prosperous state as much as possible. 2,400 billion dragon power is the suitable limit for War God's armor at this stage. If it is increased further, the rate of energy consumption will increase exponentially. He is a living dead, and this commander can't trust him. Lin Chen hit a real fire, and the War God's armor released a piece of golden light to protect the little shadow from being affected in the aftermath of the battle, and the terrifying dragon power of the Star Core exploded with fists and fists. The Holy King Haoyan was even more shocked. During the battle with Lin Chen, he found that the innate shadow that was attached to Lin Chen and helped him move was only about the 8th order. Measured by the standard of holy beasts, even the 8th level intermediate level has not been reached. Lin Chen, who only moves by pure power, can't dodge his 9 wings of the devil. However, it was such a young shadow that could more than double Lin Chen's speed. Bang! The fist slammed, blasting the terrifying mushroom cloud that covered the sky. The Holy King Haoyan took a few hundred steps back, and Lin Chen was shaken back thousands of miles, covered in blood without showing any signs of fatigue. Lin Chen's state of mind has become more rounded and sharpened. His 23rd hexagonal star is about to move, fighting against the Holy King. This benefit will bring him a more terrifying increase in the near future. The Holy King stared at Lin Chen not far away and the little shadow on him, his eyes wandering for a moment. He seemed to have seen the most troublesome combination in the world. He has never seen any demons like the Holy King Haoyan, and he has seen a lot of the Holy Infant on the Saint Talent list, but he has never seen such a combination. A congenital shadow with the top bloodlines of various races. A young man who is so strong that even his generation of holy kings thinks it is beyond recognition. Given time, it is really possible for you to surpass this king. The holy King Haoyan calmed down. In the past, he was afraid that Lin Chen's potential would hinder his resurrection plan. Now, he has to admit that if this sun does not fall in the future, it is very likely that he will surpass him, stand on the top of the holy world, and explore the supreme realm of the gods. Although, he is not as good as a saint list now. What, Lord Holy King, changed his mind? If you don't want to fight, turn right. When you go out, and someone from Lin can send you off. Lin Chen grinned, and calmly glanced at the recharge of the God of Wars. Armguard, there was still 1.85% left. If he fights again, his dragon power will drop. Holy King Haoyan opened his arms and smiled proudly. Lin Chen, feel honored. This king admits that you can be regarded as my true opponent of the Holy King Haoyan. For demon kings, donate your heart and soul. As soon as these words came out, the 4 demon kings trembled. It's actually going to be the last trump card of that trick. This small human race is so strong that Haoyan's friends can't beat it. After the holy demon king was startled, one arm transformed into a black knife and slammed into his chest. Pfft. As soon as the demon blood was sprinkled, they actually dug out their devil heart. Not good. Fairy Crimson and Song Ilian's expressions changed slightly, as if they were aware of something terrible. The next moment, the 4 kings swallowed the devil's heart, and when they chewed the devil's heart, they spit out a black blood and shot at the holy King Haoyan. The holy King Haoyan stepped back, his fingertips were like knives, and he cut open his palms. The strange thing was that his flesh-shell body did not bleed. Lin Chen suddenly felt bad, the god of war armor swung violently in a row. And the golden divine brilliance punched away violently. The speed of the demon blood is extremely fast, and when it touches the body of Dongfang Wuji, the wound in the palm of the hand is instantly absorbed by 4 mouths of demon blood. Boom! 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 The golden light burst, and the holy King Haoyan took several punches from Lin Chen with one hand. That's the feeling, The feeling of the boiling blood of the devil is really addicting. Holy King Haoyan let out a groan of intoxication, his eyes were red, and a series of strange black bubbles bubbled up under the skin of his body. Taste the power that this king lost in exchange for his 100-year life. Human woman. Quack quack. After swallowing your flesh and blood, this king will chew your spiritual power. The 2 holy demon kings ran wild, and their claws shot out 10,000 demonic energy, like dragons and snakes dancing around, making the myriad treasure's mysterious realm tremble and levitate. Fairy Crimson and Song Ilian were repelled and even suffered minor injuries. The current holy demon king is more than twice as powerful as before. Not only that, but there were also 2 holy demon kings who rushed out of Song Ilian and Fairy Crimson's blocking circle, flanking the space where Lin Chen could dodge. 3-1. Lin Chen is in an absolute predicament. This king said that he will do anything to kill you. Except for that arm. Guard, your potential is nothing in front of this king. The holy King Haoyan smiled evilly, and when he wanted to act, Lin Chen suddenly smiled. Yeah, except for my arm guards, I'm really nothing in front of you. But where do you get the confidence to think that I only have one such treasure? Lin Chen's smile looked wild and domineering. In order to prevent you holding ratios, I can't just rely on one trump card. Holy King Haoyan was taken aback. Could it be that? A touch of golden light reappeared, and the pupils of Holy King Haoyan trembled. The splendid golden light entangled Lin Chen's left leg, and the mysterious war god pattern was outlined. A brand new leg armor fit perfectly to all parts of Lin Chen's left knee down. Boom. 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 At this moment, the world roars. Dao 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 divine might is like a flower in the sky, breaking through the 9 heavens. The golden light and divine splendor converged into a phantom that leaned on the sky and covered the earth, covering Lin Chen's body. Even if it was just a passing phantom, the holy King Haoyan gave birth to an unmatched illusion. This invincible sense of oppression, he has only encountered once since the ancient times. The realm of God above the holy king, true God. The god of war suit, the number of parts can be superimposed to increase the ultimate power. At this moment, Lin Chen's pure power is unstoppable, soaring to a new realm. The golden divine brilliance covers the top of Lin Chen's head, and the brilliant golden light radiates the absolute power of the world. 2,500 billion dragon power, 2,900 billion dragon power, 3,500 billion dragon power, 4,000 billion dragon power. The qi and blood in Lin Chen's body were violent and chaotic in an instant, like boiling lava, which could not be stopped at all. The flesh and blood began to collapse, the holy body bleeds, and Lin Chen, who was in the endless golden radiance, began to bleed from the corners of his mouth. The body has reached the limit. This is the first time after Lin Chen was sanctified that the holy body could not bear the blessing of the god of war suit. It's not enough. With this power alone, I can't break through the 2 demon kings and the holy King Haoyan after the transformation of strength. I need more. Lin Chen roared angrily, and his eyes were directed at the holy King Haoyan. His body was enveloped in a vast and divine brilliance, and he began to burn. A wisp of orange flame consumes 300,000 talent points. The host has selected the target to complete. Opened the orange level talent, and is in a desperate state of life and death. The power of the host is increasing. An orange flame that was born to death is like breaking through the shackles. And the 22 hexagonal stars in Lin Chen's body glow with the brilliance of orange flames. This orange flame burns all his holy power, blood, spiritual power, and even his vitality into power. The orange level extreme single-handed talent, desperate life and death. This is Lin Chen's first use of this talent after upgrading it. The power exchanged for the vitality of the burning Eucharist and the effect used during the War Emperor period are completely on the level of 2 worlds. 4.5 trillion dragon power, 5,000 billion dragon power, 5,300 billion dragon power. With the effect of the talent of desperate life and death, Lin Chen's strength of the god of war suit has increased to a higher level, surpassing the limit. Not good. The 2 demon kings changed their expressions at the same time and slammed into the void like a blazing thunder, and rushed behind Lin Chen. The 2 demons slammed into Lin Chen's back, their palms were like pitch black vortexes, and when they shot, the sky and the earth were dimly lit, covering the sky and the sun, and the entire mystical realm of myriad treasures, became an endless devil's cave. Only the splendid golden splendor does not fall. The golden radiance suddenly flashed. Sigh. Boom. The demonic energy exploded, the black fog in the sky exploded billowing wolf smoke, and 2 tens of thousands of miles of space cracks were torn open in the secret territory of Wanbao. That was the direction in which the 2 holy demon kings were blown away, which was shocking. The 2 demon kings didn't even see how Lin Chen made his move. Finally, after Lin Chen's power soared all the way, he finally stopped before the 6.3 trillion dragon power mark. 9,999 golden lights crisscrossed from the void. The young man walked out slowly from the golden beam of light, and the terrifying force that ripped apart the heaven and the earth shook the space crystal wall to pieces. Lin Chen hovered in the air. The war god's right arm armor and left leg armor were worn at the same time, and even the space barrier set up by the Holy King Haotian himself began to collapse. His whole body is as bright as stars, his divine brilliance is covered, and he is invincible in all directions, like a god of war in golden armor, coming to the world, in charge of the sun, moon and universe, and ruling all things in annihilation. The two demon kings were repelled by Lin Chen with one move, awakening a bit of reason from the violent anger, and showing shock for the first time. What trick did this human race use? This king has never seen such a god-defying human descendant. Lin Chen's heart throbbed. At this time, his vitality was gradually fading away, but his emotions were not at all flustered and stage fright. Yes, it's just the fighting spirit that dares to fight for the world. Little guy, go back and leave it to me next. Lin Chen's spiritual voice transmission. The little shadow immediately retracted his Qingxue planting capsule. In the next battle, little shadow couldn't intervene even if he was talented. And Lin Chen even tried to protect it. The whole body is full of anti-sky divine power, which makes him have the illusion that the world can be turned upside down with a wave of his hand. It seemed like a long time, but in fact, the Holy King Haotian came back to his senses in an instant. You still have a backhand. The Holy King Haotian had a hoarse voice. He never expected that Lin Chen still had such a powerful trump card. My trump card, there are still more, Lord Holy King, the Holy Burial Mountain range was almost smashed to pieces by your great formation last time, and now. Lin Chen smiled sternly. This account, settle it now. Arrogant Junior, die. Chilean 7 kills. The Holy King no longer retains it. With one finger, everything depends on UPS. And downs, and a giant finger with 7 kill engraved on it was born, and as far as his eyes can see, there is a swarm of demons, and he presses on Lin Chen with one finger. The god of war's right arm armor is unparalleled in the world. Lin Chen laughed madly, and hit the face with a palm. This palm will last forever. This palm is mine alone. Between the 5 fingers, the mighty power to suppress ghosts and gods is shattered, like a universal storm sweeping across the sun, moon, and stars. Suddenly descending on the mystical realm of myriad treasures, the world trembles with fear. Sigh. Tear. The moment the space was penetrated, Saint King Haotian's red Lian 7 killing fingers was directly photographed by Lin Chen into nothingness. Bang! Lin Chen stepped on his feet, shattering the void of thousands of miles, and his body flashed with divine brilliance. Holy King Haotian's scalp exploded, but before he could avoid it, a golden light swirled in anger. Lin Chen's speed was as fast as a jumping plane, and the golden leg armor shrouded the top of the Holy King's head. Lin Chen, who swept to the top of the Holy King's head, suddenly burst out with dragon power, and the golden light flashed, his legs like a battle axe, smashing the top of the Holy King's head, hitting the sky. Sigh. Boom. The Holy King Haotian was smashed into the air by Lin Chen and fell, hitting the ley lines of the mysterious treasure realm. The entire plane seemed to be hit by a meteor, shaking in turbulence, directly smashing half of the mountain range in the secret territory in half, and the foundations on both sides were completely overturned and cracked. Song Alien, who was in a hard fight, couldn't help but tremble at the corners of her lips. You must know that the many treasures in the mysterious treasure realm were created by the elders of the presbytery. There is no specific method. Even her song alien cannot destroy every flower and grass in the myriad treasures. Mystery realm. Lin Chen smashed all the mountains of myriad treasures secret realm with 1 foot. How many secrets does this boy have? Boom. 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 The demonic energy rose, and when it exploded continuously, it formed a chain of dark magic rings, hundreds of thousands, covering all directions around Lin Chen. Each magic ring can easily crush a saint at the peak of the 5th level and even hit the 6th level early stage of a saint. The 2 demon kings clenched their hands in anger. The magic ring shrank like lightning, squeezed the space, and wanted to tie Lin Chen tightly. Break! Lin Chen's shoulders shook. The divine brilliance was unparalleled in the world, and the dragon force swept across the world, shooting thousands of golden beams all over his body, turning into golden divine brilliance like the sky, shattering all the dark magic rings. Lin Chen raised his hand into a fist, and the golden fist light suddenly struck in the direction of the 2 demon kings, instantiating countless afterimages, and blasting hundreds of punches like lightning. The power of each punch is no less than 5.5 trillion dragon power. The 2 demon kings were fierce and vicious, and they were waiting in a fierce battle. One demon king released all the demon energy from his body and turned into a huge demon falcon covering thousands of acres, sweeping the sky and destroying it. The other one, the demon body, split into a space plane that connected with other time and space, and a magic claw protruded from the crack, which shook Lin Chen's hundreds of punches. Boom. 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 The terrifying energy spreads to the sky, and the mystical realm of myriad treasures is shattered. The fist style that shone with golden light made the 2 demon kings keep retreating, and even the crimson fairy on the other side of the secret realm also looked at him. How could he be so fierce? 1 on 3 can still have an advantage? In the space below Lin Chen, another ray of blood-colored lightning shot out, containing the breath of death that everything withered. The blood-colored lightning of the holy King Haoyan made Lin Chen have a sense of crisis lingering in his heart, and immediately urged Longli to retreat, shot it with a backhand, and smashed the blood-colored lightning into pieces. Lin Chen. If I don't get rid of you here, this king is uneasy. Die. Holy King Haoyan roared, and the demonic blood in his body condensed into a vast demonic dragon and rushed towards Lin Chen. An old monster who betrayed the morality of the human race should go back and lie down in your coffin. Lin Chen's fighting spirit rose, and he punched violently. When he smashed the dragon, he sent dozens of punches in a row. The force of the dragon in the sky and latitude shook the light and dimmed the light, and Zhou Tian moved. The 2 fought together, and Lin Chen had the terrifying power to shatter the plane with every punch and kick, but after the holy King Haoyan absorbed the blood of the 4 major demon kings, his power became stronger and stronger as time went on. But at the same time, his entire body would collapse, blood oozing from his body constantly. His demonic energy surged into the sky, his face twisted with black bubbles, and his fangs were ferocious. After this battle, his body would definitely not be able to be used again. Every time he changed his body, his mental power would gradually weaken. Both of them fought with the will to kill, and neither of them planned to retreat. Everyone wants to be here and completely get rid of each other. The two demon kings were repelled within 10 breaths, and they swept in again. The cruelty and ill will of the holy demon king is extremely heavy, and they have to pay the painful price of devouring the devil's heart and depleting 100 years of life. They must win this battle. The three demons came together. Lin Chen fought bleeding, and devoted himself to the battle, punching like a raptor and shaking a star, and his palm seemed to destroy the universe. Every time, he rushed to the melee field of the three major demons to fight, exerting his pure power to the extreme, punching to the flesh. For rays of holy light intertwined and flashed, Lin Chen punched and kicked, turned into a god of war, and descended into the world to fight a group of demons. Trigger Super Chaos 4 times. The host has activated all chaos times, consumes 400,000 talent points. Successfully launched Extinction Crackdown, consuming 660,000 talent points. Acquired 250,000 Heavenly Dao points, 190,000 talent points, 190,000 suit essence, 300 million enhancement points. Lin Chen became more and more brave in battle, and used many talents in turn. And he would fight to the end with the holy King Haotian at the cost of exhausting all his talent points. At the same time, the attribute values harvested are all terrifyingly high. The outside world, when the elders of Danyu are still in a hurry. The Tsingy giant suddenly changed his expression. The space barrier is about to crack. Has the situation inside changed? The blue-clothed giant immediately acted, tearing apart the space, rushing into the void above the entrance to the myriad treasure's secret realm, and waiting in full force. As long as there is any situation, even if there is a trace of breath leaking, he will immediately rush in along the inner space crack. Seeing this, the elders immediately rushed out of the three pavilions of heaven, earth, and people, and hovered above Qingtian Island. What's the situation? It's everyone from the Presbyterian Church. Why did you activate the space array? It's not right. Is there anyone who dares to come to Qingtian City to make trouble? 10 lives are not enough, right? The election conference has just ended, and there are still a large number of people stranded in Qingtian City. Everyone is mobilizing the holy energy. Looking through the void and seeing the appearance of the elders as if they are facing the enemy, all of them are curious. 36 domains. In terms of relationship network, Dan domain is the deepest domain. Not to mention the fact that it belongs to one of the forces representing Pill domain, the Council of Elders. Provoking the Danyu Presbyterian Church? Even the 7th grade giants do not have this background. When the elders are facing a big enemy in the outside world, the myriad treasures are in the secret territory. Lin Chen beat 3 by 1, and he didn't lose at all. At this time, Lin Chen's pure power is approaching 6.5 trillion dragon power. Although his God of War suit has reached the limit that can be improved by charging at the current stage, his talent of desperate life and death, the power obtained by burning life force, will become stronger and stronger with the passage of time. The vast and continuous Wanbao Mountains have been completely shattered at this moment. Most of the space enchantment shrouded in the medicinal material, sacred relic, has dissipated, and many rare treasures have strayed into the void or sank to the ground, and some have been severely damaged. The space crystal wall was devastated and almost shattered. The mysterious realm of myriad treasures has endured the aftermath of the battle in 3 powerful battle circles, and is approaching the limit. It seems that there is only one chance to blow the shackles of the entire plane from the inside. Boom. Boom. It was another earth-shattering collision. 1 person and 3 demons were separated, each on one side. Lin Chen's breathing was a little messy, but his eyes were full of excitement. In the previous battle, he gained a lot of attribute values. The most important thing is that this level of battle is very useful for Lin Chen's benefit. This king's injury has not recovered. The wound of the devil's heart is expanding. How is this possible? The two demon kings were horrified, and the Haotian holy king's eyes were full of shock. When he was in Jia Tower, he had seen Lin Chen's strange trump card. Although he had been careful, he still didn't know when he was hit. He didn't use bloodline supernatural powers, nor did he use any unique skills. He used to fight with those two bizarre golden armors and leg armors, but he followed Lin Chen's way. You too, I don't have time to entangle with him. This kid's strength is getting stronger and stronger, and he will be destroyed in one move. When the holy King Haotian was drinking, the eyes of the two holy demon kings flickered, and they bared their teeth. Friend Haotian, I hope you don't let down the friendship of my family. I will wait for the four kings to assist you. If you can't get this son or get enough rewards, this king will definitely report your situation to the above in the future. The holy King Haotian frowned and said solemnly, stop talking nonsense. There is no turning back when the bow is opened. Killing this son is equivalent to giving your demons a future disaster. The two kings looked at each other, their faces softened slightly, and immediately stood behind the holy King Haotian. Pfft. The surface of the two demon kings cracked, protruding more than a dozen thorns. The next moment, the thorns slammed into the heavenly cover and temple of the holy King Haotian. Roar. The holy King Haotian let out a violent roar, and the demonic energy in his body soared, and the demonic energy was like black snakes dancing in the sky. All the demonic black snakes began to be injected into the brows of the holy King Haotian, and suddenly locked on Lin Chen, and the dark magic light became stronger and stronger. One move to decide the outcome? Exactly what I want. Lin Chen was mad and wanton, and his smile became more and more crazy. The orange flames burning in his body suddenly intensified, and Lin Chen, who was intertwined with golden orange flames, lost his vitality faster. At this moment, Lin Chen's left leg swayed slightly, and the left leg armor of the god of war released hundreds of millions of golden rays of light, twisting into a golden vortex, as if all the time and space were included in the golden vortex. 500 times, 1,000 times, 2,000 times, 4,000 times. The power exchanged by Lin Chen's vitality is constantly soaring, and the dragon power has broken through 7 trillion dragon power and 8 trillion dragon power. Lin Chen's fighting spirit was violent, and the corners of his mouth rose. This kick, I will send you back to your hometown. Halloween Demon Burial. The holy King Haotian, who had blessed the power of the two demon kings, let out a roar, and his brows burst into a vortex of demonic energy. Inside the vortex, a golem that spanned half the mystical realm of myriad treasure swept straight towards Lin Chen. Give me, smash. The strength was urged, and the figure was crushed. Lin Chen turned around suddenly, and the left leg armor of the god of war exploded. The Peerless divine power of the planes of the heavens smashed straight and slammed into the golem. At this moment, the other two demon kings, Fairy Crimson and Song Ilian, realized something at the same time. Their expressions changed slightly, and they immediately retreated. Outside, the space barrier that blocked the inside of Myriad Treasure's mystery realm split open in an instant, glowing with a golden light. The void began to vibrate, and the expression of the Tsingy giant changed. Slightly. The Tsingy giant responded quickly and rushed over immediately. Tear. Bang. Boom. When an explosion resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 places, the space exploded, and the dazzling golden radiance had the power to push 3,000 worlds horizontally. Ilian, little friend Lin Chen, this old man is here to save, The Tsingy giant's scalp exploded in an instant. As a senior member of the Presbyterian Church, he looked like he had seen a ghost at the moment, and he was stunned. What's even more terrifying is that within the endless golden radiance, the young man raised his left leg and kicked horizontally. 3 figures were blasted out like lightning, and he vomited blood violently. The Tsingy giant was stupid on the spot. The ones who were blasted out turned out to be the Haotian Holy King and the 2 Holy Devil Kings? What's even more frustrating is that the mysterious realm of myriad treasures was actually kicked by a young man like Lin Chen? Destroy the world with 1 foot. Boom. 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 The space exploded, Jin Hui ripped apart the void, and blasted the 2 demon kings and Haotian Holy King 100,000 miles away in an instant, rushing straight out of the pill territory. The Tsingy giant stared blankly at Lin Chen and the Holy King Haotian, who passed by, his mouth twitching wildly. This is so. Who protects who? Does this kid really need protection? Danyu, Sky City. When the space swayed, all the elders were ready to wait, and suddenly, the hunchbacked old man seemed to sense something, and his face changed greatly. Not good. Increase the space barrier. The 10 elders had just shot, and when the holy energy was injected into the enchantment, the space of heaven and earth seemed to be turned upside down in an instant. The space seemed to be swung up and turned in a big circle, and everyone felt that the world was turned upside down, and when they were dizzy. Boom. Bang. Bang. The 10 elders were shaken back by a golden aftermath on the spot. Above the sky dome of Qingtian City, almost in 1,000th of a breath, it tore apart a space crack that led to 1,000,000 miles. In Qingtian City, everyone's heart trembled, the sky actually cracked open? The golden radiance of the sky suddenly filled the cracked sky, and 4 silhouettes flashed by in an instant. When the saints urged their holy energy to stare, they suddenly exploded. Look, what is that? Damn, Holy Demon King? The demons dare to come here? The whole sect is prepared, the dude beats his mother. You cannot buy things, women cannot go, the demons must die. Wait a minute. Hey, I'm relying on it, isn't that Lin Chen? And that person, Igon, Holy King Haotian? Haotian Holy King was beaten out? Lin Chen, who passed by in a flash, was extremely fast, but he could not avoid the eyes of the saints. When they saw the appearance of Holy King Haotian vomiting blood, even the 10 elders were stunned. What's the situation? Why is the Holy King Haotian and the 2 devil kings being beaten out? This kid has gone too far. Sigh. Boom. The space disintegrated, and a golden vortex formed between the collapse of the airflow. Lin Chen crossed the sky with another whip leg that exploded the plane of the star, and the bang swept out, and the entire skylifting city shook violently. Boom. Boom. The 2 holy demon kings were blown away, the blood of the demons was mad, and the attributes were madly dropped. As soon as Lin Chen's figure moved longly to move, he shuttled to the front of the Holy King Haotian again, and Jing Guang's fist smashed his chest angrily, forcing the Holy King of Haotian to fail even if he defended. The Holy King Haotian gritted his teeth, the demonic energy oozing out of blood, and the other claws smashed at Lin Chen. Unexpectedly, he did not hide at all, urging Long Li to approach the Holy King Hao Yan and fight directly in melee. Avoid the attacks that can be avoided as much as possible, and Lin Chen also chooses to hit hard from the front if it cannot be avoided. No cowardice at all. I looked stupid on the spot for some wizards on the enchanting list. Dare to touch your brother Chen, I will hammer you to death. Life and death are bearish, I'll do it hard. Come on, don't retreat. Are you hiding from you, Lao Inbi, and bring the demons to Yin Laozi, and I will pull you back even if I die. His whole body was burning with orange flames, and the golden divine radiance covered his entire body, causing the physical body of the Holy King Hao Yan to retreat step by step. The two devil kings who were seriously injured tried to support the Holy King Hao Yan, but they were kicked hundreds of thousands of miles away by Lin Chen. Again and again. Lin Chen entered the final moment of his talent of desperate life and death. The offensive was like a madman. He used both fists and feet, uppercuts, side elbows, knee hits, horizontal throws, and whips. Come into the world will be turned upside down, and the space will be overturned. Everyone in Sky City was dumbfounded. Whether it is the sect of the 6th rank family, or the power of the 7th rank giant, or the pampered masters of alchemy, or the hidden old monsters who have experienced the vicissitudes of life and read all the ages, or the unruly wizards on the enchanting list, the expressions of everyone are surprisingly unified, the eyes are wide, and the mouth is open enough to lay an egg. Since the sound of Dan came, Wan Dan's eyes exploded, and this child let them witness an unforgettable scene. Punch the Holy King Hao Yan, and step on the high-level Demon King. Is this the fucking list of evildoers? Only Lin Chen can be counted on the list of evildoers, so aren't the other evildoers all muggles? There is such a young man in the world. It's too cruel, I don't want to be an enemy of him in my life. Bang with the Holy King, this guy is not human at all. It's beyond common sense, how could we be born in the same era as this monster? The people on the enchanting list who are still stranded in Qingtian City have a huge sense of powerlessness in their hearts. Seeing this scene, the 10 elders of the Presbyterian Council did not dare to intervene in the battle lightly. They would be affected by Lin Chen's frenzied offensive in minutes, and they backhandedly protected the entire Sky City. For thousands of people. Boom. 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 Lin Chen's boxing style caused a series of explosions from the body of the Holy King Hao Yan. The blood of the devil flew, and the color of the Holy King changed. He was finally starting to take it no longer. Hao Yan Holy King's injuries have been accumulating, and the talent of Mia Chuang caused him a snowball-like injury. The Holy King did not even have a gap to escape from the space channel, and was defeated by Lin Chen's stormy offensive. Finally. Sigh. Bang. Lin Chen forgot how many punches he punched, and when he hit Holy King Hao Yan's chest again, his whole body slammed, and he was smashed alive by Lin Chen into a bloody fog. The target character has been killed, and the state of life and death talent has been lifted. At the moment when the alternate flesh body of the Holy King Hao Yan was exploded, a treasure chest with exquisite colors and orange light all over his body fell out. This Wugwang Supreme treasure chest is a bit special. The orange flame burning on Lin Chen's body slowly dissipated, and the light of the 2 war god parts also appeared dim. After Lin Chen was out of breath, he let out a long breath. Just now, he fought hard against the Holy King Hao Yan with just one breath. As soon as the life and death talent is turned on, there is no turning back at all. Either you die or I die. Fortunately, I killed this old guy, otherwise I would have died. When Lin Chen was afraid, a new vision came from the holy cave, and the holy cave in time and space derived a new holy cave. Click. Click. There were two crisp sounds like cracking shells in the body. Lin Chen's 23rd and 24th holy acupoints broke open at this moment, breaking through the bottleneck. 24 six-pointed stars flickered on him. The people who witnessed this scene were even more dumbfounded and stayed where they were. 1. Lin Chen won. It was so cruel that it blew up the flesh shell possessed by the Holy King. Alive. Many geniuses on the enchanting list secretly swore in their hearts that they would never provoke this guy again in this life. So perverted, so cruel. They will believe that anyone who is afraid of their identities on the enchanting list will not dare to take their lives, but this Lin Chen is the only one. Holy King, he is fighting to the death. Will he be afraid of the identity of the enchanting list? Isn't it not Shou Xinggong who made him hang himself? The two big demon kings in the outside world reacted very quickly. When they saw this scene, they immediately activated the seal of demon blood, and in a single breath, the vortex of space filled with demonic energy opened up. When the two demon kings left, they stared at Lin Chen, full of fear. The human race has such a monster. It seems that I have to report it. If such a person appears in the human race, Shibi will threaten our clan's plan. The two demon kings disappeared, and the 10 elders did not dare to pursue them easily. They are the elders of the pill domain, and they are proficient in the field of alchemy after all, unlike the kind of demons who fight and kill all day long. In a normal fight at the same level, it must be the high-level holy demon king. Who is better than them? Breakthrough again? Lin Chen looked at his full holy acupoint in surprise. And then sighed. However, the price paid is a bit tragic. When Lin Chen turned on the system, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. God of War Suit Ultimate Left Leg Armor Charge, 0.2%. God of War Suit Ultimate Right Armor Charge, 0.13%. As for the essence of the set, although there are still 1.9 million, it can only restore one component to 1.5% at most. At that time, he will be able to deal with the 6th level of a holy realm at most. Like today's battle, if he encounters it again in a short period of time, Lin Chen will definitely have an accident. The boat will naturally go straight to the bridge and smash this old guy. In a short time, I don't have to worry about him coming to me. I don't believe that a dying person can come up again and again. Lin Chen put away his thoughts, released the 2 God of War parts recovery system, and released the Holy Dragon to take away the attribute light balls dropped by the 2 demon kings. The host has obtained 18 billion points of advanced chi and blood, 12 billion points of advanced chi and blood, 13.3 million points of advanced spiritual power, 5 billion points of reinforcement, 9 million points of talent, 900,000 points of Fangfeng energy. These attribute light balls are of extremely high quality. With Lin Chen's chi and blood power, the 6 clones immediately assist the main body to absorb massive chi and blood attributes, and the power begins to grow by leaps and bounds. Lin Chen's eyes lit up when he grabbed the property treasure chest of Holy King Haoyan that had been exploded. Open the Wuguang Supreme Treasure Box, Cultivation Technique. The host obtains the Orange Level Intermediate Movement Technique, 9 Wings of the Devil, cultivated to the 9 wings, can travel through 1,000,000 miles of void in one breath, in the holy world space, can also transcend speed of light. Orange rank intermediate cultivation technique. And it is also the most precious and rarest movement technique in the legend. This wave is not a loss, ha ha ha. The orange rank movement technique is already ridiculously expensive, and the orange rank intermediate, the power of the 7th rank giant may not be there. Hao Dian Holy King, I really thank you. And your family. Lin Chen's heart was happy, and when he accepted this volume of exercises, he found that many eyes in Qingtian City were staring at him. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, then he fluttered his bangs and smiled evilly. Don't be obsessed with brother, brother is just a legend. Don't worship me. Because I belong to the world. Everyone. The person who had admired Lin Chen so much just a moment ago was halved at this moment. However, after this battle, Lin Chen will definitely cause an uproar in the entire holy world in the near future. His achievements in refining medicine and achievements are astounding. If it is not good, it will alarm the list of saints. You make a riot every time you don't bring me. As soon as the space barrier was lifted, the little demon empress and the people from Zixia Wangu rushed up immediately, and the little demon empress punched Lin Chen angrily. The elders of Zixia King Valley can only smile bitterly, bring you? Darling. Lin Chen is fighting the Holy King stand-in. Miss, do you want to fight the Holy King too? They can't afford it. Hey, don't worry, I'm also on the enchanting list now, and we have more opportunities to cooperate. The pale-faced Lin Sun still gave a conscious smirk. The corners of the little demon empress mouth rose, and the two devils looked at each other and smiled, making the hearts of the elders tremble. Young Master Lin Chen, are you all right? Fairy Crimson came through the void, her breath was slightly weak, and her face was worried. Lin Chen's heart warmed, this time thanks to Fairy Crimson, otherwise if another high-level holy devil besieged him, the result would not be optimistic. Lin Chen immediately asked, what about the two holy devil kings? Fairy Crimson said, they left, and they retreated shortly after you broke the space barrier of Myriad Treasure's secret realm. You have to be careful, the potential you show will definitely attract the attention of the demons. Then don't I have you? Lin Chen teased. Fairy rolled his eyes at him, I can't help you every time. The 10 elders of the Presbyterian Church could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw that Lin Chen's breath was weak, but fortunately he was still alive and well. When they mobilized their holy energy and looked through the void, they were stunned when they saw the giant in blue while repairing the space barrier and messing up in the wind. At the second glance, the corners of the mouths of the 10 elders trembled. The entire mystical realm of Myriad Treasures is torn apart. Treasures inside. Especially in the extreme eastern region, a huge hole of hundreds of thousands of feet was kicked out alive. 1 foot destroys the world. This boy is too scary. The elders' hearts twitched a few times, and they couldn't help but smile bitterly. Immediately, 7 elders traveled through the void and joined the operation to restore the mysterious realm of Myriad Treasures. What makes all the elders more painful is the treasure of the mysterious treasure realm. Although the rescue was not too late, more than 30% of the treasures were scattered into the boundless void due to the collapse of the space barrier. Even if the Tsingy giant makes a move, it will be difficult to get them all back, let alone repair this mysterious treasure realm now. However, it is impossible for them to blame Lin Chen. After all, it was caused By the initiative of the Holy King Haoyin. Lin Chen seemed to remember something, and immediately traveled through the void and returned to the mysterious realm of myriad treasures. There are still attribute treasure chests in the Wanbao secret area. Burial in the holy mountains, inside an ancient bronze coffin. The body of the Holy King Haoyin suddenly bleeds from the corner of his mouth. An air transplantation capsule flashed back into the ancient coffin like a ghost. This Qi transport capsule is like a shadow, and it seems to only follow the spiritual imprint of its master. It is much more advanced than Lin Chen's Qingxue capsule. Holy King Haoyin opened his cold but cold eyes, and his vitality became even more dim. He stared at the Qi Yun planting capsule, the dying Mo Jiu Yi. His expression was cold. Lin Chen, what a Lin Chen. This child has full wings. I'm afraid it will be difficult to restrain his edge in a short time. Holy King Haoyin's expression was gloomy and fierce. He is definitely not someone who despises Lin Chen. If not, he will not participate in the election conference in person. But he didn't expect that he had recruited 4 holy devil kings, plus he personally took action. He didn't expect to be killed by the sun, and he would end up with the worst end. This child's growth arc is too heaven-defying. It's only been a long time since I met this boy from the Holy Burial Mountain Range. Holy King Haoyin's eyes flickered, and his mental weakness became stronger. The sage expands the acupoints fourfold, the holy cave expands, the holy power increases, the sea is open to all rivers, and once the holy energy is released, it is like a mountain and sea prison. The 5 layers of condensing, the condensed and transformed holy acupoints. The holy air flows through the sky and the latitude and the earth, the holy power is infinite, and every inch and every ray has the mighty power of turning the stars. The 6th level of life and death, the holy force is contaminated with the energy of life and death, transcending the mundane life. The holy force can create life. A thought blooms, and a thought dies. It has the power to create destruction, and is contaminated with the energy of life due to holy power. If it is severely injured, as long as enough time is given, it can even be reborn from a broken arm. 7-fold naxing, using the holy force of life and death in the holy cave to absorb the energy of the universe. Many treasure energy can be refined. The holy cave is refined into a planet-like treasure, so that the power of the holy cave is like the stalwart of the stars, solid for the realm of naxing. The fighting power that this sun can explode now, as long as he still has those 2 weird arm armors and leg armors, he is invincible under the saint. 7th stage star realm. Naxing realm is a power that is close to the top of the holy realm. On weekdays, not much is left in the holy realm, or explores endless secret realms, or travels around the world. This kind of character, even if the Holy King Haoyin can be mobilized, cannot be found in a short time. Forget it. The most urgent task is to find the source of the 9 dragon balls to restore the spirit of this king. If you are a substitute, Lin Chen, Lin Xingchen, when this king is resurrected, both of you will die. Lin Chen seemed to remember something, and immediately traveled through the void and returned to the mysterious realm of myriad treasures. There are still attribute treasure chests in the Wanbao secret area. When returning to the mystical realm of myriad treasures, ignoring the doubtful gazes of the elders, Lin Chen rushed in the direction of the attribute radiance. On the top of the Golden Mountain Range, there is a 5-light supreme treasure chest suspended. However, this 5-light treasure chest is not ordinary. The light is colorful, but the treasure chest emits a light orange, which is slightly different from the previous one. Lin Chen flew into the air, and when he grabbed the attribute treasure box, the system light screen popped up. Open the talent class, Wugwang Supreme Treasure Chest, and the host obtains the orange level, one-time active talent, Heavenly Rebel, extreme attack, extreme instant kill, and instant kill when breaking defense. Lin Chen was struck by lightning in an instant. My heart is both ecstatic and annoyed. The phrase "I'll take you to fight" almost blurted out. Damn it. If I got this talent just now and cooperated with the God of War two-piece suit, I would kill all these demons. Lin Chen felt a loss of 100 million. If the God of War two-piece suit is matched with the Heavenly Rebel, Lin Chen has absolute confidence that the 4 demon kings will die. However, he is more confident. With the rebels in hand, anything is possible. Alas, the world is so wonderful, and I suddenly feel more handsome. Lin Chen accepted it with joy. This trump card can be called the strongest when the two-piece set of God of War is insufficiently charged. However, just after getting the Heaven Rebel Lin Chen, he was shocked to find that there was no trace of the little shadow in the Qingxue planting capsule. Little shadow, gone. Where did this little guy go? Lin Chen was moved. The spiritual imprint of the little shadow is very dim. He couldn't tell whether it was weakness or the distance. Grandmas, let me know if you want to leave. Where did you go? Lin Chen was so anxious that if the innate shadows wanted to hide and found them in the endless void, it would be easier to find a needle in a haystack. After the little shadow followed Lin Chen, he never left Lin Chen, because this little guy has a fatal flaw and consumes very quickly. Especially the current little shadow, ordinary medicinal pills can be used as a snack at most, and a first-grade holy pill is required to support its consumption for a period of time. In case it encounters a Peerless powerhouse again, it is likely to become a pet. Lin Chen anxiously looked for a large circle of mysterious treasure realm, but there were no ghosts. However, the weakness of his body could not allow Lin Chen to search any longer, and he was forced to return to the Elder Pavilion to retreat and heal his wounds. And the Presbyterian Church is still rushing to rescue the mysterious realm of myriad treasures. Lin Chen purchased many sacred healing products from the Presbyterian Church, and the effect was even better than his long Qinghua. The saint was injured, even if it was the lightest degree. It took a month to recuperate, and Lin Chen recovered 80% in just 1 day and 1 night. At night, Lin Chen was so anxious. Little shadow is not back yet. Where has this little guy gone? At this time, a Qingxue planting capsule carrying colorful brilliance into Lin Chen actually ignored the spiritual prohibition of the Qiyun planting capsule. Lin Chen was about to be on guard, but his face was delighted. Little guy? You still have the face to come back. Where have you gone? Lin Chen was about to teach little shadow a lesson and let him remember for a long time, when he saw the little guy staring at Lin Chen's mental body with teary eyes. Look, you think you won't be beaten for being cute, don't you? You run away. Without a word, do you know? I'm idiot. Lin Chen's eyes widened, and he was stunned for a moment. I saw that behind the little shadows, the mountains of precious light were shrouded in endlessly, and the colors were splendid. There were 10,000 foot long superlative ice spirits, 9-color exquisite bodhisattva, which had the effect of reviving death, and the other side that was contaminated with the energy of life and death. Holy Lotus. There are so many treasures. Seeing Lin Chen's cold air, his heart was trembling. Did this little guy rob the treasure house of which 7th grade sect? Many treasures, and even a single piece are worth as much as a roll of orange level. Exercises. Now it is piled up like a hill in front of Lin Chen, and with some on Lin's net worth, facing these treasures, there is a dreamlike illusion. As if thinking of some possibilities, Lin Chen was struck by lightning. You stole the mysterious realm of myriad treasures? Mentioning this matter, Little Shadow suddenly puffed out his chest proudly. Very proud. Lin Chen thought about it again. Although this little guy is very talented, he still has no means to steal the treasures of the myriad treasures secret realm. Under the eyes of the Tsingy giant and Song Yilian. To be precise, it should be this little guy who picked up the leak. Little Shadow, it's impossible to sleep in this life. Just stealing this kind of thing can only maintain the appearance of life. Goo. The aftermath of the battle between Lin Chen and the Holy King Hao Yin shattered the space enchantment of many treasures, causing them to fall into endless space cracks and void gaps. Innate shadows are born in the boundless void. They have the most natural talent for space. They can easily find the top-quality sacred objects scattered in the void gaps in the mysterious realm of myriad treasures. Although some sacred objects were damaged, most of them were intact. Little Shadow picked up all the 30% of the treasures lost in the mysterious treasure realm. You little guy, let's not set an example. Lin Chen taught Little Shadow a serious lesson, and then rewarded Little Shadow with 3 second-grade holy pills while scolding. The little guy is very spiritual, nodding thoughtfully. Well, next time I will increase the intensity. Lin Chen counted, there are 189 kinds of 5th-grade holy treasures, 110 kinds of 6th-grade holy treasures, 12 kinds of 7th-grade holy mines, 24 kinds of 6th-grade holy mines, and 9 kinds of 7th-grade holy mines. There are also 10 sacred relics of immeasurable value, such as the 9-color exquisite Bodhisattva, which is said to have the miraculous effect of resurrecting the dead, and the holy lotus on the other side, which is contaminated with the energy of life and death. These sacred objects that even the 6th level of the Holy Land would be crazy about, Lin Chen could not estimate their value for the time being. Once the thing in the hands of someone in Talon is in, there is no possibility of returning it. It's a favor of the Presbyterian Church. Can I pay it back later? If I don't reach the cave, I don't have much resistance to many powerful saints. I can only rely on the armor of the God of War to change the current status quo. Although the elders of Danyu treat him well, Lin Chen, but if he has the opportunity, he would like to empty the entire myriad treasures secret realm. Right now, there is the Holy King Hao Yin in front of Lin Chen, the son of cloudy heaven in the back, and the mountain of Xinyan Palace in front of him. There is never enough time to increase strength. Now is not the time to be a bad person. Lin Chen mobilized the holy cave, and put the 2 middle-grade variant crystals of the champion of the election conference, one fire and the other dark, into the holy cave. Lin Chen turned on the system. Tiandao Pickup System version 7.0. Host, Lin Chen, Cultivation, Middle Stage of Holy Land, Triple Stage, 24 Holy Caves, Advanced Essence, 2,826.6 billion points. Ultimate Strength, 7.8 billion. Dragon Power, Meat Shell Awakening, plus 100%. Advanced Chi and Blood, 2,354.5 billion points. Advanced Spirit, 15.1 billion points, the Great Achievement Stage of the Holy Land. Advanced Cultivation Technique Essence, 95.09 million points. Advanced Rune Energy, 94.95 million points. Intermediate Heavenly Dao Value, 39.22 million points. Intermediate talent points, 78.2 million points. Set essence, 1.95 million points. Blank attributes, 0 points. Strengthening points, 18.965 billion points. Refined variants, 37 pieces. Advanced element energy, fire 34.1 million, earth 24.15 million, wood 23.99 million, gold 24.33 million, water 24.41 million, thunder 24.35 million, wind 24.31 million, light 23.46 million, dark 23.52 million points. Set column, gold God of War suit, holding parts, ultimate right arm armor. Ultimate left leg armor, production picture, ultimate right leg armor. Bloodline status bar, exercise status bar, life awakening bar. Active talent column, passive talent column, nirvana column, characteristic. Rune column, talent combination skills. Lin Chen used up all the essence of the suit, and the God of War armor. Temporarily recovered to 1.6% of the charge. System, I want to practice 9 wings of the devil and 8 extremes. Profound seal. Consumed 92 million advanced exercises and souls, and began to integrate the cultivation memories of 8 extremes profound saint seal and 9 wings of the devil. The 8 extreme profound sacred seal, the orange level low-level alchemy handprint, was the champion prize of Lin Chen Tian's selection conference. After cultivating this seal and strengthening the effect, Lin Chen's medicine refining skills will undergo a qualitative leap. In the next 10 days, Lin Chen fell into a state of crazy medicine refining. Except for refining the different crystals and integrating the cultivation memory. Little Shadow's appetite is getting bigger and bigger, and he needs more and more holy pills. Ordinary first grade and second grade holy pills can be refined about 5 to 8 a day at the speed of Lin Chen's refining medicine. After cultivating the 8 extremes profound sacred seal, if the materials are sufficient, the efficiency can be increased to 13 to 18 pieces a day. After Lin Chen's medicine refining experience and outline of the pill saint of the Pluto were gradually engraved in his mind, he became more and more skilled in refining temporary explosive holy pills. There are 3 grades of holy pills, and the wild dragon burst blood pill. It is also effective to take the acupoint expanding sage. The user can temporarily increase a large amount of pure power, but it will consume a large amount of qi and blood power, and will fall into a weak state afterward. There are also 4th grade holy pills and 1000 phantom shadow pills, which can skyrocket the speed of holy power and increase the speed of movement by more than half. As for all the side effects of temporary holy pills, Lin Chen only needs to not let the main body take it, and with the power of Avatar, he can exert their maximum effect. For Lin Chen, this undoubtedly added a new trump card. After nearly half a month of retreat, Lin Chen consumed more than half of the resources at hand, converting all of them into combat power. However, many of the sacred objects obtained in the myriad treasure secret realm have not been easily used. Lin Chen has already figured out the best way to use them. When Lin Chen left the customs, he went straight to find Song Yilian of the Presbyterian Church. In the lobby, Song Yilian and the giants in Singi gathered together, Lin Chen and Crimson Fairy, the little demon empress, Han Yiji, and others sat in the lobby. Are you looking for a caster? After Song Yilian heard Lin Chen's request, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. Lin Chen nodded and said earnestly, yes, I'm looking for the top smith in the holy world that I can find at this stage. After the elders looked at each other, they fell silent. top casters are extremely difficult to find. In some respects, it is even more difficult than those giants of refining medicine. The alchemist has a unified organization called Danyu, and it is not too difficult to find a top pharmacist. However, there is no recognized powerful organization for smiths. The reason is very simple. Thousands of years ago, there was a smith who changed his life against the sky and tried to create artifacts, which caused the wrath of certain forces, destroy the Makers Guild completely. That campaign of slaughter made the history of casting tools in the holy world go backwards. Civilization was lost, and many ancient books and casting techniques were destroyed once they failed to preserve their inheritance. Since then, there is no recognized organization for the smiths, and no one dares to form it easily, which naturally becomes a problem for the holy world. Lin Chen, we want to forge a powerful holy soldier. Although he is also a caster himself, the real caster technique is only the first level 8th order. Even if he studies hard and combines the power of avatars, he can only approach the 8th level intermediate in the short term, which is far from meeting his requirements. Unless he can find a more top-notch caster inheritance, but this inheritance is much more difficult than the alchemists. Alchemy handprint. In the past, when Lin Chen's opponent was an early sage, he had a strengthening function, and he still had an advantage in weapons. Now that he is on the enchanting list, the opponents he faces are more terrifying than each other. Ordinary holy weapons can no longer meet his requirements, and even become his fatal flaw. In the battle with the holy King Haotian and the 4 great demon kings, Lin Chen gained the most by strengthening his attributes. He wants to use all these strengthening points for the holy artifact, so the top holy artifact is essential. Lin Chen didn't dare to use the fusion function easily. The resources he had on hand seemed to be extremely rich, but if he used the fusion function, he could fuse at most 2 high-level holy artifacts, and it was completely random. Lin Chen couldn't take such a key resources to gamble on luck. The blue-clothed giant asked earnestly, "Little fellow, how many casters are you looking for?" Lin Chen thought for a moment, and then said, "The lowest, even a 6th grade Saint-level caster." People are moved. Rank 6, this rank is much harder to find than a Saint-rank alchemist of the same rank. For now, I only recommend you to look for some 7th-rank forces, and maybe you can find a craftsman who sits in the 7th-rank force, but the craftsman who is exclusive to the force is often very expensive, even as I dare not say that I will be able to invite them. Song Yilian frowned, but the Tsingy giant next to her suddenly spoke. "Yes. There is an old guy, and the conditions should meet your requirements. However, it depends on whether you can impress him." Everyone looked at the Tsingy giant. He stroked his beard and smiled. "Chiyu, old man Xianyuan, with 6 fingers." As soon as the name came out, the elders of the Presbyterian Church looked very exciting. The little demon empress was amazed. 6-finger Xianyuan? Is he still alive? He didn't die, but after the death of his deceased wife, he didn't open the furnace again. It is said that he was still drunk in the strange realm all day long, and even some old friends couldn't bear to break up with him. The blue-cloaked giant sighed, and then said, "If you can untie his knot, you may be able to impress him to cast the utensils for you." Lin Chen hesitated. "This Chiyu is so big, where can I find him?" "It's okay, he is in Biyun City in Chiyu, you should be able to find him there." The Tsingy giant laughed. Hearing the words Blue Cloud City, the little demon empress expression changed slightly. Since this is the case, then there is no choice. Let's go to Biyun City. Lin Chen stood up, Song Yilian's pretty face changed slightly. Are you leaving so soon? Lin Chen wondered otherwise. Would you stay here for the new year? How can you let him run away? I haven't studied what his eyes are about. Alchemy, how can he let people run away so easily? Ilian, please be quiet. If he wants to leave, can you stop him? The Tsingy giant said helplessly. Song Ilian had a reluctant expression on her face, and she begged in a tone of voice, don't leave, okay? I'll make alchemy to support you. For 10 years. You will stay in the Presbyterian Church for 10 years. I'll have a little discussion with you about alchemy. The corners of the elders' congregation twitched slightly, with a look of disbelief. They were still on the first floor to see Song Yilian so sullen. In the past, when discussing alchemy, they all went to ask her. Someone Lin was ashamed, 10 years seemed like 10 days. Senior Song, your kindness is my heart. No. I don't care, you must stay in the Presbyterian Church. Your alchemy skills are so amazing, you should use your specialties in alchemy. If you dare to run, I will chase you to the ends of the earth. Outside the lobby of the Presbyterian Church, Lin Chen walked out with a twitching corner of his mouth. His head is big. He finally realized what an alchemy maniac is, and this Song Yilian almost ripped him off. She didn't let herself go a little until she wrote down his eyes for alchemy and exchanged it with him with 2 volumes of high-value 6th-grade pill recipes. However, Lin Chen is not worried that Song Yilian can learn his unique refining technique, and even if she does, she will not be able to bring out her own refining skills. This is a heaven-defying move that only Lin Chen of Spiritual Awakening can accomplish. Lin Chen folded his fists and said with a smile, it was a very pleasant time to come to the Presbyterian Church, and the elders will have an appointment in the future. The elders clasped their fists at Lin Chen and said with a smile, with deep emotion in their hearts, it really is the young man's ambitions in all directions. This son's mind is not entirely on alchemy, perhaps his future achievements can reach an unprecedented height. Little guy, what you have on your body should be regarded as the advance investment of my Presbyterian Church. Don't let this old man down, hee hee. The blue-clothed giant secretly transmits Lin Chen's voice. Sure enough, the Tsingy giant still guessed something, it is an old monster who has lived countless epochs. From his old man's vision, he would never ask Lin Chen to turn over Lin Chen's air transplantation capsule on the spot, acting as an expert and unfathomable. Don't worry, senior, if the kid doesn't die, it will definitely be worth the money. Lin Chen and the Tsingy giant looked at each other and smiled. After Jian Qingqing came to say goodbye, Lin Chen, Han Yizhi, the little demon empress, and Fairy Crimson left together. When they appeared in Qingtian City again, when many strong people looked at Lin Chen's eyes, they were full of awe and admiration. In a way, Lin Chen has reached the level of some hidden old monsters. In the eyes of everyone, he is no longer as simple as the evildoer on the enchanting list. He has the heritage of a 6th-grade holy pharmacist, rivaling high-level demon kings. His height is even regarded as the suzerain of some 6th-grade forces. A young genius on the enchanting list flew in, greeted Lin Chen and his party, and clasped his fists respectfully. Senior Lin Chen. The junior has an emotional doubt and would like to ask the senior to clarify. Lin Chen listened awkwardly, waved his hand and smiled at will. Don't be. Senior, I'm not as old as you, just call me handsome. The handsome Lin Chen, why does Long Yijing know that he is hated by The little demon empress, and anyone with a discerning eye can see that he can't hold the beauty back, so why does he keep stalking him and making things difficult for him everywhere? Lin Chen. What about you, handsome Lin Chen? After speaking, the enchanting cast a glance at the little demon empress. This question has raised many doubts. Many wizards on the enchanting list cast doubtful glances from all directions of skylifting city. Yes, why? The little demon empress smiled charmingly and patted Lin Chen's shoulder, curiously. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Chen coughed lightly and said solemnly, "You are still too young, no matter male or female, when a person likes each other enough, she, will deceive himself, and there will always be a hope of self-directed and self-acted in his heart. This kind of person, I would call it, the highest state of licking a dog." For a time, many wizards on the enchanting list were silent. 4 days later, Chiyu. I'm finally back. Lin Chen stepped in the void, opened his arms, and shouted loudly, feeling extremely happy. After he came to the Holy Realm, he started from the strange realm and killed all the way to various realms, stirring up the turmoil in the Holy Realm. When he came back, things were different. With his current background, when he tried to covet his saint and the sect behind him at the quartet conference, he could destroy the other party with a wave of his hand. I don't know what happened to Junhao and Ying Liang. Has Sister Yueqi's bloodline awakened? There were memories and a bit of fiery in Lin Chen's eyes. In the end, he left without even saying hello. Zi Yunqing's thin and slender shadow appeared from the sky of Qingtian Island, staring at Lin Chen's departure direction, holding the blood decree in her jade hand, hesitant and confused. Yunqing, why haven't you come back? Why haven't you come back? I'm very worried. Is there a war in Danyu? If necessary, immediately use the national seal I left you to save your life. Did you hear me? Within the blood decree, the spiritual voice of Zi Yunqing's father and emperor came out, and the beauty's wonderful eyes flashed and flickered, and she picked up the blood decree to transmit it. I'm sorry, Royal Father, Su Yunqing can't follow your orders this time. Zi Yunqing, who had turned off the blood-colored ancient order, had a beautiful face that had always been glamorous. For the first time an enchanting smile appeared, and a girlish snort came from the tip of her nose. Lin Chen, I won't let you run away easily. Zi Yunqing waved his hand, the space opened, and disappeared into the void. Looking at his goddess from a distance on Qingtian Island, Long Yishuan gritted his teeth with envy and hatred. Lin Chen, Lin Chen, next time I'm looking for a girl, don't let me meet you, or I'll take a detour. Mother, you go east and west, and then I'll cut you off. I'll show you. Bingxin Palace, the main hall. Many elders gathered, as well as the core true disciples, including Sister Su Lan. At this time, the faces of the girls in Bingxin Palace were gloomy. The palace master of Bingxin Palace clenched his teeth and scolded coldly. Your Shuilong Palace is too unreasonable. Stealing people halfway, doing whatever you want. Do you really think you can cover the sky with only your hands? In the lobby, 4 old men and a handsome young man stood opposite the crowd in Bingxin Palace, hiding their knives and laughter. This palace lord, you must know that behind our Shuilong Palace is young Master Xiang Wentian. It is your honor that young master asks you to be a woman from Bingxin Palace, by name today. The 5 fingers of the palace lord's hands are flowing with icy cold air, and the face is frosty, but after all, he dare not make a move. This Xiang Wendian has a great background, was born in the 6th rank, is a genius on the enchanting list, and has an incomparably noble status. In the 36 domains of the Holy Realm, the 2nd and 3rd grade sects are numerous, and there are tens of thousands of 2nd and 3rd grade sects in each domain of the 36 domains. There are also many sects of the 4th grade. Only the 5 sects can be said to have specifications. And who is the evildoer list? There are so many geniuses and geeks in the entire holy world, and the enchanting list is always only 10,000. These 10,000 people are the pinnacle of today's holy world. Each of them is a giant-like existence to the 4-rank sect, and it is a matter of life and death. If you provoke them, you will be destroyed in an instant. It was because of Xiang Wendian's support that the Shuilong Hall of the 5th grade sect dared to act so recklessly, to forcibly take Ling Yueqi away under the seal of the ice secret. Aren't you afraid of young Master Lin Chen? Miss Ling Yueqi is his woman. You kidnap people without authorization, be careful to cause death. The 2 old men scolded that they were the followers of saints who were sent by different forces to protect the forces related to Lin Chen. The enchanting list is not like the genius list, not everyone can see it. Only by gaining a certain level of achievement and height in the holy world can you gain the right to open the enchanting list. Lin Chen, the guy who was chased and killed at the Sifeng conference? He is also worthy of being compared with young Master Xiang Wendian? Ha ha ha, if he dares to come, he will die. The handsome young man in white sneered loudly, slapped the table, put away the kindness on his face, and grinned. I told young Master Wendian that you can accept or not accept this betrothal gift. People, he has to decide. If you both know each other, kneel down and wag your tails and be a dog, you might be able to reap some benefits. Otherwise, today is the time of the demise of the Bingxin Palace. Boom. The 4 old men beside the young man in white released aura, and the holy acupoints were radiant and shining like stars, and they were all 33 holy acupoints. The face of the palace master of Bingxin Palace was pale, and the 4 acupuncture points were enough to destroy any 4-rank sect. Not to mention that it is only the Bingxin Palace of the 3rd grade sect. The 2 elders, Kaching, who were sent from far away, were only in the initial stage of the expansion of the 31 holy acupoints, and there was a big gap between the 4. How is it, the palace lord can think about it clearly? Our original words of young Master Xiang Wendian are that we don't mind the master and the apprentice serving him together. The corners of the handsome young man's mouth lifted up, revealing a sinister smile, and the palace lord was trembling with anger. Bingxin Palace can be killed but not humiliated. Elders, prepare to die. As soon as the palace master gave an order, the disciples and elders of the Bingxin Palace showed the attitude of seeing death as if they were at home. The fighting spirit surged, and the light of the holy cave filled the space. Don't give your face shame. The handsome young man gave the elders a wink. The atmosphere in the hall was instantly tense. Hey, I'm finally back. Palace Master, Sister Yueqi, everyone is here, why don't you see her? At this time, the space split open, and a group of figures directly ignored the space barrier of Bingxin Palace, tearing the space and appearing. Everyone was startled. The young man was wearing a silver robe, surrounded by 3 stunning people, such as stars entrusting the moon, rich and handsome, and extraordinary. The palace master of Bingxin Palace was startled. So similar. This young man is exactly the same as the person she met when she fell in love. It should be said, better. Lin Chen? Sister Su Lan in the lobby exclaimed in surprise. Lin Chen's appearance has changed too much. Most of this change comes from the transformation of temperament and life, which is completely different from him. In the realm of the Emperor of War, Sister Su Lan seemed to think of something and cried a little. Lin Chen, teacher Yuichi was kidnapped by them. They even came to force the dowry today. If we don't accept it in the palace, they plan to kill us all. With Su Lan's words, someone Lin's smile immediately froze. Boom. The space barrier outside the Bingxin Palace was inexplicably shattered. Huh? Sanctuary 3? Such a young saint, it's interesting, Your Excellency. Is the young man at the top of the genius list? The tone of the 4 acupoint expanding environment had a bit of a taste of pointing the country, and they didn't take Lin Chen seriously. They have been in seclusion for many years, and they have been out recently, and they have little information about the outside world. The handsome young man still said arrogantly, You are Lin Chen? Get to know each other and go to the side, young Master Xiang Wentian has already. Boom. Bang. The handsome young man's head exploded in an instant, turning into a mist of powder and blood. The 4 acupoint expansion realms finally suddenly changed their expressions. This child is abnormal, come out. Boom. A ray of dark light shuttled, and a pair of black wings that looked like magic wings flapped, and 2 Lin Chen appeared behind the 4 of them. Like ghosts. The 5 fingers shattered the scorching hot holy energy, and when the 39 crystal clear different crystal rays of light flickered, the scalps of the 4 acupoint expansion realms were numb. What a joke. They can't see through the triple action of a holy state when they expand the cave? There are also the outrageous number of different crystals, the number of different light crystals is more than the holy cave they have opened. Is this kid a human? Lin Chen asked indifferently, Who is your master? An old man said with difficulty, Number 8120 on the enchanting list, Xiang Wentian. Pfft. Click. The 4 cave-expanding saints, Tian Ling Gai, were smashed to pieces at the same time. There is no time to react and self-destruct. The elders and palace masters of Bingxin Palace were dumbfounded. How long has it been since then? How strong is this little guy now? The challenge of leapfrogging in the Holy Land is extremely difficult, let alone leapfrogging. Today, the only one who can challenge the acupoint expansion realm by leaps and bounds is the enchanting list. But on the enchanting list, it is impossible to instantly kill 4 acupuncture points by leaps and bounds. They know the news of Lin Chen's sanctification, but this is too outrageous. How strong is this little guy now? Before Lin Chen's challenge, he faced Mo Qingshu from the enchanting list. There is a world of difference between challenging the enchanting monster in the cave expansion and challenging the ordinary cave expansion. Ordinary acupoint expansion environment, want to go through a few rounds in his hands, there are not many at all. Not to mention Lin Chen who has practiced 9 wings of the devil. Palace Master, long time no see. Lin Chen looked at the Palace Master of Bingxin Palace and smiled lightly, although I really want to talk to everyone, but Sister Yuichi is more important. Please ask the Palace Master to lead the way. The Palace Lord, Feng Yun said with some trembling on his face, Lin, little friend Lin Chen, the other party is on the list of evildoers. Lin Chen smiled, his smile was surprisingly indifferent. I kill people, I never ask what power or list, only the location and name. They are the Snow Dragon Palace. The 5th rank forces of Chiyu are located in The Luosha Mountains 3 million miles southwest of Bingxin Palace. Su Lan answered first. She knew Ling Yueqi's position in Lin Chen's heart. Very good. Lin Chen glanced at Fairy Crimson. Please ask Fairy to open up the space. You're going to cause trouble again, but I like it. Fairy Crimson laughed lightly, waved her hand, and the space channel extended. The charming and beautiful face of the little demon empress is full of excitement. Are you going to do something? It's great. It's exciting, I like it. What are we going to do this time? When they saw the little demon empress, everyone was even more surprised. As a woman, she knows how to judge and appreciate the beauty of other women. Regardless of her temperament, appearance, body, or beauty, she is completely detached from the world, and even the women who are women can't help but be moved by her. In the entire Bingxin Palace, perhaps only Ling Yueqi can match it. Lin Chen can make such people follow him, which shows how good he is. Lin Chen sneered indifferently. I just returned to Chiyu, and I'm in a bad mood. I'll destroy a sect first. When he stepped into the space passage, he turned around and said, Palace Master, you all hurry up, you will be needed at that time. This, little friend, with your current strength, we can't help you much. The three elders smiled wryly. Lin Chen said, why not many? The 5-rank forces have a great cause, and I can take you over to take over their territory. The scalps of the elders of Bingxin Palace exploded, and the palace lord even opened his red lips slightly. The numbness of the scalp is indescribable. The 1 in 10,000 shock in my heart. This sounds so special. It seems that I really want to destroy the 5th grade sect. 5th grade sects, the ancient giants, based on more than 100 centuries. The strong are like clouds, and there are even a few in the 5th level of the Holy Realm. Not to mention the number of acupuncture points. Just these people want to destroy a 5th grade sect? Lin Chen waited impatiently, and without everyone responding, he stretched out his hand and pulled Bingxin Palace and others into the space passage. In the Luosha Mountains, the headquarters of a behemoth took root here. Snow Dragon Palace. The 5th grade sect, the suzerain is a super master of the 5th level of the Holy Realm, one side of Taishan Beidu. Today, the Shuilong Palace is full of splendor, singing and dancing are peaceful. The main hall of the Dragon Palace, Jifeng, the sect master of the Snow Dragon Palace, has an undiminished appearance and looks like he is over 30 years old. He gave gifts to the powerful men of all forces, and when many saints gathered, he stood up and smiled with a smile. Thank you all for your praise. I wait for the Shuilong Palace to be fortunate enough to have the help of young Master Wendian, and to help him hold a happy event. I am truly fortunate for my Dragon Palace's 3 lifetimes. While chatting and laughing, Jifeng couldn't help but raise his tone a bit. This wedding banquet was entirely given to him by the Snow Dragon Palace. The purpose is to inform the various forces in Chiyu that he has placed an enchanting list and a 6th rank force in the Shuilong Palace, announcing the primary and secondary status of the various forces. Rank 5 and rank 6 seem to be the difference between rank 1, but random dispatch of a few powerhouses from rank 6 sect can easily destroy rank 5 sect. The gap between the background is completely incomparable. Hee, congratulations to the Hall Master, Hishi Hall Master. The blessing of the Palace Master is really enviable. Everyone toasted in advance, full of smiles. All of them were smiling on the surface, and their mother sold the batch in their hearts. Friends from all sides smiled and greeted the genealogy. Jifeng's face was full of spring, and he was in high spirits. For a while, he thought that he was about to take the Shuilong Palace to the highlight moment. At this moment, a sword light came flying in the air, and a cold man dressed in a bright red robe was arrogant, fell with his sword, and entered the snow Dragon Hall. After he held both hands, the sword energy was glowing, and there was a mighty majesty and arrogance between his eyebrows, as if he was born like this, as if it was a matter of course. The red-robed man holds 40 holy acupoints all over his body, and the holy power fluctuations are released slightly, such as the mountain and sea prison. Suppressing one side, the breath is so strong that some low-level saints dare not breathe, and the cultivation of the acupoints will also feel extremely strong in this person. Pressure. The enchanting list. To be able to have such terrifying holy power fluctuations in 40 holy caves is definitely a list of evildoers. Sect Master G, bring someone here. Remember my conditions. I want to invite someone here without any flaws. The indifferent tone of the red-robed man seemed to be giving orders. Ji Feng bent over like an old man, rubbed his hands together, and said with a smile, bring it here, I'm dressing the bride in the apse, please take your seat to the young master first, and don't be impatient. Well. He looked around at random, and threw a sentence like a charity. You are here. Seeing that the wizards of the enchanting list made their voices, many saints were both shocked and happy, and quickly apologized. The coercion of the wizards on the enchanting list is too terrifying. Xingwei, who has bloomed 40 holy caves, is no less than the 5th level of the Holy Realm. Ranked 8120 on the enchanting list, Ruthless Swordsman, Xiang Wentian, the minimum acupoint expansion is 17 times, and the maximum is 20 times. Expand the acupoint 10 times, and the acupoint expansion will be completed. Is a real Xeon powerful evildoer. If you expand the cave, you will have the strength of the ordinary holy realm. In the middle stage of the 5th stage, or even in the late stage of the 5th stage, the strength is so terrifying that every saint present trembles. To be able to see the demeanor of the enchanting list, this trip is worth it. From the point of view of combat power, Xiang Wentian's combat power and cultivation base are slightly inferior to Feng Tianxue's original Xinyan Palace, but his ranking is hundreds of places higher. The reason is because the disciples of Xinyan Palace have not gone out to compete for ranking all the year round, otherwise the latter's strength is enough to rank in the top 8,000. At this time, in the main hall, 10 beautiful maids supported a beautiful and exquisite figure into the hall. The beautiful woman was wearing a flowing fairy and scarlet moon skirt. The blue silk was light and her waist was slender. A burst of amazement. At this time, the beauty's cultivation base was completely sealed, even her hands and feet were bound, and she couldn't escape if she wanted to. Seeing the beautiful woman coming, Xiang Wentian's eyes flashed with fire. His ruthless swordsmanship, the first time he failed to attack himself, was by chance when he saw the portrait of this beautiful woman, like the moon. Immortal in the dust, pure and flawless. Now, he finally got her as he wished. You. Xiang Wentian looked at Ji Feng, have you done anything to her? Your Excellency Wen Wentian, no. According to your instructions, I invited this young lady to come over from the secret realm. She didn't even make a rough move. She only temporarily sealed her cultivation. Well, that's good. Xiang Wentian looked obsessed and intoxicated, I just like pure and flawless. You people will only make my woman feel vulgar. He has already regarded Ling Yueqi as his default woman. Sect Master, it's ready. The two beautiful maids came. Ying bent down, looked at Xiang Wendian from the corner of her eyes, and the spring tide was overflowing. To be favored by the enchanting list, it is not an exaggeration to describe it as a phoenix flying on the branches. Well, I also invite your excellency to enter the venue. On the big day, I will worship the heaven and the earth. Ji Fengling said with a smile. Xiang Wendian walked into the lobby with his sword and stood beside the beauty. At this moment, the two beautiful maids clasped the jade hand of Ling Yueqi, who was wearing a red hijab, and tapped on her meridians so that she could not move at all, and could not even make a sound. The trembling shoulders showed the anger in the beautiful woman's heart. Everyone, let's get up together and wish Xiang Wendian a happy wife. Ji Feng raised his eyebrows and waved his hand, and everyone in the lobby stood up to toast. Ji Feng said loudly, I worship heaven and earth. Worship your mother. A cold drink and a huge explosion sounded at the same time. With a bang, the entire Shuilong palace trembled, and the space barrier was shaken into nothingness like paper. All the saints didn't expect it to happen suddenly. The hall of the Shuilong palace swayed a few times at once, and Ji Feng was stunned and then angry. Who dares to break into my Shuilong? Bang! With a single slash, the moonlight shone on the entire world in an instant, and the moonlight slashed the Shuilong hall into two halves, and the sword slashed straight at Ji Feng. Ji Feng's palm spun, his 5 fingers grabbed angrily, squeezing the vast sword light. It was at this moment when Ji Feng was distracted. The crimson brilliance shone like a star sand, and Xiang Wendian flashed around him, causing his eyes to squinted, and he slapped a palm that shattered the void with his backhand. Sigh. Bang. With a wave of his sleeve robe, the palm of infinite power was removed, and Xiang Wendian was shocked. Even in the early stage of the 5th stage of the saint, it is impossible to take off his offensive in such an understatement. The crimson phantom flashed, approaching the extreme, kidnapped the beautiful woman in the moon skirt, instantly furious with the killing intent of Wendian, and drew his sword. Choking. The sword energy surged wildly, like a red-leaning star rising steadily. A sword pierced, and the space erupted with a sky-shattering sonic boom. Smash. 3,000 miles with one sword. The crimson phantom was torn apart, with an afterimage. Big space shift? Xiang Wendian was surprised. When the incident happened suddenly, many guests instinctively retreated to one side, and the split Thousand-Zhang Hall collapsed to both sides, causing the wind to roar. I saw that above the void, a group of figures emerged. The silver-robed boy led the team. His face was a little gloomy, and his eyes flashed with crazy killing intent. A group of 3rd and 4th level holy realms just want to come to my snow Dragon Hall to make trouble? Boy, who gave you the courage? Ji Feng laughed in anger, and when he saw the people from Bingxin Palace, he sneered, is there any people from Bingxin Palace? It turned out to be you. I don't know whether to live or die, and came here to find. Bang. Boom. Before Ji Feng finished speaking, 7 streams of light fell head-on in front of the broken hall. When the guests from all walks of life took a closer look, they immediately took a breath of cold air. Sect Master Ji Feng shrank his pupils even more. Those 7 streams of light are 7 heads, all of which are the heads of the elders of the expansion cave realm who sit in the outer hall of his snow Dragon Hall. All were slaughtered. The 7 saints are 4. For the 5th grade sect, it can be described as a major blow. What a coward. Boy, you are courting death. Jifeng was furious with thunder, and the 46 holy acupoints on his body were like endless hurricane eyes, and a raging ice blizzard erupted. Old dog, you are next. And you, Xiang Wendian, right? Lin Chen raised his spear and pointed at Wendian. The 6 avatars around him stood around him like patron saints. They were as majestic as mountains and seas, standing in the heaven and earth. Idle people, wait and get out of the way, stop for one more second, and you will be at your own risk. After today, there will be no Shuilong Hall and Xiang Wendian in the holy world. Lin Chen drank abruptly, and threw his palm to the sky, an emerald-like colored glass token burst into a dazzling radiance, and the 3 big characters released rolling pressure, suppressing the eternity, making people palpitate. The enchanting list. The 3 vast and simple characters suppress one side, like a giant engine that will never fall, blocking the holy 3000. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched violently, and it was another enchanting list. God, they actually saw 2 monsters on the same day. There are only 10,000 evildoers today. For them, every evildoer is a top figure who sees the head but not the end. How lucky are they to see the battle of the evildoer list today? How can you let you take the limelight? I'll come too. The little demon empress became so playful, she held her slender palm in the palm of her hand, and her enchanting list token also appeared empty. Boom! The 2 ancient jade decrees glowed with glazed brilliance, soaring into the sky, illuminating the sky for thousands of miles. Haniji's heart was a little excited, and she also released her enchanting token. 3. Provoking a Bingxin palace, and provoking 3 enchanting lists. What is the origin of this Bingxin palace? My God, what happened to Qiyu today? Why does the enchanting list appear one after another? The hearts of the saints and guests from all walks of life trembled, and the 3 enchanting ancient decrees were like a shining sun shining over the Luoxia mountains. Jifeng finally realized the seriousness of the problem. Ordinary forces, it is impossible to have 3 enchanting lists. Even the 6th grade sect, it is extremely difficult to cultivate 2 evildoers at the same time. Jifeng swallowed hard. Dare to ask your excellency's name, is there anything I offend at Shuilong Palace? Why not sit down and discuss? Lin Chen smiled indifferently. Yeah, we really should talk about the matters that need to be paid attention to after the Snow Dragon Palace is destroyed and the Bingxin Palace takes over your territory, but now I just want to kill people, I don't want to talk about it. Boom. After all, the 6 avatars came out together, and the speed of the 9 wings of the demon was as fast as the aurora. The 8-headed spirit-burning dragon rose into the sky, and a spirit dragon sound appeared out of thin air. The flickering flying knife jumped into the void, and the giant palm of the 6th layer of flames fell from the sky, crushing it with one palm. In a face-to-face, Lin Chen's many orange-level secrets all exploded, and all of them blessed with instant light and shadow. How can there be such a terrifying Saint Triple in this world? They immediately regretted not running away. Jifeng, the late 5th stage player, had a feeling of being caught off guard. 1,000 miles of autumn wind and snow. There are 19 hurricane holes in the void, such as storing hundreds of millions of ice and snowstorms, and there are thousands of Zhang ice dragons rushing out of the holes, smashing Lin Chen's many offensives head-on. Choking. A sword light cut through the void, smashing Lin Chen's 5- and 6-fold burning palms, and the afterglow flames scattered all over the sky, igniting the Luoxia mountains. It is to ask the sky. He did it himself. In the end, it's still only the third level of saints. If you want to destroy my snow dragon palace, it's a fool's dream. Jifeng sneered, and when he saw Xiang Wentian's attack, he suddenly felt confident. He was shocked abruptly, and the ice dragon rushing out of the hurricane hole rushed to Lin Chen again. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth raised a savage smile. Don't worry, it's not just you who destroyed the snow dragon palace. On Huangquan Road, you will also have a ghostly pen to accompany you. When the ice dragon attacked, Lin Chen quickly swung the phoenix spear, and the spear's shadow danced like a dragon, smashing all the broken ice dragons. The little demon empress tapped with her slender fingers, and a ray of holy light flashed past in a faint blue color, tearing apart a hurricane hole. Han Yizhi clasped her fingers together, her mental power was suppressed like a holy might, and it was shattered into an ice storm that came by surprise. The entire Luoxia mountain range was torn apart by the shock, and the space barrier was completely insufficient to resist this attack. Seeing that the offensive was blocked, the guests from all walks of life quickly fled into the void to escape. In such a series of battles, being caught at close range is completely dead and no life. Don't think that you killed the 7 elders of my Shuilong palace. You really think that there is no one in my dragon palace? The elders of the punishment palace, follow me. The elders below the cave level, protect my dragon palace territory. Jifeng made a real fire, this wave of shots, he already understood the details of Lin Chen. Although the combat power is outrageous, after all, he hasn't expanded his acupoints, and he can't threaten the foundation of his snow dragon palace. What's more, they also have an enchanting leader who sits on the list, the 5th grade sect, not to say that it will be destroyed. Brush. 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 10 figures quickly flew out of the Shuilong palace, 8 of them were in the acupoint expansion realm, and 2 were in the condensing realm. Amir Jr., dare to come here to be wild and seek death. Elders, teach this son a lesson, don't give him a chance to escape. Counting Jifeng, there are 3 saints at the 5th level, and the other 7 members of the subdivine who were killed in the acupuncture level, that is 15 holy places at the 4th level. The background of the 5th grade sect is indeed very different from that of the 4th grade sect. Looking at the number of saints in the 4th grade sect, there are only about 10 or so, and it is considered to be the top 4th grade to have one of them. At this time, people have been rescued. The space fluctuated, the Crimson Fairy's figure flashed, and Ling Yueqi was brought out unscathed, and the seal was released, and when the red hijab was lifted, the two met again. Lin Chen. Sister Yueqi. Lin Chen put his arms around the beautiful woman's slender waist, and Lung Yueqi's cold and beautiful cheeks were dyed a faint crimson, her heart settled down. As long as there was him, even if the sky fell, she would not be afraid. TSK, 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 no wonder it can fascinate our handsome Lin Chen. The little demon empress was amazed, her eyes flashed with amazement. She seldom admires the temperament and appearance of women of the same age. As one of the top 10 stunning people on the enchanting list, her own charm is recognized by the holy world. Looking at the hundreds of millions of women in the holy realm, there are very few women who can rival the little demon empress. But the beautiful woman in front of her is spotless, like a fairy in the moon palace, with the beauty and enchantment of a fairy in the most beautiful and glamorous, not inferior to herself. Comparable to her little demon empress, there are also several other people who are among the top 10 most beautiful people on the enchanting list. Besides, it is also the goddess of Xinyan Palace, by rune, and the woman in front of her, the latter two are both. Lin Chen has something to do with it. I don't know how many young evildoers are envious when this news is released. Sister Yueqi, wait, by the side. Lin Chen let go of Ling Yueqi. Ling Yueqi nodded lightly, her always glamorous snow face was full of tenderness, and said softly, be careful with everything, your safety is the most important thing. Lin Chen nodded with a smile, don't worry, this is not what it used to be. Iji, please protect Sister Yueqi. Yes, Han Iji smiled brightly, and stood beside Ling Yueqi, with me here, I won't let anyone touch the teacher's hair. It's okay Yueqi, they didn't do anything to you. Bingxin Palace and other elders immediately protected Yueqi, she is the lifeline and future of Bingxin Palace. Ling Yueqi shook her head, I'm fine, they don't dare to do anything to me. It's just that Shuwei was sealed before, thankfully this elder sister unlocked it for me. When Lin Chen turned around, facing the many powerhouses in the Snow Dragon Hall, his indifferent expression revealed a cold killing intent. Hand over this young master's woman. I Xiang Wentian's woman is not something you want to touch. You are also on the list of evildoers. Even if this young master can't kill you, there are 10,000 ways to make your life worse than death. Xiang Wentian flicked his sleeves and stood with his sword in his hands, with a calm expression. He didn't take Lin Chen seriously at all. He expanded his acupuncture points 10 times, and he was different from the 3-layer enchanting list of saints. Interesting, I wanted to torture you. Now it seems that you are in a hurry to lead to death. Lin Chen smiled sternly, and the little demon empress and Fairy Crimson stood up at the same time. Fairy Crimson smiled sweetly, give me the 3 condensing realms, young Master Lin Chen can take it with confidence. The little demon empress's face was full of excitement, those expanding acupoints, this lady has packed them up. Lin Chen's voice transmission said, my clone will cover you. The 2 elders of Zixia Wangu told me to take good care of you, but I dare not let you make any mistakes. The little demon empress said, cut, this lady still uses you to protect me. Brother Lin Chen, who do you look down on? Brush. The 2 women were dispatched at the same time, and Ji Feng's face changed slightly. The woman in the crimson dress is unfathomable. Elders, don't keep it, fight it with all your strength. Boom. 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 Within the Luoxia Mountains, a terrifying battle had begun. If it weren't for the battles above the 4th level of the Holy Realm that would open up the battle space, the aftermath of the battle would be enough to destroy life, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. Lin Chen's 6 avatars stimulated the speed of the movement of the Tianma Jiui, which greatly changed the expressions of all the elders of the Acupoint Expansion Realm. Shui Long, protect my temple. At the moment of danger, Ji Feng formed a blood mark, the space was twisted. The space directly above the Dragon Palace was broken open, and a snow dragon of 1,000 meters was born. The intermediate level extreme prison snow dragon is comparable to the Holy Land quadruple perfection. It's the sacred dragon of the temple of the snow dragon. The snow hidden trump card on weekdays is unexpectedly forced out today. The list of these enchanting men is really menacing. Could it be that the Snow Dragon Palace can't resist today? Many saints who retreated to the distant void watched the battle from afar and were amazed at the heritage of the Snow Dragon Hall. However, the next moment, just you have a dragon? Lin Chen snapped his fingers, the holy dragon came into the world. A vast sky-high dragon of hundreds of meters was born. The scales of the dragon are black and green, the head of the dragon is majestic in all directions, the tail of the azure dragon is as blue as jade, and the pair of dragon pupils are black and white, as if yin and yang are spinning. Huh? What dragon is this? Jiu Shuilong spit out human words and couldn't help exclaiming. It's enough to kill your dragon. Xinglong used Lin Chen's same tone, and Jiu Shuilong was instantly furious as if he was being provoked. The two dragons clashed with each other, and the magical powers were activated. One after another. The dragon claws and blades flew all over the sky, and the dragon tail twisted and swept away. It was like returning to the era of prehistoric civilization and witnessing the confrontation between the two strongest dragons. Extreme Prison Snow Dragon has 3.5 billion dragon veins in full bloom, which is at the same level as ordinary saint's fourfold perfection. Although Lin Chen's holy dragon has only 2.3 billion dragon veins, he may use all his talents perfectly. In addition, Xinglong's bloodline supernatural powers start at an all-round perfect level, and the more orders and the extreme prison Shuilong are headed to one-on-one without falling behind. In the chaotic fierce battle, only Lin Chen and Xiang Wentian were left in the void. Xiang Wentian walked towards the void step by step, the fluttering robe raised his sword and stepped into the air, the scarlet sword in his palm surging with red refining stars, and Xiang Wentian's mouth was in a contemptuous arc. I don't know the sky. Brush. Before he finished speaking, 5 9-color aurora blasted, and Lin Chen directly threw out 5 9 robbery stars. Xiang Wentian, who had a dazed expression just now, saw the 5 stars of 9 colors, his expression suddenly changed. Lin Chen, pretend? Just pretend? Red Lianshan Xing slash. Xiang Wen's weather was in turmoil, and his sword slashed and slashed 5. Red refined chi glows like a rainbow across the sun, sweeping across the sky. Sigh. Boom. 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 5 9-colored stars were cut across the sky, and the 9-colored afterglow was scattered around the sky. Before Xiang Wentian could unfold his movements, 2 pairs of heavenly demon wings appeared behind him like ghosts. And Xiang Wentian was shocked. True dragon dance. The shadows of the guns flickered heavily, like the waves of inexhaustible momentum. Blood sacrifice heaven 10,000 swords art. Xiang Wentian's eyes were indifferent, the sword shadows frequently slashed. Blood light swept the sky, and the sword light swirled, blooming like a kaleidoscope. Dragon blood scattering soul claws. 9 burning heavenly palms. Lin Chen's palm was haunted by the 9 layers of fire marks, the billowing fire dragon roared in the sky. Lin Chen slapped Wentian's back angrily, and 5 giant palms of burning the sky were born. 9-fold burning heaven palm. This move was passed down from the Xinyan Palace's fire-based exercise, with 9 layers of burns superimposed. Comparable to the orange-level intermediate exercise. For the first time, the strongest offensive broke out in Lin Chen's hands. Not to mention, the dragon claws collided with the 5-stroke, flaming giant palm, the fire seal exploded, the dragon light shattered, smashed the space crystal wall, and shattered inch by inch, and 1 palm shattered Xiang Wentian's Jiqiang claw, causing his expression to change slightly. He hurriedly mobilized a large amount of holy energy to pull the sword's edge, slicing the afterglow of the burning heaven palm. However, Lin Chen was chasing after him, and when he regained his senses, he had already rushed to the top of Xiang Wentian's heavenly spirit cover. The Speed was so strange and unpredictable that he forced Xiang Wendian to point out another finger. Fengying finger. For absolute shadows. Xuanwu Dafa is possessed. Azura Jiuhuang transformation, eightfold transformation. 10,000 cracks dragon strength. Slow rune. The two of them fought more and more fiercely. A world-shattering war was fought, and the entire Luoxia mountain range was reduced to ruins. The two fought again in the direction of the Chiyu-Tianin Canyon. Wherever they passed along the way, it was like a natural disaster swept through. Shocking. The saints who retreated into the distance were even more stunned when they witnessed this battle. This is the battle between the evildoers. The orange level exercises they have pursued throughout their lives, in the hands of the two, emerge endlessly, and they will come soon. One by one. Even at the 5th level of the Holy Realm, they would not dare to easily join the battle circle. What made them even more incredible was that it was the silver-robed boy. Only 24 holy caves are in full bloom. How can this holy power be comparable to the 4th level of the Holy Realm? Every orange level exercise can be turned into 5 moves, completely subverting everyone's cognition. What are you kidding me? I was actually overstepped. From birth to now, I have been the only one who has overstepped others, and no one has ever challenged me overstepped. Xiang Wendian was a little hysterical, his always arrogant and indifferent attitude became crazy and violent, and his sword stance became even more fierce and violent. However, Lin Chen avoided his attack like flowing water, no matter what kind of offensive he made, he would be doubled back by Lin Chen. Xiang Wendian could not even accept the reality, he was forced to use all his strength in a single face-to-face. That's right, full force. Xiang Wendian has now been forced to use all the methods to improve his strength. How can there be such an outrageous saint triple in the world? He expanded the acupoints to Wendian 10 times, with a minimum of 17 times and a maximum of 20 times. The holy acupoints contain the holy power like a mountain, the sun and the moon, and a single blow can explode the destructive power of more than 90 billion dragon power. A saint who expands his acupoints 5 times and expands his acupoints 10 times has no more than 23 billion to 25 billion dragon power at most. Compared with him, it is completely different. Not to mention the blessings of the many orange level exercises and orange level mental methods he has practiced, even on the list of evildoers, those who can leapfrog and fight him can be counted with 5 fingers. As for overstepping? Totally impossible. This is also the reason why it is so difficult for him to accept the reality, leapfrog and leapfrog are 2 different things. The little demon empress who was in the melee, when Meimu looked at Lin Chen out of the corner of her eyes, she couldn't help but be amazed. It's the first time I've seen Lin Chen like this. Sure enough, men are all the same. When my woman is touched, it's like going crazy. Suddenly, I'm a little envious of Ling Yueqi. The destructive power of the 24 holy acupoints should be around 5 billion. Dragon power, and Lin Chen's Tai Futian art has doubled. Add another extremist possessed body, add 3 times, and it is 4 times. Lin Chen's holy power can explode the destructive power of 25 billion dragon power. Even though the number of his dissimilar crystals was twice that of Xiang Wendian, this alone was not enough to force Xiang Wendian's full strength out. In the previous battle, he used all the active effects of destruction. Fissure, flickering shadow and extreme god possession, which even the huge gap in the middle 8 burning dragon heavenly sounds. The strong attack did not stop. Lin Chen formed a seal in an instant, with 8 spirit burning dragons on the top of his head, and behind him was the phantom of the extreme god wearing armor. The dragons burst into waves, and the offensive was wave after wave. Roar. The burning dragon roared furiously. The mountains and rivers were terrified, and the Wanli mountain gorge area instantly turned to dust. The roar caused the airflow to collapse, the light was dim, and the sand and stones flew away. Xiang Wentian's complexion changed slightly. He held the sword horizontally in both hands. A red mark appeared between his eyebrows, and when he blessed the sword, a circular red refining sword light body was created. Sword Spirit Bodyguard. Boom. 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 The Jianguang bodyguard was roared alive by Lin Chen, and he vomited blood too. Wentian, his injuries were irreversible. Sigh. 1,000 Zhang talisman fell from the sky, and Lin Chen's rune energy plummeted by 500,000 points. Hi. The saints took a deep breath. Is this guy really human? Even if the holy cave of the saint contains infinite holy power, there must be a gap. This kid's ultimate move has been wave after wave, and it has never stopped. This mother's holy acupuncture is inexhaustible and inexhaustible. The repeated offensives ranged from fighting against each other in cultivation techniques, to fighting against spirits, and then to runes of slowness. Xiang Wentian was simply unable to resist. Boom. This time, the space was stagnant, and more than half of Xiang Wentian's holy acupoints were temporarily delayed from the movement of holy power. If you want to sneak attack this young master still, Lin Chen sneered, it's super chaotic. Buzz. Xiang Wentian's expression changed, and the holy energy in his mind and the holy caves became highly chaotic, and even some of his holy caves didn't even listen to his own commands, and the holy energy all over his body scurried and collided indiscriminately. What is this? When Xiang Wentian didn't respond, Lin Chen remembered that he was possessed by an extreme god and added a momentary shadow, and the 9-layer burning heaven palm angrily slapped him in front of his chest at close range. Bang! Ka ka ka. An azure energy shield instantly protected Xiang Wentian. It was a rank 5 protection sacred artifact, the Heartsea Star sacred necklace. Rao is so, the ribs in front of his chest erupted with a crisp bone-cracking sound, and Lin Chen slammed it into the ground of the ley lines. Victory and defeat. With this decisive palm, all the saints have already seen the result of the duel between the two. The demon wings flapped, and when Lin Chen reappeared beside Xiang Wentian, the golden armor on his left leg was splendid, and the radiance exploded. What does he want? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. However, in the next moment, the scalps of saints from all walks of life are numb. Lin Chen, whose pure strength skyrocketed to hundreds of billions of dragon power, kicked Wentian's head with one leg. Boom! The blue energy shield ruptured, and Xiang Wentian was kicked thousands of miles away by Lin Chen like a ball. Along the way, he smashed mountains and cracked the ground, rolling over and over again. Xiang Wentian vomited blood and fractured his bones, his face full of disbelief. Wrong. No no no. What the fuck is the rhythm of fighting to the death? Xiang Wentian is on the list of evildoers. The rules of the enchanting list are known in the holy world. The little demon empress whistled enchantingly, hee hee, there's a good show too. Watch. Your Excellency Xiang Wentian actually lost. Where is this little guy sacred? Hey! Ji Feng, What kind of people have you provoked to us in the Snow Dragon Palace? Seeing Xiang Wentian's defeat, the elders of the Shuilong Palace lamented bitterly, but Ji Feng's heart skipped a beat. Young Master Xiang Wentian, known as the Ruthless Sword Saint, was actually defeated by the challenge of leapfrog? However, the next moment, boom! When they saw Xiang Wentian being kicked away by Lin Chen, all the elders turned horrified. Why do you keep playing if you win? Could it be that this kid doesn't know the rules of the enchanting list? What does he want? Damn, come on. This kid really wants to kill young Master Xiang Wentian. Quick, save people. A few members of the Shuilong Hall had broken through the siege of the 5th level of the Holy Land, but they were stopped by Fairy Crimson. With a swipe of their sleeves, they easily suppressed all the 5th level of the Holy Land in the Shuilong Hall, including Ji Feng. Woman, go away. Ji Feng roared. What are you doing so rudely, the son of the slave family, but a man who even the Holy King dares to beat a monster on the list? Do you think he would not dare to kill him? Just watch it quietly, you Shuilong Palace, you should get into trouble offending people. Fairy Crimson smiled sweetly, her laughter was light and graceful, and there was a hint of coldness. Ji Feng's mouth twitched. Dare to fight the Holy King? What a fairy! The other side. You. Xiang Wentian struggled to get up, and Lin Chen raised his leg with another kick. Boom. The mountain collapsed, Xiang Wentian was trampled into a bloody mess, sinking tens of thousands of meters into the ground. It's over. The enchanting list is about to change. The faces of many saints changed. This kid has no mercy at all. This is not a fight, this is a fight to the death. Just now, he didn't give Xiang Wentian a chance to breathe. Whenever there was a gap, he would wait for him with the slow rune. With his body moves at full speed, he rushed over to chase and beat him. Now, he didn't even have a chance to let him relax. He would die. Beat. This is definitely a precursor to a dead hand. Will little friend Lin Chen be carried away by anger? Does he want to kill Xiang Wentian? It's too big. The people in the Bingxin Palace were shocked and apprehensive. They wanted to stop Lin Chen, but they didn't have the guts. This son is no longer what he used to be, and he is no longer the little war emperor of the past. If he angered him, he wouldn't even have to lift his hand to destroy them. When you are angry, you are a beauty, but you don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. The palace master of Bingxin Palace sighed complicatedly, and his eyes flashed a bit of loneliness and memories. Inside the crack, Lin Chen's eyes were cold. Although he was injured, he held Xiang Wentian, who was covered in blood, with one hand. You. Who are you? Don't you want to kill Ben Shao? You are also on the list of evildoers. You should know how serious the consequences are. If you kill me, the asking palace behind Ben Shao will not let you go. Form evildoers, the 8th rank forces on the list will not let you go unpunished. Xiang Wentian's blood was blurred, and the corners of his mouth were full of smirks. Up to now, he only felt that the young man in front of him was bluffing. Kill him? Joke. As an evildoer, he even knows the importance of the evildoers killing each other. According to the rules set by the enchanting list, whoever slaughtered the wizards on the enchanting list will be directly held accountable, and the direct forces on him will also be directly implicated. The rules of the enchanting list are established by the major 8th rank Sects in the 36 regions. If you want to violate the rules of the enchanting list, even if you are an 8th rank sect, multiple 8th rank forces can target one 8th rank force, and the latter will definitely be at a disadvantage. Therefore, even if Lin Chen's background is an 8th rank force, he can't change his fate to Wentian. Do you really think that I would be afraid of the rules of a monster list? Lin Chen sneered evilly. How you guys are on the list of evildoers on weekdays has nothing to do with me. But you dare to touch my people and hurt my friends. Not to mention the list of evildoers, even if it's a list of saints, I will definitely kill you. Boom. The energy rolled wildly. Lin Chen raised his leg and slammed his knee, kicking it into Wentian's abdomen. Bang! Xiang Wentian was like a stream of light rising into the sky, and was suddenly kicked into the air by Lin Chen, vomiting blood. His eyes rolled white, and he was on the verge of death. How can that be? Under the eyes of the public, Lin Chen's palm, directly below the canyon, was disillusioned with anger, burning into a 9-layered fire seal, and a palm facing the sky. Boom! A piece of burning heaven's giant palm slapped head-on, hitting Xiang Wentian with a bang. Bang! Xiang Wentian's entire holy body exploded on the spot, and the blood mist was burned into nothingness by the billowing flames. The pupils of all saints who witnessed this moment trembled. The enchanting list wizard was killed. Qianyu, asked the palace. In the sky palace above the clouds, 2 old men in white robes and black clothes are playing chess. Suddenly, the black and white heir Lao's hand suddenly stopped, and at the same time his face changed slightly. His expression changed from stunned to shocked, and from shocked to calm. Beneath the calm old face, the anger on the eve of the volcano's eruption was hidden in his eyes. Ask Tian is dead. He still died in the 36 domains, not outside the holy realm or in the secret realm. This is naked contempt for the my asking palace. The place of death is Chiyu. Gather people and set off to Chiyu. A certain ancient pagoda, the top of the tower flickered with a black lightning that went straight to the sky, and it has remained unchanged throughout the ages. Inside the ancient pagoda, a long-haired man with deep eyes walked out. His hair was tied in a black robe, and his eyebrows were cold. Someone dares to flout the rules of the enchanting list? The place of death is Chiyu. Arrest the culprit, and if necessary, destroy his entire clan. Brush brush. As soon as the voice fell, a group of figures appeared beside the long-haired man, appearing like ghosts. In total, 11 people, the long-haired man headed, pulled the space with both hands, tore through the void, stepped into it, and disappeared. At this moment, the top forces of all parties in the holy world shook. All forces above the 6th rank received the death of someone on the enchanting list immediately. There is no name to replace Xiang Wentian's vacancy. The reason is very simple. The ranking of the evildoer list is never won by fighting, but by assessment and competition within the prescribed scope. Dan Domain. We're late. In the void of Pill Domain, just above the Elder Pavilion, 2 groups of shadows are suspended in the void, revealing a group of figures. Hey, there is still the breath of Holy King Haoyan here. It seems that he has been here before. The old man on crutches laughed. He can't escape, search for his information. The old man smiled sullenly, looking at the direction of the Elder Pavilion. That is the direction of the mysterious treasure realm. The old man narrowed his eyes, and muttered to himself. I can't go wrong with this breath. It really exists. The old guy really created the 14th issue to deal with me back then. What is very strange is that this team of people swaggeringly appeared right above the Danyu Elder Pavilion, but no one in the Danyu noticed it. Sword Domain, Sky Sword City, Wandao Sword Will hangs high in the sky, glowing with the artistic conception of the Peerless sword. In Jianqing, in front of a sword monument, Jianqing's red robe was bright and worried. The middle-aged man on the side squinted his eyes, closed the list of jade glass in hand, and asked seriously, Qingqing, you said earlier that kid Lin Chen is returning to Qiyu to find Six Fingers Shanyuan, right? Qingqing nodded. Well, if you count the days, the space channel of Danyu will be able to reach Qiyu recently. The elegant middle-aged man's mouth twitched slightly. It wouldn't be so coincidental, the wizard who just died is also in the strange realm. This kid is really the center of the chaotic storm in the holy world. Where is it going? Dad, if it's really him. Qingqing gritted his teeth lightly, his pretty face full of worry. Not to mention the case, Qingqing is almost absolutely certain that it is Lin Chen who kills Xiang Wentian on the enchanting list. To say why, it depends on Qingqing's understanding of Lin Chen, as well as a woman's intuition. He is not afraid of the Holy King, and even the will of the gods is not empty. How can such a guy abide by the rules of the enchanting list? The elegant man in green robe looked strange and stared at his daughter for a long time. Dad, what are you looking at? This? Qingqing, you won't really like this kid like the other elders said. Right? Qingqing's cheeks blushed instantly, and he hurriedly waved his hand. No, he's just the target I want to surpass. Before he could finish speaking, the man in green robe shook his head in amazement. Lin Chen, what an amazing kid. He has never seen such a little woman-like gesture from his precious daughter, who is obsessed with kendo. This precious girl, he was stunned by how many monsters and geniuses he had seen before, and he didn't like any of them. Instead, he was praised by a boy who was a halfway monk and had no background. You must know that when Lin Chen became a saint, he broke 9 holy acupoints in a row, while Qingqing broke 8 holy acupoints in a row. Although there is still a huge gap between the two, her potential is definitely not weak, even much stronger than many enchanting lists. The only thing missing is the growth time. Qingqing's white teeth clenched his cherry lips. Why, do you expect your father to save him? Qingqing said, if you don't save him, your daughter will have one less target to surpass in the future. Listening to his daughter's clumsy excuse, the man in green robe said with a playful laugh, you father, I can't beat those old bastards of the 8th rank sect, but 1 or 2 words are easy enough to let them all over for a few rounds. Yes, but it's a bunch of big hives, and if you poke it, a bunch of old bees will come out. Then how can we save him? Seeing that the smile on his father's mouth grew stronger, Qingqing was furious. Dad, tell me quickly. What time is it? You still have the heart to joke. Ha 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 ha. The man in green robe looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. What a Lin Chen, who can make my precious Qingqing become like this? I really have you. I really look forward to seeing what this kid looks like. Boom. At this time, 3 figures descended from the sky, 3 old men in white robes. They are all immortal, with white hair and long beards. They are detached from the outside world. Seeing the appearance of the 3 old men, the man in the green robe immediately became serious, but the corners of his mouth rose, as if he was holding back a smile. After the arrival of the 3 old men, they did not speak, and just walked beside Qingqing, with a calm and detached look on his face. Well, I'm sure there's nothing you can do about your father. To mobilize many forces in Jianyu depends on what your three great-grandfathers mean. The man in green robe shrugged his shoulders. There was no trace of smirking at all, and he was very professional. Jian Qingqing looked at the three old men and said, Qingqing has seen three great-grandfathers, Jianjin, Jiansha, and Jianming. Well, what's the matter? The three elders asked clearly, with a calm expression on their faces. Jian Qingqing timidly said, that, can you? Cannot. Is that possible? Can't. The three old men couldn't enter, and Jian Qingqing looked at his father for help. The man in green robe couldn't help but reminded, you caused trouble when you were a child. What kind of sword did you want? How did you express your opinion to the great-grandfathers? Try it now. With what attitude? Maybe there will be a miracle. Jian Qingqing was a little dumbfounded. As a child? How long has it been since? The appearance of Lin Chen appeared in Jian Qingqing's mind inexplicably at this moment. Then, the jade hand grabbed the arm of one of the goat-bearded old men, and his teeth clenched his red lips. Grandpa Qingqing, beg you, help Qingqing's friend. Jian Qingqing twitched his mouth and shook his grandfather's arm, coquettishly speaking like a little girl. The goat-bearded old man said solemnly, Qingqing, it is not the grandfather who has the final say in mobilizing the power of Jianyu, and you have to think about the overall situation. Yes, but Qingqing can't ignore him. Qingqing is begging you for the last time. I won't bother you in the future, okay, just once. With tears in her eyes, the old man gave an ambiguous answer, and then threw the question to another old man. Jian Qingqing pleaded with the three old men in turn, and finally, in the mouth of the most powerful Grandpa Jianming, he finally got an answer. Okay, great-grandpa forced you to help you once, remember, you won't be so lucky in the future. Grandpa Jianming said seriously with a straight face. Jian Qingqing jumped up with joy, hugged Grandpa, and wept with joy. Thank you, Grandpa Jianming. Seeing that the granddaughter was in tears, there was a hint of distress in the eyes of the third old man. Then I'll call Uncle Zhua and the others now. After Jian Qingqing cried with joy, he quickly left the Sky Sword City. After Jian Qingqing left, the blue-robed man covered his ears professionally. She's back. Qingqing is back. This girl is finally willing to treat us as Grandpa. Just like when I was a child, my precious granddaughter. You're back. Oh. The three elders, who were still immortal one moment ago, like a sword fairy, screamed in excitement the next moment. The old man Jianming was so excited that he pulled out half of his beard. The old man, Jianjin, waved his fists excitedly and punched several holes in the sky. Jiansha was so excited that he screamed and flipped dozens of times on the spot, and the entire Sky Sword City was shaken 3 times. The blue-robed man supports his forehead. These 3 granddaughters just acted really well. One by one, he almost believed him. Jian Qingqing was very clingy when he was a child and used to rely on others. The 3 great-grandfathers were afraid to melt when they held them in the palm of their hands. Later, after his master fell and died, his state of mind underwent a change. Family. And the 3 great-grandfathers who doted on her alone are missing a clingy little cutie, one can imagine. The man in green robe held back his laughter and asked with a smile. So, what do the 3 supreme elders mean? Dare to make Xiao Qingqing cry, I will go and hammer that kid first. However, he must survive before hammering him. Move up the power and go to the strange realm. The situation in the sword region has changed. The three elders were eavesdropping on the side and could clearly hear the reason. There was no need for the man in green robe to tell the reason. In their hearts, a decision has already been made. Just waiting for the good granddaughter to get close to them. Let's go, and save the future grandson-in-law. If you make Xiao Qing Qing cry, if you want to hammer him, we have to hammer him. Let's talk about it first. The old man doesn't recognize that kid as the future grandson-in-law. If he can't pass the test of the old man, he doesn't want to touch Qing Qing's hair. Are you two devils? Can't you learn from the old man what it means to be humble and courteous, and to love the younger generation? I want the old man to see, take him to the border of the sword region, kill thousands of high-level holy demon kings, and come back. Thousands? What do you want Qing Qing to cry like? Are you still a person? The three elders had a heated discussion, and the man in green robe shook his head and laughed. These three old guys. As if recalling his youth, the corner of the man's mouth rose. Whoever didn't kill a few enchanting list back then, didn't go crazy. How can you call a young man, go and see my future son-in-law? The green-robed man waved his palm, and his light laughter sounded like the wind and thunder. Sword come. Choking. The scabbard sword roared like a dragon roaring all over the 8 regions of Kyushu. The sky cracked open, the sun and the moon were dark, and the sky and the earth were eclipsed. The vast sky sword city actually cracked out of thin air. The sword city cracked and turned into countless streamers of sword light, which merged into the palm of the man in green robe, and condensed into a simple and unadorned blue sword. Sect of Sword Region, Cloud Palace, Tianhe Family, Sunset Palace, gather all the elders at the fastest speed, and join the 3 great ancestors to go to the strange land. The Sword Region, the region that has been calm in the recent era, is one of the most legendary regions in the Holy Realm. There are many masters in the sword domain, there are many sword saints, but there are few wizards who are on the list of evildoers. It's not that there are no future generations in Jianyu, but for some reason, many evil swordsmen in Jianyu have never competed for the ranking of the evildoers list, and they have never even appeared on the list. Because of them, they have challenged authority. In the ancient times, hundreds of epochs ago, there was a big battle initiated by Jianyu, and a shocking battle with the main forces of the enchanting list. The outcome of the 2 sides was unclear, but Jianyu still retreated. And Jian Qingqing's aristocratic family controls 1/10 of the top forces in Jianyu, and has a deep friendship with many Jianzhong sword factions. With a wave of their arms, a large number of sword saints will personally go out to help the battle. This is also the reason why in the Holy Burial Mountain Range, even the holy King Haoyan covets the talent of sword allure. The sword domain has the deepest heritage of one of the 36 domains. After 100 years, it will once again be on the enchanting list. The dark hall, with no end in sight, was burning with a purple-black flame. Like a little starlight under the starry sky, becoming the only light in the dark night. The purple-black flame burned violently with a puff, and a giant door in space suddenly opened. Inside the giant gate, a figure in black robe slowly walked out, covering up his true appearance and not seeing his true appearance. Empress, who are you? As the inheritance day is approaching, why did your honor leave the inheritance space? Several old voices asked in amazement. There were more than a dozen groups of black cloud-like spiritual thoughts suspended in the void. Does this emperor need to report to you when he does things? The black-robed man said indifferently, this emperor is going to deal with some private affairs. Whoever dares to follow me will kill him without mercy. The inheritance of the matter is related to the whole of our demon race, and this emperor will not delay. Brush. The figure of the man in black robes jumped like a star nucleus, and the stars moved and disappeared without a trace in an instant. More than a dozen groups of spiritual thoughts did not dare to act rashly, but the thoughts they conveyed to each other were full of doubts. Private matter? In the Snow Dragon Hall, many elders struggled and fell into a disadvantage in all aspects. The moment Xiang Wendian fell, it was a severe blow. And Xiang Wendian didn't know who killed him until he died. He has been in seclusion all year round, and he has rarely heard of Lin Chen's deeds, and even if he has heard of it, he will not take it seriously. Benzal remembered, he is Lin Chen. It's the Lin Chen from the Holy Burial Mountain Range. When Ji Feng lost his voice and was horrified, his heart fell to the bottom of the valley. At first, he never thought it would be Lin Chen. The intelligence of the 5th grade sect is not as fast as that of the 6th grade sect. In his memory, even though Lin Chen's person is amazing, he is still 108,000 miles away from the enchanting list in terms of cultivation. What about the enchanting list? What about the 5th grade sect? All of them are going to die today. Lin Chen's murderousness has skyrocketed. If it is an ordinary thing, he will definitely not consider the final solution of destroying the sect. However, Shui Longdian and Xiang Wendian touched his bottom line. After killing Xiang Wendian, Lin Chen almost did not hesitate. He didn't even accept the attribute light ball that Xiang Wendian had fallen behind. He rushed straight in the direction of the sect master of the Shuilong Palace, flapping his magic wings, spanning thousands of miles in just a blink of an eye. The god of war's left leg armor released the golden light, and the pure power surged again. The final charge turned into a power increase, and Lin Chen's pure power soared to 300 billion dragons and 400 billion dragons. 500 billion dragon power. This is the highest level of charge of the left leg armor at this stage. After one hit, the charge of the right leg armor will be 0. Now it's your turn, Snow Dragon Palace. The speed of Lin Chen's explosion made the two congealing realm elders and Ji Feng, who were severely injured by Fairy Crimson, unable to react, so they were blocked by Fairy Crimson, which limited the range of movement of the 3 of them. Boom! Lin Chen's figure turned in the air, and with a terrifying sideways kick, the strongest dragon power that pierced through the stars broke out, and the whole person swept past like a golden radiance. Sigh. Boom! 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 The two supreme elders and Ji Feng couldn't even let out the screams before they died. After being flashed by the golden divine light, they were instantly pierced through the holy body, and blood splashed into the void. Instantly kill 3 saints at the 5th level. The teeth of many saints trembled, and their hearts were cold. Is this kid really human? I'm not, dazzled. Ji Feng just died like this? In the hands of a young man? The master of the 5 grade sect, a generation of arrogant figures, just fell. Many saints have not even recovered from this shocking fact. Although there was Fairy Crimson's help and the premise of being seriously injured, the power of Lin Chen's foot has already surpassed the scope of the 5th level of ordinary saints. In the middle stage of the 5th stage of the Holy Realm, it can explode the lethality of about 100 billion dragon power, while in the later stage of the 5th stage, it will be more than 100 billion. Of course, this refers to the Level of a saint with 5 to 8 times of expanding acupoints and 4 times of condensing energy each time. And Lin Chen's blow has broken through the destructive power of 500 billion. Dragon power. Although there is only one blow, under the circumstance of restricted movement and serious injury, they have no chance to use their life saving means. God of War suit ultimate left leg armor, charge, 0%. It has been automatically released, and the host cannot use it until the charging is restored. Jean Huey's dazzling leg armor disappeared. Lin Chen let out a sigh, and when he looked around again, the elder of the Shuilong Palace was injured and died. His avatars are all measured. Any elders of immediate family who want to kill or attack Lin Chen and others, his avatars will kill them if they die. If he was recruited, the elder Kuching, who only dealt with it in battle, would not be killed if he was severely injured. This was the last bottom line he left to the opponent. Lin Chen threw all the bodies of the saints into the Qingxue planting capsule. And when it was absorbed by the blue crystal jade stick, he looked at the entire Luoxia Mountains and several giant cities outside. From now on, there will be no Shuilong Palace in Qiyu. Everything under the name of Shuilong Palace will be taken over by Bingxin Palace. Whoever dares to disobey, come and argue with me, Lin Chen. Someone in Lin, convince people with virtue and refuse to accept it. The person either beat me until you serve, or I beat you until you serve. All the disciples under the name of Shuilong Palace, leave immediately. If there is any stay tomorrow, kill without mercy. Lin Chen transmitted his voice from the spiritual realm of the great achievement stage of the Holy Land, and the sound wave swept thousands of miles, spreading across countless cities and territories, and his voice could be clearly heard even farther away, like crossing the void. When Lin Chen announced, many saints who had come to attend the wedding were both amazed and sighed. Not to mention happy events and funerals, the high-level power of the fifth grade sect has been completely wiped out, and the foundation of the 100,000-year history of the Shuilong Palace has been shattered. With 3 evildoers in charge, the newly established Bingxin Palace is bound to be at its peak, and its status is unshakable. The premise is that it can withstand the next storm. Destroying the 5th grade sect is a small matter, but killing the evildoers list is a big deal. Little friend Lin Chen, you, alas. When the 3 elders of Bingxin Palace flew in the air, they sighed. They are not happy to take over the Shuilong Palace now, and to kill a genius. On the enchanting list, the forces they have to face are far from being as simple as a 6th grade sect. It's okay, the water comes to cover the soil, the soldiers come to block it. And the women come to me. The evildoers list is only backed by the forces. If they can't be beaten, they will be overthrown. Lin Chen smiled, and there was a terrible confidence in his laughter. The little demon empress took a deep look at Lin Chen. As the daughter of Zixia King Valley, her level of contact far exceeds that of ordinary people. What she has learned about the ancient wars and the main forces of the enchanting list is by no means as simple as that of an ordinary sect. The powerhouse dispatched this time will definitely be much more terrifying than the 4 demon kings who sneaked into the Pill territory that day. The death of an evildoer Xiang Wendian has no effect on the main forces behind them. Those supergiants have seen too many evildoers and wizards. What they want to protect is the rules of the enchanting list and their authority. If you kill an evildoer without saying anything, wouldn't it mean that the evildoer can kill and fight indiscriminately in the future? Then send a few more 6-layer saints in the realm of life and death to encircle and suppress the enchanting list, and the fresh blood of the human race will definitely be broken. What they want to maintain is an unchanging order. Could he be stronger than that day? What cards does he have? I'm looking forward to it. The more the little demon empress thought about it, the more curious she became about Lin Chen. The wonderful eyes flashed with brilliance, staring at Lin Chen intently. The secrets in him seem to never end. The holy dragon wanders in the void and incorporates all the attribute light spheres into the dragon body. The host has obtained 100 million enhancement points, 120,000 ignition energy, 1 million talent points, 90,000 water energy, 1.9 billion advanced chi and blood, 1.2 billion advanced chi and blood, 50,000 set essence. The little demon empress cooperated with the holy dragon to kill the holy dragon of the Shuilong temple, and the high-level chi and blood attributes that she obtained were all entered into Lin Chen's body, and the chi and blood were soaring. Fairy, what's your reason for helping me? Lin Chen turned to look at Fairy Crimson, showing a meaningful smile. I can't really like this handsome guy. If that's the case, let's talk about the next topic. I have to find a place to chat at night. Fairy Crimson has spared no effort in helping herself since she left the world tower, and she even dared to fight against the holy King Hao Yin. For now, Lin Chen couldn't think of any reason in himself that could impress her so desperately to help him. Fairy Crimson smiled sweetly. Of course it's because you are handsome. Okay. Let this handsome guess again? Naughty. Okay, I know you always tell me. Lin Chen didn't ask any further questions. After the clone ended the battle, he quickly returned to the Qingxue planting capsule to refine a large amount of qi and blood attribute values. With the high-level qi and blood dropped by Shuilong of Extreme Prison, Lin Chen's holy body has been greatly improved. Previously in the Great Wilderness, most of the high-level qi and blood he obtained were also distributed to the holy dragon. His own body refining realm has not grown too much. This time, his flesh shell dragon power has broken through 6 billion dragon power. No sign of stopping yet. Extreme Prison Shuilong's cultivation level is comparable to the 4th stage of the human race holy realm or complete, and it will benefit Lin Chen greatly. Coupled with the blessing effect of the awakening of the meat shell, the pure power has reached 16 billion dragon power. Humans and dragons have different fighting styles. The dragon's bloodline supernatural power will consume most of the dragon's energy, and generally it will be exhausted after only a few uses. But even if the dragon's vein is vacant, the dragon's holy dragon body also has the power to destroy the sky and destroy the earth. Although the holy power of the human race explodes with extremely strong power, and its attributes are changeable, it can be used many times, but if the protracted war consumes a lot and the holy power of the holy cave is exhausted, it will fall into a very fragile state. In the case of dryness, the dragons of the same level will crush the sacred realm of the human race. And if Lin Chen can elevate his body to the same realm as his holy realm cultivation, it is equivalent to one more move when the mountains and rivers are exhausted. Squad leader, this is their ring. Han Yizhi took away all the fallen elders of the Shuilong Palace's collection ring, as well as Xiang Wentian's silence belt. This item is a 4th grade space sacred artifact, which can store things and functions far beyond the collection ring. Generally, only saints of the 6th level are able to store them. Will have the elders of Bingxin Palace, you can tell other elders to go here. Starting Today, you will be able to take over everything in Shuilong Palace. Lin Chen smiled, and the elders of the Bingxin Palace were both happy and worried, and they landed in the Snow Dragon Hall one after another, and even began to swipe to the directions of the various branch halls. Seeing this scene, the many saints who were watching from afar immediately dispersed. If this young man goes crazy and kills them too, then he will really be taken advantage of. Lin Chen was about to open the rings of all the saints. Ling Yueqi hugged him. From behind Lin Chen, the fragrant and cold breath lingered on the tip of her nose, and the beauty said a little angrily, "How is it? You haven't been hurt, have you? You're so impulsive every time." Lin Chen smiled. "Hey, if a man doesn't rush, is that still a man? Not to mention your man is the most handsome of me. TSK, 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 don't worry about being tired, the things you asked me to collect, Zixia Wangu has already collected them for me." The little demon empress interrupted the two of them and handed Lin Chen a ring. When Ling Yueqi saw the little demon empress, her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. People like this are really rare in the world. Taking the acceptance ring handed over by the little demon empress, Lin Chen grinned. "Thank you so much. Hee, as long as I don't die, this commander will definitely not default on the debt." When the spiritual consciousness opened the ring, there were over 100 second-grade holy artifacts hidden among them, and there was a fiery look in Lin Chen's eyes. He made an agreement with the little demon empress and Zixia Wangu when he left the world tower, at the cost of selling 1,000 wandering god fruits each year. Let Zixia Wangu buy a large number of second-grade holy artifacts for him. As for the amount, he will temporarily take credit. Anyway, Zixia Wangu has a lot of money, and he really does not lack this money. Even now that he has become a list of evildoers, Lin Chen doesn't know what kind of power Zixia King Valley is. This power has a long history and seems to be some special existence in the southern region. Even the little demon empress has never answered Lin Chen directly. "Let's go, let's search the house. Take a look at the treasure house of this 5th-grade sect, what good things are there?" Lin Chen waved his hand, Han Yiji and the little demon empress followed, and when they heard the word chasing the house, the little demon empress's eyes lit up, as if she was going to explore and hunt for treasure. Everyone went straight to Huanglong, and the Shuilong Palace kept its own treasure house secret, and even the Crimson Fairy had to spend a little time to find it. It's a pity that Lin Chen has the ultimate shadow. The hidden treasure house of the secret realm was all uncovered by the little shadow within a quarter of an hour, and 4 secret realm treasure houses were found successively. The first treasure house secret realm cultivates 5 kinds of low-grade qi. Yunlingji, a middle-grade qi Yunlingji snow dragon vine, and there are gold Xingyuan coins and silver Xingyuan coins piled up into mountains. Lin Chen gave the Saint Yuan coins to the little demon empress, Han Yiji, and others, and gave all the qi luck and lingji to Bingxin Palace. This is the foundation for the development of Bingxin Palace in the future. You are welcome. With Lin Chen's help, the future Bingxin Palace must be in charge of Ling Yueqi. Keeping Qi Luck Spirit Plant now is equivalent to leaving it to your future wife to practice. The second treasure house secret realm is the exercise class. There are 4 orange level exercises, and 2 half-orange level mental exercises. The top purple rank, countless. There were also 13 low-grade variant crystals and 1 ice-type middle-grade variant crystal. Lin Chen and the little demon empress only took what they used, and kept nearly half of them for Bingxin Palace. The Shuilong Temple is also a major in ice-type exercises, and many inheritances can be said to be perfectly connected with the Bingxin Palace. The elders were once overwhelmed by ecstasy. The third treasure house secret realm is the medicine pill formula category. Although there are many kinds, Lin Chen is a 6th grade saint level pharmacist with a very high vision. In addition, the Shuilong Temple is not the main force in cultivating pills. And the pill recipe is no higher than the 4th rank, so Lin Chen only took a part of it as the staple food for Little Shadow. Bingxin Palace. The 4th treasure house secret realm is what Lin Chen wants most. It is a sacred artifact, with 178 1st grade sacred artifacts, 99 2nd rank sacred artifacts, 12 3rd rank sacred artifacts, and 3 4th rank sacred artifacts. Lin Chen packed them all. Take away. And Fairy Crimson personally opened the space channel and transferred more than half of the senior elders of the Bingxin Palace to the Snow Dragon Hall. All the elders of the Bingxin Palace had a dreamlike feeling. In almost a day, they replaced the Snow Dragon Palace. The ups and downs of this life are countless times more exciting than prostitution. If it was an ordinary force, it would definitely not be possible, and even if the Shuilong Temple was destroyed, it would not be possible to directly take over its territory. However, Lin Chen is on the list of evildoers and acts on the list of evildoers, and others cannot interfere. Unless the Shuilong Temple is a direct affiliate of a 6th grade sect, ordinary 6th grade sects will not easily find someone who is enough to destroy the sect. The trouble with the wizards of the enchanting list. After one day. What? Sell them all? But the 4th grade pill recipe, the value is too high. In the hall of the treasure house of Shuilong Palace, when the elders of Bingxin Palace heard that Lin Chen was going to sell all the 3rd grade and 4th grade pill recipes as quickly as possible and exchange them for 2nd grade holy artifact, they thought they had heard it wrong. Han Yizhi smiled playfully, smiling like a flower, and explained, "Don't worry, elders, the squad leader is now a 6th rank holy pharmacist and won the championship at the Heavenly Selection Conference in the pill domain. Selling these pill recipes is not a good idea for him. The elders don't need to worry about the root cause of the Snow Dragon Palace." 6th grade? The 3 sacred elders and the palace master of Bingxin Palace almost dropped their chins, and the corners of their mouths shivered. A 6th grade saint-level pharmacist, this is a legendary alchemy giant. In the 36 domains, where can't you enjoy the supreme treatment, Lin Chen is ranked 6th at such a young age? How far has this little guy transformed after he left Qiyu? Not daring to hesitate too much, the elders of Bingxin Palace acted quickly and sold these pills for Lin Chen as quickly as possible. 2 days later. Snow Dragon Hall, the secret cultivation realm, the cold jade bed. The vast frozen jade ice bed hangs upside down like a mirror, and there is a breath of cold ice. In the past, only the elders of the Shuilong Palace could enter this place. Ling Yueqi was in the center of a 10,000-foot-long top-quality Tianhan ice soul. Her beautiful eyes were tightly closed, like an ice fairy who was frozen in the Tianhan ice soul. She was so beautiful that Lin Chen was a little dazed. Sister Yueqi is really getting more and more beautiful. Well, after her retreat this time, I should be able to, he. Someone Lin touched his chin and muttered to himself. At this moment, Lung Yueqi's delicate body was swallowing up the vast energy of all the ice and ice in the sky like a vortex. Even Lin Chen had to use all his strength to mobilize his holy power to get close to her. Within 100 feet. This 10,000-foot-long sky-cold ice soul, a little bit of leaked ice energy is enough to turn some small plains into ice and snow. In terms of value, Lin Chen's whole body can be compared to a 6th-grade holy pill Poria Destiny pill refined at the Heavenly Selection Conference. Ling Yueqi's 9 extreme cold veins are in the best period after awakening. If she can perfectly absorb the ice and ice from the sky, she will surely soar to the sky. Maybe, the cultivation level will directly surpass Lin Chen. When Lin Chen exited the secret realm and returned to the Snow Dragon Palace, the elegant crimson shadow waited for a long time. It was fairy crimson. She threw a ring to Lin Chen and said with a smile. This was obtained from the sale of many properties in the Shuilong Palace, and some territories that were temporarily beyond the ability of Bingxin Palace to manage. All were sold to the 6th-grade Chamber of Commerce under my guarantee, plus the more than 1 million you gave me before. Gold St. Yuan coin. I personally went to Chiyu's 7-rank merchant guild and found a lot. People from Bingxin Palace heard that you need a lot of holy artifacts, and they contributed all of them, leaving only the minimum life-saving holy artifacts. When Lin Chen took the acceptance ring, a flash of fiery flashed in his eyes. There are 516 2nd-grade holy artifacts in this ring. This number is not an exaggeration to call it an astronomical number. Although the 2nd-grade holy artifact has a slightly lower vision for Lin Chen today, it is difficult for even the 6th-grade sect to gather so many holy artifacts in a short period of time. Coupled with the 2nd-grade holy artifact held by Lin Chen, the number is exactly 1001 2nd-grade holy artifact. The 3rd God of War component is right in front of you, within reach. The system once told Lin Chen that the God of War suit, the more parts, the more terrifying the superimposed power increase. For example, the 4% charge of a single piece of Ares armor is matched with 2% armor and 2% leg armor, and the 2 pieces of the latter will increase the power even more. When Lin Chen left, Fairy Crimson took a deep look at Lin Chen's back. In the end, she didn't even get to know Lin Chen's details. Every genius has luck. Talent is important, but luck and timing always determine fate. Fairy Crimson has come into contact with many monsters and wizards. She has never tried her best to help a person like this. On the contrary, she will be very careful with each monster. The reason is her origin. She is not a human race, but a spiritual plant. In many cases, she can more or less perceive the strength of a genius's luck, and can achieve a level similar to that of a top saint-level mathematician. However, Lin Chen's son, there is no luck at all. It should be said that there is no trace of good luck on his body, and there is no trace of his fate and destiny. This proves that he is most likely not from this world. This is the result of the Crimson Fairy, who is a spiritual plant, dare to scrutinize. Let me see how high you can grow. I have wandered for countless epochs, cultivated in human form and gained wisdom. I am tired of such days. I hope you can show me the beginning of another chapter, Lin Chen. Snow Dragon Palace retreats to the secret realm. Lin Chen sat cross-legged and turned on the system. Tiandao Pickup System version 7.0. Host, Lin Chen, Cultivation, Middle Stage of the Holy Land Triple Stage, 24. Holy Caves, Advanced Essence, 3,911.6 billion points. Ultimate Strength, 18.2 billion. Dragon Power, Meat Shell Awakening, plus 100%. Advanced Chi and Blood, 5,354.5 billion points. Advanced Spirit, 16.9 billion points, the great achievement of the Holy Land. Advanced Cultivation Technique Essence, 65.71 million points. Advanced Rune Energy, 124.41 million points. Intermediate Heavenly Dao Value, 27.22 million points. Intermediate Talent Points, 110.2 million points. Set Essence, 6.74 million points. Blank Attributes, 0 points. Enhancement Points, 16.955 billion points. Refined Variants, 38 pieces. Advanced Element Energy, Fire 44.1 million, Earth 34.15 million, Wood 33.99 million, Gold 33.33 million, Water 33.41 million, Thunder 34.35 million, Wind 34.31 million, Light 33.46 million, Dark 33.52 million points. Set Column, Gold God of War Suit, Holding Parts, Ultimate Right Arm Armor, Ultimate Left Leg Armor, Production Picture, Ultimate Right Leg Armor, Bloodline Status Bar, Exercise Status Bar, Life Awakening Bar, Active Talent Column, Passive Talent Column, Nirvana Column, Characteristic Rune Column, Talent Combination Skills. After killing Xiang Wentian and the elders of Shuilong Palace, Lin Chen gained a lot of the essence of the suit. Compared with the previous battle in Danyu, it was not because the four demon kings and the holy King Haoyan were inferior to Xiang Wentian, but the holy King Haoyan did not use any holy weapons at that time. So far, Lin Chen can only get the essence of the suit by blasting and destroying the holy artifact, or decomposing the holy artifact. System, I want to make God of War right leg armor. The system receives it, consumes 2 million Heavenly Dao value, 2 million sets of essence, 999 second-grade holy artifacts, and a gold-based 9th-grade holy mine. Boom. In Lin Chen's Qingxue planting capsule, the golden holy ore that sealed the sharp and pressing qi of Gengjing disappeared completely. In the system space of Lin Chen's spiritual consciousness see, a golden vortex soaring into the sky rises. Then, when the vortex dissipated, a piece of golden leg armor shone and slowly descended. Its proportion and length were completely designed according to Lin Chen's body shape. Successful production. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the third Golden Aries suit part, the ultimate right leg armor, charge, 0.45%. When Lin Chen was in a throbbing mood, the little shadow came out of his arms again, and there was good news. Have you opened the silence belt? The black dragon-shaped little shadow nodded excitedly, and responded with a thought, I earned a small goal. Xiang Wentian's Belt of Silence is a sacred artifact in space. This sacred artifact is not like a ring. After death, the spiritual imprint of its master becomes very weak, but it becomes more solid, making it impossible for outsiders to obtain its secrets. This is often forged by some supergiants in order to prevent some powerhouses from leaking the secrets of the sect after their death, and later it will become the configuration of the enchanting list, because this thing can also be used as a gas planting capsule. Lin Chen immediately released his spiritual power to sneak in, and saw a vast ocean come into view. There were 2 islands floating on the sea, and they were full of treasures. There are exercises, holy pills, 8th order heaven and earth treasures, and several 4th-grade holy artifacts that have not yet been recognized as masters, with extremely rich heritage. As expected of the enchanting list, the foundation is indeed rich. After Lin Chen received all the orders, he found that there were several rare mermaids in that sea. The mermaids are all graceful, their bodies are like jade, and They are all charming, and they are not much less than some holy princesses. Seeing that the spiritual consciousness that entered this time was not the original owner, the mermaids, who did not even have an eighth-order cultivation base, shivered and hid in the depths of the sea. Mummy, this young Wentian will really enjoy it. Feelings can enter this space from time to relax. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed, finding a time to release these mermaids. The most urgent task is to prepare more power. System, all the sacred artifacts here have been disassembled for me. Lin Chen's spiritual consciousness touched the entire silent space. The system was activated again, and all the sacred artifacts were decomposed. Next, Lin Chen took out the collection rings of the many elders of the Shuilong Hall, as well as Ji Feng's collection rings, all of them selected holy artifacts, disassembled, or disassembled. Among them, there is no lack of 4th grade holy artifacts, and there is even a 5th grade. The improvement of Lin Chen is great, and he still chooses to break it down. The reason is to prepare for the next situation. The decomposition is successful. The host has accumulated the essence of the set, 16.65 million points. Lin Chen rubbed his hands excitedly. Very good, I want to use all the essence of the set on the 3 God of War parts and distribute them evenly. Start charging. The charging is complete. The host is currently a 3-piece suit of God of War, ultimate right armor, 5.2% charging. Ultimate right leg armor, 5% charge. Ultimate left leg armor, 5% charge. Even with the preparations in his heart, Lin Chen's heart still couldn't help but tremble. All over 5% charged. Last time, with the combination of 2 God of War parts with a charge of about 2.5%, Lin Chen's temporary burst of pure power exceeded 6 trillion dragon power, and the last kick that destroyed the mysterious treasure realm exceeded 8 trillion dragon power. This time, it's 3 pieces at 5%. Ordinary saints at the 6th level, if they dare to come to me, they will all die. Lin Chen's eyes are full of sharp edges, and there is a faintly domineering arrogance that ignores me and looks down on the world. No matter what the consequences of killing the wizards on the enchanting list. This time, he will never regret it, and he will die without regrets. Anyone who touches his bottom line, Lin Chen will do everything he can. Boom. Suddenly, the sky shook and the earth shook, and a shocking shout was like rolling wind and thunder, destroying the dry and rotten, echoing millions of miles outside the Luoxia Mountains. All the forces and powerhouses, their faces changed. Ask the palace to do business, idle people, etc., leave immediately. After a quarter of an hour, life and death are up to the sky. Lin Chen's heart moved. Come yet. Asking the palace's warning, let the last group of forces completely evacuate. With a radius of tens of thousands of miles, it can be said that there is no one inhabited. The Snow Dragon Palace was destroyed, and the enchanting list was killed. With such important news, the forces that received the rumors had already run away. Who is still here? There are only a few old monsters hiding in the void who dare to stay here. They are hidden old monsters in Chiyu, just to see the excitement. What's more, some saints with powerful realms released a spiritual thought from a distance to observe the vicinity of the Luoxia Mountains. For many years, such an exciting thing has not happened in Chiyu, which is as silent as water. It seems that during the period of the old man's retreat, some outrageous monsters and wizards have emerged. Compared with those lunatics in the Jianyu area, they are not much better. This kid killed the wizards on the enchanting list? Interesting, it's much more interesting than watching the little guys on the genius list play a little trouble. I haven't been born for a long time, and I encountered such interesting things as soon as I was born. Some mighty spiritual thoughts talk to each other, and do not intend to intervene. Kill the enchanting person who asked me to ask the palace, get out. Get out. Boom boom boom. The terrifying holy sound is mixed with the glorious holy prestige, shattering the space. The sky is scattered, the light is dim and wandering, just like before the end of the day. The silence belt fell into Lin Chen's hands, and the speed at which the palace was approached was extremely fast. With the speed at which the saint travels through the void, except for those in a few realms, only special space passages can cross the multiple regions of the holy realm and directly reach the strange realm. Lin Chen's eyes became particularly sharp in an instant, his figure flashed. He shuttled through the space, and returned to the hall. In the lobby of the hall, the expressions of Bingxin Palace and the others were chaotic, so the little demon empress and Han Yiji could be considered calm. Seeing Lin Chen appear, everyone calmed down as if they had found their backbone. Squad leader. Han Yiji's expression was solemn, and his spiritual power sensed that the person who came was extremely terrifying. The extraordinary fifth-layer saint, the high-level power that the opponent seems to have dispatched directly. It's okay, just come to me, you can take care of this place with peace of mind, I'm enough to go alone. Lin Chen smiled lightly, stepped on his feet, spread his wings, and fled into the void in a flash. The figure of Fairy Crimson appeared in the lobby, and she found a place to sit at random. Senior Crimson, aren't you going to help Lin Chen? The palace master of Bingxin Palace couldn't help but dare to ask Fairy Crimson. Fairy Crimson glanced at her and smiled indifferently, you seem to be worried. Speaking of which, you are Ling Yueqi's master, so why do you look at him a little differently? The palace master was stunned for a moment, a faint red glow rose from his beautiful face, and he coughed lightly. No, Lin Chen's kindness to my Bingxin Palace is as heavy as a mountain. The help this time is not something I can decide on my own. Fairy Crimson interrupted her and said in a rare serious manner, you haven't reached my realm yet, and your level of contact is different. This time the enemy is not there. My participation can change the result, everything depends on Lin Chen himself. The agreement I made with him is just to protect this place from being affected by the battle. Everyone looked at each other, their hearts complicated and worried. Indeed, there are some existences in the world that you think are rare, but in the eyes of some people, they are just playthings. You think they are rare because they have not reached that level. Just like the Emperor of War, I feel that the saints are so stalwart and powerful, but above the saints, there are naturally more classes. The world, or the entire universe, is created by layers of classes. Outside the Luoxia Mountains, in the Tianyin Canyon, Lin Chen stood alone on the top of the mountain, dressed in a silver robe and rolled up, fighting against the wind. The small shadow turned into a small black dragon and squatted on his shoulders. Before the enemy, it even yawned, indifferently, and with ease. This little guy is eating the holy pill faster and faster, it's terrifying. Lin Chen was amazed, and then his eyes suddenly froze. Motivating the holy force, I saw 3 figures slowly emerge from 1,000,000 miles away. 2 old men, one black and one white, and an old woman leaning on crutches. The old and empty eyes are a bit penetrating. When the old woman opened her eyes suddenly, the fluctuation of her holy power made Lin Chen's mental perception faintly tingling. This old woman is terrifyingly strong. More than that. 8 figures appeared on all sides, and the holy acupoints. Moved like a star, and the 8 holy places, with 50 holy acupoints in full bloom, were actually 5-fold complete. In the 4 directions of the south, and northwest, 8 saints 5-fold successfully blocked their retreat. The background of these 6-rank forces is evident. And the 5-rank sect, with only 3 saints and 5 layers, it is completely different from the same order of magnitude. Little devil, is that you? Sign up. The black and white old man flicked his nails, like a tiger overlooking an ant. This handsome has a lot of names, I don't know which 2 old gentlemen want to hear. Some people call me the most handsome in the holy world, some call me the top card of the club, and some people call me arsonist, but I like it the most. Yes, it's still the unpretentious, and even boring God who descended to the world. Why, the old gentleman asked my name, is he going to invite me to the big healthcare? Let me say it first, I have a strange taste, and it is difficult to satisfy, or else you can invite me for a late-night snack. Lin Chen picked up a wandering god fruit and crushed it, chatting and laughing. Little Shadow picked up a holy pill and chewed it in the same way. One person is dark, and the arrogance is very arrogant. Humph. What nonsense are you talking to him, just a mere junior? Take it back. And crush the bones before interrogating him. The black-robed old man snorted coldly, waved his sleeve robe, and the dark aura of Yin in his 5 fingers exuded a hell-like aura of destruction and death, turning into a shock of lightning and shooting at Lin Chen. The old man's momentum was not strong, but when he shot, the sky suddenly darkened, and a subtle and deep crack spanned the sky. The moment the opponent shot, Lin Chen finally sensed the strength of the old man, the sage's 6th level life and death cultivation base, the 6th level. Late stage. Lin Chen activated the war god's armguard like lightning, flicked his backhand, and a touch of golden light broke the sky. Sigh. Bang. Jin Hui collided with the breath of death, the world was destroyed and withered, and in the thousands of miles of space at the center of the explosion, the vitality was instantly evaporated, the space collapsed, and the vitality turned into dead silence. What? Pure power took over the attack of the old man. Is this hundreds of millions of dragon power? The expression of the black and white second old man changed suddenly, the old woman with empty eyes finally glowed, and she stared at Lin Chen's direction with a little more curiosity. Bang! Lin Chen smashed the void, possessed a shadow, and spread his magic wings. When his spiritual power was condensed, he burst out, and a cold shout spread all over the world. The disciples of the Asking Palace, who kidnapped my Lin Chen's woman first. Don't blame me for killing me. Even if you come up, I will single-handedly challenge you to the Asking Palace. At this moment, nearly half of the northwest region of Chiyu shook. The hearts of many saints who were watching in secret were shocked. One person singled out a 6-rank sect. Although the Asking Palace will not come out in full force, the powerhouses who have arrived here are already the core top force of the 6th-rank forces. The most important thing is that it is also difficult to gather so many powerhouses in a short period of time. The many hidden old monsters and powerful people watching the battle couldn't help but stunned. They thought that this sun would call in some tyrannical force, but they didn't expect to fight directly. One-on-one single-handedly a top powerhouse of the 6th-rank power, and such a young man? Not only is the newborn calf not afraid of tigers, it is simply crazy. Even if the evildoer of the Asking Palace makes a mistake, it will not be your turn to point and point. Young man, you are arrogant when you think you are a little capable. Today, I will let you know what it means to have a day outside the sky. Boom. The two old men, black and white, laughed in anger. As they walked 1,000 miles, their sleeves shook, and two huge dragons burst into the air. One black and one white, the energy of the holy force moving mountains and filling the sea contains the energy of life and death. The 5-layer saint that Chen had fought against before was so clever. The 6th level of saints, the realm of life and death, the holy power is contaminated with the breath of life and death, and every move has the mighty power to create all life and destroy all living beings. OM. The divine might is vast and the divine power is like the sea. The golden divine brilliance circulated on Lin Chen's right arm, and Lin Chen mobilized the right arm armor of the god of war in a single thought. Sigh. Tear. The sonic boom rolled, Lin Chen confronted him head-on, he threw out a fist, flattened all directions, the shattering void, the fist wind that shone with golden divine brilliance, blasted the two black and white dragons of life and death. The second old man was surprised. How could the pure power of this kid still rise? Boom. In an instant, the sky was spinning. Lin Chen's fist burst into endless golden light. He smiled sternly. The little shadow cooperated with his magic wings. Like a tiger, his figure escaped, and he appeared on the top of the second old man's head, smashing with a fist. A splendid golden light flashed across the sky, and the two fell into the earth's veins, cracking the mountains and rivers for thousands of miles. Lin Chen's boxing was like lightning, and the dragon power was unleashed. It was close to the second old man. He was domineering. Destroy everything, unstoppable. And this kind of thing? Where did this kid come from? Isn't he a saint in the triple layer? Where did he get such a powerful force? 3-level saint versus 6-level holy realm? Is this old man crazy, or is this world crazy? The hidden old monsters of Qiyu were terrified. The white-robed old man was chased by Lin Chen and shot out a real fire. Burning with anger, grasping the palm of his hand, the rolling red rainbow beams converged into a giant sword, releasing the breath of death that swallowed everything, and slashing Lin Chen. Ask the red dust sword. Asking Gong Jiqiang's Zhenzong orange level exercise, asking the red dust sword. Lin Chen just beat the black-robed old man back, turned his body in a volley, smashed his elbow into the air, smashed the giant sword of death across the sky, and exploded countless broken beams. Forgotten River is dead silent. The black-robed old man's right arm flashed a cyan-light claws, and he suddenly grabbed Lin Chen from the air. Wherever he passed, the airflow collapsed, the space disintegrated and exploded, and the 7 cyan claw marks in the jumping space were torn to Lin Chen's Tianling cover. Between the electric light and flint, Lin Chen's spiritual power in the Deshang stage of entering the holy realm sensed the approach of the murderous intention, and suddenly raised his hand, and clenched his 5 fingers up to the sky. Kill the claw. Let the 2 elders use the orange-level exercises of the Taoist palace, the power of middle-grade different crystals. Lin Chen subdues 1,000 moves with one punch, and breaks 10,000 techniques with one punch. The 8 high-level elders of the Asking Palace who blocked Lin Chen's retreat were stunned. The second elder is the supreme elder of the Taoist Palace, with a lofty status and strong strength, second only to the few people in the Taoist Palace. Such a strong too, can't win a young man? This son, in the end, what a realm of evildoers. If they were the most outstanding evildoer in Wenwen Gong's recent era, Xiang Wentian would face these two elders, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to get out even 2 rounds. The explosions in the void exploded hundreds of times in a series, and the space in the northwest region shook endlessly. Only the location of the Bingxin Palace, which had set up the space barrier in advance, was protected from this disaster. The whole Bingxin Palace stared worriedly into the distance. Fairy Crimson was light and calm, but her eyes never left the battle situation. Only the little demon empress, with her charming and peerless beauty, was eager to try, looking into the distance with anticipation and excitement, as if she was waiting for something. When the two sides retreated, the black and white 2 old men were slightly embarrassed. On the other hand, Lin Chen, when he was hovering in the air, his magic wings stretched high, his breath was long, and his fighting spirit dominated the 9 heavens in 10 places, and he was not tired at all. Use that trick. Ordinary tricks have no effect on this child. I can't believe that the 2 of us, who have been banned for dozens of epochs, are going to use it to deal with this kid. Black and white 2 old men gritted their teeth, their eyes were burning with anger. The holy cave burst out with glorious holy power, and the holy power rose rapidly. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. Are you going to make a killing move? Just in time. I plan to do you all in one wave. Just as Lao Yu was fighting against Lin Chen, an afterimage suddenly disappeared. Lao's figure suddenly trembled, and the soaring power subconsciously stopped. The moment the afterimage disappeared, Lin Chen's scalp exploded, as if some giant beast was staring at him. System, the right arm armor maximizes power. As soon as Lin Chen thought about it, the armor of the god of war erupted into an invincible divine brilliance, and Lin Chen's power broke through 8,000 billion dragon power. Lin Chen threw his fist violently, and the golden light flashed. Sigh. Bang. The terrifying scene was presented to everyone's perception range, and the thousands of miles of space near Lin Chen seemed to instantly turn into mush, turning into a chaotic vacuum. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth was bleeding, and he stepped back thousands of steps. An afterimage in the void stood back 10 steps and stood still. His eyes were empty and vicissitudes. The black and white old man's face is full of joy. The chief Dharma protector of the Asking Palace has taken action. Her strength is second only to the most mysterious ancestor of the Asking Palace. Lin Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stared at the old woman in the distance, and suddenly smiled. Senior is still a little old and still attacking a young man like me. I'm afraid I'm more shameless than someone. Lin? The old woman opened her mouth, her voice was extremely hoarse, like her fingernails scraping against the wall. Dealing with a monster like you. The old lady doesn't intend to treat you as an ordinary person. If there is no explanation for the death of the evildoer in the palace, I'm afraid it will be laughable. You still have let the trump card. The 2 of them may not be able to win you. Let the old lady be your opponent. Lin Chen's eyes are solemn and excited. This old woman looks like a candle in the wind. She is extremely weak, but she is actually strong and abnormal. At least, it's not an ordinary Holy Realm 6th level peak. Stronger than that. Black and white old man. When Lin Chen was about to sacrifice his ultimate left leg armor, 1,000 Lizi Xia across the sky broke through the void, and the space blockade of the Asking Palace was broken from the front. An incomparably calm and majestic voice shook the world. Is the questioning palace so promising? It's almost ashamed of old man Mo's face back then. What's the matter with bullying a young man? Come to accompany this seat for 2 tricks? The look of the old Dharma protector suddenly became solemn. Lin Chen was stunned. Another strong man comes? The little demon empress in the distance waved her pink fist and said excitedly, "Finally come. Is this voice the old guy Zitianhu? He didn't die, and he broke through that realm?" Hearing the domineering warning sound, many hidden old monsters were horrified and solemn. The main event is here. I saw that in the sky not far from Lin Chen, the purple rosy rainbow spread out across the sky and rolled up a Hangqiao avenue. On the avenue, a group of figures came on the face. The head is 9 feet 9, with purple armor and purple robes, tiger eyes, and knife eyebrows, and a face that is not angry and arrogant, like a knife sharpening an axe. After his hands were folded, a pair of purple eyes burning with true flames were like the eyes of the sun, very domineering, like an emperor overlooking all living beings. On his left is a handsome middle-aged man, handsome and unrestrained, with a feather fan in his hand and a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth. There are stars twinkling. On the right side is a plump beauty with a charming and unparalleled charm, a fiery red body, a smile and a frown, captivating, like falling into reincarnation, never to wake up. There is also a handsome young man with a 3-footed qingfeng in his hand, a feather crown on his head, and a long robe. Even Lin Chen is a little surprised by the handsomeness and appearance of this person, and he is chasing half of his own appearance. Next to the 4 of them, there are 6 old men in purple clothes, either light-hearted, or radiant, vicious, or immortal. These old men looked at Lin Chen curiously, as if to strip him bare, to see through all the secrets, but without exception, none of their breaths were weaker than that of the black and white old man in the Wendao Palace. "Are you Lin Chen?" The man in armor who walked down from the purple ray gave Lin Chen an unprecedented smile. Very good, seedling." The charming woman giggled, "Dragon wind among people, no wonder there are legends all over the world in recent years. Just the champion of this day's election conference, the background of the 6th rank holy pharmacist is enough to be on an equal footing with us." The handsome young man said succinctly, "The future can be a great thing." The handsome middle-aged man collected the paper fan, and said rarely, "Seriously. It's Mrs. Life-Saving Benefactor, as expected of a character that Miss can often mention. It's really unusual compared with the enchanting wizards I've seen. I don't know how many grades it is better. Several seniors are." Lin Chen clenched his fists, neither humble nor arrogant, and he could see that the people who came were friends rather than enemies. "The other party hasn't answered yet, and the old guard of the Dharma Palace said with a gloomy face, Zisha King Valley? Are you guys who are not born? Come to interfere with what I asked the palace to do?" Lin Chen was stunned. This group of powerhouses who suddenly arrived were actually from the Zisha King Valley. "Uncle, Arinyang, you are finally here." The little demon empress turned into a startling rainbow and stepped forward with a simple smile. When everyone saw the little demon empress, she showed a kind smile of meeting relatives. The charming young woman smiled and said, "You are a big daughter, you are going to mobilize us all in one word. Why, what happened?" The little demon empress said proudly, "This time it wasn't me who caused trouble, it was him." Everyone was puzzled. The uncle of the little demon empress, the purple-robed man, asked curiously, "What did he cause?" "It's nothing, just killed more than 8,000 characters on the enchanting list." The faces of everyone in Zisha King Valley froze. "Nothing? I'm a darling. This Lin Chen is more troublesome than this young lady, killing A genius on the enchanting list? You said that you secretly engage in some it's okay to kill the other party, and kill a demon in the 36 domains? People from the 8th rank sect dare not do it lightly. The beautiful woman gave a wry smile, as expected of someone who can keep pace with Miss. It really is beyond common sense. Stop talking nonsense, it's all here. This Lin Chen, our Zisha Kingu will protect him. No matter what fault he has, I will bear it all. Ask the guys from the palace, are you going to get out on your own or send it to me? Come along. The uncle of the little demon empress stood up, showing his domineering side. Although he did not reveal his holy power and cultivation base, Lin Chen faintly felt a sense of oppression and stalwart like the holy power of the sun. At the same time, Lin Chen felt moved in his heart. They chose to stand on their side without asking why. In this situation, the little demon empress did not tell herself that she was a strong person who she called herself from home. This is by no means a simple matter. It will mean that Lin Chen's responsibility to kill the wizards on the enchanting list will also pull the Zisha King Valley into the water, completely bound to the same front. It was impossible for the little demon empress to not know the consequences. However, Lin Chen still spoke seriously to the purple-robed man. Senior, this is my personal business. Although I have a good relationship with the little goblin, this matter cannot be raised among the Dao sect forces. Okay, alright, young man, no one can stop what we Zixia Wangu have to decide to do. Why, can we help you today? Can you stop us? The purple-robed man laughed jokingly. Lin Chen was a little speechless. Why is this tough attitude so familiar? Brush. 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 The powerhouses of the Asking Palace returned to the old Dharma protector one after another. The leading old concubine had hidden killing intent, and her voice was hoarse and sinister. Zixia Wangu, you are not as powerful as you were back then. You can't handle this matter. Whether you can afford it, it's not your turn to comment on the person who has half your foot in the coffin. Give you 3 breaths to get out with your people, otherwise, leave something behind and go. The uncle of the little demon empress patted Jianchen, and the corner of his mouth raised a contemptuous arc. His attitude was extremely domineering. The powerhouses in the Asking Palace all had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. Seriously, they can't have a chance of winning. But if you retreat, wouldn't it be a shame to ask the palace? 1. The purple-robed man started counting and stretched out his fingers. Again, 2. Finally, the old Dharma protector showed her unwillingness and was about to wave her hand to evacuate. 3. The casual voice was like thunder, and it ripped apart the sky in an instant. This 3, the old man counted it for you. There are no tigers in the mountains, and monkeys are called kings. The people of Zixia King Valley are so overbearing. Boom. Call out. Call out. Call out. When the space vibrated, 9,999 holy lights and auspicious chi interweaved vertically and horizontally, all over the sky and the ground, like the wind. Clouds, dragons and tigers seeing the mountains and rivers, and even golden boys and girls compose sacred songs to praise the merits and virtues, and the gorgeous and colorful clouds covering thousands of feet covered the 4 directions, and the vision of heaven and earth suddenly appeared, changed into a holy place. As soon as this momentum appeared, it seemed that no matter how dark the place between heaven and earth could be turned into a holy place. Inside the colorful auspicious clouds, there were 11 black-robed men. standing, with such a strong aura that even the whole world shuddered. In front of the man in black robe stood a white-bearded old man with immortal style. He smiled and turned 9 holy wheels behind his head. His plain eyes contained a kind of majesty that enlightens the world, which can make hundreds of millions of living beings respect. Young people will pay the price if they do something wrong. Come with me, Lin Chen. Today, no one can protect you. When the white-bearded old man opened his mouth, Lin Chen suddenly felt that the world was spinning, and his spirit was a little confused. Inexplicably, he had a kind of admiration and conviction in his heart. Broken. Lin Chen's spiritual awakening rebounded instantly. His determination broke through the old man's eyes, and he was extremely vigilant in his heart. Oh? This young man. The white-bearded old man was slightly surprised. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, as if every word of the old man represented the truth, making people involuntarily believe in him. Seeing the appearance of this group of people, the strong man in the asking palace immediately looked ecstatic. It is the law enforcement team of the enchanting list directly under the principal forces of the 10 major sects. All the powerhouses in the audience instantly became arrogant, and the scene was very strange and chaotic. Lin Chen, the Daoist Palace, the Zixia King Valley, the law enforcement team of the enchanting ranking, each of the powerhouses has their own side. The people from the asking palace seemed to regain their confidence in an instant, and immediately launched a surrounding formation to surround Zixia, Wang and the others. The law enforcement team on the enchanting list is by no means a false name. Even if there are a lot of powerhouses in the Zixia King Valley today, they may not be the opponents of the law enforcement team. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if the two sides are temporarily indifferent and lose the temporary shelter of Zixia King Valley, the people in there asking palace are enough to take down Lin Chen. At least, they think so. The law enforcement team of the enchanting list? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and said to the little demon empress in private, the reason why some saints are afraid to kill the wizards of the enchanting list is because they are afraid of attracting these guys, right? Not only was the little demon empress not afraid, but she was eager to try. Smiling and charming, and said to Lin Chen through a voice transmission, not quite right, this law enforcement team should be just one of the group. It's the forces behind it, and a single group of law enforcement teams. If a single group of law enforcement teams can't handle it, there will be more law enforcement teams. Each law enforcement team is very strong. They all belong to the top 10 sectarian forces that formed the enchanting list, and there are other 8. It was formed by joining the strong men of the Pin sect. If the problem is extremely serious, it will even provoke a series of old monsters in the law enforcement team. That kind of level is a monster that has really existed since the early days of the Holy Realm. You have to go back to the ancient times of the Holy Realm to find them. The footprint of the 8th rank sect is also the level of the elders, but generally, this kind of person will not be dispatched because of the fall of an individual evildoer. Talking about this, the little demon empress eyes lit up, looking at Lin Chen expectantly, as if telling him, you have to make trouble. Miss Ben is like seeing what those old monsters are like. Lin Chen rolled his eyes, then thoughtfully, he quickly calculated the situation at the scene. If there is a faint flow of golden light in his legs, if something goes wrong, Lin Chen will immediately use 3 parts of the God of War suit. I still have a trick of the rebels, according to the little goblin, unless the old monsters from the law enforcement team come in person, if there are More powerhouses, my odds of winning will never be zero. Lin Chen's confidence is undiminished. Although he has not made much progress in his cultivation, the strength he can explode now is far greater than any time before. Brush. The man in the purple robe stood in front of Lin Chen. His expression was indifferent and cold, and all the elders of the Zixia King Valley were ready for battle. Kingu of Zixia, the old man also returns the original words to you, leave here in 3 breaths. Otherwise, don't blame the old man for not remembering the old feelings. This young man is not qualified to defy the rules of the enchanting list. The white-bearded old man in the colorful auspicious cloud is light and calm. And there is a holy power in his words to educate the world, which makes people involuntarily believe in him. With a wave of his sleeve robe, the surrounding space trembled. It made Lin Chen feel the dangerous aura. This is a very clever space confinement method. All the space here is imprisoned, and no one can shuttle or move the space away. Unless the cultivation base is higher than the old man, or many strong men join forces to bombard. That is to say, the little shadow can still maintain a calm appearance, even a little disdain. The law enforcement team, right? I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear? At this moment, the man in purple robe standing in front of Lin Chen and the little demon empress suddenly laughed. Boom! 11 black-robed men above the colorful clouds stepped out at the same time, ignoring him at all. Zi Tianhu, why don't you get out with your people? You can protect him for a while, but not for the rest of your life. The white-bearded old man frowned, and there were wind and thunder surging in the colorful clouds. That handsome young man and charming woman protected Lin Chen and the little demon empress at the same time, ready to attack at any time. Zi Tianhu smiled leisurely. We really can't protect him, but you old guys haven't been born for too long. I'm afraid you don't even know what the current situation is. Do you know the identity of this little guy? He pointed at Lin Chen, and even Commander Lin was stunned. What am I? I have nothing but the most handsome name in the holy world. The Wanlong Club of the Dragon Clan. This kid can keep a holy dragon in captivity. As a human race, with the body of a holy dragon, he sneaks into the Wanlong Club and wins the title of the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan. Of course I am Zixia King Valley. I can't protect him for a lifetime, but you said, what would happen if I took him here to break through the siege and sent him to the great wilderness to the Dragon Clan? Zi Tianhu's arrogant and domineering remarks aroused thousands of waves. The demeanor of many hidden old monsters and sectarian giants in Qiyu suddenly changed. How could they not know the name of the Wanlong Club, the king of Wanlong Inn? Each generation is almost the pinnacle of the King's Landing primordial dragon clan, and every one of them is a king-like existence. This kid turned out to be the king of dragons? The human race becomes the king of dragons? What are you talking about here? Lin Chen immediately understood, and released his holy dragon, entrenched in the void. The dragon was so mighty, even the law enforcement team of the evildoer was stunned for a moment. The dragon body of the Qing Tian dragon, the dragon tail of the extreme prison water dragon, and the dragon eye of the yin and yang creation dragon. The bloodline is pure, the breath is pure, the real rank 8 peak bloodline. The 3 bloodlines are one? That king of 10,000 dragons is actually related to this son? The knowledge are as strong as the law enforcement team of the enchanting list, and it is also a shock. They are very clear that the dragons with multiple bloodlines want to improve the difficulty of the bloodline grade. The purer the bloodline, the more likely it will cause bloodline conflict and self-destruction. 3 kinds of Peak 8 bloodlines. Unique. The enchanting list law enforcement team has been reclusive all the year round. They know that the Dragon Clan has given birth to a new legendary king of 10,000 dragons with multiple bloodlines. But they didn't appear in the tower, and they didn't know for the first time that this was actually the dragon family raised by this child, and one person. And one dragon belonged to the same origin. A king of 10,000 dragons and a champion of the heavenly election conference. If you push him too hard, ha ha ha. If I bring them to the Dragon Clan, what will happen? Zietian, who jokingly laughed, there was no threat in his laughter. The meaning is very simple. I, Zixia Wangu, don't plan to protect him all the time. I will lead someone to break through the siege later. Your law enforcement team is so awesome. You have the kind of going to the Dragon Clan to ask people to go. If not, in time, there will be a super strong man on the Dragon Clan. A 6th rank holy pharmacist, plus a 3rd rank 8th rank peak bloodline, the king of 10,000 dragons. If this weight is forced to rely on the Dragon Clan, the law enforcement team must also weigh it. You can't use this to scare the old man, but it does let the old man see the potential of this son. There will only be 2 results today, either let this son plead guilty, or let him be used by my law enforcement team. The white-bearded old man was shocked, and actually left the colorful, auspicious clouds and descended in front of everyone. Zietian, whose eyes narrowed, didn't he scare the old guy? They came in a hurry from Zixia King Valley, and didn't bring too many strong people. If you want to break through today, you will inevitably have to fight hard. If you are not careful, you will have to pay a lot of money. Give that old guy to me, and you give someone to help that kid. Don't let the people from the asking palace take him away. Zietian, who left a word and slowly lifted off into the sky. The handsome middle-aged man and the beautiful woman changed their expressions slightly, and he dragged the captain of the law enforcement team alone. When the handsome young man was about to protect Lin Chen in front of him, suddenly, Lin Chen pushed away and stood up front. Everyone in the Zixia King Valley, and the little goblins, I'll take your thoughts. However, I, Lin Chen, have always done things alone. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth faintly raised a crazy arc. You don't need to take action. I'll single out all of them. Just do it if you don't accept it. Brush. 3 golden rays of light flashed, and Lin Chen's right arm, legs, and golden armor with radiance appeared. The pupils of the old protector and the black and white 2 elders of the asking palace trembled. 3 item. This child can fight with the powerhouses above the 6th level of their holy realm, all relying on the strength of the golden armor, and now there are 2 more leg armors? Does he have 3? How perverted is that? The black and white 2 old people are afraid. If it wasn't for the old protector, they and Lin Chen fought recklessly just now. Maybe it's them who are going to have an accident. The captain of the law enforcement team frowned. This guy was imposing, and there was no trace of bluff at all. Is there really a whole card? When Lin Chen was about to launch the God of War 3-piece suit with all his strength, a long roar broke through the void, breaking the spatial confinement of the law enforcement team. Ha 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 ha. It's good to be one person and one person to do things. If you don't agree with life and death, you can do it. The old man likes it. Well, this little guy is very suitable for my eyes. For the sake of his toughness, let him be a prospective grandson-in-law, but He still has to be assessed. Tens of thousands of sword lights shot from the sky, breaking through the void, and interweaving into layers of sword energy storms, overwhelming the mountains and the sea, smashing the mountains and rivers, the sun and the moon. In the sword chi storm, a group of figures came forward, the space between heaven and earth burst into countless cracks in an instant, the sword marks pierced through the void, like 10,000 swords, the sword chi roared into the sky. The blue-robed man at the head is unrestrained, dressed in a green shirt and a green sword, with a radiant energy, like a sword that is proud of the world, and a sword that opens the world. The brigade was chasing, and there were 3 old men walking side by side, stepping on the sword chi, flying vertically and horizontally, evolving the supreme sword chi of the heavens and the sky, like a sword immortal descending. Then there are 21 people with countless sword lights, either with swords around their waists, or with swords behind their backs, or with empty hands, with one look, like 10,000 swords emitting in unison, and the sword energy is overwhelming. The vision of a peerless swordsmanship that moves through the sky, and the earth is evolving infinite swordsmanship, the space is roaring, and the world is trembling. The group of people who came out of the massive sword chi storm, without exception, are all peerless swordsmen. Every one of them, placed in the 36 domains, is a super kendo expert, who is worshipped and admired by hundreds of millions of swordsmen. The hidden old monsters in Chiyu suddenly sucked in the air. Can't be wrong, except in that area, there is no place in the holy world that can gather so many peerless swordsmen at the same time. They even came. The expressions of the people in the asking palace changed drastically, like a mouse seeing a cat. Even Zixia Wangu couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this group of people. It turned out to be the men and horses of the sword region, and they are all sword saints above the life and death realm. What a sharp sword chi coercion. The swordsmanship of the 3 elders is particularly terrifying. Is this the pinnacle of swordsmanship? My Zixia King Valley's Ziching sword saint Erlao is more than a notch inferior in comparison. The powerful swordsman came to visit, and all the forces in Chiyu, who were secretly observing the situation, couldn't help being horrified. How much capital is this to invite these super juggernauts in Jianyu? How much energy and power is behind this child? Lin Dashui forced his mouth to open slightly, stunned, even he was stunned. What's the matter? When did my relationship become so good? Why are so many superpowers here? Hot pot is not so messy. Someone Lin, who was used to single-handedly overthrowing the enemy, suddenly felt a little dazed when faced with this kind of pomp. Where did so many big men come here to help out? This is not a child fight. This is the conflict between the major sects with real swords and real guns. As soon as the people from Jianyu arrived, they immediately stood in the direction of Lin Chen and Zixia King Valley. The captain of the law enforcement team, who is high above, like a Buddha who educates the world, looks horrified. They even went out? Just for this kid? How is it possible? The 3 gray-haired old men beside the man in the green robe waved their sleeve robes with indifference and disdain. Isn't this kid M.O.? I haven't seen him for a while, and he has become the captain of the law enforcement team. I was a member of a small law enforcement team when I met back then. It was really different. One of the 2 elders sighed, and the violent-tempered elder Jiansha waved his hand impatiently, and 5 fierce white lights flashed past. The captain of the law enforcement team turned pale in shock in an instant. Sigh. Tear. The power of the fight between the 2 is not so earth-shattering, but there are hidden secrets and all kinds of changes. The sharp white light flashed away in a flash, and the white-bearded old man, the captain of the law enforcement team, let out a sullen cry, and stepped back several dozen steps. When he stood, his palms were bleeding. The scalps of the powerhouses in the asking palace exploded. One trick to see blood. The difference between the two sides is clear at a glance. The old man, Jiansha, said coldly, "Mo Xiaogue, it's the old man who smashed your dog's head, or you get out yourself. Be smart, don't spoil the old man's mood to see his grandson-in-law, or I will smash you on the spot." The little demon empress eyes flashed with splendor, and she even clapped her little hands excitedly, her white-toothed cherry lips happily muttering, "Wonderful, so wonderful." Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. These people are so strong. In particular, the three elders at the head gave him an inestimable power. Unfathomable. He couldn't estimate what realm the cultivation base of these three people had reached. Even the terrifying captain of the law enforcement team can only be regarded as a junior in front of the three elders. What is the origin of this kid? It's not something that a 6th grade saint-level pharmacist can do. Hurry up and send the order back to open the zone and protection formation. If this group of people fights, how many places in the northwest region will be turned into ruins? His sister, the old man, was fortunate enough to see the senior Jiansha when he went to Jianyu to ask for a sword. Hundreds of epochs have passed, and he is still in this unfathomable appearance. It's terrifying. The hidden old monsters in Chiyu are amazing, and the heads of various forces are even more chaotic. As soon as these three old men come out, I am afraid that the law enforcement team will have a hard time ending today. The little demon empress couldn't help approaching Lin Chen excitedly, and whispered through her voice, "Lin Chen, how on earth did you manage to get so many strong men from the sword region to help you out? Those are all indestructible guys. You always do things your own way. Even a high-level, holy-level pharmacist can hardly be hired. Tell me, are you hiding your background and power? You are actually a super cool second-generation ancestor behind your back?" Someone Lin looked up at the sky 45 degrees and pretended to sigh deeply. "I don't know either, maybe it's because he's handsome." Little demon empress. At this time, there was a beautiful red-haired beauty in the sword chi storm, like a butterfly, rushing towards Lin Chen in a hurry. When the little demon empress saw the red-haired beauty, she subconsciously exclaimed, "It's really because he's handsome." "Lin Chen, are you okay? Did they hurt you?" The red-haired beauty greeted gracefully, wearing a red dress like a cloud of clouds. Her beautiful face, who had always been obsessed with kendo and indifferent, had gentle eyes at this moment, and looked at Lin Chen with a bit of distress. Lin Chen was a little stunned. "Jian Qingqing? Could it be that it's her? Damn it. No way. Could it be that she brought such a strong line up here?" Lin Chen was shocked. "Is it worth her to do this? Am I finally handsome enough to surpass that man?" Facing the beauty's worries, Lin Chen said helplessly, I'm fine. These are all your family members? Too strong. You are so busy helping me. I can't bear it." Lin Chen was a little ashamed, but this sentence is sincere. He doesn't think he has the energy to invite a powerhouse like the three elders of the sword region. "It's okay, you helped me too. In the Holy Burial Mountain Range, if you didn't take action, I might have been injured by the Holy King Haoyan. You." Before Jian Qingqing finished speaking, when he saw the blood on Lin Chen's arm, his pretty face changed slightly, and when he took Lin Chen's palm The three elders of Jianyu on one side changed their expressions in an instant. The sword demon elder even scolded him immediately. "Boy, let go of your dog's paw." With this scolding, someone Lin, who was so frightened of an honest child, quickly let go. Seeing Lin Chen withdrew his hands like lightning, a trace of loss flashed across Jian Qingqing's brows, so anxious that another old Jian Ming said quickly, "What are you doing, little guy? Hurry up and take it back." Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly, just about to raise his hand. The third old man Jian Jin warned, "You can only hold 2 fingers. The old man hasn't agreed with you yet." "Lin Chen, I'm so special." The little demon empress laughed beside her, disregarding her image. The flowers trembled, and she laughed miserably. Seeing his daughter's worried look, the man in green robe sighed in his heart. "Daughter, girl, you have finally found a man who can hold you." When he looked at Lin Chen for the second time, there was an unprecedented surprise in the eyes of the man in green robe. The spiritual power of the great stage of entering the holy realm, the spirit, is like billions of stars, vast and profound. Apart from the power on the arm guard, the body refining realm has reached about 18 billion dragon power, and the cultivation level is even more holy, with 24 holy acupoints in full bloom. The background of the 6th grade holy pharmacist, the identity of the king of dragons. More importantly, all of this is based on his age. From the perspective of life fluctuations, this child is extremely young. Ordinary saints may think that he is almost the same as the wizards on the enchanting list. For saints with longevity, it is difficult to distinguish the difference between 10,000 years old and 1,000 years old. This is also after Lin Chen was sanctified, many saints automatically ignored him due to age, because it is extremely difficult to see the true age of a saint without careful investigation and can only be approximated. But Jian Qingqing's father saw through Lin Chen's true age at a glance. In his early 20s? How is it possible, at such a young age, to have such a terrifying background? The blue-robed man was shocked. It's no wonder that her own baby girl will also fall in love. This is not only a demon, but the talent is unparalleled, chasing the existence of some holy infants. In addition to him, the sword saints of other sects in Jianyu were also looking at Lin Chen, and all the results they came up with shocked them. There are so many young people here. They were still figuring out whether this son could be worthy of Jian Qingqing a moment ago, but now it is much more than what they expected. This little guy is really fierce. Even the people from Jianyu came for him. It seems that this time it may not be our turn to worry about him, ha ha ha. As expected of the person that Miss always mentions, this child is truly amazing. Everyone above the 7th grade sect knows what happened in the sword territory. Their background can be said to be that they have few rivals in the holy world. Now that they are shooting, I am afraid that the law enforcement team will be shriveled again. The people from the Zixia King Valley looked at each other, stepped back a little, and only protected the little demon empress, as if they were watching a play. The other side. Jiansha, Jianming, how can you old guys get out of the border? Didn't the first battle of the year teach you enough profound lessons? The captain of the law enforcement team gritted his teeth, but he was a little bit afraid and stage fright. The man in the green robe turned around, and there was a sword chi storm whistling in his eyes, and he smiled softly and elegantly. The first battle of the year? Your Excellency thinks too much. The people above you are just trying to stabilize the mood of your insiders. Back then, The two sides were only 55-50. Whoever got the other was nothing more than not wanting to die. Mothers. The old man Jiansha's temper came again, and he scolded coldly. Why do you talk so much nonsense with him? Just do it if you don't get out. In the palm of his hand, the pure white sword chi edge was disillusioned, like a sword that splits the sky. The expression of the law enforcement team suddenly changed. 11 men in black stepped out in unison, and the people from the asking palace braved the front. This old guy really started a fight without saying a word. If we don't join forces, we really can't stop him. Aggressive old man, are you the only one? I'm also called a man. The captain of the law enforcement team was ruthless, and a sapphire scroll appeared in his palm. The power of the pervading space was like the stars, the sun and the moon. However, the captain of the law enforcement team had not yet crushed the sapphire scroll, and those who had reached the 6th level of the holy realm had sensed something, and their expressions had changed. 7 holy lights descended like the sky above the sky was falling. And the holy prestige shone through the ages. In the beam of light, a group of neat figures came out, and the void of millions of miles around was turbulent and swaying, as if it was about to collapse. The hidden old monsters of Chiyu are suffocating. Another strong man is coming. This is the first batch. Inside the beam of light, the gray-haired old man coughed lightly. Hey. People from the Sword region, why do they have to force my law enforcement team so hard? The old man with a ferocious face next to him, his face was engraved with a ferocious centipede scar, and he sneered cruelly. If you haven't fought enough back then, you can fight again today. The waist in the long green dress twisted like a green snake. The beautiful woman shook her head reluctantly and said, people in Jianyu are always like this, arrogant and unreasonable. Ijia really doesn't want to see you. 7 holy lights, each beam of light came out with 12 people, and the leaders were all no less than the captain of the law enforcement team. It is the other 7 law enforcement teams of the enchanting list. This kind of lineup is completely used to destroy the sect. Oh? Call someone? The old man, Jiansha, frowned. If we look at the reaction time, the cultivation of these people is not enough to cross the spatial range to reach the strange realm in a short time. Sure enough, at the moment when the 7 beams of light dissipated, a strong man appeared. In the void, an old man came faintly, making the strong men in the sword field also show a dignified look. The old man was leaning on crutches, and seemed to be weak, but the strange thing was that he had 3 heads. Each head has a different expression, some with immortal and Aogu faces, some with vicious faces, such as vicious and vicious centipedes, and some with benevolent faces, such as kind old people. With 3 heads in the same body, this old man has a strange aura all over his body. At this moment, Jian Qingqing's father, the 3 elders of Jianyu, invariably showed a dignified expression. This old man, they once fought each other. The demeanor of the 3 elders of the Sword region was rarely solemn. The captains of the law enforcement teams, they didn't pay attention at all. The problem is this old guy. 3 ghost saints of evil? How did you become such a ghost? Jian Qingqing's father frowned and said solemnly, it turned out to be one. These 3 old things are not dead yet? The 3 of them have become one. And they seem to have broken through a new realm. These 3 old ghosts are really lucky. The last battle clearly cut them into 7 or 8 pieces, but it even made them go further. The 3 elders of Jianyu looked slightly solemn. You 3 immortals are not dead, how can the old man and others die? The ghost saint among the 3 ghost saints said with a long smile. He is the head on the left. Although he has the face of a kind old man, when he stares at the 3 old men, there is a vague murderous intent in his eyes. Don't stay in Jianyu, run out and die? The old man happened to have no chance to take revenge, so you are here. The fierce sage among the 3 ghost saints, with a ferocious face and grinning like a ferocious wild beast, finally found his prey and is about to run away. It's actually the 3 ghosts of the Yin evil, and this legendary character has also come out. The demeanor of Zixia Wangu and others is unprecedentedly solemn. A character of this level, in their heyday of the Zixia King Valley, is also a top-notch powerhouse. It's tricky now, these 3 old ghosts seem to be a little weird. Zitian, who protected the little demon empress, with a very serious expression. Even the people from the Zixia King Valley, who are present today, are not even juniors in front of these 3 elders. This is a super strong man who has been famous for a long time in the ancient times. It's such a terrifying coercion, it's not an exaggeration to call it a force to overwhelm all the powerhouses. Lin Chen's eyes are extremely solemn. Although the 2 sides were separated by thousands of miles, Lin Chen knew very well that he did not feel the pressure of the 3 ghost saints. It was all because the strong sword saints gathered in the sword domain, and the sword power was extremely strong, so they shared the pressure. If he were to face these 3 old ghosts head-on, he would not even be able to take a palm in his normal state. These 3 old ghosts must be the old monsters of the law enforcement team that the little demon empress said. With this kind of existence, there is only one possibility for him to try to fight against it, that is, desperate life and death, plus the talent of Heavenly Rebel, plus the God of War 3-piece suit. Maybe there is a chance to fight head-on. Even the arrogant little shadow showed some fear. The higher the intelligence of the creature, the more instinctive it is to estimate the opponent. It is better than the captain of the law enforcement team, and the little shadow is also a bit dismissive, at least they can't catch themselves. But in the face of these 3 ghost saints, it has an instinctive fear, at least, it has no absolute certainty that it can escape from the hands of this old monster. The 3 great ghost saints were originally triplet brothers. They had the same heart and blood, and they practiced a kind of exercise and spiritual method. They even became saints on the same day. Once in the ancient times, in the battle between the sword domain and the master of the enchanting list, the 3 old ghosts and the 3 old swordsmen belonged to the same realm. At that time, the 3 elders of Jianyu joined other powerhouses and chopped the 3 into pieces, and even their spirits were almost shattered. Although the 3 elders of the sword region were also hit hard by the death defying counterattack, it is expected that even if these 3 old ghosts survived, the holy body would perish. But now that the 3 of them have reappeared, they have actually merged into one. This must have been their last move to save their lives back then, and it was also related to their practice and mental methods. The 3 people who are integrated into one become a brand new individual. Based on the perception of the 3 elders, their realm has one more holy cave than the 3 elders. In the later stage of holy cultivation, every time a holy cave is opened, it will bring earth-shaking changes. Although the 3 ghost saints have become one, there is no doubt that even if it is a single body, if one more holy cave is opened, the strength will be transformed to a new realm. To be precise, the current 3 ghost saints are the 3 of them in terms of consciousness, but in terms of the cultivation of the holy cave, it is he alone. If it wasn't for the request of Senior Ghost Sage, I really don't want to fight with these lunatics. A law enforcement team captain shook his head and said, although they are now in the majority, everyone knew the prestige of the sword territory back then. As the area where the sword god was born, it is one of the most terrifying areas in the sacred world today. The three old ghosts actually reached that state one step ahead of us, but fortunately, they only got this result when the three of them fused together. If all three of them advanced to this state, with the temperament of these three old guys, today we, the people who come here, are afraid that the whole army will be wiped out. The battle that year would have had a different outcome. Elder Jianming waved his sleeve robe lightly, and the 10,000 sword lights turned into an azure sword. With a sword in hand, the sword power of Elder Jianming skyrocketed, like a divine sword piercing the sky. Shattered the sky. It's no wonder that these law enforcement teams came so quickly. It turned out to be a premeditated plan. The old man, Jianjin, stood in front of him, holding it in the palm of his hand. A purple holy sword appeared, and the sword had a dragon roar hidden in it. The old man, Jiansha, is even more murderous, holding swords in both hands. The sword is sharp and radiant, and he is full of fighting spirit, ready to fight at any time. Let's deal with this old ghost, Jiancheng. You protect that kid. The elder Jianming did not return the sound transmission. No. Jianqingqing's father, Jianqing sect master, vetoed it. You really think that I am the stunned young man of the year? Although these three old ghosts are integrated into one, the realm can be further improved. It must take us 4 to stop them. Jiancheng's attitude is firm. Since the last battle, the three old realm has been seriously injured, and it is difficult to recover. The realm has not been broken through. Right now, even if it is 3-on-1, he is not at ease. If the third elder is injured, the consequences will be very serious. At this time, Sanguishing grinned at all the law enforcement teams. Leave the first 4 to us, and leave the rest to you. What do you want to catch? I just want the life of the people in the sword region. The three faces invariably showed a ferocious and murderous smile, and said, with a gloomy smile, the pain of this fusion body, the hatred of the hundreds of centuries, the old man and the brothers have been tortured all the time, and today they can finally repay them all. Quack, jijijiji, everyone in your sword region is going to die. The three faces smiled grimly, and the whole sky became crumbling. In the distance, a palace trembled, and the earth cracked again. The Crimson Fairy in the Snow Dragon Palace's pretty face was pale. Just a few coercions released made her show signs of being unable to protect everyone in Bingxin Palace. This old ghost, the cultivation base, is too terrifying. It is definitely not only the cultivation base of the Star Realm. Choking. One after another, the sword light that spanned 108,000 miles was like a peerless flying rainbow, and the sound of the sword sound turned into a clear sword whistle, and gathered in the hands of the juggernauts. All the sword saints in the sword region drew their swords at the same time. All members of the law enforcement team released Xingwei, and the light of the holy cave shattered the crystal walls of the space in a continuous manner. And the momentum was like the sinking of mountains and seas. Protect Mist to retreat first, then protect Lin Chen. Zitian, whose mind moves, and the entire Zisha King Valley looks like a broken vessel. Back then, in that battle, it was true that the sword region and the enchanting rank leader were equally powerful, and no one had any choice. But in the strict sense, it is the master force of the enchanting list who lost, and this loss is because of reputation. the supreme and majestic image they created was broken for the first time. Otherwise, the ghost saint will definitely not go out in person. This battle is like getting back the reputation of the past and the hatred of the three ghost saints. No wonder they dispatched in advance. They should have sensed my actions when I was waiting in Jianyu. These three old ghosts had a life and death feud with us back then, but now they are integrated, but their realm has risen to a higher level. Oops, my sword domain powerhouses are not complete, and now, instead of helping the little guy Lin Chen, I dragged him into the water. Sect Master Jianqing secretly cried out in his heart. If Lin Chen is captured, my daughter is afraid that it is not going to become a tearful person, and it is possible that the swordsmanship does not advance even an inch. But if the third old man is injured, he will not be able to end the game. All the hidden old monsters in Chiyu ran away directly. The heads of the major sects even withdrew their spiritual thoughts. Damn, if this battle starts, let alone their spiritual thoughts, even the main body will have to pay a heavy price. With this fight, I am afraid that the entire northwestern region of Chiyu will be completely turned upside down. Even if the 8th rank and even higher level forces of Chiyu were notified, it was too late to prevent the battle from happening. Because no one can mobilize the strong enough to stop the battle between the two sides in a short time. At the critical moment, Lin Chen jumped and stood at the front of the team. His eyes are looking directly at the three ghost saints. The eyes of the three Yin Sha ghost saints are squinted, and the holy realm is triple. This cultivation level in front of him is not much different from stepping on a mouse. Bang! Lin Chen's whole body flashed with golden light, and the leg armors of the god of war, reflecting the infinite golden light, his fighting spirit was soaring to the sky, and his pure power was about to start to skyrocket, so he drank in awe. God! Reverse! Bang! At the moment when Lin Chen was about to launch the heavenly rebel, an explosion shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Above Jiuxiao, a crimson divine flame that carried through the heavens and the earth descended from the sky, killing the little ones to get the big ones. It's not enough to get the big ones, so I want to call an old one. How many people are not human? Are they so arrogant? Do you have the ability to practice with this seat? The figure fluttering like a fairy walked out of Xinyan, and the fluttering fire damask fluttered beside the beautiful woman like a fairy, dressed in red clothes and glamorous as fire, the beautiful snow scorpion that was all over the country and the city was disdainful. At this moment, the expressions of all the powerhouses in the audience changed. Lin Chen opened his mouth slightly. Even she came? Scarlet divine flames came from above the 9 heavens and descended to heaven and earth. A red-clothed woman fluttering like a fairy appeared from the divine flames and descended to the middle of the two sides. She alone stunned the audience in an instant. Asking Palace, Zisha King Valley, all the law enforcement teams on the enchanting list, the 3 elders of the sword domain, the 3 ghost saints of Yin Sha, all the powerhouses, their expressions suddenly changed. If other weak forces can't recognize it, they won't admit it wrong. That divine flame is a unique symbol of a certain force. Divine Flame Palace. This force once stood at the top of the Holy Realm, ruled over the 36 regions, and dominated an entire era. Even if there was a sudden change later, the Xinyan Palace declined, its background is definitely not comparable to them. It would be fine if it was an ordinary powerhouse from Xinyan Palace, but the 3 elders of Jianyu and Jiancheng, as well as the captains of the law enforcement team, have seen the portrait of this woman. One of the two venerable guardians of Xinyan Palace, Shangguanju. The Yin Sha, three ghost saints, lost their voices, and shocked. The Zitian tiger in the Zisha King Valley is amazed and amazed. It's too strong, my mother, even if we don't come from Zisha Wangu, I'm afraid this kid will be fine. The name of Xinyan Palace, in the 6th grade sect and above, no one knows. No one knows it. Even the rebellious juggernauts in Jianyu cast a horrified look at Lin Chen. And it is not an exaggeration to call them all dumbfounded. Xinyan Palace can be dispatched, because of him, if they are ordinary elders. They will not be so moved. But this is the Dharma protector. There are only two venerable guardians in Xinyan Palace, each of whom was once a figure in the holy world, who reached the top of the list of evildoers and ranked in the list of saints. This is truly second only to the palace master of Xinyan Palace, and the ancestors of Xinyan Palace, and it is not an exaggeration to call it the second in command. Who is this kid so holy that he can make the second in command of Xinyan Palace go to Chiyu? Does this little guy have a background? Isn't Qingqing saying that he has no background? Not to mention the 6th rank holy pharmacist, even the 7th rank or 8th rank can't invite the Xinyan Palace. The eyes of the three elders of Jianyu are full of shock. This woman has few opponents in their Jianyu. Perhaps only those who were once could be comparable. Lin Chen's handsome face is sluggish, his mouth is slightly open, and his eyes are full of disbelief. This woman in red, Shangguanju, is a big man who once came to Kyushu to take away by rune. Seemingly sensing Lin Chen's suspicious gaze, Shangguanju scolded with a smile, "Stinky boy, what are you looking at? You don't understand rune. Rune doesn't understand you yet. You can cause trouble wherever you go. If you are here, if you die, rune must not run wild. Isn't my mother here to take care of you?" Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Sister Rune really knew him. In fact, there was one more thing she didn't say. If Lin Chen died, more than one by rune would go berserk. There is also Shenling Shuang. This girl is now the hottest figure in Xinyan Palace. Shangguanju almost completely ignored the opposite law enforcement team and taught Lin Chen a severe lesson. "You kid, don't be smart about things. How can you clearly kill the person on the evildoer list? You can find a place behind your back to smack him a few times, and no one will care about you if you work hard. Come here clearly. That's not like a robber doing gangbang on the street." Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. This ant is really too strong. But this handsome man likes this attitude. Is it shameful for others to say this in front of the captains of the law enforcement teams on the enchanting list? The pressure of the strong man in Jianyu suddenly decreased, holding a play watching attitude, his face full of jokes. "Just kidding, the Dharma protector of Xinyan Palace is here. They don't have the chance to make a move." Unexpectedly, the three ghost saints and the captain of the law enforcement team are ashen, but they don't even dare to let go. Suppress. This is from true strength suppression. Big fist, I can bully you. Without strength, face counts as a fart. The three ghost saints of the evil spirits were stern, and the ghost saint with the head in the middle bit his head and gritted his teeth. "This senior. We also have a relationship with those above us. If you openly oppress us like this, aren't you afraid of causing wars in various regions?" Shangguanju pretended to suddenly realize. "Oh. So you mean fairness? I like fairness the most." Shangguanju waved his sleeve robe, and the corners of his beautiful lips rose slightly. "Okay, don't talk nonsense, talk about strength," singled out, you all go. Together, I will single out a group of you. Lin Chen, why does this sound so familiar? Hearing these words, the scalps of the strong men exploded. The people from the asking palace were so scared that they retreated thousands of miles, their teeth chattering. Not to mention the powerhouses of the law enforcement team, even the Ind Shah. 3 ghost saints couldn't help but take a step back subconsciously. Pull it down. Who is going to fight you? Fighting with the Dharma protector of Xinyan Palace? Suspect long life? The little demon empress's beautiful eyes shone, as if she had seen an idol. Staring at Shang Guanju with admiration on her face at this moment. Shang Guanju smiled sternly, and gave a cold scolding. If you don't come, I'll remember it later. This kid is covered by my Shang Guanju. Whoever wants to fuck him, come and fuck me first. Lin Chen, why does it sound a little weird? The people from the law enforcement team looked at each other. Are they going to be deflated again this time? Back then it was the sword territory, but now it is the Xinyan Palace. If things go on like this, how majestic is their law enforcement team on the evil-do list? Suddenly, Shang Guanju Shuiyan's eyes narrowed, and she turned to the distant void in an instant. Almost at the moment when Shang Guanju reacted, the majestic and calm, domineering laughter echoed between heaven and earth. Oh? Xinyan Palace, don't you really think of yourself as the overlord of the holy world? No one can save this kid's life today. The laughter was like thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth with fear. Lin Chen's mental perception was like being hit by a lightning bolt. Although he did not cause substantial damage, he felt an extremely terrifying holy prestige. Puff. Boom boom boom. The laughter stirred the heaven and the earth, and the dark shadows that covered the sky covered the 9 heavens and 10 places, with a radius of tens of millions of miles, as if falling into endless darkness. All the powerhouses who had just relaxed before were instantly alert. Even Shang Guanju, Shuiyan, showed a touch of strangeness and doubts. She felt a very strange aura in that dark aura that covered the sky. Shadow family? Dragon? Demons? All mixed up. Chi-chi. The little shadow on Lin Chen's shoulder suddenly went crazy and grinned. The black dragon-shaped shadow body soared up, entrenched on top of Lin Chen's head, revealed its body, and stared straight ahead. This breath is exactly the same as the little shadow. When Lin Chen was shocked, an ancient mirror shone brightly in the Taoyuan planting capsule, as if he had sensed a call. The riot of desire was directly suppressed by Lin Chen's clone. Lin Chen was shocked. This is the swallowing mirror. The person who came is the owner of this swallowing mirror? Saying so, the endless shadows in the sky seem to drag the world into the boundless void. Except for Shang Guanju, all of them have lost their perception of space. And they can't even break the space. A black cloud appeared in the sky. Whether it is the enchanting ranking law enforcement team, or Jianyu, Zixia, Wanggu, and Lin Chen's side, all look in the direction of the black cloud. The black clouds rolled, and 7 figures gradually appeared. The young man in the lead, Chiyu, is splendid. His face is like a crown of jade, but he is pale, his eyebrows are red, and his body is full of colorful brilliance. That is, the light that belongs to the different crystals. Next to him is an old man with a kind face, but the old eyes are rolling with crazy killing intent and greed, staring in the direction of Lin Chen. The people from the law enforcement team were the first to recognize the man on the black cloud. Number 1 on the list of evildoers in the past, the cloudy boy. The old man standing beside him is the Tuoshing, who has long since perished. No, to be precise, it should be the ultimate shadow that took away the body. of Tuoxing. Lin Chen clenched his fists silently, and the little shadow burst into a low growl. Two pairs of mortal enemy-like eyes, for a moment, ignored all the powerhouses, and collided together. Lin Chen, to the cloudy heaven. The 14th phase of the ultimate shadow, to the 13th phase of the ultimate shadow. The sudden appearance of the 14th phase of the ultimate shadow of Yin Tianzi and Deshechuashing caught everyone by surprise. Seeing the old man, Lin Chen's heart was heavy. This is probably the body of the holy body that Tuoxing used to have, and now it has become the boarding body of the 14th phase of the ultimate shadow. The previous typo. Little shadow is the 15th issue. Even the first place on the enchanting list is here? Yin Tianzi, hasn't he disappeared for many years? Why did he suddenly appear? According to the information of the old man, didn't he disappear with the 9 Clouds Heaven sect? And his master, after the rumors have fallen, this son disappeared without a trace. It's such a strong aura, the old man can't see through his cultivation. The captains of the law enforcement team were shocked and horrified. The current situation is so chaotic, a little carelessness is the end of blood loss. Yin Tianzi is both evil and righteous. No one has really understood him. When he was number 1 on the enchanting list back then, he could be said to occupy the style of the 36 domains, the apex of the King's Landing enchanting list, and all eyes and focus were on him. However, everyone thought that the Son of Heaven would attack the Saint Talents list and become a member of the Saint Talents list. When he was at the top of the Holy Realm, he disappeared at the most proud moment. Even, it is the first choice to quit the enchanting list directly. This decision and result back then made all sects in an uproar. Even more bizarre, a top 7th grade sect, Jiuyin Tianzong, disappeared mysteriously when Yin Tianzi quit the enchanting list, and even the independent space plane opened up by the sect was completely closed. Since then, the news of Jiuyin Tianzong and Yin Tianzi has completely evaporated the Holy Realm, and so far, there is no clear answer. Now when we meet again, his cultivation level is stronger than that of the 3 ghost saints. Is it the number 1 on the list of evildoers who disappeared back then? This kid seems to be coming to Lin Chen too? The cultivation base is a bit terrifying. It's getting harder and harder to see through. How many forces does he involve? The people in the Zisha King Valley felt more and more that there seemed to be an unprecedented storm centered on Lin Chen's son, and began to appear gradually. Cloudy Tianzi looked down at Lin Chen and smiled sternly. You seem to have obtained the true inheritance of his old man. Lin Chen suddenly smiled, his laughter was cold. Yeah, Senior Gu, he is an old man, thanks to you. There is only the last ray of spiritual will left, and he entrusts me to eradicate you, the beast that eats the master. Oh? Yin Tianzi raised his brows and smiled wickedly. I'm afraid you won't be able to leave alive today. A saint can refine 39 different crystals in the triple layer. Your mental method seems to be somewhat mysterious. It can ignore the limit on the number of different crystals. At this time, the ultimate shadow that maintained Tuoxing's appearance began to distort the gloomy shadow of the air, and instantly transformed into a pale boy-like paper. It licked its tongue and stared at the little shadow with a hoarse voice. Can't be wrong. It's true, this young guy has the potential to be stronger than me, but the shortcomings are also obvious. There are obvious loopholes. Ha ha ha, swallow it, the blood of this seat will definitely be higher. Building. At this time, Shang Guanju stepped out. Her red robes were beautiful, her eyebrows were flaming, and her red lips were lightly parted. Are you going to get out on your own, or get out after being beaten? Although the breath of Yin Tianzi and the aura of the Tuashing are very strange, she is not easy to mess with Shang Guanju. In the real fight, she is not afraid of these two, all she cares about is whether she can protect Lin Chen in all aspects. Yin Tianzi glanced at the ultimate shadow, then turned his eyes around, and smiled lightly at the law enforcement team. Everyone, you want the flesh of Lin Chen, and I want the spiritual origin of this kid. I will block the people from the Xinyan Palace for you, and you block the people from the Sword region. We are responsible for taking him down. After all, Yin Tianzi didn't even have time to think about it, so he rushed to Shang Guanju, looking for death. Shang Guanju looked at the audience and paid attention to Lin Chen at the same time. The killing intent was extinguished, and the slender jade commanded a flick. A ray of divine flame appeared out of thin air at the fingertips. The sun wheel of 10,000 layers of blazing flames revolved in the sky, and the center converged into a divine light that rolled towards the cloudy emperor. The tens of thousands of splendid rays of light shrouded in the palm of Yin Tianzi's palm. Without any scruples, he slammed the palm of the front. Sigh. Boom. The sky and the earth collapsed. The entire sky was cracked open, and the earth's veins collapsed in an instant. Crimson Fairy's barrier suddenly shattered, her pretty face pale and vomiting blood. With a wave of her hand, everyone in the Bingxin Palace was put into her air transport capsule and quickly retreated. Shoot. Kill these dog thieves, Ingenue. The three ghost saints of Yin Sha suddenly burst into a drink, and the law enforcement team gritted their teeth fiercely, urging the holy force to rush forward with all their strength. Defend them, don't let them come. The three elders of Jianyu suddenly drank coldly and took the lead in blocking the three ghost saints. The momentum of the two sides shattered the world and became the second war circle. Now, take this sun. Asking Palace rushed up. Zisha Kingu Zhongqiang blocked it out of thin air. The law enforcement team showed their magical powers, and the sword saints in the sword domain performed the supreme swordsmanship, and their sharp edge broke through the Jizongshan. At the moment when the two sides fought, the sun and moon in the entire northwest region were dull, like the end of the day. The minions of the ultimate shadow and the cloudy day rise up and escape into the void. Boom. Zitianhu of Zisha King Valley led the team, punched thousands of miles of space with one punch, forced several servants out, joined forces with the Little Demon Empress aunt and cousin, and intercepted 5 servants out of thin air. The battle situation can be said to be changing rapidly. None of the strong people present are weak at all. Except for the juniors such as Lin Chen and Jian Qingqing, the lowest is the 5th layer saint who is consummated. A battle of this size even has the tendency to surpass the sword domains. Challenge to the masters of the enchanting list. The other side. Is this a different crystal? Shang Guanju's expression changed slightly. Although Yin Tianzi was a genius, he was still young after all. What's more, at that time, she was also a powerful figure on the list of evildoers, and she was even on the list of saints. In terms of cultivation, 10 cloudy heavenly suns couldn't reach Shang Guanju. It's impossible for your cultivation to compete with me. How many different crystals have you controlled? Shang Guanju took another palm, turning the world upside down, turning the mountains and seas into ashes. Hee, it's too early to fight you. Although I can't win you, it's okay too. Drag you out for a while. Yin Tianzi sneered evilly, and the two fought each other. Every time a small plane exploded, no one in the surrounding area dared to approach. Brush. A ray of shadow escapes into the void, jumps in space, unimpeded, and breaks through the blockades. It is the ultimate shadow. It pointed directly at Lin Chen and Little Shadow, like a flash of lightning, breaking through dozens of battle circles almost in a blink of an eye. Not good. This bastard is coming at me. Lin Chen's expression changed slightly. He pulled Jian Qingqing and the Little Demon Empress to block behind him, and the armor and leg armor instantly burst into the sky, and Lin Chen's power broke through 9 trillion dragons and 10 trillion dragons. When Lin Chen was about to fight back before his death, he ripped apart the void with a snort, and his sword chi stretched across 108,000 miles, cutting off the path of the ultimate shadow with one sword. Oh? Swordsmanship is interesting. The ultimate shadow was temporarily forced to stop, and the pale boy's face crossed a trace of cat and mouse banter. The man in green robe stood with his sword in hand, with a sword in his hand. He blocked in front of Lin Chen and the others. The sword swayed against the sky and covered the earth. It is Jian Qingqing's father, Jian Qing. Apart from San Lao and Shang Guanju, he is the only one who can block the ultimate shadow of the powerhouses now. Boy, take Qingqing and leave. If my daughter makes a mistake, I will kill you with my next sword. Jianqing pretended to be a vicious threat. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen didn't play cards according to the routine at all. Backhanded the two women with a palm, and a gentle force sent them out of the melee area. Jianqing stared. Why doesn't this kid go? If you make a mistake, then Nizi may not have lost her soul. Lin Chen rolled up his sleeves, and the strength of the god of war armor continued to soar. He shouted, "Ah! Life and death are bearish, just do it if you don't agree. I'm going to be this bastard today. Senior, create a chance for me, as long as I can hurt it. I'll be sure to destroy it." Jianqing couldn't help being a little horrified by Lin Chen's contempt for the world, and gave this young man a high look again. Kill it? Damn, you are so kind. In fact, it wasn't that Lin Chen didn't want to escape at all, but that he couldn't escape. He is very clear about the ability of the ultimate shadow. The little shadow, who has not completely got rid of the infant form, can pick up many secret treasures in the myriad treasures secret realm under the eyes of the giant in Dan Yu Tsing Yi, and his mastery of the void is far superior to that of the human race. Not to mention the ultimate shadow in the formative period. There is no chance to escape. You will be chased in an instant, only a desperate fight. One punch, it only takes one punch to hurt it, and I can destroy it. The Heaven Rebel, plus the 3-piece power-charged blow of the God of War, long distance strikes are impossible, only by hitting it at close range, triggering the sky. Contrary, this is the only chance. The little shadow seemed to have a sympathetic relationship with Lin Chen, and was always aware of the location of the ultimate shadow on the opposite side, and introduced Lin Chen's spiritual sea of consciousness to let him know the opposite location at all times. Little shadow is not without feelings. It was cultivated by Tuashing, specially to deal with the ultimate shadow of the 14th period. From the egg-born form, Tuashing's spiritual thoughts are engraved. In some respects, Little Shadow has Tuashing's hostile consciousness, born with an instinctive hatred of his own kin. If you want to fight me, you are not qualified to be a sword saint. Get out of the way, don't get in the way of this seat. The ultimate shadow roared and swept towards Lin Chen again. Whether it's good enough, You have to try it out to find out. Jianqing flicked the sword in the palm of his hand, reflecting hundreds of millions of stars, and gathered together brilliantly, like the last brilliance of the stars that died hundreds of millions of years ago, slashing horizontally with one sword. This sword splits the sky, like a galaxy falling from the sky. The orange level intermediate exercised billions of stars. Demonstrated by the sword domain, top 100 sword saints, its power swept across the sun, moon, and stars. Brush. The strange thing is that the human form of the ultimate shadow has been divided into two forms. One person is full of demonic energy, his hands are pushed horizontally, and a palm is out of thin air. Bang! The sword light is scattered, and the starlight is extinguished. Sect. Master Jianqing stepped back, his face slightly pale. It was also at this moment that the afterimage of another ultimate shadow swept towards Lin Chen. Not good. Jianqing was startled and looked horrified. He couldn't even stop the opponent's clone? That avatar, such as the arrival of the ancient holy demon king, perfectly combines the aura of the innate shadow and the demons. Even Jianqing is the first to encounter it, so it is hard to guard against it. It only happened in 1/10,000th of an instant. Lin Chen didn't even react. The ultimate shadow was already above his head. Too fast. The speed of the congenital shadow, that is close to the peak period, is even faster than the mental reaction speed of Lin Chen's entering the holy realm. Come here. Gaga, you are mine now. When the ultimate shadow smiled evilly, he raised his 5 fingers, and a shadow vortex swirled in his palm, nibbling away all the light in the world. Lin Chen was absorbed and flew towards it. This is the realm controlled by the ultimate shadow, and Lin Chen can't even tear apart the space. At the moment when Lin Chen and Little Shadow were imprisoned, its palm turned into a black dragon's claws and grabbed it. The dark claw marks across the void, such as time and space reversed. The rolling dark dragon breath can cause chaos in the world. Puff. The dragon claws easily tore apart the holy dragon standing in front of Lin Chen. His holy dragon was hit hard in an instant, and was torn into 4 or 5 pieces by the ultimate shadow. Fragile as paper. The ultimate shadow combines the characteristics of the dragon, the devil, and the shadow, and is infinitely close to invincible. In the flash of light and flint, the holy dragon was cut into several pieces. At the same time that he was severely injured, Lin Chen was also injured. Immediately. The moment when the corner of his mouth bleeds, he regained his instinctive perception in an instant. Damn it! A ray of dazzling brilliance burst out from the armor of the god of war, and Lin Chen suddenly threw his fist into the sky, condensing his strength and punching it violently. This punch, even Lin Chen didn't know how much force he used. He hit it completely by instinct. Boom! Jinhui runs through the sky, and the space collapses. Boom! Lin Chen was blown away, and when he fell, he completely smashed through the ley lines. Between Lin Chen's punch and the ultimate shadow's claw collision, the heaven and the earth were turned upside down, and a fist-sized space boundary was directly hit. Ultimate Shadow took 2 steps back, his eyes slightly surprised. This kid took a blow from this seat? All the powerhouses cast horrified eyes. How could this kid have such terrifying power? This is equivalent to the pure power of Naxingjing. The people from Jianyu and Zixia King Valley were almost stunned at the same time. Did this kid take this hard? Naxingjing also has to be hit hard. That claw is not the full strength of the ultimate shadow, not even serious. It first avoided the entanglement of sect master Jianqing, and then it blocked the space and imprisoned the little shadow to prevent it from escaping. Shangguanju's eyes were like lightning, and the shadows and celestial appearances were like phantoms. Ordinarily, 5 cloudy angels can't hurt her. But now I can't take care of it. Lin Chen can't have an accident. Clang. A space enchantment shrouded in darkness was formed out of thin air, blocking Shangguanju. It is the rear hand of the ultimate shadow. What? Shangguanju's thunder was furious, and he was about to forcefully open the barrier, but the little shadow flashed towards Lin Chen again. That's too late. Almost all the powerhouses flashed this idea at the same time. Even if the Dharma Protector Venerable of Xinyan Palace can break through the barrier quickly, he can't save it. However, the next moment, more than the northwest region, in this 1/10,000th moment, all the powerhouses of the 6th rank and above sects in the entire strange region changed their expressions. Whether it is the 7th level of the Holy Realm, the 8th level, the 9th level, or the world-shattering powerhouse who is in seclusion, all of them are awakened, and their expressions are extremely frightened. Shangguanju's beautiful pupils shrank. She could clearly see that from the top of the ultimate shadow's head, a slender jade hand as white as bright jade and fat appeared, directly crushing the heavenly spirit cover of the ultimate shadow. Pft! Boom! 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 The slender jade hand smashed the dead, and the ultimate shadow of the mighty did not even let out a wailing, and was squeezed into a biscuit by the slender jade hand. At this moment, all the powerhouses felt their scalps go numb, and all battles stopped in an instant. Squeeze the ultimate shadow directly? In Chiyu Kingswetching, a young man in the heavenly astral realm pointed to the sky in amazement. Grandpa, what is that? His grandfather, who was in the 9-layer War Emperor realm, stared blankly at the endless sky, babbling in disbelief. The sky of Chiyu cracked open. At this moment, the vastness is incomparably vast, and the strange territory that covers thousands of rivers and thousands of territories, the entire sky quietly cracks. It seems that the law is collapsing, and the universe is collapsing. In the direction of the northwest region, all the powerhouses stopped fighting. Almost at the same time, the jade-like white jade hand kneaded the ultimate shadow into a biscuit, and directly raised his hand and threw it, and a black skin-like thing was thrown away. It's like killing an ant. Yin Tianzi's pupils trembled. He finally managed to spend 10,000 different crystals to stop Shangguanju reluctantly, but ended up with this result. He has cooperated with the ultimate shadow many times. This palm will not kill it, but at least it will be hit hard. Crush the ultimate shadow with one palm? As far as he knows, in the holy world, in recent years, the powerhouses that have appeared in recent years have not yet possessed the possibility of this strength. All the powerhouses stood there in a daze, no one dared to act rashly. The strength of the ultimate shadow is clearly visible to everyone present. Only the Dharma Protector Venerable Shangguanju of Xinyan Palace can win it, and no one else can even block it. Such a terrifying existence was actually killed by one palm? The void cracked open, and the black-robed figure walked out slowly, wearing a veil, with a pair of purple eyes as beautiful as the stars under the night sky. The black-robed figure looked around the audience, and anyone who was swept by her eyes would fall into hell and feel cold all over, as if being watched by a great will. The two sides are not on the same level at all. Could she be? Jianqing said in disbelief. You can't go wrong, it's that woman, the devil who broke through the holy Prison by herself. What does she want to do? Why did she come to Chiyu? Could it be that she wants to start a war again? Don't act rashly, we are not her opponents. Let's see how the venerable Xinyan Palace's attitude is. The expressions of the three elders of the sword region are extremely solemn. Even as far as the three old monsters are concerned, this person is the strongest they have ever seen in their life. None of them. Damn, why is she here? The three ghost saints of evil have a dry mouth and chattering teeth. This woman is simply not at the level he can touch. The entire holy world, who can match her, can't imagine. Shangguan Juejiu's body trembled suddenly. Is it her? She actually came to the holy realm in person? Back then, although Xinyan Palace did not directly participate in that great battle, it witnessed the power of its magic sword with his own eyes. A magic knife, slaying all the kings and saints of the human race. The only female emperor of the demon race, Luo Yaoer. Isn't she injured? How can you come to the holy world in person? Why did she come? Is the war going to be repeated again? If she fights again, who can stop her now? Could it be that? Thinking of the situation in the Holy Burial Mountain Range, everyone in the Zisha King Valley was shocked. Shouldn't it be, for the kid Lin Chen? What is this guy up to? Can the Empress also act for him? Yin Tianzi stared at Luo Yaoer's back, secretly frightened in his heart. It is rumored that the sage breaks the 9th rank in the 9th rank, and after the 9th rank becomes a holy king, the king should be broken and established as a god. She is stronger than any holy king I have ever seen. Could it be the realm of gods? At this moment, not only all the powerhouses present, but also the peak saints of the entire Chiyu, have sensed the arrival of this breath. If Luo Yaoer sneaked in, it would be impossible for them to find out, but she came here blatantly. What is this trying to do? Cough cough cough. The boy's cough broke the silence, and Lin Chen flew out from the ground, covered in blood, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. At this time, Little Shadow was injured and was taken back into the Qingxue planting capsule by him. That guy used the power of the dragon family, and the ultimate shadow is really terrifying. You can only fight to the end with desperate life and death. When Lin Chen was about to find the ultimate shadow, he found that the surroundings suddenly became extremely quiet. When he looked up, he suddenly froze in place. It's you? Lin Chen recognized Luo Yaoer. At this time, the magic seal in his palm was having an unprecedented strong reaction. What's different from the past is that Luo Yaoer now gives him a feeling of extreme indifference, just like when he first saw him. And, more powerful. And before, strong is simply not in the same concept. You want to follow me? Luo Yaoer looked at Lin Chen, and there was a bit of determination hidden in her indifferent voice. Shangguan Ju turned pale in shock, and immediately flashed past and came to Lin Chen's side. Why do you want to take him away? Shangguan Ju said solemnly, with a firm attitude. If this little guy, Lin Chen, is taken away by the demon empress, I am afraid that Bai Ruoyan will be greatly broken when he finds out, not to mention Shen Lingshuang, the Xinyan Palace will lose 2 hopes of revival. It can be said that the death of Lin Chen now is the fire of hope to protect the future of Xinyan Palace. Even if it is desperate, Shangguan Ju has to give it a try. This emperor never needs to explain things to others. Do you want to court death? Luo Yaoer was extremely indifferent, her eyes were filled with purple light. Wait a minute, this senior is my acquaintance, don't hurt your own people. Lin Chen hurriedly said, Luo Yao's temper can't even be figured out by him. Your acquaintance? Luo Yao narrowed her eyes, you speak for other women? Lin Chen was taken aback, this brush. Luo Yao's eyes narrowed with purple light and shot at Shang Guanju. She was shocked, and the 9 layers of burning marks in her palm were about to burst. A purple light cage instantly imprisoned her figure, unable to move. Hey! Many strong people in the audience took a deep breath. Horrible. A Dharma protector with his eyes fixed on Xinyan Palace? Luo Yao raised her palm and grabbed it, and Lin Chen was carried away by her. As if she was jumping into the void. Luo Yao stepped into the void, no one dared to stop her. Shang Guanju's expression changed greatly, unable to break the world. Lin Chen. In the distance, Jian Qingqing's beautiful face turned pale, and the little Demon Empress expression rarely showed a hint of worry. Strangely, when Luo Yao left, she turned her head to look at her children. And for the first time there was a humming under the veil. Humph. After the Empress left, everyone could not calm down for a long time. Unexpectedly, a generation of demon queens would come for this young man. Whether he is dead or alive this time, no one knows. Dad, what will happen to him? Jian Qingqing flew over in a hurry. Jian Qing smiled bitterly, this time. It's really beyond your father's ability, that person's strength is too terrifying, unless the sword god of our sword domain is born, or I don't even have the qualifications to die in her hands. Another swordsman said seriously. Didn't you say that this kid has something to do with the demon clan? There seems to be a female demon in the Holy Mountain burial? The old man, Jianming, shook his head. It's not that simple, the demon empress is fickle, who can guess her mind? I can't explain it to Ruoyan, sorry, I came here in person, and this is the result. Shang Guanju, who was in the barrier, clenched his fists. Luo Yao took me away? What is everyone's situation? What does she want to do? Lin Chen felt that the world was spinning, and before he could breathe, he appeared in a bright and fresh flower field. The pavilion in the flower field, the white reeds on the right side are in pieces, a piece of white ying, and the reeds are snowing. The flowers on the right side are blooming, the coquettish magic flowers are blooming, and when the black roses are blooming, they transmit the unique light of the devil world, like gems in the dark night. When Lin Chen stared blankly at the stunning scene in front of him, he regained his senses, and found that his injuries were completely healed by the gentle energy flowing through the magic seal in his palm. This is my hometown, located in the most fringe area of the holy world of the human race. Before I became an empress, the last period of time spent here, and now it has long been a different person. Luo Yao walked in front of Lin Chen, sighing faintly, no longer indifference. She took off the veil and looked back at Lin Chen. Lin Chen was once again amazed for her. Her blue silk is like a waterfall, her eyebrows are moth heads, her collar is like a grub, and her graceful lines seem to form the most beautiful face in the world. There is a little beauty cinnabar dotted around her eyebrows, which is extremely charming. Her eyebrows have a bit of relief and shyness, the face of a fairy, but she has the temperament of a witch to the extreme. Any words and deeds seem to arouse the most intuitive desires of men. The flowers of the demon world bloom with radiance and beauty, embellishing the beauty of beautiful women. The reeds and flying snow are reflected in one piece, and the beautiful scenery and beautiful women are like the most beautiful scene in the world. Only Lin Chen can see it. If you regard her as a fairy, she seems to be the most beautiful fairy in the world. If you regard her as a witch, she is the most charming person in the world. Luo Yaoer stared at Lin Chen with wonderful eyes, revealing a bitter smile. I'm about to lose my memory. After this, apart from the recovery plan of the demon race, I will definitely not think of you again. This may be the last time we meet. Lin Chen was shocked. Luo Yaoer's identity, he has already guessed 9 out of 10. With her remarks, wouldn't the demon race have a big move? Didn't you come to force me to leave? Why do you lose your memory again? Can't you do it? Lin Chen's heart was quietly tense. Luo Yaoer sighed when she looked into the distance. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and some things cannot be avoided. When Lin Chen was about to speak, the beautiful woman looked back and looked back. Her smile was stunning and beautiful, her eyebrows seemed infinitely gentle, soft and warm. Do you dare to kiss me? Lin Chen was stunned. While Lin Chen was stunned, the beauty kissed her, her lips touching and intertwining. This kiss was as passionate as fire, tender as water, and a bit of farewell and shyness. The demon empress, who had killed the heavens for a generation and stunned the human race of the holy realm, had her eyes glamorous like spring water in March, and there were 2 red glows on her cheeks. What's the situation? Lin Chen kissed halfway, and when he resisted instinctively, only then did he realize that his cultivation seemed to be completely lost, and he could not perceive the existence of holy power at all. Then, the 2 of them landed in the sea of flowers. Pieces of white reeds were flying like snow, and the demon flowers of the demon world were in full bloom, showing a beautiful and suffocating scene. The host triggers the passive talent, double cultivation acacia, and begins to feed back the 0.000000001% cultivation base of the double cultivation target. When the sea of flowers rolled, Lin Chen couldn't help sighing when he saw the beautiful woman's horn scars, glowing with purple light. What a beautiful horn, why destroy it? The beautiful woman's delicate body trembled, and when she was close to his chest, Bai Bo's eyes were full of love. Humans are all the horns that dislike the devil, how can you like it? Lin Chen smiled and said, I don't care about others, I just like it. It would be nice if it could grow out. Luo Yaoer thumped him lightly with her pink fist, her crystal-clear cheeks were all crimson. She said coquettishly, that would be ugly, I don't want it. No? You wanted to be very cheerful just now. Then, let's be more cheerful next time? When the corners of Luo Yaoer's lips rose, Lin Chen was confused for a while. As if seeing the most charming witch in the world smiling at him, he was distracted. In the future, you will definitely have many women. You may forget me. I want to carve you into your bones, and let you always remember who is your empress. Luo Yaoer was so charming and unparalleled, she bit Lin Chen's shoulder, causing someone Lin to gasp faintly in pain. The boy's chest, shoulders, neck, and eyebrows are full of bite marks and tooth marks of beautiful women. This bite provokes fire from heaven and earth. When she was shy, she was like an angel, descended from the earth. When she is charmed, she is like a witch in the dust. The border of the human race in the holy world seems to be endlessly performing scenes of stunning beauty, and no one can watch it. The border of the strange domain, the territory of Beilongmen and the Wulong Mountains in the Weihai Sea. In a pavilion, 3 handsome men were drinking and drinking. The handsome man sighed, oh, back then, I was also one of our most handsome candidates in class 66. Back then, when I followed the squad leader to pick up girls, I've never seen any woman in this handsome guy, but this time I've been Shut out? It was Ying Liang, Bai Juanhao, and Gu Qinfeng. Gu Qinfeng gave him a disdainful look. You only had a few drinks? You're bragging like this? When the squad leader was picking up girls, you didn't even catch a hair by the side, and under the squad leader's light, you didn't even have a fart. No. Grass. Can you blame Lousy, who made the squad leader so good? Is it so sad to meet someone who is so handsome? I don't accept it. Bai Juanhao smiled bitterly on the side. Since Lin Chen sends gifts to the various sects of the three, their status in the sect has been greatly improved, and they often form teams to explore the secret realm in Chiyu. This time, I happened to meet a mission, and the brothers met, and it was inevitable that they would be forced. Suddenly, a violent vibration suddenly came, and the mountain range began to shake violently, causing the three to wake up instantly. Huh? What's the matter? Why is there an earthquake suddenly? Strange, the Wulong Mountains are stable all the year round, how can there be an earthquake? And have you felt it? It's so shocking. It's been so long. The three of them narrowed their eyes, immediately acted, and flew into the air. The terrifying earthquake made the entire Wulong Mountains tremble. Suddenly, when the earthquake slowed down a little, there was an earth-shattering sound of huge waves in the distance outside the mountain range. Weihai rioted? What's the situation? A lot of water. What a terrifying tsunami. When the three were surprised, a bang in the Wulong Mountains ripped apart the sky. The fiery and terrifying aura rolled into the sky, rushing straight into the sky, and the hell-like magma was thrown into the sky, forcing the three of them to activate the defensive vigilance. The magma burned the entire sky, and the fire clouds rolled and shot straight into the sky, burning the sky red. Even Wulong Mountain erupted. Could there be a catastrophe? How did this magma shoot so high? Bai Juanhao and Ying Liang were stunned, and immediately retreated from the vicinity of the Wulong Mountains. For several days, the earthquake, volcanic eruption, and tsunami did not stop, making the three of them unbelievable. What is the problem? On the border of the holy world, the scenery in the Sea of Flowers is endless. Long Yu gallops for thousands of miles, and the moisturizing here is silent. White dew turns frost and red as embellishments, the Sea of Flowers swaying. And the moon is shy. The teeth marks of the shells are carved into the body, and the snow is greasy. And the jade crisp reflects the spring. Lin Chen's body was transformed by Long Qinghua, and he possesses the physique of the Dragon King spear, which is extremely strong, not to mention that his flesh shell holy body refining realm is extremely strong, and the songs are endless every night. During the continuous activation of double cultivation acacia, the host has obtained 894.9 billion points of battle chi essence and 700 billion points of chi and blood energy. The body of the holy dragon of the host is being repaired, and the wounds are beginning to be repaired. Lin Chen didn't know how long it took, but his injuries were not only full, but even ushered in a new breakthrough. Luo Yaoer was lying in the boy's arms, but he quietly entered the state of cultivation. At this time, Lin Chen's face was more than red, and his whole body was full of bright red tooth marks, all left by beautiful women. The beautiful and snow-white body stretched out lazily in his arms, showing a stunning and peerless scene. Luo Yaoer was a little surprised when she raised her eyes to look at Lin Chen again. What a powerful vitality, he broke through the cultivation base. This is really a bad embryo, doing that will also break through the cultivation base. With her slender hands caressing his face, Luo Yaoer has infinite tenderness. You will be my Luo Yaoer's first man and the last one. The devil has already been planted in your body. I hope that after I lose my memory, if I encounter you again, I will be affected by the devil and not kill you. Bar. She pointed her slender fingers, one after another of finger marks, quickly. Outlined the nicks, a faint demonic energy was engraved on Lin Chen's back. And a line of words flashed past. If his life is endangered, the entire family will be destroyed. The demon Empress. Luo Yaoer smiled sweetly. With this mark, those people from the human race will surely not embarrass you. I'm leaving, but we don't even have a chance to say goodbye. Suddenly, Luo Yaoer threw herself into Lin Chen's arms, crying silently. After a while, she stood up abruptly, and when she left, only one space jade slip was left, and she turned her head and left without hesitation. She was afraid that if she looked at him again, she would no longer want to go back. Besides Lin Chen, his holy power, like the resurgence of an angry dragon, is unstoppable and unstoppable, breaking through 25, 26, 27 holy acupoints. This has not stopped the momentum. Only when Lin Chen experienced it himself did he know that the talent of double cultivation harmony can actually enable the dual cultivator to obtain reconciliation of cultivation. If the cultivation of the two sides is close, they will make progress together. And it will not have any negative impact on the one who feeds back. Another 3 days and 3 nights passed, and when Lin Chen opened his eyes again, the sea of flowers suddenly shook, and the terrifying Xingwei shook the whole sky and shuddered. However, this space seems to have special protection, and Lin Chen cannot directly tear the space. Blooming 30 holy acupoints. Breaking 6 acupoints in one breath, this talent is too cool. Lin Chen licked his tongue subconsciously, and repeated several times. Wouldn't he want to expand the acupoints? Where's Yaoer? Lin Chen just broke through, and when he turned to look around, the beauty had left to leave a fragrance, and he saw the space jade slip placed beside him. This jade slip is sealed with a demonic forbidden technique, which allows you to resist many natural disasters and help you sneak into the holy prison. The method of use has been engraved on your magic seal. Move Yujin, you can teleport back to the previous place. If you can, find a chance to return to the human world. The holy world is not the place you should stay. Remember, no matter how many women you have, you are still there. I am Luo Yaoer's man, and I am your only empress. In the jade slip, Luo Yaoer's light and humming voice came out, and Lin Chen couldn't help laughing. Is it really so capricious to have power? Turn me over for a meal, and leave? Let's leave without leaving any contact information. Is someone Lin a random person? This time I really took advantage of it. No, I have to take advantage of it next time. Lin Chen pretended to be vicious, and he had another goal in his heart. He knows that his time is getting more and more urgent. When Luo Yaoer met him this time, he vaguely felt that an unprecedented storm was brewing. As soon as Lin Chen thought about it, when he opened the system, the skyrocketing attribute value in front of him instantly stunned him. Tiandao Pickup System version 7.0. Host, Lin Chen, Cultivation, Holy Land Triple Perfection, 30 Holy Caves. Advanced Essence, 37 trillion points. Ultimate Strength, 68 billion Dragon Power, Meat Shell Awakening, plus 100%. Advanced Blood, 19 trillion points. Advanced Spirit, 29.7 billion points, the great achievement of the Holy Land. Advanced Cultivation Technique Essence, 10.8 billion points. Advanced Rune Energy, 4.94441 billion points. Intermediate Heavenly Dao Value, 8.09 billion points. Intermediate Talent Points, 4.1 billion points. Set Essence, 92 million points. Blank Attributes, 0 points. Reinforcement Points, 68.9 billion points. Refined Different Crystals, 39 pieces. Advanced Element Energy, Fire 4.9 billion, Earth 4.9 billion, Wood 4.9 billion, Gold 4.9 billion, Water 4.9 billion, Thunder 4.9 billion, Wind 4.9 billion, Light 4.9 billion, Dark System 4.9 billion points. Set Column, Gold God of War Suit, Holding Parts, Ultimate Right Arm Armor, Ultimate Left Leg Armor, Production Picture, Ultimate Right Leg Armor, Bloodline Status Bar, Exercise Status Bar, Life Awakening Bar, Active Talent Column, Passive Talent Column, Nirvana Column, Characteristic Rune Column, Talent Combination Skills. Lin Chen was stunned. What's the situation? After confirming his attribute values again and again, the corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched a few times. This attribute value has soared dozens of times. Especially in the element system, Lin Chen before was less than 100 million at most, but now all of them are 4.9 billion? The system reminds the host that all the powerhouses that the host has encountered before are those who are higher than the host by 2 realms. All of the host's skyrocketing growth attributes are obtained from the feedback of the double cultivation acacia talent. After Lin Chen was shocked, an unprecedented ecstasy emerged. Omen of theft? No wonder. Previously, from the Asking Palace to the Zixia King Valley, the law enforcement team, Jianyu, Yin Tianzi, and others, all of them were stolen by him. That is all the powerhouses above the 5th level of perfection in the Holy Realm. System, you are already a mature system, you should learn to pick up attributes by yourself. This time I am very satisfied. System. Suddenly, Lin Chen seemed to remember something, his face changed greatly, and he immediately released his holy dragon. Boom! When Lin Chen's holy dragon was born, it occupied the sky, causing Lin Chen's mouth to open again. The yin and yang dragon eyes glow with deep dragon power, and the whole body is full of yin and yang dragon energy. The dark blue dragon scales reveal the indestructibility of eternity. The dragon's claws are huge. In the dragon's body, there are densely crisscrossed dragon veins, each of which is like the sun and the moon and the mountains and rivers, and has the potential to swallow the stars and the sea. Lin Chen's spirit was swept away. And he was completely shocked. 10 billion dragon veins. 100 billion dragon power? Previously, the holy dragon was smashed into several pieces by the ultimate shadow. Lin Chen almost thought that there was no way to recover, and he was unable to protect himself. He once thought that he would lose the holy dragon that he had cultivated for many years. According to the system's answer, all the growth type attribute values he obtained this time were all obtained from the double cultivation acacia talent. Isn't it true that Luo Yao's qi and blood fed back to him have restored the holy dragon? This pair of cultivating acacia is too fierce. I will find a few strong women to sleep a few times, and sleep directly in the acupoint expansion state? Lin Chen laughed and laughed. However, he is very clear. It's not that Xuanshou acacia is too fierce, but Luo Yao, too powerful beyond his cognition. He is probably the first man in the history of the human race to have slept with the demon empress. Thinking of this, someone Lin was filled with pride. The most handsome sleeping devil empress in the holy realm, well, it sounds so natural. System, I want to consume all the essence of the suit. Consumes 92 million points of the essence of the suit, and the percentage. Charge of the host god of war 3-piece suit has been replenished. Ultimate. Right armor charge, 7% ultimate right leg armor charge, 7.1% ultimate left leg armor charge, 7%. This large amount of essential attributes of the suit allowed Lin Chen to make up for the previous consumption and at the same time soared to a higher level. The power of the 5% charged God of War 3-piece set is enough to make me match Naxingji for a short time or even a few small realms. I don't know if I can shake Naxingji to a higher level of powerhouse. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose, and this increase in strength was the fastest soaring since his sanctification. I don't know what's going on there, go back and have a look. Lin Chen clenched the space jade slip, activated the magic seal in his palm, and disappeared into the valley in a flash. The silent valley has returned to silence again, and a faint space barrier has once again shrouded this place. From the outside, the place is misty, and even saints cannot enter. In the cracked hall, the 3 great elders and the palace master of Bingxin Palace were so angry that they dared not breathe. Because there are too many terrifying powerhouses in this hall. It's a level that they can't reach in their very poor life. The Zixia King Valley, the various sects in the Sword region, the Venerable Shenyan Palace, all of them are legendary figures. How can they be contacted by ordinary saints? On that day, after Lin Chen was abducted, the powerhouses from all walks of life evacuated with news, and no one dared to continue fighting. Even though Shang Guanju was imprisoned at the time, Jianyu is not a vegetarian. In order to stop Shang Guanju, Yin Tianzi paid a huge price. The key is that the ultimate shadow has also been hit hard like never before. However, at this time, the entire dilapidated hall, whether it was Zixia Wangu or the various sects of the Sword region, or the Venerable Shang Guanju, none of them had a good face, either with a gloomy expression or with a sullen face, or a burning heart, with an undisguised worry on his face. Can you not worry? That kid has been captured by the Demon Empress, whether it is dead or alive is completely unknown. Bang! The beautiful face was full of unwillingness and anger, and Shangguan Ju smashed a table and chair with one palm. Why is this the result of this seat? It would be great if it was a holy king, but it is this devil woman emperor. Her first sentence almost didn't make the people present fall a dog and eat shit. Is this the strength of the Dharma protector? It's too terrifying. What if it was a holy king? The corners of the mouths of everyone in Zixia King Valley twitched. Listen, is this what people say? The powerhouses in Jianyu all smiled wryly. His status was not inferior to any holy king. If he really wanted to fight, the holy king might not be able to take Lin Chen away in her hands. Previously, it was entirely because of the strange creature, the ultimate shadow, that put everyone together. In a head-to-head battle, the ultimate shadow and the Son of Heaven would be no match for a Dharma protector. Dad, he won't. Jian Qingqing, whose cheeks were pale and much thinner, no longer had the domineering arrogance of the old infatuated Kendo. When Hian Ran was about to cry, she was lovable, and she looked like a little girl. The 3 elders of Jianyu were so heartbroken that they wanted to go out and fight against the powerhouses in the heavens, to make their granddaughter happy. Hey! Jianqing sighed, "Neezy, people always have to learn to accept when they can't get it. This time, it's beyond our ability. Don't worry." Sitting in the main hall, the relaxed little demon empress smiled sweetly. "He will definitely be fine, as long as he is a mother, who can get that bad guy in this holy world. I think he can get rid of him." Crisis. "Uncle, is Qing Wu very confident in that Lin Chen?" The handsome young man on the side of Zisha King Valley said. Zi Tianhu clicked his tongue twice. "Come on, this girl was still drinking 2 nights ago. It's not that you don't know her character and rarely touch wine. Last time it was because of the wine her mother touched when she left Zisha King Valley, and she felt bad. Stop provoking her. It has been 7 days and 7 nights since Lin Chen was abducted. During this time, many strong people with Lin Chen's heart lived like a year. Just when Zisha Wangu had something important to leave and was about to get up to say goodbye, a young man's chuckle broke the dull atmosphere of silence. Huh? Why are everyone here? Are those guys retreating? I plan to use them to try my new tricks. Wearing a silver robe, the elegant young man walked into the hall with a smile on his lips, and everyone was startled. Jian Qingqing lightly covered her red lips with her hands, and hot tears welled up in her eyes. The little demon empress clenched her teeth, and the hidden worry in her eyes dissipated in an instant. Lin Chen? He is not dead. When everyone was ecstatic, when they saw Lin Chen's appearance, they were all stunned. Yes, he is more handsome than before. But the problem is not this, it is that his whole body and cheeks, even his neck, ears, forehead, back of palms and hands, are all bright red and beautiful tooth marks. It was all eaten by Luo Yaoer. What's the situation? People are more and more shocked. Shang Guanju, who has always been light-hearted, seemed to think of some possibilities, and once again showed a horrified face. She looked at Lin Chen again, and finally spoke in a shocked and trembling tone. You put her to sleep?" Numerous strong men smashed their scalps. "Asleep?" And many more. Lin Chen put her to sleep. The powerhouses in the Sword region took a sigh of relief. That woman, in all likelihood, was the demon empress who broke into the holy prison and swept the gods with one knife. Such a heaven-defying existence, what kind of person can impress her? In other words, the possibility that she might be moved? Will she have an intersection with a Terran teenager? The amount of information is too large, and the brains of the powerhouses from all walks of life are still a little dazed. Lin Chen scratched his head and showed an embarrassed but polite smile. "Well, to be precise, she should have put me to sleep." The people of Zisha King Valley almost suspected that they had heard it wrong. Even Shang Guanju didn't care about her image, her eyes widened, her red lips slightly parted. Darling, she put you to sleep?" Seeing everyone's splendid appearance, Lin Dashui immediately felt a little dignified and said seriously, "Well, although I suffered a bit this time, I will definitely make it back. Next time I will try to sleep with her." Everyone. Do you still think about the next time? Zi Tianhu shook his head in amazement, silently giving Lin Chen 2 thumbs up. This boy is too arrogant. Jianqing is serious. To a certain extent, he has achieved what the sword gods of our sword region, and even men in the entire holy world, could not do. The 3 old men kicked him at the same time. Now is not the time to admire this kid. Qingqing ran out. You still admire it? Believe it or not, the old man went back and beheaded you. Only then did Jianqing realize that Jian Qingqing sobbed and ran away from the hall. Lin Chen wanted to say something and stopped him. Shang Guanju came to him, grabbed his shirt, and was about to question him when he suddenly said, "Hey, your strength." Shang Guanju went from surprised to shocked. "Have you broken through to the third level of the Holy Realm?" "No, it's not that simple. It's only been a few days." How did this kid's cultivation level skyrocket? In addition to the cultivation base, Shang Guanju also discovered that Lin Chen's flesh shell body and spiritual realm had all undergone an amazing transformation. Although the spiritual realm has not broken through the Deshang stage, it is nearly doubled compared to the previous one, and the gaze towards her is somewhat neither humble nor arrogant. More importantly, the condensed power of his holy power has surpassed the normal four-level perfection of the holy realm in all aspects. Once this child expands his acupoints, the acupoint expansion multiple will probably be directly comparable to the existence of the top 5,000 or even the top 3,000 on the enchanting list. Could it be because of the Empress? It's really scary. After Shang Guanju sighed, he suddenly asked seriously, "Little guy, tell me honestly, what is your relationship with that woman?" Now, in the entire 36 regions of the Holy Realm, more than half of the 9th grade sects have been paying attention to this side. In a few days, there will be strong people coming. If you don't clarify the relationship and her situation, then I will Xingyan Palace can't protect you. Yes, the crisis is not over yet. Once Lin Chen makes a wrong move next, his life is still at stake. The Demon Empress, her actions move her whole body. If the powerhouses of the major 9th grade sects are born, or the high-level powerhouses of the 9th grade sects arrive, Shibi will forcibly suppress Lin Chen. Her Xingyan Palace can't block all the 9th grade sects on her own. 9-rank sect, what level is it? To give a clearest example, if the 8th rank sect can be called the top of the holy world, the giant within the sect, then the 9th rank is the beginning of the origin of the historical civilization of the holy world. A strong man in the 9th rank sect is born, and can easily destroy any 7th rank and 8th rank forces. The current list of evildoers is a system formed by 10 top 8th rank sects and dozens of 8th rank forces, which have crushed most of the forces in the holy world, and can grant the evildoers the supreme power to run rampant in all regions. And the 9-rank sect, in ordinary people's cognition, would never appear at all. In the history of the holy world, there is no record of the birth of the 9-rank sect. They will not ask about the world of the holy world. They have their own circles and independent planes, and mortals are not qualified to spy on them. They are located in the highest domain of the holy world. And most of the top 3,000 in the enchanting list and the saint list are also in the heaven sanctuary. However, this time the situation is very different. The powerhouse of the 9-rank sect will definitely be born. Demon Empress, they couldn't ask. The only way is to find out the relationship between Lin Chen and the Demon Empress. Second, use him to dig out the information of the Demon Empress, even if it is a bit of useful information, it will give the 9th rank sect one more chance to let him go. Who is she to me? Lin Chen's expression suddenly became serious, and said indifferently, "She is my woman, senior doesn't need to ask more, I have my own way to deal with it." You deal with a fart. Shang Guanju interrupted Lin Chen directly, "Do you know what you are going to face next, and deal with it, you are honest." Boom. When the space shook, the super high-altitude crack just above Chiyu began to slowly heal, and the Chiyu space that had been shattered by the anger and Turmoil of the Empress started to recover at this moment, only in a few breaths. Shang Guanju's expression suddenly changed. It really comes. Oh? Is Your Excellency Shangguan from Xinyan Palace also there? Did the Venerable also come for the breath from before? 3 figures appeared like ghosts, standing at the entrance of the main hall. Their waists straight like a spear, and they walked into the main hall. A man in a blue shirt, his hands are empty, his eyes are like a galaxy, spinning, emitting the starlight that died hundreds of millions of years ago. An old man, with a pleasant face, seems to always have a gentle smile and squinting eyes, and occasionally when he opens his eyes, there is a thunderbolt opening and closing. The last one, arrogant and majestic, actually looked like a young man, with a green sword on his body. The blue rainbow surged, causing the wind and clouds above the 9 heavens, faintly shattering the world. The strange thing is that when the elders such as Bingxin Palace looked at these 3 people, they could not feel the slightest fluctuation and breath of holy energy, as if they did not exist in that space, but they were standing there. They have never seen such a bizarre phenomenon. Only the people from Jianyu and Zisha King Valley are cautious and serious. After Lin Chen's strength increased, his perception increased sharply. He vaguely felt that the power of these 3 people was stronger than that of Yin Tianzi and Ultimate Shadow, but weaker than Shang Guanju. People from the Sword region, and Zisha King Valley. The squinting kind old man looked around the scene. The representatives of Jianyu and Zisha King Valley clasped their fists and saluted, and the old man waved. He smiled and looked at Lin Chen. Hee, little friend, have you been in contact with that person? Excuse me, are you a human race, or? The old man's face was instantly cold. It's still a devil. The man in the blue shirt pointed like a country, his eyes narrowed. Boy, think about it carefully before answering. What do you know, what you have experienced in the past few days? Tell it one by one. It is about our holy world. You dare to have a half lie, you will fall to the ground in an instant. However, Lin Chen's reaction was beyond the expectations of the 3 powerhouses. It's none of your business. Lin Chen smiled mildly and elegantly, but spit out fragrance. Want him to betray Luo Yaoer? It is absolutely impossible, even if it is to die. Lin Chen will not step back. Another young swordsman like Daning sneered. Oh? You are young and energetic, you are full of that vile and disgusting aura. The bones are a bit hard, just cut them off before asking. Choking. Using his finger as a sword, he pointed it out. His fingertips turned into ons, and pierced through the void. He was very measured, and his power was controlled to the extent that Lin Chen was injured to the point of being crippled just now. Bang! Shang Guanju smashed the finger light with his slender hands, and blocked half of his body in front of Lin Chen. The boss sent you here? Don't you feel ashamed to deal with a young man like this? The 3 of them didn't change their expressions, and the old man said indifferently, listen to what the Venerable said. Do you want to protect him? Could it be that Xinyan Palace wants to experience the dilapidated war of the past? Boom. Thousands of miles of sky change color. Shang Guanju's calm beauty hides crazy killing intent. Hee, you can fight the 3 of us, but it's not realistic to protect him completely. The 3 of them moved their silhouettes and rushed directly to Shangguan Ju. The 3 human race experts fought directly. In the hall, light and shadow flashed, dazzling. When Bingxingong and the others were about to retreat in horror, the strange thing was that the momentum of the fight between the 4 did not spread All the saints in the hall suddenly felt a series of holy lights flashing randomly, and the specific movements could not be captured. The big shift in space. This is a way of fighting that belongs to the peak of the saints alone. Move part of your own space to a plane created independently, and any aftermath of the battle will not hurt the flowers and plants nearby. The eyes of the three elders of Jianyu are extremely solemn. To use this fighting method, at least the Holy Land ninth layer. When the three were suppressed by Shangguanju. Sigh. A sound of breaking wind hit behind Lin Chen, and it was actually the spiritual avatar of the blue-shirt swordsman. Even if it is a random spiritual clone, the strength is also on the level of the three elders of the sword domain. Boom. Behind Lin Chen, a magical talisman like the sky was blown up in an instant. Dominating the sky, blooming in the holy world, almost invincible thoughts. And actually shocked the spiritual clone on the spot. This breath can't be wrong. It's that woman. The avatar of the Qingpao man was horrified and retreated like lightning. Huh? Lin Chen's war god armor was already ready to go, but found that he was backing away? Boy, what is your relationship with that person? The spiritual avatar of the Qingpao man scolded sharply. Lin Chen hasn't answered yet, the magic behind him condensed into an ancient rune. If his life is endangered, the entire family will be destroyed. The demon Empress. The monstrous words of the magic power changed the view of all the strong people present. The three stopped their hands and stopped the short fight. Looking at the devil in the sky, these peerless powerhouses from the ninth grade sects rarely showed their fear and fear. Does this little guy really have any relationship with the Empress? Speaking of which, it's outrageous to be able to sleep with the Empress. Shangguanju's wonderful eyes were shocked, but he didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. After a long time, Deneng, who looked like a young swordsman, gave Lin Chen a deep look, his eyes uncertain. Notify other people, don't rush over. This kid can't be hard. As soon as these words came out, Jianyu and others were shocked. The demon empress is indeed terrifying. In just one sentence, the nine-rank sect was shocked. Completely cover Lin Chen. Lin Chen was surprised. He didn't expect Luo Yaoer to leave such a mark on him. The three of them stared at Lin Chen, the demon empress, and she might not be able to overthrow the entire human race, but if she wanted to strike a retaliatory blow against a ninth-rank sect, it would be an absolute nightmare for any sect. By chance, they had witnessed the power of the Empress magic sword from a very long distance. If they faced this kind of existence, the other party didn't even need to take action, and the magic sword could easily devour them. Right now, it's a special period. The real words matter to people. They haven't really returned, and it's not their turn to call the shots. Annoying. Such a powerful existence, they can't afford it. Blue is better than blue. The kind old man couldn't help but sigh when he found out that he couldn't take down Lin Chen. His face returned to his former calm, but there was a little more sigh in his eyes. Why, stop arresting people? Shangguanju's eyes were playful, looking at your cowardly appearance. I don't know how you have cultivated to this level. When you hear a name, a tiger turns into a sick cat? The three people were so gloomy. Shangguanju said this very confidently. When she faced Luo Yao's childhood, at least she never backed away. With this courage, the three of them couldn't get close to half a point. Boy, do it yourself. When the great creator is born, this thing is not only your amulet, but your death. The man in green sneered. The three of them disappeared from the void, coming in strangely, and leaving without a trace. When Lin Chen watched the three leave, he was secretly ruthless. Now, you are protecting me, and there will always be times when I will protect you, Yaoer. Watching the three leave, the three elders of Jianyu looked at each other and sighed. Our family Qingqing really fell in love with an amazing kid. The demon empress is covering him, but as the three people just said, the group of existences in the Holy Realm have not returned. If they return to the Holy Realm, I am afraid this child will not end so well, unless the Empress comes again. The three elders of Jianyu exchanged a wink. Shang Guanju looked relaxed and indifferent. She patted Lin Chen on the shoulder and sighed, "Boy, hurry up and become stronger, maybe I won't be able to keep your Bairuan for long." Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. "What's the matter?" Shang Guanju looked serious. "Xinyan Palace, the sky is about to change. The palace owner is about to be replaced, and a new era is beginning. The Xinyan Palace, which has always been dominated by female disciples, may undergo great changes. By Ruoyan Mei to become the next generation palace lord, it may also be the wife of the next generation palace lord. The situation cannot be explained in a few words. You have to use the fastest speed to reach the top 1,000 on the enchanting list, and then come to Xinyan Palace to propose marriage. The rest, I will try my best to help you fight." Lin Chen's heart sank. This change came suddenly. Shang Guanju personally came to defend himself against a strong enemy this time. This kind of favor can be said to be unimportant. Even if Lin Chen wanted to be angry, he couldn't express it. Seeing to see through his thoughts, Shang Guanju sighed, "Don't worry, with me here, Ruoyan will be fine in a short time. You have to be careful yourself. The vastness of the Holy Realm is far more than the powerhouse you have seen today. Simple. Since you're fine, I should go back. Remember, don't come to the Xinyan Palace lightly." Leaving advice, Shang Guanju stepped into the air, fluttering like a fairy, and disappeared in an instant. Lin Chen's heart was complicated. When he turned to look at the people in the hall, he first clasped his fists at the people in the Zixia King Valley. As soon as the words of gratitude came to his lips, the little demon empress hugged her chest, her charming and beautiful cheeks full of smiles, and stood in front of him. Yanran smiled and said, "Don't say polite words, are you annoying? You don't feel like chasing after your little sister Qingqing. People will run away in anger." Lin Chen looked at Jianyu and the others, and Jianqing immediately winked. "Then I'll go first." Lin Chen smiled helplessly, turned around and rushed out of the hall. Looking in the direction Lin Chen was leaving, Zi Tianhu walked up to the little demon empress and said seriously, "Is this really okay?" "That's enough." The little demon empress still smiled as usual. "He just needs to be himself." Zi Tianhu sighed, "It's because of your mother, she's about to come back. And, I heard that you are going to marry you to the heavenly sanctuary." The little demon empress didn't change her smile, but there was a bit of helplessness in the small smile. In the broken mountain range, on the edge of a cliff, the beautiful woman hugged her jade legs with both hands, curled up, thin and thin. Half of the young man's face suddenly protruded from the edge of the cliff, 10 feet away from her. When she was slightly stunned, the young man called shamelessly, "Qingqing? Qingqing beauty? Qingqing baby? Miss Qingqing, have you figured it out?" "It doesn't matter if you didn't figure it out, I've figured it out." Jian Qingqing was both angry and funny. Seeing that the boy's cheeks were Full of bright red crescent-like teeth marks, his anger suddenly stopped. He got up and walked quickly, and stepped on the boy's face. "You are a dead man. I'm so worried about you, you actually do that kind of thing. Mom, why are you stepping on your face?" "I don't want to, I can't beat her. It's a big deal, and I will let you repeat the incident at a loss." "Playing your head. Miss Ben slashed you with a sword." On the edge of the cliff, Jian Qingqing punched and kicked Lin Chen for a while. If someone Lin couldn't fight back, he scolded him. In the end, Jian Qingqing sobbed in Lin Chen's arms. When recalling the appearance of Jian Qingqing for the first time, Lin Chen couldn't help sighing. Alas, he looks so handsome, it's really annoying. The most difficult to accept the beauty of Grace. In all fairness, he thinks that he and Jian Qingqing are no more than friends, and the two have had a fight before, as the so-called don't know each other. This time, she used the power of the entire family for herself, and even exposed the powerhouses of the sword region to danger. This love is not unimportant. Will you come to Jianyu in the future? Jian Qingqing leaned close to his chest and asked softly. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Of course." Jian Qingqing's delicate body trembled lightly, as if he got the answer he wanted, and softly, She is being Shua smart, and doesn't seem to ask Lin Chen too many questions about other women, just lay quietly in his arms for a while. In the main hall, when he saw his daughter come back, she regained her usual look. Jianqing smiled, and the three elders looked at Lin Chen with great satisfaction. To be honest, they are very satisfied with the ability of this grandson in law. Its heritage and achievements, any one of which is placed in the sword field, also belongs to the top ranks. When the people from Zixia King Valley got up, Lin Chen was surprised. "Everyone, are you leaving so soon?" Zi Tianhu said with a smile. "Yes, we have something to do in Zixia Wangu. Little guy, if you come to the southern region in the future, you are welcome to come to Wangu to sit down." "Is it important?" Lin Chen saw that Wangu's people were all dignified, and even the little demon empress was gone, so he couldn't help asking earnestly. "I don't know what the important thing is. Can this junior make a little effort?" Zi Tianhu shook his head, stared at Lin Chen with deep eyes, and said through a secret voice transmission, "Qinggu, this girl, follows her mother's surname. Her mother was born in the 8th rank power. Now her mother may use this girl in order to restore the glory of the family, little guy. If there is a chance in the future, I hope you can help this girl." Lin Chen's eyes froze, and he clenched his fists earnestly. "Unshirkable." Glancing at Lin Chen with relief, Zi Tianhu waved his hand, tearing apart the space and leading everyone away. In the main hall, only the sword saints from the sword region and the people from the Bingxin Palace were left. The three elders of Jianyu appeared beside Lin Chen like a ghost. With a wave of one hand, the space barrier unfolded. The content of the conversation was only heard by the three elders and Jianqing, and the five of them could hear. "Boy, although you are very good, our family is not bad. If she passes through your door in the future, you can't let her be wronged." The old man Jiansha said something indifferently. Although his granddaughter is far inferior to this son, he still loses, so don't let his granddaughter be wronged by this kid. "I heard that you are also proficient in swordsmanship." "My sword domain has always used swordsmanship to convince the public. This is the sword art. 100,000 stars art, one of the 10 ancient sword gates in my sword domain. You keep it, remember, come later Jianyu, don't lose our face. With a straight face, the old man Jian handed a scroll that flashed orange light in the air. When Lin Chen took it, his face changed slightly. It is actually a complete orange-level intermediate Peerless swordsmanship. Lin Chen's 9 layers of burning heavenly palm still needs to be cultivated to the 9th layer in order to exert the power of the intermediate orange level. This kind of training method is given away, and the weight is too heavy. Senior, this gift. Why, I don't like it. If you don't like it, I have to give it to Lao Tzu. This is the dowry that our family Qingqing ordered for you in advance. If you don't practice well, I will be the first to let you go. The old man Jiansha said viciously, but Lin Chen had no choice but to accept it. The people of this Jianyu have a weirder temper. The most powerful old man Jianming said solemnly, "Little guy, what are your plans next? Why don't you come to our Jianyu to avoid the limelight? Lin Chen has caused so many troubles. If he doesn't find a place to hide from the limelight and cultivate for a while, he will stand on the cusp of the storm, which is extremely dangerous. It's not what the man did to retreat. I plan to go to the holy prison." Lin Chen didn't say anything, and the words were amazing as soon as he opened his mouth. The 3 old men were moved. Go to hell? That is one of the most terrifying places in the holy world. Even these 3 powerful old guys can't avoid it. This kid still wants to go to the holy prison? It's unpredictable and unpredictable. It's true that there are talented people from generation to generation, and one generation is more fierce than the next. Jianqing shook his head in amazement. The old man Jianming said seriously, "Are you going to sneak in?" "Yes, I have a way to sneak in. In the holy prison, I need to find a person who has a great effect on me." Lin Chen looked directly at the 3 elders, and said the name. "His name is Jian Wuji, and it is rumored that he is also a sword saint in the sword region. I wonder if the 3 seniors have any influence?" Lin Chen didn't hide it. The other 3 even took out the complete orange level intermediate exercises to teach themselves, indicating that this person from the sword domain has regarded Lin Chen as his own. Jian Wuji was the name of the friend of the dean of Tianga Academy. Lin Chen only knew that this person was from the sword region. With his status as the 3rd elder, he might know something. It is possible that that person has the whereabouts of the 4th heart technique of Tai Fu Tianju, and now Lin Chen is embarrassed on all sides. And the speed of obtaining the heart technique is the fastest to improve his strength. If he can collect the complete Tai Fu Tianju, together with the enhancing function, to strengthen his mind, his combat power will soar to an unprecedented level. At that time, once the acupoints are expanded, it will surely shock the past and present. Hearing the name of Jian Wuji, the 3rd old man was a little confused, and the old man Jian Sha said incomprehensibly, "What are you doing to this lunatic?" Lin Chen said, "This. I have something to look for him. Do you have any news from the 3 seniors?" The 3 old men looked at each other, and Jianqing said, "This person is a peerless genius in our sword region, but he is also a madman. He killed the entire family of a strong man in his early years. He used his own way to repay his own body, and after destroying the sect, he even challenged the strong sacred mind of the 8th rank sect at that time, and was eventually convicted and imprisoned." Saint state of mind? Lin Chen was curious, dared to ask Senior, "What is the realm above the star state, and what is the cultivation level?" Jianqing patiently said, the saint expands the cave and transforms into the congealing realm, just laying the foundation. After the life and death realm. Every time you open a holy cave, there will be earth-shaking changes. 4. The holy state of mind. The 8th layer of the holy state of mind, the 71st to 80th. Holy acupoints. These 10 holy acupoints are extremely difficult to open. You must condense your own vitality with the holy acupuncture points, and rush to the acupoints together. Every time you hit the realm, it means you have to breaking through the limit of life. If you fail, you will be seriously injured. And the holy cave will be damaged, repaired in 100 years, and if you fail, you will die. Talking about this, the 3 old men sighed. I don't know how many amazing geniuses and evildoers have been blocked in front of the holy state of mind, and they have stopped accepting the star state for life. That's a whole new world. Jian Cheng's expression was extremely serious. Once the sacred mind state enters this state, it is extremely difficult for saints in this state to fall, and even if they penetrate the sacred heart, they will be seriously injured. Unless they are beaten to the head and their spiritual origin, or the sacred heart is completely destroyed, there will be no destruction left. Otherwise, it will count as killing the opponent 1,000 times. 100 times, it will come back. Lin Chen was shocked. He couldn't die even if he penetrated his heart. 2. Completely destroy the spiritual source or completely destroy the sacred heart. In the body? It's no wonder that the 3 ghost saints are so tenacious. In the end, the 3 of them can still survive together. Lin Chen vaguely guessed that the 3 ghost saints are the powerhouses of the holy state of mind. Lin Chen then asked, what about the holy state of mind and above? Jian Cheng stretched out a finger and said earnestly, above the holy state of mind, the 81st to 90th holy acupoints are called the Kaitian realm. The holy power opens the sky, the peak of ancient and modern times. In this realm, the holy power will be cultivated to the extreme, develop his own holy acupoints to the extreme, and there will be no further changes in terms of cultivation. Above the Kaitian realm, it is the 9-turn Kaitian, and the world is also known as the 9-turn saint. The 91st to 99th holy acupoints, the holy acupoints to be opened in the 9-turn realm, are all located in the brain. Each holy cave that is opened can condense all holy energy into the brain one after another, greatly improving the sage's comprehension and perception. It sounds like there is no substantial transformation, but it is the most terrifying gap in the holy realm cultivation base. The old man Jian Ming took over the conversation. Theoretically speaking, the realm of 9 revolutions is the realm of saints, and it is the most unlikely to leapfrog challenges. 1-turn saints' perception of heaven and earth far exceeds that of saints of 9 levels of perfection. The same exercises. Saints of 9 levels. In the hands of the former, there are 1,000 ways to use it to deal with it. At this level, the competition is not just about the cultivation of the holy cave, but the perception of the whole world and the development of one's own potential. Why is the 9-layer saint so stalwart and above the countless levels of mortals, but unable to create orange-level skills method? Because the real orange-level cultivation method has never been qualified to create only a rank 1 saint or above. Only the strong who enter that realm can see the world, the essence of this world. While Lin Chen was shocked, he kept writing down his future state. Naxingxingji, holy state of mind, open heaven, 9 turns to open the sky. It seems that he still has a long way to go. As far as the current strength is Concerned, if there is no three-piece set of God of War, the sword field can send a life and death sword saint at will, which can make him fall into a disadvantage in all aspects. The 100th Holy Acupoint. Jianqing pointed at the center of his eyebrows. Here, once the 100 holy acupoints are opened, it is the apex of the saint, the king of all saints, also known as the Holy King's realm. For this realm, and I know very little. The old man, Jianming, continued, if you want to find Jian Wuji, the old man heard that the guy is locked in the 5th layer of the holy prison, you can go there and look for it. If you really have a way to enter, take him with you. 2. Come back. After all, this person has a lot of relationship with us. Although I can't reveal his existence on the surface of Jianyu, I can still have a lot of favors in secret. I heard that once you are imprisoned in the holy prison, you must face the endless demons under the holy prison. If you can kill a certain number of demons, you can even get a pardon. Little guy, you must be careful. The guys here are all powerful among the powerhouses in the holy world. Lin Chen nodded, thank you for the information, seniors. After asking the 4 of them again for some difficult questions, the old man Jianming lifted the space barrier. Everyone, it's time for us to return to the sword domain. Jianqing waved his hand at the sword saints, with a smile. Jianqing glanced at Lin Chen reluctantly, and left with the army. Little guy, you are welcome to Jianyu at any time. Hey, if there is a chance, let us see the alchemy in your eyes. The next time you fight, you can exchange it for the price of refining medicine. We are always on call. When the swordsmen said goodbye, their attitude towards Lin Chen was very cordial. When Lin Chen turned to look at the people in Bingxin Palace again, they sighed for a while. Those big men who were hard to see in the past, never thought that this time they would appear again and again because of this young man. There was already a huge gap between them. Everyone, although the territory of the Snow Dragon Palace has been destroyed, the foundation is still there. If it is to be rebuilt, it will not be too difficult. Lin Chen looked at Fairy Crimson, she smiled sweetly, don't worry, I will sit in Bingxin Palace for you. I will protect your little fairy, you can do your business with confidence, I am right, you have only one request. Then, Fairy Crimson transmitted Lin Chen's voice through voice transmission. Exhaling like a blue orchid, charming and charming. I want you. Lin Chen was startled, he was about to use his second dual cultivation talent. So soon? I want you to expand the territory of the acupoints, and the 10 expansions of the acupoints add up to more than 1,000 times. If you can complete it, Lin Chen, I will serve you as the master and form a master-servant contract, you will become my master, that is, you will get my spiritual plant. Fairy Crimson can be said to be amazing, almost stunned Lin Chen. It takes 10 times to expand acupoints, to reach 1,000 times expansion? What's more weird and scary, or the second half of the sentence, take yourself as your master? Fairy Crimson's cultivation base and strength are not weak in many ancient sects, and belong to a high-level power. Would such a woman take herself as the master? Is that why she helped me before? Lin Chen took a deep look at Fairy Crimson, and said with a smile, then it's a deal. As long as she is willing to temporarily sit in the Bingxin Palace for herself, can she expand the acupuncture 1,000 times, and I will talk about it later, anyway, he will definitely not lose. After explaining a few things to everyone, Lin Chen acted resolutely, and immediately set off for Tsangyu. Looking for the 6-fingered Shan Yuan to cast the top sacred weapon, it is not A short time to complete, whether it can be hired is still unknown, Lin Chen. Plans to put it aside later, first go to the holy prison, to find Zhao Wao Qi. The news of the heart method cannot be delayed. The god of war three-piece suit and his heavenly rebel are his biggest cards. In this trip, Sun Yu's hurricane eye hides the entrance to the holy prison. Calling out the holy dragon, Lin Chen hurried at full speed. This time, he went it alone. In the void passage, the holy dragon quickly passed through the space with Lin Chen on his back. Lin Chen activated the magic seal in his palm, and a wave of demonic energy rose up and began to fill every corner and meridian of his body. After a while, Lin Chen's appearance changed greatly. 4 horns grew on the top of his head, his face was wicked, charming, and demonic, and his blood jade-like pupils were full of violent murderous aura. He was 3 feet tall and covered with scales and feathers. At this moment, Lin Chen is like a complete demon. If it appears in the outside world, it will definitely be regarded as a holy demon king and be besieged by the holy group. Yaoer passed on my dafa of the demon king's reincarnation, and it is really lifelike. As long as I don't use holy power to fight, the possibility of exposure is extremely small. If I use Tiny Efushinju's acupuncture point, it will be a seamless disguise. To me, infiltrating the holy prison this time has a crucial role. The corners of Lin Chen's evil mouth that turned into a demon king rose slightly. Perfect disguise, no one knows that it will be someone from me. The top card of the most handsome dark horse club in the holy world is temporarily closed. The most ferocious demon king in Guanshui City, a single machine province, is online. This time, go to the holy prison to make a scene. Lin Chen lifted the Devil King reincarnation dafa and returned to normal. To enter the eye of the hurricane in Sangyu, you need to open the high-level secret realm, the Muhai Tianqing secret realm. This secret realm can only be opened by the rite of the 6th grade sect or the enchanting list. As long as Lin Chen is still in the holy world, he can't easily become a demon king, otherwise he can't even open the secret realm, and he can only hide his identity after entering the holy prison. Lin Chen turned on the system, issued an order. System, I want to start the 2nd stage of the flesh shell awakening, and fully awaken the 2nd stage of the spiritual realm. Enable the 2nd stage of meat shell awakening, the 2nd stage of spiritual awakening, consume 2 billion intermediate heavenly points, and the host can awaken a higher level of meat shell power. Lin Chen's body suddenly became much lighter, as if some shackles were released. His qi and blood were as stalwart as a mountain and sea, and a drop of blood could burn the mountain and boil the sea. I want to fully awaken the 2nd stage of meat shell. Consume 5 billion Heavenly Dao points to start the 2nd stage of awakening. The flesh shell power, flesh shell awakening, 101%. The 2nd stage of awakening spirit is complete, and the speed of instant spirit increases by 30 times, 31 times. Spiritual power has a certain self-healing ability. After stealing the attribute values of a large number of powerhouses before, Lin Chen opened 2 stages of awakening in one breath. The 8 billion points of Heavenly Dao were instantly reduced to 1 billion points, and the attributes of Heavenly Dao were not enough for him. System, learned billions of stars. Consumes 4.9 billion points of high-level exercise essence and begins to integrate the orange-level intermediate exercise billions of stars. The main body is awakened, and the clones are fused to cultivate memories. During the period of Lin Chen's rush to Sangyu, he has not stopped getting stronger. Lin Chen's body refining realm is 34 billion dragon power. When the second stage of the flesh shell awakening is complete, his pure power will increase by 200%, and it has exceeded 100 billion dragon power, which is completely equal to his own holy dragon. His spiritual power is close to the perfection of the holy realm, but his spiritual perception and mental response are more terrifying than the perfection of the holy realm. The second stage of spiritual awakening is complete, and the speed of spiritual instant casting is increased by 50 times. Today's Lin Chen, the alchemy skills have risen by leaps and bounds. In addition to his 30 holy acupoints cultivation base, the lethality of about 40 billion dragon powers can be released with holy power alone. Invincible. Even if it is a wizard who has expanded his acupoints 10 times to meet him, it is rare to be able to fight him head-on. The pure power of hundreds of billions of dragon powers alone is enough to fight most of the middle and late stages of the fifth stage of the holy realm. Lin Chen's eyes showed strong confidence. In the life and death situation of the sage's sixth layer, those who can threaten Lin Chen will never exist again. Even if it is a peerless evildoer cultivated by a 7th rank or even an 8th rank sect, it is impossible. As soon as the 6 clones came out, even if it was a siege, they could turn the opponent into a muggle. Brush. The holy dragon broke through the sky, and Lin Chen arrived at the void directly above the northern area of Tsanyu. Not far away, the city wall was cast high, and the vigorous and simple walls of hundreds of meters were overwhelming like a pitch-black beast. This place is Qingyao City, and there is the entrance to the secret realm of Muhai Tianqing. Lin Chen's eyes swept through the spiritual rays of light and looked through the void. A million miles away, there was a powerful space barrier. This is the space barrier established by Dazongpai, and the Naxing realm may not be able to bombard it. The secret realm of Muhai Tianqing, which contains countless rare treasures, means endless opportunities, and there are ferocious and long-term alien beasts, as well as many terrifying energy storm disasters. If you don't have the rights to the 6th grade sect, you are not qualified to enter. This is the difficulty of the rising space of the Holy Realm. Most of the big resources will only be occupied by the big forces. Without a solid background, it is difficult to cultivate a real strong person anywhere. Lin Chen took the holy dragon into his body, paid the entrance fee, and entered Qingyao City straight. After half an hour, Lin Chen arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. At this time, a square at the entrance of the secret realm was in chaos. Why not let us in? We also paid the entry fee and registered the right to use. We are also a 6th grade sect. Could it be that your Nangong family can cover the sky with only one hand? Don't provoke me. Believe it or not, it won't take a quarter of an hour to fight. I want you to kneel on the ground and beg me not to die. Inside the Sapphire Plaza, a film of young talents is suspended in the air. They have extraordinary weather, all of them are full of visions of dragons and phoenixes among people, and their temperament is superior to others, as if they were born noble geniuses. However, at this time, they were arguing violently with the gatekeeper outside the square, and they even had the intention of doing it. Okay, stop arguing. Young Master Nangong Ju has already instructed himself that there are auspicious beasts born in the Muhai Tianqing secret realm, and the secret realm has been completely blocked until Nangong Ju catches the auspicious beast. It will be all for lousy. Get the hell out of there, don't think that you can make some kind of tricks by relying on the name of the genius list. The scar-faced saint, headed by him, grinned and waved his hand. Honestly, go back to your sect and stay there, go back to where you came from. The faces of the geniuses changed slightly. Auspicious beast was born? Could it be that auspicious beast can only be born by a high-level holy beast at the 7th rank bloodline level? Nangong Ju? Is it the one on the enchanting list? Yes, but even if it is the enchanting list, it can't be so domineering. This is a high-level secret realm. How can a high-level secret realm be blocked for personal reasons? A genius protested unwillingly. Scarface's face is fierce and sinister, and he smiled sullenly. What about personal reasons? Our son has expanded his acupuncture points by 25 to 29 times. Tianjiao, how can you be compared with those of you who are in the sky? If you don't know each other and roll, I will do it. If it wasn't for the fact that you are disciples of the 6th grade sect, I would have done it already. A group of shameless little babies, son. The geniuses took a step back unconsciously, their faces horrified. 7 sects. Nangong Ju is actually the true heir of the 9 Heavens Holy Dragon Temple? My God, the background of the 6th grade family, the backing of the 7th grade sect, no wonder this Nangong family is so arrogant. The geniuses turned pale, and finally gave up the last glimmer of hope. The 1st grade of the official university crushes people, let alone the grades between the sects, the 7th grade and the 6th grade. There is an even more terrifying gap. Just as the geniuses were about to leave, a glass-colored holy light rushed toward Xiaohan, straight into the sky, condensed and did not disperse, and a terrifying coercion descended. In Qingyu Plaza, everyone was horrified. Enchanting list token. Is there a wizard on the enchanting list? The face of the man with the scarred face turned a little dignified. Everyone looked closely, and a silver-robed figure appeared silently in the square, with a tall figure, a handsome young man, a dusty temperament, and a cynical smile on the corner of his mouth. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he took a steady step by step, and the geniuses from all walks of life immediately gave way, with a look full of awe and admiration. Many young and beautiful female geniuses can't help but have peach blossoms in their eyes. The young people here are like people in pictures. Before Lin Chen entered Qingyao City, he had observed the space barrier in the secret realm here. If he tried to break through it, it wouldn't show. At least, he had to take out the power of the God of War's two-piece blessing before it was possible to forcibly break the barrier. It's not necessary to use his trump card for this trivial matter. Lin Chen planned to pass the test head-on. On Lin Chen's head, the glazed enchanting list Guangxia, Xingwei Huang, with a restrained and calm aura, walked in front of the scarred-faced man and said indifferently, Evil Dead List, Lin Chen, request to open the secret realm of Mohai. Tianqing. Lin Chen's tone was not a discussion, but a direct order. This is the right of the enchanting list. Compared with other evildoers, Lin Chen's tone was considered polite. This friend, the secret realm of Mohai Tianqing, is managed by our Nangong family on behalf of us. It is jointly controlled by several 7th rank forces such as the 9 Heavens Holy Dragon Palace. The son of our Nangong family is. The scarred-faced man was about to stand up, when Lin Chen raised his hand and put it on his shoulder. Bang! Terrible power, such as landslides and tsunamis, the world overturned. In an instant, it erupted from Lin Chen's palm, and the infinite strength suppressed the scarred-faced man, making him unable to mobilize half of his holy power. And his face was horrified. He is the cultivation base of expanding acupoints, and was suppressed by this kid with one hand? The pupils of the geniuses trembled. This scar-faced man is second only to some of their outer sect elders. Now, this enchanting genius is so pressed that he can't move with one hand? I am afraid that it is impossible for ordinary wizards to have this kind of strength. I'm not talking to you, you can't make a decision. Lin Chen smiled casually. Fascinated by many women, he turned his eyes and looked at a drunken old man next to him who was drinking. Lin Chen said indifferently, "Old sir, what do you think?" The old man took a sip of strong wine, and his eyes that had always been absent-minded suddenly swept through the light. He smiled and said, "Where is the little monster from? You have some eyesight." The old man stretched his waist, and when he stood up, 4 holy chakras rose from the top of his head, blessed by the holy majesty, and it became extraordinary in an instant. Dozens of geniuses immediately felt an overwhelming power swept towards them, and they stepped back dozens of steps, looking horrified. Is this old gentleman, the one who calls the shots? What a profound cultivation! His holy power is at least comparable to the elders of the 5th level of the holy realm. When the geniuses were shocked, Lin Chen stood still, the old man's eyes narrowed. This young man is not simple. The drunk old man shook his head and said, "Young man, don't embarrass the old man. There is an order from above, and people of any power are not allowed here." As soon as the voice fell, a black light flashed. Almost everyone could not react, and the jade pendant on the waist of the old man was empty. "This jade pendant is quite delicate." Lin Chen smiled and crushed it directly. Boom! A force of space was quickly transmitted, and ripples appeared in the space. The drunk old man's expression changed greatly. How could a young man take away his messenger jade pendant without knowing it? What a horrible monster! Since you can't decide, let someone who can make a decision come over. Whether it can be released or not, it's not who has the final say, but whether the fist is tough enough. Lin Chen's actions are vigorous and resolute, chatting and laughing, and domineering. He even whistled frivolously at the geniuses, and jokingly said, "You are right, am I hard enough? Young master is handsome and tough." The geniuses sincerely worship and shout in unison. The corners of the drunk old man's mouth twitched. "Chao Sheng, what happened and why did you use the emissary jade pendant?" The old man should have said that this thing can only be used in an emergency. An old man with tiger eyes and knife eyebrows was majestic and dignified. The drunk old man immediately clasped his fist respectfully and said, "I've seen Elder Nangong Yen. It's not that the old man intends to use the jade pendant, it's this young man on the enchanting list who wants to pass through the secret realm." The drunk old man simply explained. The expression of the old man Nangong Yen changed slightly. When he looked at Lin Chen, he couldn't help but restrain his aura, and said indifferently, "Young master, my Nangong family has important things to do. Why don't you come to our house to rest for 2 days?" Boom! Above Lin Chen's head, 8 earth-shattering flaming dragons rose up, all of which were condensed from spiritual power. In the palm of his hand, the 9th layer burning heaven seal is disillusioned, and all the fire element crystals are blooming with magnificent rays of light. Just one sentence, can you open it? If you can't open it, I'll call you from here to Nangong's house. Lin Chen's light-hearted words made all the geniuses take a deep breath. Too domineering. If you don't agree, start fighting. It is still the older generation of powerhouses from the 6th grade aristocratic family. The great achievement stage of entering the Holy Land? No, it's not that. Simple. Nangong Yan was shocked. With his 5th level perfect cultivation, he could smell a dangerous aura from that spirit-burning dragon. If he really fights, just based on this spiritual realm, he really may not be able to suppress this young man. Lin Chen. This son's name is Lin Chen. Could it be that Lin Chen? Suddenly, a female genius from the 6th grade medicine refining department in a goose-yellow elegant dress suddenly screamed with excitement, her eyes full of admiration. Could it be Lin Chen, the champion of medicine refining at the Danyu Heavenly Election Conference, and the 9,815th in the enchanting list? Lin Chen smiled casually. It's just a false name, compared to my handsome name. This title of champion is nothing to be mentioned. The champion of the election conference? Nangong Yan was moved. The standard of the Danyu Heavenly Election Conference is so high that he has been famous for a long time. The pharmacist who can stand out in it is all the Taishan Beidou in the future of the holy world. He is a young man who can win the championship? Only those old monsters have won the championship in the past. It's no wonder that this son's spiritual realm is so high that he is actually the champion of the Heavenly Selection Conference. Nangong Yan was old and sophisticated, thought for a moment, and immediately filled with smiles. Little friend Lin Chen, it still has to be discussed too. Open the secret realm, don't get angry. Dozens of geniuses saw that Nangong Yan, who was arrogant just is now sneering, and their admiration for Lin Chen has been raised to a higher level. Powerful people, it's cool to be capricious. Before we chatted a few words, the other party let go and opened the door to the secret realm. Lin Chen put away his killing intent and flew in. Which of the many geniuses was not a clever ghost immediately followed Lin Chen's figure. There are not many opportunities to enter a high-level secret realm. Although it is difficult to enter, it is easy to go out. There is a special sect, teleportation space channel, which is completely true. After the release, the drunk old man clasped his fists in confusion and asked, "What is Elder Yan doing?" The Nangong family is a little troublesome to provoke this son directly. It's okay to let him in. If he dares to delay our important affairs, the elders of the 9 Heavens Holy Dragon Hall will naturally deal with him. You can be shaken by a pharmacist. Nangong Yan showed a smart smile and smiled knowingly. The secret realm of Mohai Tianqing is infinitely vast. If there is a verdant land covering the infinite land, it is full of vitality, and giant trees stand in the sky. This place is an excellent habitat for the survival of fierce beasts. After any group of major sects control the secret realm, they will not fully discover the secrets in the secret realm. First, because the high-level secret realm is extremely vast, it requires a lot of manpower and material resources to fully discover its secrets, and requires the dispatch of top powerhouses. The second is the problem of distribution. There are often more than one sect that controls the high-level secret realm. If all parties flood into the entire secret realm, who will belong to the important treasures that appear? Therefore, in the high-level secret realm, most of the sects choose to keep it. As for the lucky encounter, it is left to the young people to compete and deal with it. The strength speaks, which can not only show the heritage of a sect, but also bring benefits to the sect, and will not start a big war, and kill 3 birds with 1 stone. At this time, the secret recipe of Mohai Tianqing, in the east, the mountains are in groups, and a group of old people are suspended in the air. This area has been searched, and there is no sign of auspicious beasts. It seems that it should sense our breath, and it has to increase the search. Range. The auspicious beast is very important to the growth of the spiritual plant of luck. Before other sects have discovered it, it must be captured. The old people have a long breath, all of them are at the 5th level of the holy realm, and there is no lack of the existence of the 6th level of the holy realm. When they were discussing by voice transmission, another young man with an arrogant face flew over. The auspicious beast should not be here anymore, let's turn to another area to see. The young man's tone was naturally superior, but the old man did not complain at all, because the value of this son deserved him to have this attitude. Ranked 7345 on the enchanting list, Feiying Aurora Nangongju. This person has 52 holy Ks in full bloom, which is actually the cultivation of a congealing realm sage. He left a word, and his figure immediately moved, and it turned into an aurora and flashed across the sky, approaching the extreme. This is his orange ranked movement technique, pull shadow. The speed and orange ranked movement technique he shows are incisively and vividly displayed in the hands of the wizards on the enchanting list. Even these elders from the Holy Dragon Palace are ashamed of themselves. We also continue to act and follow him. The 5 elders flashed and disappeared. Auspicious beasts are strange beasts blessed by the blessings of heaven and earth, and any kind of fierce beast with powerful bloodline has a very small possibility of becoming auspicious beasts when it is born. Compared with ordinary beasts, when such strange beasts grow to the 8th rank, they will arouse the luck of heaven and earth and become a real auspicious beast. The way of luck is the most mysterious area of the holy world. Many top saints can't understand it, and ordinary sects only know it. If the auspicious beasts can be kept in the area where the Qiyun Lingji is located, it will increase the output of the Qiyun Lingji, and even transform from a low grade to a middle grade Lingji. Achieve grade transformation. However, according to known literature records, this method of transforming grades is only effective for low-grade spiritual plants, and for middle-grade and even high-grade spiritual plants, it only has the effect of increasing the yield. But even so, an auspicious beast of luck is difficult to measure with the value of eyesight, whether in the beast or the human race, it is a treasure among treasures. Auspicious beasts can perceive the fate of heaven and earth, and saints all have luck. If there is a crisis or killing intent, the auspicious beast will flee in advance. This is also the reason why the saints were unable to capture the auspicious beast. Inside the dimly lit hall, it was as silent as ever. It hurts, the demon blood of this seat has lost 30%, the demon queen, such a vicious method. Lin Chen, shadow, I want you to die, an extremely painful death. Inside the hall, a painful scream broke the silence, the voice of the ultimate shadow. In the void, a mass of shadows twisted violently. It's not dead. It was slapped into a biscuit by Luo Yao's palm, and it lingered on. It has the bloodline of the dragon, the devil, and the innate shadow. When it encounters danger, it can avoid the key points as soon as possible. In addition, the bloodlines of the dragon and the devil are extremely powerful, which makes it save its life under the palm of its hand. Even so, it still paid a heavy price. The cultivation base fell, and the blood essence that belonged to the demon race part of the body was severely damaged. As long as it had a little bit of vigilance at the time, even if it was seriously injured, it would not fall to the point where its cultivation base fell, but it almost thought it would succeed, swallowing the ultimate shadow. Of the 15th phase, its bloodline will be earth-shaking changes. No one thought that such a terrifying and powerful enemy would be ushered in at the last minute. This seat will kill you sooner or later. Shadow, Lin Chen, Demon Empress. Swallow them all. In the main hall, when the ultimate shadow peeled off the energy of the void for healing, it was full of hysterical roars. Outside the hall, Yin Tianzi heard such a hoarse roar and shook his head in disappointment. In the end, he is also a guy who can't hold his breath. If it wasn't for some use value, you would have died under my hands long ago. Yin Tianzi turned to look at the more distant void, and the different crystal brilliance between his eyebrows became a little brighter. His eyes were deep. Lin Chen, very tricky potential, my research is still the last step. His expression suddenly became a little fanatical and crazy. After this last step, I will be able to cultivate high-grade different crystals. At that time, I quit the enchanting list and devoted myself to retreat and study for this day. It's not far away. In the future, all the sects in the holy world have to bow their heads. 36 domains, sooner or later it will be my cloudy world. In the distant void, the ancient pagoda stood. In the space at the top of the tower, there are neatly arranged corpses on the floor. On the corpse, a sword seals the throat, the sword marks leave no blood, and the death is extremely tragic. These people are actually all the characters on the enchanting list. At this point, hundreds of people died. If it is placed in the outside world, it will surely shake the entire holy world. However, it seems that the news did not come out. There is no news about the other law enforcement teams sent out. Who is it that killed 300 evildoers of my human race with one sword? This person must be able to master swordsmanship, approaching the top of the holy world swordsmanship, and see blood seal his throat. When these evildoers die, they are all killed by breaking their defenses. These 300 people are all the backbone of the evil spirits outside the heavenly sanctuary. If you train them well, maybe in the future, our human race will be able to add a few more powerful people in the Holy Spirit or even the heaven-opening state. The key is how to appease the forces that have lost their sex evil spirits. If the news of their deaths is released, I am afraid it will become a mess. It's a heavy loss. It's already troublesome enough, and another Lin Chen appeared, with a demon queen behind him, and killed one of my evildoers. If this goes on, the authority of this evildoer will be broken sooner or later. When the old phantom on the top of the tower talked, there was a strong killing intent and helplessness. Several ancestors have personally sent messages to the top, and the news they have received is surprisingly consistent. The powers of the heavenly sanctuary have all closed their doors. It seems that something has been discovered outside the Holy Land. The old voice was full of shock and palpitations. It seems that even the great true God is temporarily gone. On the verdant grass, the delicate girl held the petals in her hands. Her snow-white skin shone brightly, but her head had antlers as translucent as crystal jade, shrouded in colorful brilliance. Her wonderful eyes flashed a strange light, and her spiritual eyes were full of light ridicule. The mere human race, how can you catch me? Your actions have long been under my control. The luck of any saint will not escape the smart eye of this young lady, just a little. She spits out her lilac tongue in a certain direction, which is really weird and cute. Finally got rid of those annoying spirits. Sigh, it's really annoying to be handsome, chasing me all day long and asking so many questions. Wearing a silver robe, he walked out of the forest slowly, just as he was about to release his spiritual power. He met a girl in a white dress who was still holding flowers on the grass. When the two sides looked at each other, the girl's delicate body trembled. Her spiritual eyes stared at the visitor for a while, and suddenly a look of horror appeared. Can't see. She can't see this person's luck, not at all. As if this person appeared here out of thin air. But he seems to be a saint. How can the saint have no luck? You, who are you, why are you here? The girl was so terrified that she could not help but take a few steps back. With a trembling body. She has never seen such a human race, and she has no luck at all. Huh? Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This girl has the light of the attribute light ball. At this time, the girl's face changed slightly, and the corner of her eyes swept in the direction just now. Oops, the humans who hunted me down are coming. The girl in the white dress got up, her delicate body was full of brilliance. And suddenly flashed across the sky. Brush. The moment she moved, Lin Chen took a step, and her figure flashed too. The sight of the girl, and pushed her down beside the tree. The girl's face turned pale in an instant. What the hell is going on with this man? She can't perceive his luck and trajectory at all. Lin Chen stretched out his hand. You, what do you want to do? Don't think that you can bully me when you're handsome when I'm still a child. The girl in the white dress screamed in fright. Lin Chen reached out and touched her head, then stroked her colorful jade horns. The host gets 190,000 talent points, 210,000 talent points, 180,000 talent points. The girl's colorful jade horns shone with a lot of attribute light, and Lin Chen's talent points were soaring all the way. Okay. It's amazing, it's a lot, it's awesome. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he stared at the little girl excitedly, making the child tremble with fear. It's over, I wouldn't have run away if I knew it earlier, woo woo woo, I shouldn't have listened to my mother's words, saying that the auspicious beast wants to find someone who will protect him for his life. When the little girl in the white skirt sobbed, she found that the other party didn't do anything more excessive to her, but stroked her horns and hair, which made her feel comfortable. The sea of flowers swayed, the teenager pressed the girl, and the scene was charming and weird at one time. Get 390,000 talent points, 280,000 talent points, 300,000 talent points. Lin Chen's talent point is still rising. In a blink of an eye, thousands of points have been added. What kind of baby is this? It can actually increase my talent points so much. Lin Chen licked his lips dryly. Don't move around, just keep it like this for a while. What's your name? Seeing his increasingly excited appearance, the white-skirted girl Fang's heart throbbed. Is he finally going to be wild? However, before half an hour, the talent point attribute stopped rising. Is there no more than 80 million talent points, really amazing. Lin Chen let go of the girl while he was amazed. Before the girl could speak, the sky dimmed with a rumbling sound. The face of the girl in the white dress changed slightly. Oops, those people are catching up. Although she has infinite potential and rare skills, she is not good at fighting. If the whereabouts are found, it will be difficult to get rid of. Little devil, do you dare to touch the auspicious beast of my Nangong family? Lei Ting's furious cold shout exploded, and a gray light energy finger that penetrated the ley lines was born, and tens of thousands of feet of fingerprints were pressed down in Lin Chen's direction. The girl in the white dress has a pale face, and her spiritual eyes are full of fear. Pretend to be a big-tailed wolf. Lin Chen sneered. The palm of his hand was disillusioned with the 9-layered fire seal, and when he urged hundreds of billions of dragon power to condense, he slammed it towards the sky. Boom! The huge red flame palm that covered the sky and the earth burst into the air, brewing the pure power of Xian, and hit the opponent's tyrannical finger head on. Boom! 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 In the sky, the aftermath of energy exploded everywhere, and exclamations came from the void. Physical refinement saint? Saint 3 stage? No, it's not that simple. At this time, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and a sonic boom ripped through the void, and the girl in the white skirt came straight at him. Lin Chen pulled back and pulled the girl to his side, and the eight-headed spirit burned the dragon and screamed. Roar! A roar shatters 1,000 mountains, a roar shatters the wind and clouds. The entire southern mountain range collapsed in an instant, the airflow collapsed into an infinite vortex, and the terrifying spiritual roar seemed to overturn the world. A figure sneaking into the void was roared back dozens of steps. Huh? Also. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly, and with a flick of his arm, he threw the girl in the white skirt into the sky. Yeah. The girl screamed, covering the bottom of her skirt with her bare hands. Tear. Lin Chen's fingertips swiped across the sky, and a starlight appeared from nothing, as fierce as 10,000 swords, and cut a shocking crack out of thin air. Orange-level intermediate exercises, billions of stars. Lin Chen uses the sword to refer to, and the power of one finger is like a holy sword, unsheathed, dividing the world. Pfft! The sound of breaking wind was torn apart, and a strange sword light was shattered by Lin Chen. With a slap of the magic wings, Lin Chen caught the girl in the white dress in the sky, and said with a smile, "Are they all here for you? How is it? Exciting. Why are you like this? You bully me." The girl in the white dress said, angrily with tears flashing. "Then why don't you give them to them?" Lin Chen said with a smile. The girl shook her head like a rattle immediately. In the void, 4 figures appeared, the holy majesty like the sea, and they looked down on Lin Chen and the 2 of them. Elder Lu has already been summoned and is rushing over. One of the old men and the voice just finished, an aurora traveled through the void, and Nangongju, who had a cold face and an arrogant look, appeared, awe-inspiring. Beside him, there is an elder in the realm of life and death. When Nangongju looked at the girl in the white skirt, her eyes were full of greed and fanaticism, and the girl in the white skirt couldn't help but leaned on Lin Chen's side. This look is exactly the same as those who used to be the 4 elders, the elder of the life and death realm, could not help but be moved when he learned that Lin Chen had actually played against the 4 of them without losing the wind. Such a terrifying young man is very likely to have a lot of backgrounds. "We are the deacon elders of the 9 heavens Holy Dragon Hall, dare to ask." "Your Excellency?" The elder of the life and death realm asked Lin Chen cautiously. "Me?" Lin Chen raised his brows and joked. "I am the last handsome king after the 3 handsome kings. The common asset of all women in the holy world. My appearance is burning in the hearts of all beauties. You can call me handsome, or you can call me honorably. I'm an arsonist. I'll take care of them later, you can take the opportunity to go." Lin Chen's private voice transmission to the girl in the white skirt made her look startled. Is he going to let himself go? The girl in the white dress stared at Lin Chen dazedly. Since all the tribes she has seen, all coveted her appearance, but this young man actually wanted to take the initiative to let him go? Where is the savage, dare to touch the auspicious beast of my Nangong family. Courting death. Nangong absolutely defended an aurora, and the speed was extremely fast. Because his cultivation level surpassed Lin Chen's, Nangong Ju's movement speed was not inferior to Lin Chen's 9 wings of the devil. Auspicious beast? Lin Chen reacted in a flash. It turned out that this girl was transformed by auspicious beast. Nangong Ju's 5 fingers flowed with a faint wind blade, and there was a faint dragon roar, which was torn out of thin air. Smelly shameless, the girl has not agreed, and it will be yours. If you want to fight, this handsome will accompany you to the end. Lin Chen jokingly smiled, pulled the girl in the white skirt, and urged the holy power to wrap his fist. The 100 billion dragon power exploded, and punched him from the front. Sigh. Boom. Boom. With one punch and one claw, a storm of energy exploded in the sky, and both sides retreated. Lin Chen took 10 steps back, and Nangong absolutely took 5 steps back, but each step of the ladder was heavier. This kid can actually confront Nangong head-on? Nangong Ju is the true biography of my dragon palace. It is rare that the Elder Taishang came out in person. He is a super evildoer who has broken the ranks and accepted his disciples. What is the origin of this son, and he can actually confront him? When the elders were surprised, the elder of the life and death state snorted. Now is not the time to be amazed, since this kid is stubborn. Let's do it. First, don't care about the old bullying the young, the more bullying the young. The first task is to take down this auspicious beast. The elders looked at each other, and with a consonant urge to move, they all flanked Lin Chen. The pretty face of the girl in the white dress was a little flustered. Lin Chen smiled sternly. It's me who bullies the less with more brush. There were 6 9-colored divine lights around Lin Chen, and 6 phantom clones descended, like the stars supporting the moon, covering Lin Chen's retreat. When the phantom clones came, the palms of all clones showed 2 lavender and blood-red medicinal pills to swallow. In an instant, all the clones of Lin Chen's avatar skyrocketed, and their pure power surged all the way. The speed of its holy power has increased by several 10%, and there are thousands of phantoms flashing while the holy power is running. The 3rd grade holy pill, the wild dragon burst blood pill. It is also effective to take the acupoint expanding sage. The user can temporarily increase a large amount of pure power, which will consume a large amount of qi and blood power, and will fall into a weak state afterward. The 4th grade holy pill, the 1000 phantom shadow pill, can skyrocket the speed of the holy power and increase the speed of the movement by more than half. The side effect will dry up the holy power of the holy cave. However, these side effects will not have any effect on Lin Chen, because he is taking it alone. What? When the elders looked terrified, the changes did not stop. Boom. 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 The mountains shook, and thousands of water-blue beams of light fell from the sky, building 5 unprecedented water prison cages, covering all of them with a radius of millions of miles. The raging sea and the waves, the water prisons were everywhere, and a giant dragon of tens of thousands of feet was born, spitting out the dragon's breath. The yin and yang dragon energy revolved around the dragon body, and the rolling dragons suppressed the 8 wastes, like the dragon king who dominates the heavens and the earth, looking down on all living beings. The dragon's tail swayed, the holy dragon took off, and the clones swarmed up. And a fierce battle was launched in the sky. For holy realms are 5-level perfection, and one life-death realm is 6 level. Lin Chen's avatar alone can stop the other party's sacred fivefold. Perfection. Only the elders of life and death need his holy dragon and 2 clones to be able to barely stop them. Let's go, don't get caught next time, not everyone can be as good as Ben. Shui. Lin Chen smiled playfully at the girl in the white dress, nudged her with his palm. The girl was about to speak, and he was sent away from the fighting area. The ancient dragon clan? Nangongju's brows were full of disdain, the mere tens of billions of dragon veins, the level of the 4th level of the holy realm, dare to use an axe in front of this young master, courting death. He tore his 5 fingers in the air, trying to forcibly tear apart the water prison, and wanted to rush in the direction of the girl in the white skirt. Tear. A sliver of starlight pierced the sky, and the force shot in all directions, blocking Nangongju's claws. Lin Chen stepped into the air and suspended in front of Nangongju. You are probably also on the enchanting list. Nangongju suddenly opened his mouth and sneered, however, I don't need to know your origin, you are just a piece of garbage in front of me, Nangongju. The enchanting list is also divided into 3, 6, 9, and so on. Today, just let you know the gap, and when you see me in the 9 Heavens Holy Dragon Hall in the future, remember to take a detour, trash. As soon as Nangong's body-defeating method was activated, even Xinglong's extreme prison couldn't trap him. His speed was extremely fast, and he turned into an aurora and swept in the direction of the girl in the snow skirt. Offensive and action go hand in hand. Nangongju's finger is like a shooting star, connecting the dots in the void, and the 5 hexagonal star-like pointing lights span thousands of miles, shooting Lin Chen. Most of the people on the enchanting list have eaten xiang, and their mouths are so stinky. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose, and the magic wings spread out behind him, turning into an afterimage of black light, continuously avoiding the 6 pointed star that shot vertically, and his figure was close to Nangongju. 100 meters? It's not a good thing for a man to be too fast. When Lin Chen's playful laughter echoed behind him, Nangongju suddenly looked back, his pupils trembled. Can this guy keep up with his speed? Without the background of life and death, the ordinary sacred 5 layers can't even chase his back. Although Lin Chen's cultivation base is far inferior to Nangongju, his 9 wings of the devil is the movement technique used by the holy King Haoyin, ranking in the middle of the orange rank. This rank of movement skills is rare in the world, not to mention the 7th rank, not even the 8th rank sex can hold it. Not to mention the rarest movement type, the top holy realm, can easily tear apart a deep enough space crystal wall and travel a long enough distance. Even if you fly with holy power, the speed is extremely fast, which can play a role in high-level saints. There are not many physical and combat skills. The further back the top-level exercises are, the rarer they are. As Jian Chung of Jianyu said, those who can create orange-level exercises are only possible if they are above the level of a rank 1 saint at the peak of the holy realm. This kind of existence, even the number of holy worlds is extremely limited. Lin Chen abruptly drew his sword, and the bright blue moon split the sky full of moonlight. Let the sword chi fly for a while, God tears. Pft. Boom. 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 A wisp of saber chi is vertical and horizontal, and when it explodes, endless shards of saber chi bloom. The terrifying sword chi storm, like a huge disaster that devoured the world, enveloped Nangongju. Tenhal Rashomon. Nangongju formed a seal on his hands. The situation changed suddenly. and the 10,000 zhang giant gates were revealed out of thin air. Instant light splitting shadow ninefold burning heaven palm. Lin Chen rolled it out with one palm, and the huge flame palm wrapped around. The 9-layered fire seal turned into 5, and pushed horizontally to destroy 10 Rashomon. Qi Yan's violent holy power and pure power exploded, crushing all the Rashomon with one palm. Such destructive power made several elders look at it. This palm technique is not much better than one of the unique skills of the 9 Heavens Dragon Palace, the 9 Heavens Cloud Dragon Palm. This sun, where is the holy place? Brush. At this time, the battle area of the two ran out of the extreme prison. Nangong never bothered to pay attention to Lin Chen, he just caught up with the girl in the white dress thousands of miles away, and the terrifying killing intent swept the sky. Fight to death first, and then take it over. There is nothing that this young master likes, and I can't escape. After I catch it, I will ravage you. Nangong Ju gave a cruel smile, swung his hand sideways, and covered his head with a giant azure net to cover the girl in the white dress. I shouldn't have run out to play. The girl in the white dress felt regretful and burst into tears. Superdimensional teleportation. A space holy light descended on the girl in the white dress, and then she was swept by a magic light, and the azure light giant net fluttered in the air. What? Nangong's killing intent surges. When he reappeared, Lin Chen held the girl in the white dress in both hands and laughed. Hey, why are you running so slowly? Then, that person is not good at fighting, woo woo woo. The girl cried until the pear blossoms brought rain. It's easy for you to be injured when fighting with you. It doesn't matter if you want to enter my air transport capsule or not, if you don't believe me. Lin Chen smiled casually. When the girl hesitated a little, she noticed Nangong Ju's murderous aura, and suddenly felt that the handsome little brother in front of her was like a savior, and immediately nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. I'm going in, I can't go in. Oh, don't give me to them. As soon as the Qingxue planting capsule was opened, a vortex was formed, and Lin Chen brought the girl in the white skirt into the Qingxue planting capsule. If you don't abolish you really don't know if the sky is high or not. Nangong Ju finally showed an expression of impatience. With a swirl of his palm, a jasper-colored jade flute appeared. When it blew awe-inspiringly, an awe-inspiring slaying tune with a sharp mental shock and a dragon roar sounded. The world. Bihai Chaosheng. The mental impact of the dance was like a blade, and Nangong Ju's jade flute seemed to be a top-quality holy weapon, raising his mental attack power by several levels. The huge waves formed by mental killing intent cover the sky and cover the sun, the mountains and rivers change color, and the power far exceeds the spiritual fluctuations of the ordinary holy realm, very little. Lin Chen didn't need a knife, his hands formed a seal, and 8 spiritual burning dragons emerged from the top of his head. Still blowing flute? I let you blow so hard. Instant light and shadow. Lin Chen's 8-headed spirit-burning dragon's flowing spiritual aura went to a higher level. Longing raised his head and howled angrily. The dragons sound spread again and again, and the sound wave turned into 5. Sigh. Boom. 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 2 spiritual storms collided like a vast meteor shower, and every spiritual battle and collision erupted like a world-destroying storm. The entire eastern part of the secret realm of Mohai Tianqing can't help shaking violently, and the space is shaking. The elders of the Holy Dragon Palace who were fighting with Lin Chen's clone could not help but look horrified. This sun actually took Nangongju's Bihai Chaosheng next. This is a trump card that even their 5th level perfection elders have to retreat with all their strength. After a while, Nangong's absolutely indomitable demeanor finally showed a dignified, even a bit of annoyance. The more acupoints are expanded, the stronger the holy force will be. The holy man triple opening a holy cave is about 500 million dragon power, and the multiple of expanding the cave is calculated by 500 million dragon power. As for the condensation realm, it is calculated on the basis of the cave expansion realm. For the first time, Nangongju expanded his acupoints by 28 times, up to 30 times, and even stepped into the condensation realm, condensing his holy power by 4 times. If the acupoint is expanded by 30 times, the holy power contained in a holy cave is about 15 billion dragon power. 4 times the 15 billion is 60 billion. A single holy cave in his condensation realm increases the lethality of 60 billion dragon power. He bloomed 52 holy caves, and hit the destructive power of more than 250 billion dragon power. This is also the capital of Nangongju's arrogance, directly surpassing most of the condensed realm perfect saints, and he doesn't even pay attention to the ordinary enchanting list. Treated as trash. But, he can't take down a boy of the 3 saints today? Very good, you have successfully angered this young master, little devil, no matter what your background is today, don't lose some meat, don't even think about leaving the secret realm of Tianqing. Nangong's killing intent was awe-inspiring, and a sapphire longbow appeared in the palm of his hand, shining like a blue moon. When Lin Chen saw the green bow, his eyes lit up. He even licked his lips and asked, dryly, how many high-level holy artifacts do you have? Nangongju sneered, why, do you feel hopeless? This 5-rank holy artifact. This young master has 3 more types. Kneel down when you know what to do. And give up your arms. Otherwise, this young master will make your life worse than death. Despair? Someone Lin almost jumped up with excitement. Awesome. Brother Chen, I like high-level holy artifact. The whole special is a ready-made set of essence attribute values. Lin Chen raised one hand high, the corners of his mouth rose wildly, he smiled. Then I will laugh for you. Pa. A snap of fingers echoed in the sky. The host has triggered Super Chaos 19 times, consuming 1.85 million talent points, targeting 6 targets, all activated. Hum. Whether it was Nangongju or the elders of the 5 holy dragon halls, they trembled all over, and there was an instant fault in their consciousness. The blood and holy energy in the body were violently turbulent and chaotic, and they were out of control. Boom. Lin Chen's clone instantly suppressed the 4 elders. Only the 6th level life and death elders can still maintain most of their strength, so even if Lin Chen took the holy pill that temporarily increased his strength, his clone was injured several times. The terrifying fighting momentum shook the entire eastern part of the secret realm, making those geniuses who just entered the secret realm also feel it. There's a battle going on, go and see what's going on. Could it be that the holy beast was born? Get it? A group of daring geniuses take the lead. Inside the heavenly prison, the endless dragon breath attack triggered multiple super chaos talents. Once Lin Chen launched it, the situation reversed immediately. Nangongju was surprised and suspicious from time to time, the situation changed again. Sigh. Boom. A 10,000 zhang gray-white talisman descended from the sky, sealing the demons and suppressing the demons, stagnating in the void for thousands of miles. Consume 1.4 million rune energy to activate the slow rune. What the hell is this? Nangongju's actions became sluggish, 1/5 of the holy power fell into chaos, 2/5 were held back by stagnation, and his strength was greatly reduced in an instant. Lin Chen flapped the demon wings, his figure jumped like a star nucleus, and flashed right above Nangongju's head. He was holding the heavenly sword, and endless starlight suddenly appeared in the secret realm of Mohai Tian Qing. The body of the Qing Tian sword, as if it became the center of heaven and earth, reflecting hundreds of millions of stars. Lin Chen violently slashed down with one sword. Orange-level intermediate swordsmanship, billions of stars. Lin Chen hit the strongest sword that has become a holy realm so far. Boom. 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 This sword overturned the heaven and the earth, like hundreds of millions of stars condensed into a galaxy, slashing from the sky, like the Milky Way. Falling into the 9 days, when the stars are the most prosperous, and the edge is the sharpest. Nangongju bit the tip of his tongue, the holy power of the 52 holy acupoints burned rapidly, and instantly lost more than half of it. In his palm, like an angry dragon entrenched in the palm of his hand, he slammed it out into the sky, and the shocking white dragon condensed with the mighty holy energy erupted from the palm of his hand. Jiuxiao Xunlong Palace Town Hall's unique technique. Jiuxiao Xunlong palm. Then, what is that? My God, it's young Master Lin Chen and Nangongju of the Nangong family. A group of geniuses had just arrived in the eastern part of the secret realm. And the terrifying galaxy sword Qi was released like shattering the heavens and the earth, scaring only the geniuses of the second level of the holy realm to dare not approach easily. Across a distance of more than 1,000,000 miles, I can still feel the piercing spirit that pierces the sky. One sword shot hundreds of millions of stars, the sword light fell like a river of stars, the white dragon roared through the sky, and one sword and one palm collided. Sigh. Boom. The entire ground sank in an instant, and the ground collapsed. Shake the surroundings into powder, and the situation changes. At this time Lin Chen's billions of stars and swords began to disintegrate quickly, showing faint cracks. Obviously, Nangongju's cultivation is even better to suppress. The corner of Nangongju's mouth was bleeding, but he laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. After all, this young master is better. Later, I will personally abolish you and let the sect behind you lead people, eh? The starlight suddenly became brighter, and the sword light was divided into 5. There's such a goddamn technique. Nangongju stared, before he could finish speaking, the terrifying starlight sword smashed his strongest palm and fell straight down. Boom. Starlight ripped through the sky, slashing above the earth veins. The situation changed suddenly. All of Lin Chen's holy caves were dim, and this sword was also his full strength, which exhausted most of his holy power. This 100 million starlight sword art is originally a swordsmanship that can only be cultivated by expanding acupoints. It was forcibly cultivated by me with the background of the effusion art. Of the 3 styles, I can barely use one style, and its power is hidden beyond my 9 robbery stars. The trend, the orange level intermediate, is really amazing. Lin Chen sighed, took his sword, and stood up, immediately mobilizing Qingshua's planting bag, refining a large amount of Jin Xingyuan coins to replenish consumption. At this time, the Holy Dragon and the seriously injured Phantom Clone swept over to protect Lin Chen. Nangongju was defeated, and all the fighting stopped immediately. When the smoke dissipated, both the geniuses who watched the battle from a distance and the elders of the Holy Dragon Hall suddenly took a deep breath. The earth veins ruptured, and 5 shocking sword marks spread for hundreds of miles, tearing apart 5 abyss that spanned hundreds of kilometers. And in the void, the elder of the Holy Dragon Palace, who was in the realm of life and death, held Nangongju, who was covered in blood and fell into a coma, with a gloomy expression. Very good, those who dare to hurt me in the Holy Dragon Palace. Little devil. Sign up. The facial muscles of the elders of life and death twitched wildly, and shouted fiercely. If he hadn't pushed the secret method to forcibly break through the siege, Nangongju would have been abolished. Even his holy weapon was chopped into pieces by the sun. However, someone Lin still had that cynical look, and even when a shadow appeared in the void, he held the pendant with an exquisite purple light and radiant brilliance in his hand. The face of the elder in the realm of life and death is even more ferocious. That is Nangongju's space holy artifact, and his full net worth. This commander will not change his name or change his surname if he sits down. He is so handsome and arrogant, Lin Chen. If the elder doesn't agree, we will make another appointment next time, and we promise to treat you well. Lin Chen waved his hand, and his cynical laughter was full of free and easy domineering. Lin Chen. This account, we recorded it in the Holy Dragon Palace. The elder of life and death gritted his teeth, waved his hand, and led the for elders to retreat quickly. This sun's movement is strange, and there are avatars and holy dragons, too, assist in the battle. They want to take him down, it is too difficult and too difficult, and the bloody battle will even pay a heavy price. This is too strong. Too fierce. Brother Lin Chen is my lifelong goal. I single-handedly forced back many elders of the 7th grade sect, and seriously injured young Master Nangongju. He also has a talent for refining medicine, and the gap between people is too great. The geniuses were stunned and amazed. Lin Chen waved one hand, and the holy dragon collected the attribute light ball that Nangongju dropped, and this time, the essence of the suit gained more than 3 million points. In the void, a treasure chest with colorful brilliance also fell. Lin Chen grabbed with one hand and picked up the treasure chest. The host obtains the mysterious guide of orange rank essence, the specific grade is unknown, Zhou Tiandai mark. This method can plant a mark in the designated target. If the spiritual mark is successfully planted, it has the absolute right to control life and death, detonating the mark of life and death, the target will mentally collapse and die. Note, if the spiritual realm is higher than the host, there is a high probability of failure. If the planting of the spiritual imprint fails, the user will suffer severe mental trauma. It can be used regardless of holy beasts, humans, demons, and dragons. This technique cannot be used on Azuras. Oh? What a miraculous practice, can plant a spiritual imprint in the mind of a strong man? Lin Chen was amazed and immediately incorporated into the system. He looked at the 2 avatars who were seriously injured, and the slightly injured sacred dragon. Instead of being angry, he nodded in praise. On the premise that the supernatural possession and the instant light splitting shadow are fully activated, my avatar and the holy dragon can block a life and death. This record is a bit unexpected even for me. The strength of the saint of life and death far exceeds that of condensing And the holy acupoint is contaminated with the energy of life and death, and the holy power will be improved by leaps and bounds. Being able to block a life and death situation has exceeded Lin Chen's expectations. He released the white-skirted girl who had planted a capsule in Qingshui again. And all the geniuses were shocked. That is, the rare auspicious beast. Okay, you're safe. Next time, pay attention to yourself. It's not every time someone comes to save you. Lin Chen touched the girl's head, and the furry hand felt quite comfortable. The person who repelled the 9 heavens holy dragon palace was considered a small favor to repay the large number of talent points he gained from her. However, in the next moment, the scalp of the geniuses is even more numb. The girl in the white dress actually knelt down on one knee, holding Lin Chen's palm, with admiration and awe in her wonderful eyes, her cherry lips lightly parted, and her pretty face smiled cutely. The auspicious beast, by Qian, I would like to serve you as the master. And I hope the master will not dislike me. I can sing, cultivate qi and spiritual plants, and warm the bed. Boom! A beam of light rushed to the sky, and Lin Chen had a colorful qilin mark on the back of his hand. The geniuses opened their mouths slightly, and their chins almost fell to the ground. Rue beast recognizes the Lord? Since ancient times, the situation where the auspicious beast automatically recognizes the master has rarely occurred. Because they can sense the fate of heaven and earth, spy on the avenues of heaven and earth, and have the same ability as powerful mathematicians. Those who can get the auspicious beast to recognize the master are all people with a large amount of luck. This kind of behavior cannot be forced, only the auspicious beast does it voluntarily. This shows that Lin Chen's potential has been recognized by this auspicious beast. Auspicious beasts only recognize one master. If the owner dies, they will lose the fate of auspicious beasts in this life, and will no longer be able to possess the ability to occupy luck, and will even accelerate aging and die. Even Lin Chen was a little confused. What's the situation? Could it be that I am so handsome that even Rue beast can follow him autonomously? Lin Chen pretended to be deep, and sighed up to the sky. Who is the peak at the end of the handsome? When I see me, Lin, it will be empty. Okay, get up. For the sake of your ability to warm the bed, this commander has forced you to accept you. Remember, don't run around if you have nothing to do, and stay in my Qingshui planting capsule. Although Lin Chen's tone was frivolous, he was more kind. Auspicious beast recognizes his master, which is equivalent to giving his half-life to his master, and he is not worried that the other party will spy on his secrets. Yeah. Bai Qian gave a clever, her spiritual eyes full of admiration. She's going to hug her thick thighs tightly. Because, in the Qingshui planting capsule, she personally witnessed the picture of Lin Chen's holy cave absorbing the golden holy yuan coins. 60 holy caves. This handsome little brother from the human race has as many as 60 holy acupoints when he was in the 3rd level of the saint, which is unheard of throughout the ages. Also, he has that item. He is also the first human race that will not forcibly take himself as his own. The most important is Bai Qian's smile curved into a crescent moon. He is handsome enough. 2 days later. For the first time, Lin Chen felt the vastness of the Mohai Tianqing secret realm and couldn't help but sighed at the mystery of this high-level secret realm. He just searched for the legendary Eye of the Hurricane, and it took him 2 days to find some clues. During this period, he spent another 900 million points in the high-level Exercise Master Life and Death Zhou Tianin. Once this Zhou Tian seal of life and death is engraved into the spiritual consciousness of a living being, it is equivalent to controlling all the spiritual power of the other party. With a single thought, the spiritual consciousness of the other party can be wiped cleanly, and there will be no trace left. But at the same time, there will be limitations, and the spiritual realm is directly related to how many creatures can be controlled. Secondly, under normal circumstances, Lin Chen can only deal with creatures whose spiritual realm is lower than his own. Facing the existence of spiritual realm higher than himself or equal, the risk is very high. If it fails, when the user's spirit is severely damaged, it is almost the weakest. Maybe, in the future, I can use this Zhou Tianin of life and death to train a few holy beasts to be thugs. These days, the little shadow also helped Lin Chen to forcibly break Nangongju's pole shadow pendant, and the rare treasures inside surprised Lin Chen. This Nangongju is also a saint-level pharmacist. Moreover, the collection is extremely rich, and there are not a few treasures of heaven and earth of the 4th grade holy level. In addition, there is a low-grade Qi transport plant bag in this space, holy artifact, and Lin Chen obtained 4 low-grade Qi transport spiritual plants. Qingling Fuyu tree, blood roses, overlord Baiyan flowers, and auxiliary spiritual plants, star spirit plants. Lin Chen TSK is amazed. These Qi Yin Lingji are the best among the low grade Lingji, and they are all in his pocket. The worth of Nangongju has further expanded Lin Chen's resources and heritage. Since the last time he encountered the ultimate shadow, the little shadow has become a little taciturn. As a result, the demand for Lin Chen's medicinal herbs is also higher, and Lin Chen really doesn't mind having too many resources now. How many are there? And how much is needed? As Lin Chen pondered, he had come to the easternmost part of the Muhai Tianqing secret realm. Here, the past is gray and white, with a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, and there is no chance of life. In the distance, the gray-white mountain gorge is raging with a raging storm. And in the center is a gray hole of hundreds of feet. This is the eye of the hurricane. Lin Chen's demeanor is solemn, and the defense that motivates the holy power is even heavier. Just the residual power emanating from the air outlet has to force me to defend with all my strength. What a terrifying power. No wonder, Luo Yaoer bluntly said back then that without the strength of the 6th level saint, she could not approach without authorization. In this kind of ghost place, people with strength will not come, and people without strength will not approach. In the center of the hole, there are only endless space debris storms and countless violent destructive hurricanes. That is. Lin Chen mentally scanned the surroundings, and after confirming that no one was there, he activated the magic seal in his palm. Sigh. The magic seal in the palm of the hand showed the changing and swimming demonic energy. Lin Chen's appearance and body changed in an instant, becoming 9 feet tall, with horns on his head, and a sinister and stern face, just like a demon. Hum. 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 After transforming into a demon, Lin Chen's whole body burst out with purple and black bubbles, covering him. Lin Chen took a deep breath and rushed in, turning into a stream of light. As soon as he entered the eye of the hurricane, even if there was a demonic qi to protect his body, a sense of dizziness that turned the world upside down suddenly rushed towards Lin Chen, hitting him as if he had been put into the center of the storm whirlpool, and the world was spinning. After a moment, Lin Chen's mental strength stabilized, and he immediately found his direction, and he flew down the lifeless gray and white eyes Along the way, snowflake-like destruction wind blades flew, cutting on Lin Chen's bubble from time to time, but the demonic energy protected him tightly, which made him heave a sigh of relief. As expected of the secret passage leading to the holy prison, this place is more like a space vault between Sangyu and the outer starry sky. There are only endless storms that keep pouring in, and there is no ghost shit. Those who have the ability to come and disdain them. People who are incompetent will not come near here. Lin Chen followed the space passage. The deeper the hurricane, the more terrifying the power of the hurricane. Lin Chen asked himself, without the help of Luo Yaoer, just want to resist this storm, only with the pure power of the war god's armor to counter the defense. At this time, in the hall of Nangong's house, a Taishang elder from the holy Dragon Palace rushed over. He watched helplessly as Nangong Ju, whose injuries could not be healed at this time, screamed in pain. The corners of his mouth twitched wildly, and his face seemed to be eating Xiang. The life and death elder trembled and said, in a self-blame, I'm not protecting myself well, please Elder Qiao. Pa. Boom. The elder of life and death was slapped out of the lobby by a slap. Long, the elders calmed down. The other elders immediately knelt down on one knee, their expressions full of fear. This elder is usually quite powerful, how could he turn his face today? Damn it. The elder Taishang exuded the aura of the star realm, and the people of the Nangong family were silent. Do you know why I hit you? The old man is not blaming you for not protecting you well, it's that you know how to shut up and shut your mother's head off with these two hammers. The elder Taishang scolded his head, and everyone was stunned. Is it wrong to shut down? Why don't you fucking pay attention to the news from the outside world? Crap. Many saints are confused. That kid is a monster who can punch through the tower with one punch. Why the hell did you let Nangongju mess with him? Why didn't you stop him? The corners of the four elders' mouths trembled. One, punch through the tower with one punch? After 2 full days, Lin Chen finally dived to the deepest point. The gray-white hurricane eye channel, at the end is a 5-foot-wide space wormhole, exuding the power of space. If it is not very close, it is impossible to feel it. Lin Chen's heartbeat quietly accelerated, his spiritual consciousness connected to the armor of the god of war, and he was always ready to maximize the counterattack. I'm so nervous, finally, I'm going in. Holy hell. One of the most terrifying forbidden places in the history of the human race. Lin Chen poured into the space wormhole, and his figure suddenly flipped at an extreme speed. Bang! When Lin Chen reacted, he had already landed in a huge abandoned cell. Under the ground of the cage, a crack was faintly cracked, which was the crack leading to the eye of the hurricane. Lin Chen's mental power swept away, and the reverse was engraved, second floor, cell number 250. Arrive. The second floor of the holy prison. This cell seems to have been abandoned for a long time. Lin Chen easily walked to the outside world, but he was still very careful. When he left the cell, what he saw was a vast and infinite world. Some cells are huge, the chains are heavy, and there are countless small islands free from the void. The prisoners detained here are at the lowest point in the cave. However, the feeling of anguish and silence that he imagined did not appear. Instead, it was in that small island, when Lin Chen listened carefully. This brother, it seems that you are developing very well. You are already in a prison cell. Don't let me see you outside. Let me be healthy. Jia good don't. My high pitch, in this world, is higher than anyone else's. Lin Chen? Handsome face, big question mark. Why am I not diving in the wrong place? Wandering. Thousands of miles of surging rivers will never end. After all the scouring, the world is sad. Okay, don't sing so much, this song has been sung for 1,000 years. Can you change it to something new? Then I'm going to be trendy? You are so beautiful. Roll. It's impossible to work part-time. Brother Yunlong, we are all locked in the same cell, the equipment of my battalion. Oh. Brother Chu, it's not that we don't pay oldly back. Now you know the situation. When people are unlucky, they smash their heels when they fart. But the equipment of my battalion. Oh, look at my memory, where did we just say? There were all kinds of voices talking on that island. Lin Chen was completely dumbfounded when he stimulated his mental power to eavesdrop. What do I have a grudge against you? You tricked me into coming here. You won't give me 100 yuan. You're shameless and still smiling. Whatever difficulties we encounter, don't be afraid, face him with a smile. Ollie. Little brother, let me tell you about my mighty deeds, back then, old brother. Before I was imprisoned, I held 2 Xianhua acts in the 6th grade sex. Shukuan Gate, all the way from the South Gate. It took 7 days and 7 nights to cut down on the North Gate, it was a bloody piece, I cut down countless saints, you brother, I didn't even blink my eyes. Aren't your eyes tired if you don't blink your eyes for so long? Is this a fucking eye-tired thing? Brother, save me, brother, lick him. I didn't hang up. Let me go out. I've been tortured for too long. Do you have any friends who haven't had their hands tortured? Come to 233 Island and scratch my butt, Chiu Li Gao. With Kai, martial arts, and my wisdom. Thousands of troops are easy to obtain, but one general is hard to find. Learn to be rich and 5 cars, and look handsome. Poetry and music, literati, and show-off, can compete with Shuga. Kongming 1 or 2, and only the next. I've never seen such a brazen person. Lin Chen's mouth twitched wildly, this is so. I got you a monkey, why should I only keep Lao Tzu on the 2nd floor, what? A noble identity, am I? Who do you look down on, Ong? I have a friend who has been paralyzed for hundreds of years. After reading the book, my exercises are all relying on X, he walked like a flying, spanning thousands of miles. His whereabouts are still unknown. Is this friend you're talking about yourself? When you lift off the yellowish dress, you will see fluffy hair. Don't go, he's bigger than you. Sitting in a cell alone and being a wife, I am ashamed to mention this to outsiders. The paper rolls on the table are neatly laid out. I sneak into the play, suddenly fast and slow, and my eyes are blurred. Bit by bit fell to the ground, and afterwards I was shocked that it was meaningless. Another hand. Made wife. In the middle of the night, millions of single machines are updated, and the paper rolls on the table are neatly laid out. Little brother, you have only been here for 1,000 years, and my brother tells you that the advantages of our men should be like our brothers. 1. Never reveal it. 2. At critical moments, we must stand up. 3. Be good at cultivating successors. 4th, be good at attacking and make the opponent feel comfortable. 5th, after victory, be able to restrain yourself humbly. So, have you learned it? None of my business, I only care if my readers eat or not. It's too yellow, this novel is really too vulgar, too vulgar. So, I subscribed. Let me go out. The holy maiden of Qingyao is spreading rumors. I'm not prostituting someone. I'm not prostituting. I'm so handsome. Who's prostituting who? What's more, I didn't give money. How could it be counted? Prostitution. Stop screaming, bro, you're cool. How about me? I'm sorry for my second brother. I've never taken it with me. Before I was locked up in my life. Wow. I'm so mentally broken. For the first time, Lin Dashui fell into the daze of doubting his life. What kind of talents are locked in this holy prison? Too strong, they are all talents. Before Lin Chen could transmit the sound, the little shadow automatically flew out from the Qingxue planting capsule, covering Lin Chen's whole body, and the breath completely disappeared. Little Shadow's cultivation has improved again. Lin Chen's breath is as subtle as dust, and even if he takes off into the air, it will not alarm anyone. Flying high into the sky, Lin Chen flew for half an hour for a short time, and there was no end in sight. He can see the leopard in his tube, and he can see the whole picture of the second floor of the entire holy prison. Here, like a vast gray and white land, there are countless air island prisons. And the prisoners held in the air are stronger than those held on the ground. However, Lin Chen and the Sword Saints in Jianyu have learned the one-sided information of this holy prison. In the first 5 floors of the holy prison, prisoners will be released regularly to participate in the extermination of the demons in the holy prison. And starting from the 6th floor, there will be demons wandering in the holy prison. Prisoners in the holy prison are safe only when they return to their own cages, otherwise they will face a large number of demons to encircle and suppress them. This is to maximize the value of criminals and exterminate the demons. The 2nd floor of this holy prison is actually bigger than the Kyushu continent. Lin Chen was amazed and sighed in his heart, but he sensed a bigger opportunity. Along the way, he has been using the omen of God stealing to steal a large number of attribute values of the criminals in the holy prison. If the cultivation base is lower than the host, the omen of divine theft cannot steal the attribute value, but the prisoners detained on the 2nd floor are the lowest, and they are also cultivated in the acupoint expansion realm. Even if every prisoner can steal at once, Lin Chen's harvest is unprecedented. At this moment, the faint wave of holy energy was brewing, and Lin Chen hurriedly suppressed it. No, I have stolen too many attributes of the essence of battle energy. If this continues, I will enter the state of automatic breakthrough and forcibly enter the acupoint expansion state. Once there are fluctuations in holy energy, it is very likely to be discovered. Lin Chen paused to move forward. The little shadow perfectly concealed his breath. Lin Chen sat cross-legged in the void and began to seal. Taifutian, seal the cave. As soon as the fingerprints were completed, Lin Chen's holy caves were all closed under the demonic aura of disguise, like a pool of stagnant water. This time the whole sealing is a bit fierce, and it will take a lot of effort to unlock it later, but it just so happens that this demon in disguise is just a fake. This time I can only rely on pure strength and spiritual power, as well as a few trump cards fight, and avoid unnecessary fights as much as possible. This time, it was the strongest acupoint sealing in his history. The passive effect of the supernatural possession talent increased his mental ability by 300%, and the effect of sealing the acupoints was also multiplied several times. It was tightly sealed without any leakage possible. Lin Chen looked at the magic seal in the palm of his hand. What Luo Yaoer left him was not only a method of disguise, but also the secret seal of releasing The criminals of the holy prison, as well as the space barrier to crack each layer of the holy prison. Wait for the secret. If there is no help from Yower, even if I sneak in when I am at the 6th level of the holy realm, I am afraid the failure rate will be very high. Lin Chen exhaled, his expression extremely solemn. This time, it is really walking on the sharpest tip. Once exposed, Lin Chen is very likely to stay in the holy prison forever. The holy prison has existed since the very beginning of the holy realm. No one knows what terrifying existence will be hidden here. Little guy, let's go. The little shadow wrapped Lin Chen and turned into a silent shadow that flashed through the void. Lin Chen began to gallop on the 2nd floor of the holy prison. Wherever he went, he madly stole the attribute values of countless criminals. For this, he is a little fortunate. Fortunately, Xiaoqian, this girl, occasionally accumulates talent points. Otherwise, the consumption is so high. And the talent points of activating the omen of God stealing talent may not be enough. A moment later, Lin Chen approached a cell, and a twilight and old saint sat cross-legged on the ground. His body was pierced by countless torture tools. The old man's eyes still flashed fierce light from time to time, but more of them were dull. But the most terrifying thing is a mysterious mark in the shape of a 9-shaped hook between his eyebrows, filled with ripples and fluctuations that affect the space. This imprint is the main factor for detaining prisoners. Is it the Jiosha imprint? Lin Chen approached the wall of the cell. His movements were extremely light, and his eyes narrowed. The 9-shadow seal is the mark that the prisoner of the holy prison is branded. This mark can perfectly devour the saint's holy power and transform it into a brand new power to suppress the prisoner, and even a trace of its holy power cannot be recovered. With this seal, the holy prison suppressed countless prisoners, and no matter how powerful the saint was, there was no chance for him to escape. This seal can only be opened by the guards of the holy prison with a unique release fingerprint. It is said that there will be a prisoner on each floor of the holy prison. The prisoner has the highest right to use the 9-shackle seal, and he can kill the prisoner on the spot. If I want to save people, I can't alarm the prisoner, otherwise people will be punished. If you are not rescued, you will hang up first. Luo Yaoer had already engraved on Lin Chen's magic seal, and he could use it at any time, but now he needed to fully understand the details of the entire holy prison before taking action. In a flash, Lin Chen stole the attribute value and disappeared again. The next day, at the very center of the 2nd floor of the holy prison, a gray-white world, connected with countless giant chains, held up a sky island. This island is different from the one where the prisoners are detained. There are many palaces and splendid splendor. There were bursts of singing and dancing, and the wanton laughter of play echoed in the palace. Lin Chen hovered in the air, extremely cautious, and even activated the Tianyin rune to hide his spiritual power, and then he released his spiritual power in an instant and swept away. He knew everything in the island palace at a glance. Except for some dancers and guards who are ordinary saints, the guarding power of this layer is mainly 10 condensed condensate, 10 life and death, and 1 stargazing state. The captain of the law enforcement team who arrived is not too much to give in. He must be the prisoner of this floor. The saint is 7-folded into the star realm. In the face of the strong in this realm, Lin Chen can't compete with any means. Only the 3-piece suit of the god of war can fight against it. Even the consummation of life and death forced Lin Chen to use the god of war suit. The strength of the second layer guard alone is so terrifying. In this operation, as long as Lin Chen is exposed, it is very likely to be a dead word. This holy prison is not outside the holy world, and the warning Luo Yaoer carved behind his back will not have any effect here. Lin Chen withdrew his mental power in an instant, and looked directly below. Directly below the palace is a huge gate in space, connecting the lower areas, one after another. It is the spatial entrance of the third floor of the holy prison. Little guy, are you sure you will absolutely hide it? Lin Chen voiced the little shadow, and the little guy nodded seriously. No problem, goo goo. Brush. Lin Chen flashed to the front of the space gate. The place was desolate and dead, and almost no one approached. Ordinary criminals, even if they have a short-term action permission, will not come near here. Who will think about going to the next floor when their brains are flooded? Buzz, buzz, buzz. From the body of the little shadow, a tide-like shadow suddenly appeared, like a mist, covering Lin Chen's vast void. From the outside, nothing has changed. This is one of innate shadows. Bloodline supernatural powers, void shade. Lin Chen's eyes were quick and his hands were quick, and he activated the magic mark in his palm. According to his familiar memory, he formed an obscure mark on his hands. Zhou Tian shifts, 9 moments of heaven and earth, enter. Brush. Lin Chen's whole person turned into a stream of light, which was captured by the giant space gate. Just when the giant space gate was rippling, the little shadow swallowed all the space fluctuations, without disturbing any powerhouse. The pupils of spirituality were full of contempt, as if to say, this? Immediately afterwards, the little shadow followed Lin Chen and disappeared. Boom. 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 Damn, the devil raised by the son of a bitch. I just happen to be full of resentment, and today I will fight with you bastards. Kill. Kill, all for this seat. Lin Chen just arrived on the 3rd floor. The sound of killing shook the sky and the ground. Killing intent was like a tide, the violent holy energy and the magical energy of Zunti and Hidi collided and killed each other, making a mess. This floor is actually full of demon kings, and a legion of high-level demon kings. Lin Chen stared at the hordes of demon kings in the void, as if they were rushing out from a certain direction, rushing out without fear of death, forming a legion that shook the sky and the earth. The vast 3rd floor is now covered with blood and slaughter. It is full of the remains of demons everywhere. If anyone in the holy realm falls, their flesh and bones will be devoured by 10,000 demons, and the appearance of death is extremely cruel. Under this momentum, even if the saint can kill the high-level devil in an instant, he will be counterattacked by the terrifying number of criminals in the holy realm. The entire 3rd floor of the holy prison completely overturned the sky at this time. Lin Chen felt like he was standing upside down, as if he was in the ancient times, when the human race and the demon race fought in the sky-opening battle. The group of saints fought fiercely, and 10,000 demons rushed forward. Ha ha ha, that's it, try harder. You scumbags who do everything in the outside world, the only use is to give me the only pleasure. In the very center of the 3rd floor of the holy prison, on an island protected by countless enchantments, a fat man in a yellow robe sat on a noble unicorn sedan chair. Mage Yaren's beauty bowed her head in front of him, constantly shaking. The ferocious face of the fat man in the yellow robe was full of madness and frantic laughter, and from time to time he gave off a pleasant lewd smile. At the peak of the star realm, this is the prison master of this layer. Lin Chen quietly hid at the edge of the third floor. Although there were countless attribute light balls falling in the battle between humans and demons, Lin Chen's safety was the first. He kept his breath to a minimum and hid beside an abandoned cell. No. I have been in the holy world for 100,000 years, and I have entered the top 100 of the genius list. Why did I die here, just because I did not obey the orders of the 8th rank family and did not hand over my lover? I will suffer this kind of will it end. I'm not reconciled. Not far from Lin Chen, a pale and handsome middle-aged man with dried-up holy energy was bitten by countless demons, separated from flesh and blood, and burst into hysterical and crazy cries before dying. History is always written by the victors. After the death of these saints, I am afraid no one knows what wrongs they suffered during their lifetime. Lin Chen sighed in his heart. In this holy prison, there are probably too many people who died in vain. A roar of weeping and bloody heart was drowned in the waves of the demons. Although the criminals in the holy realm here were extremely strong in their lifetimes, in the holy prison, there is not a single holy force. Even if they were granted the right to act for a short period of time, the recovery of holy power was extremely slow. Facing the slightly stronger army of the Holy Demon King, they would lose in a long battle. The war lasted for 4 days and 4 nights. Lin Chen kept lurking and did not easily approach the entrance of the 4th floor without authorization. Although Little Shadow's hidden methods were clever, if he was in the vortex of the battle, it was very likely that visions and flaws would appear. I only killed 2,102 Holy Demon Kings this time. It's SOSO, and more than 500 people died. It's really a bunch of trash. Can you bring something useful too? Me in the future, mother. The Sky Island in the center lifted many barriers, and the fat man in yellow robe hugged the 2 beautiful women. The 9 shade seals on the brows of the released prisoners of the Holy Realm were activated again, and their holy caves were imprisoned and sealed again. Many saints who survived by chance, before they could enjoy the beautiful moment of possessing holy power for a while, returned to their previous state, with regret on their faces. It's hard to have holy power for a while, damn it. How about we join forces next time and attack that prison island? Oldly, save yourself. Does your holy cave have holy power? Our net worth has been copied, let alone no holy power. Even in our heyday, we are not the opponents of those people, the only possibility. It's just self-destruction. Hey, I don't know how many old friends will die the next time I turn it on. Can we really just die here? When many saints were downcast, more than a dozen prison guards descended, and everyone immediately kept silent and returned to the cells with various labels. There are far more criminals on the 3rd floor of the entire holy prison than those who participated in this battle. This battle is both work and fun for the prison guards, who regard the life of the saint as a must. Lin Chen looked at a dark acupuncture point in the distance. The more demons destroyed, the smaller the acupuncture point. It turns out that the holy prison is cast in the space of a certain demon. And every time the demons appear, they can only be accommodated within the space channel. Using the spare power of criminals to regularly destroy a large number of demons, this coolie is really ready-made. The battle is over, clean up the battlefield. Lin Chen once again swept the 3rd floor. Get 120,000 points of rune energy, 2 billion points of advanced essence, 120,000 points of ignition energy, 2.5 billion points of advanced blood. The entire 3rd floor of the holy prison is full of attribute light balls. It took Lin Chen another 4 days to collect and steal attribute values. Lin Chen's attribute value has ushered in an unprecedented hurricane. However, his holy acupoint was sealed by himself, and all the high-level blood energy was returned to the holy dragon, so that no one could notice that he had a chance to make a breakthrough. On the 9th day of entering the 3rd floor, Lin Chen seized the opportunity and hid the entrance to the 4th floor. He cooperated perfectly with the little shadow, and repeated the trick to sneak into the 4th floor. Holy prison, 4th floor. Entering the 4th floor, the sun is shining brightly and spring is full of joy. The mountains are verdant and undulating like the outside world, which made Lin Chen wonder if he had come to the wrong place. However, Lin Chen, who was sure that he was still in the holy prison, was still cautious. Lin Chen hurried all the way and came to a green square. Here, 3 stone statues were carved, with green faces and evil spirits, 3 heads and 6 arms, like Shura. What's the situation? There are tens of thousands of criminals from the holy prison here. Lin Chen was shocked. Many criminals on the 4th floor of the holy prison were concentrated here. While he activated the omen of God stealing to steal attribute values, he watched the changes. In front of the stone statue is a kind-hearted old man with a benevolent face. He is wearing a purple gold veil, and his eyes are filled with the vicissitudes of life, but in the depths of those eyes, there seems to be something else. Please pay attention to worship, don't be malicious. The old man walked slowly to a prisoner in the holy prison, and said indifferently, Falun Gong sentient beings, have you realized it? The criminal was trembling all over. He definitely didn't have the bearing of a saint, and some just faced the fear of death. I got it. The old man shook his head. No, you didn't. Brush. Bang. Ka ka ka. The old man slammed his palm down sharply, and smashed the criminal's heavenly cover with one palm, and even smashed his holy bones into pieces, so he couldn't die any longer. This scene made Lin Chen feel extremely strange. All the saints present are like falling into the ice cellar. The cold light is biting, for fear that the old man will ask himself in the next moment. With a flick of the old man's hand, the sage's remains slowly dissipated and turned into a mountain full of life. This mountain range is actually transformed by the body of a saint. Lin Chen was a little shocked. If so, the vitality of the 4th level of the holy prison is not filled with holy corpses like mountains. It's not advisable to stay here for a long time. This old man is too weird. Lin Chen didn't care to sympathize with the criminals in the holy prison here. After stealing the attribute value, he ran away immediately. Fortunately, the strange old man summoned a large number of criminals in the holy prison. 4. The remaining criminals, Lin Chen completed it in less than a day. Attribute value theft. Then, he found the entrance to the 5th floor. And the Jian Wuji that Lin Chen was looking for was on the 5th floor. I heard from a few seniors in Jianyu that the Jiaosha nails may be on the 6th floor. As long as Jian Wuji is rescued and the 9 Jiaosha nails are found, this operation will be completed. Lin Chen's spirit was refreshed, and the little shadow stimulated the blood and magical powers. He formed the seal again and opened the giant gate of space. During this period of time, the attribute value that Lin Chen stole has reached a relatively terrifying amount, which is even more terrifying than when he was in the Jia Tower before, second only to the subsequent battle of the law enforcement team. If you keep diving down, the attribute value Lin Chen gets will definitely Take off. Holy prison, 5th floor. Compared to before, the 5th floor of this holy prison looked like a plain of blood, and the cells were cast up everywhere. As soon as Lin Chen arrived, he felt a strange aura. Lin Chen approached one of the cells, and found that in the cell, 2 straight and handsome criminals had pale faces and looked hollowed out. I really don't have a drop. I'm going to be cut off. I'm going to kill me with a single sword. I don't want to stay in this hellish place anymore. I'm going to vomit when I see a woman now. The wailing of the 2 of them made someone Lin a little stunned. What's going on? Look at the appearance of the 2 brothers, it seems that they have just been after the event. When Lin Chen finished stealing the attribute value and approached the center of the 5th floor carefully, he found that the pink palaces were built in all directions, all permeating the charming atmosphere. From time to time, criminals from the holy prison are pulled into the palace in groups, and many criminals climb out of the palace with trembling legs. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched. The prison masters and guards on this floor were actually a group of women who were carrying murder weapons. It's too fierce, who can stand it? Lin Chen sneaked into the pavilion and was extremely careful, only stealing attribute values and not daring to do anything. The prison master on the 5th floor is a charming and beautiful woman with a hot body. Xu Weiyan is full of charm to the extreme, but from time to time there is a hint of sullenness and ferocity between her brows. At this time, the beautiful woman's waist was soft, and she was lying in the first place of the central hall like a beautiful snake. There were also several male criminals beside her who were serving her with sincerity. I can't see through her cultivation, it's very likely that she is a strong person with a holy state of mind. Lin Chen's expression was all solemn, and he didn't even dare to look at the female prisoner a few more times, for fear of being discovered by her. Jian Wuji, where is he? According to the recollection of the dean and his old man, after so many years of changes, his characteristics have more or less changed. When Lin Chen was thinking about it, he suddenly heard the discussions in the hall. Wire, go and get the roster, number 1000 and number 1100, the queen wants to look at it. Remember, don't steal it first, or you will be discovered by the queen, you will die miserably, and the queen will never deal with her own people. Soft hands. Yes, Wire takes orders. The conversation between the 2 prison guards caught Lin Chen's attention. Roster? Could it be that? Lin Chen acted immediately to keep up with the woman who was Weier's prison guard. She turned several times and came to the drowsy dungeon, where dozens of rosters were piled up as high as a hill. After she found the roster she wanted, she left the dungeon with fear. Lin Chen was sure that it was correct, and immediately activated the system to record all the rosters here. The system only takes a very short time to burn all the rosters here. I found it, cell 68, Jian Wuji. Huh? Why is the name circled? Lin Chen was puzzled, and there was a voice outside the door. Lin Chen immediately exited the dungeon to make sure that nothing had been moved, just in case. Then, Lin Chen stayed away from the center of the 5th floor, stealing attribute values along the way to find the location of Jian Wuji. Finally, a day later, on the giant island of the separate prison, Lin Chen finally found cell number 68. Lin Chen's heart couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Cell number 68 is larger than all the cells, and it seems to be simple and not chaotic, with several bookshelves placed inside. A man with messy hair, a handsome face, and sharp eyebrows is holding a scroll. of ancient books, reading it carefully, and he is very absorbed. However, he was still sealed by the 9 Sha'in, without a trace of holy power. Just in case, Lin Chen didn't show up directly, but instead sent out a very shallow thought. Jian Wuji? The man was startled, put down the ancient book, and looked around. Who is it? Who called me? Could it be those guys guarding the prison? But I heard the voice just now as a man. After confirming that his identity was correct, Lin Chen's figure slowly appeared in the cell. In the face of this straight figure that appeared out of thin air, Jian Wuji lost his voice and was horrified. Demons? Senior Jian Wuji, don't panic. Lin Chen revealed his intentions and true identity, and even lifted part of the reincarnation of the Demon King, showing the true colors of the human race. Hearing Lin Chen's true identity and intention of coming, Jian Wuji's heart set off a shock of incomparable horror. This son dared to sneak into the holy prison alone? Even more frightening is that he still successfully came to the front of their own. You're actually a student of Old Man Ling, and you're still from the mortal world. Jian Wuji stared at Lin Chen's appearance, unable to calm down for a long time. He didn't dare to imagine that a person from the mortal world, after coming to the holy world, could still stand in the holy world, break the emperor and become a saint, and even sneak into this holy prison that stands for eternity. After recovering for a long time, Jian Wuji said solemnly, I do have a little brow on that scroll you found. Lin Chen couldn't contain a trace of ecstasy. Is there any whereabouts of the 4th chapter of Taifu Tianju? Jian Wuji changed the subject. However, I can't penetrate the secret of this thing, and I specially stayed in my family's Jianzhuang. Later, although I destroyed the enemy's family, I was also arrested. The enemy's family, I'm afraid it was also taken over by the 8th rank sect, and in all likelihood, it fell into the primordial sword gate in the sanctuary that day. 8th rank sect, Taiku sword sect. Lin Chen frowned, but somehow he knew the direction. Little guy, I admire your methods, but this place is not the place you should come. I have told you what you want to know. Your future potential is infinite. As long as you still have these 9 immortals, you will not be able to save me. Yes, let's go. Jian Wuji shook his head and said, in the days of the holy prison, he seemed to have lost his madness and fighting spirit. Senior, don't worry, since I'm here, I'm naturally prepared. Lin Chen smiled casually, his palm formed a seal, and he touched Jian Wuji's forehead and eyebrows. Brush. Jian Wuji's 9 Sha seals were completely erased. Boom. His 60 holy caves glowed with a roar, like a hungry beast, frantically stripping the thin aura in the void, constantly swallowing it, and converting it into holy energy. This is? Jian Wuji was a little unbelievable, and his face unconsciously revealed a hint of intoxication. This feeling of power is so wonderful. It is the dream of countless strong people who are imprisoned in the holy prison. Mastering the holy power is the real saint. You can actually lift the 9 shackles that old guy has cultivated. An amazing student. Jian Wuji's gaze towards Lin Chen was extremely splendid. The actions of this young man refreshed his cognition time and time again. At the same time, inside the palace, the charming and hot beautiful woman was instantly shocked. And the 4 men who served her were sent flying everywhere, and incredible shock and violent killing intent flashed in her wonderful eyes. The sword Wuji that this king was looking at has been untied? In the cell, Lin Chen opened the jade box, and a transparent holy pill the size of a longan was presented. This was the 4th grade holy pill he specially prepared to restore holy power, the Tianxue Xingyuan pill. However, before Lin Chen gave Jian Wuji the medicinal herb, the expressions of the two of them changed slightly at the same time. Boom! A murderous intent came straight from the southwest. Lin Chen and Jian Wuji were both extraordinary powerhouses, and immediately sensed that this killing intent was coming from here. Our whereabouts have been exposed? Lin Chen's heart sank. Jian Wuji was just waking up from a dream, as if he remembered something. His expression changed suddenly. Oops, I forgot that I was caught by that demon girl, and Jiao Shayin was banned by other triggers. Jian Wuji's remarks instantly reminded Lin Chen that when he saw the recording roster, Jian Wuji's name was drawn with a circle. Lin Chen's scalp exploded, and he said subconsciously, "Senior, are you attracted by that female prisoner? How long has it been? Why are you still so handsome?" Jian Wuji said, "I don't know either, I'm annoying too. Little friend Lin Chen, you should understand, being handsome is really annoying." Lin Chen finished his words, he was actually speechless. Jian Wuji immediately said solemnly, "Do you want to fight?" Lin Chen sighed, and his eyes flashed sharp edges. "If you want to fight, you may hit one and attract a group." He looked in the direction of the entrance of the 6th floor, and his expression became crazy. Since it has been exposed, it seems that this handsome is forced to play a little bigger. "Senior, take the medicine pill first and enter my qi transport capsule," Lin Chen said in a deep voice. Jian Wuji swallowed Tianxue Xingyuan pill and turned it into a stream of light and entered Lin Chen's peach garden. Now that his holy cave has just been opened, there is no one in battle, and staying by Lin Chen's side is also a hindrance. In less than 10 breaths, the female prisoner of the holy state of mind came very fast, and a sound burst into the sky. "Bind." The female prisoner pointed a finger, bound by the void, and the corners of her lips lifted slightly. "Where is the little white rabbit from? Dare to break into this king's territory?" She flashed and came to the cell, but her demeanor changed suddenly. In the cell, there was only a handsome young man with a jade tree facing the wind. His face was fair and handsome. What surprised the female prisoner was that Jian Wuji had disappeared. "Prisoner, why don't you sit down and talk?" The young man smiled politely and charmingly. And the person who stayed there was Lin Chen's phantom avatar wearing the 1000 phantom mask. At this time, the shadow added, Lin Chen moved forward at full speed, and the 9 wings of the devil spread out 3 pairs of magic wings, and the speed was like a star moving thousands of miles in an instant. The movement technique of 9 wings of the devil can only be used at the fastest speed when all the 9 wings are opened. Lin Chen is still opening 6 wings at this stage, and he has not yet reached completion. If he is successful, he can go further by strengthening the function. Lin Chen swept across the edge area of the 5th floor of the holy prison. Like a space channel connecting the 9 heavens with the Milky Way is now closed. Sure enough, it was closed. It seems that it is impossible to return to the previous floor, and the only thing left is to move on. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose up involuntarily. Sure enough, restrained action is still not suitable for someone in Talon. Life and death are bearish. If you don't agree, just do it. Since it's here, let's turn the holy prison upside down. Lin Chen flashed down, the little shadow spread out the void to cover the shadow, and Lin Chen, like a streamer, shot straight into the entrance of the giant space gate on the 6th floor. At this moment, Lin Chen clearly felt that his clone had been killed and fallen, but the delay time had been completed. On the 6th floor, the vast land is covered with a layer of silver gauze, and the momentum of battle echoes around. Are we on the 6th floor? Jian Wuji sent out a spiritual thought to talk to Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Here we are, the old witch is probably still looking for us on the 5th floor. Jian Wuji said, "I heard that if there is a mistake in the area guarded by the prison master on each floor, they will bear the heavy responsibility. In serious cases, they may be dismissed and dealt with strictly, and it is also possible to become a prisoner from the prison master, unless it is a very serious situation. If the situation is serious, otherwise the enchanted girl should not immediately report our situation to the next layer. We don't have to worry about the whereabouts being exposed or alert on the 6th layer for the time being." Jian Wuji changed the subject and said solemnly, "However, little guy, are you sure? According to what you said, you sneaked in from the 2nd floor, and the channel on the 5th floor was cut off. We have no way back. Even if I return to my heyday, there is no possibility of winning against that demon girl." Lin Chen smiled domineeringly. "The so-called way back is to be beaten with fists. Senior, hurry up and recover, and leave the rest to me." Lin Chen continued to explore the 6th floor of the holy prison. As long as he still has attribute values to obtain, his possibility will not be zero. Fortunately, I obtained a lot of attribute points before, and since I sneaked into the holy prison, I have consumed 400 million talent points just by launching the stealing attribute value, and I have 3.7 billion points left. In addition, Xiaoqian is a girl who will generate after a while. Talent points should be enough. Lin Chen stole all the way and turned into the king of thieves. The host gains 100 million mental power, 39 million ignition energy, 2.2 billion high-level essence, 29 million enhancement points, 9.9 million rune energy, 3.2 billion high-level blood. Of the criminals who can be detained on the 6th floor of the holy prison, 50% of the criminals are above the level of life and death. Lin Chen's wave of stealing attributes has exploded in value, and even the holy dragon has a kind of dragon veins that open wildly, and become more and more powerful. State. On the 6th floor, there are also many battles between criminals and demons, which allows Lin Chen's attribute value to be obtained and further improved. What made Lin Chen puzzled was that he did not find the 9 break nails that the dean said could seal the 9 major magic eyes of the Kyushu continent. On the 6th floor. Could it be that it is at a lower level? We can only continue to dive and see. 5 days later, Lin Chen approached the space entrance on the 6th floor again and sneaked in. Lin Chen, start heading to the 7th floor of the holy prison. Boundless darkness, like an eternal hell. Here, the evil spirit is surging, and the magic is rising. The surrounding mountains are ups and downs, a desolate place, and there are 7 magic eyes nearby. From time to time, a large number of terrifying holy devil kings emerge from the magic eyes, which is almost hundreds of numbers. Quack, finally squeezed out, the world of the human race seems to be no different from ours. This king smells blood. What a pure blood of a saint, how wonderful, this is a taste that can't be compared to the same kind of eating, ha ha ha. The holy devil king in groups burst out with a roar of turbulent roar, and charged aggressively in the direction of the mountain range. If placed in the outside world, this holy demon king team is enough to sweep through many holy realms. However, suddenly there was a power that swept the Zhou Tianxinghe, and devoured the starry sky. It was like the top of Mount Tai, and the world. Destroying storm came, destroying the dry and rotten, and swept away all the demons. Boom. 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 The savage and brutal, holy demon kings were instantly shattered and exploded. What's even more terrifying is that these holy devil kings just appeared. Before taking a few breaths, they will be completely shattered by Xingwei, who is tens of thousands of miles away, and the corpse will not exist. The shattered remains of the demon corpse were scattered, making the eternal darkness even more bleak. In the center of the mountain range, more than 10,000 Zhang giant prisons stand, each occupying one side, less than a dozen miles apart. Right above each giant prison, there is an iron pillar spiked upside down like a savage dragon, exuding the stalwart aura of slaying all evils. Previously, the supreme holy prestige that shattered the demons came from these dozen cages. This cage is like the relics of a group of prehistoric civilizations, as if each cage is imprisoned by some terrible existence that pushes history across the board. With just a hint of momentum, can you shock a group of demons to death? Hey, old guy, you killed those little devils, didn't you just say what those guys meant? In a certain cell, an extremely hoarse laughter sounded, like fingers scratching the wall, as if the throat had been dry for countless years. It's not your turn to force Lai to do things in this seat. I just see that the demons are unhappy, and it has nothing to do with those bastards. Another voice responded indifferently. That's right, in this area, it is the deepest part of the holy prison. Holy prison, the 19th floor. To be precise, it should be from the 17th floor to the 19th floor. These 3 layers are connected to each other. And these dozen cells are the deepest prisons in the holy prison. The people who can be imprisoned here are all those who once stood at the peak of the times. The 19th floor has the darkest 17 cells. The people who have been detained here have influenced the 36 regions of the holy world, or have reached the peak of the enchanting list, or have made the list of saints, or are known as the successors of the future holy king. They are the small group of people who are at the peak of each era. Everyone is carrying a bloody feud or a conspiracy. In the end, they have fallen to this point. Another voice came out. Speaking of which, how long has it been since that woman came last time? Why, do you regret that you didn't go out and knelt down to be a dog for the demons? Why discuss these things? Sleep and sleep, don't think too much, if you can't get out, is it not good to turn over like an idle fish like me? The guys in jail seem to have left. So what if he left? He is a rank 3 cultivation base, what law can you take with him? There is no law, okay. The 3rd rank sage counts him as a piece of shit, if Lao Tzu didn't come in. What would happen to the 3rd rank? Lao Tzu still hammered his dog's head. Damn, if this shit nail and mark can be untied, Lao Tzu's self-destruction can also make him lie down. For thousands of years, it was his grandma. What are you doing? Your old hole is on fire. Send it to the sage of Jiuzhuan. Send it to the holy king. Why are you staring at Laozi? It's not that I'm locking you here. The discussion gradually increased, but suddenly at a certain node, it suddenly became quiet. The darkness returned to silence. On the 7th floor of the holy prison, the gloomy and icy world was surrounded by aftermath explosions, and the war was raging. Sigh. Boom. Lin Chen, who was hiding in the dark, waited for an opportunity to blow up a low-level holy demon king with one punch, and took away the high-level blood and blood attribute values dropped by his demon king. On the 7th floor, the campaign to encircle and suppress the demons has also begun. Very good, I like to do things like fishing in troubled waters. When Lin Chen's spiritual ideas were integrated into Qingshua's capsule, his expression was very exciting. At this time, in the ups and downs of his Qingxue planting capsule, the spiritual plants with various visions occupy almost 80% of the space of Qingxue planting capsule. There are 5 elements of spiritual plants full of colorful sacred fruits. Qingyao flowers are shining brightly, Qihua Yaochao is blooming everywhere, and Snow Lotus stands proudly on the top of the snow-capped mountains. The other side is even more bizarre. The sky-filled sacred peach, dragon-clear fruit, dragon blood saliva, like the most beautiful precious jade, exquisitely carved, just like the stars in the sky, colorful and twinkling, almost blinding the pure gold handsome eyes of someone in Talon. Previously participated in the election conference, Lin Chen had a total of 13 kinds of spiritual plants, and later won the conference championship, and was picked up by the little shadow to reveal the mysterious realm of myriad treasures. In addition, he killed a demon named Xiang Wendian, and robbed Nangongju's net worth. The number of Chen's Qi Luck spirit plants has reached a terrifying 24. Among them, there are 4 kinds of mid-grade Qi and Lingji. No, this number is at least 30. When Lin Chen took a closer look, the number of Qi Luck spirit plants that had grown to their peak had reached 30. What's even more frightening is that the output of these spiritual plants, according to Lin Chen's budget, is comparable to the output of the previous year. He has only been in the holy prison for a few days, and the air planting capsule has undergone such an earth-shattering change. With this net worth, Lin Chen alone is comparable to the top 6 sects. He turned his eyes, and when he landed on the edge of the Qingxue planting capsule, the slim Bai Qianqian held a Qi Luck spirit planting seed in his hand. It was produced by the blue jade cudgel that Lin Chen obtained from the holy King Haoyan, a non-specialty Qi Luck spirit planting seed. Click. At this time, in the palm of Bai Qianqian's delicate jade palm, azure blue, sparkling blue waves circulated, and the seed of spiritual planting began to absorb the golden Saint Yuan coins at a high speed, and from the palm of her hand, it sprouted quietly, sprouted with vitality, and quickly grew new seedlings. This is the ability of the auspicious beast? It's amazing. Could it be that these are the masterpieces of this girl? Lin Chen was horrified. He finally knew why the 9 Heavens Holy Dragon Hall of the 7th grade sect had to destroy the decision between the sects and sent a strong man to sneak into the secret territory and kidnap Bai Qianqian. It's outrageous. This kind of ability to open the mystery, even the background of the 7th grade sect, is far behind. He had heard the legend of the auspicious beast, but he didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Xiao Qian, how did you do this? Lin Chen appeared beside Bai Qianqian. Nizi was slightly overjoyed, and her smile bloomed. This is my ability, I can concentrate the luck on the master, so that the seeds can mature quickly, and other spiritual plants can speed up production. More treasures. But Bai Qianqian's words changed, and AI said, I saw that the master had a lot of seeds, so I planted a few more without authorization. Master, you won't blame me, right? How could it be? Lin Chen pinched her Qiong nose happily, and even kissed her delicate white snow forehead. The girl's heart beat faster, her delicate cheeks flushed red, and her face was red. Although Lin Chen at this time is in the form of a spiritual body, but this time, the stimulation to the girl is not small. The host gained 2.99 million talent points, 2.59 million talent points, 1.21 million talent points. The system flashed on the screen again and again, and someone Lin praised in his heart, how cool. A kiss also has attribute values. When a handsome guy can rely on a bubbling girl and a sleeping beauty can talk about her ideals in life and brag about it, you can gain attribute values. That is the pinnacle of life. Bai Qian hurriedly picked up the sapphire crystal rod that showed the energy bar. Yes. Right, how does the master want me to, how to use this luck reversal? Holy artifact? Lin Chen was dumbfounded. What? What reversal, holy artifact? Xiaoqian, do you know this thing? This time, it was Bai Qian who was shocked this time, and Cherry's mouth was slightly open. Master, don't you know? This luck reversal holy artifact is a treasure that can only be made by a powerful person who can penetrate the avenues of heaven and earth and control the field of luck. Although we auspicious beasts can see the trajectories and patterns of the luck of heaven and earth, and attract the luck, it is completely impossible to make such a divine object that is reversed from the energy form to the luck. In the meantime, only very individual beings can make this thing. Hearing Bai Qian's explanation, Lin Shui was extremely terrified. The holy weapon of luck reversal? Could it be that the holy King Haoyan is the one who broke the luck? Whether the holy King Haoyan is the maker of this thing or not, this is definitely one of his treasures at the bottom of the box. No wonder this old man didn't hesitate to come out to deal with me in person, so it is. Ha ha ha. This thing fell into my hands, I'm going to post it. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed, and when he looked at Bai Qian, the girl matched with a long stick, which was a good combination. He grabbed Bai Qian's delicate lotus arm, his eyes were frantic and excited, and he said excitedly, I have a bold idea. When the girl saw his beastly hair, her heart throbbed, shy and expectant. Are you coming? Is this day coming so fast? Sure enough, my mother is right. Men are big pig hooves, and the master is no exception. Chapter 1354, this handsome forced to go to the 19th floor of the holy prison. Lin Chen flipped the palm of his hand, and 2 mid-grade Qi luck implants appeared. These were the enchanting genius Xiang Wentian and Nangong Ju's Qi luck sacks. A mid-grade Qi transport capsule can accommodate dozens of low-grade and mid-grade spiritual plants to grow. Xiaoqian, from today onwards, you will cultivate spiritual plants for me with all your heart. If you do well, I will give you a big reward. Lin Chen laughed like a stunner, and in vain lived up to the expectations of the girl who had just opened her love interest. In the past, he was forced to sell Qi luck spirit planting seeds because of formality, and he didn't have the resources to cultivate more Qi luck spirit planting seeds, so he chose to sell them. But now, everything is different. With Bai Qian, you can quickly cultivate a spiritual plant of Qi fortune. And someone from Lin can cultivate the spiritual plant of Qi fortune too. Your heart's content. Things are different. First of all, judging from Lin Chen's current situation, the Qi luck reversal holy artifact can transform the Qi movement possessed by the sage itself into Qi luck spirit planting seeds, by absorbing the saint's remains. Then, the seeds of Lingji were cultivated by Bai Qian, who was a lucky beast, and the growth rate was directly increased to the highest level. The key point is the remains of saints. If they were placed in the past, it would be impossible for Lin Chen to find a large number of remains of saints, or slaughter a large number of saints. But, where is he Lin Chen now? It is a holy prison full of holy corpses. As long as there is a large-scale battle to encircle and suppress the demons, Lin Chen just wants to take advantage of the unpreparedness, take away the dead holy corpse, and directly pick up the ready-made ones. That's right, this formed a large number of holy terrors, which were transformed into Qiyunling to plant seeds, and the seeds were quickly cultivated by Qianqian, and finally a huge amount of resources were produced. This is a seamless virtuous cycle. As long as Lin Chen obtains enough holy skeletons, Lin Chen's net worth will transform to an unprecedented height. After making up his mind, when Lin Chen's consciousness returned to the 7th floor, his eyes were a little more cautious. He should not be reckless. When he grabbed the holy corpse, especially to pay attention to the prison master on this floor. That's it. Lin Chen locked in a battle circle. Not far away there was a holy prison criminal who had just been besieged by 4 holy devil kings and fell to his death. A small shadow enveloped his breath, urging Lin Chen, who was pure power, like a cannonball that spanned thousands of miles. In an instant, hundreds of billions of dragons were knocked down like an angry hammer, and they were smashing the heads of the 4 holy demon kings. Boom! 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 The moment Lin Chen showed his body shape, all of them exploded. Most of these holy demon kings were only low level, and in terms of strength, they were only around the cultivation of triple saints. Lin Chen held the holy skeleton with one hand. This is a saint prisoner with a perfect congealing state. Before dying, his eyes were still full of unyielding and resentment. Perhaps he felt extremely unwilling to die in vain. Close your eyes. If you were wrongfully suppressed and imprisoned, sooner or later, I will make the holy prison pay the price. I hope you will know and go in peace. Lin Chen sighed softly and transferred the holy corpse to the other 2 air transport capsules. Then, Lin Chen sneaked into the void again, transformed into a 7th floor demon clan harvesting madman, and kept taking food from the tiger's mouth. However, Lin Chen turned into a demon and robbed other demons. In the eyes of other creatures, it was just a civil war. The only thing to be careful about was not to expose the little shadow. For this reason, Lin Chen will never approach the area on the main battlefield easily unless he is sure that he is not under the supervision of the prison guard. Will he enter the interior and snatch the holy corpse? The further down the holy prison is, the more time it takes to clear the demons. On the contrary, this is a kind of relief, being released from the cell for a short time to fight against the demons. At least, you can enjoy the feeling of having a touch of holy power for a while. From the 7th floor of the holy prison, even if the criminals are not released and the demons are wiped out, life in the prison will be worse than death. The 7th floor is the prison of Red Lotus. Each cell is specially equipped with a red lotus-pointed knife. The knife is inserted into the limbs and internal organs of the saint. The hot burning sensation will not take away the life of the saint. It will make the other party experience the pain to the greatest extent. Going all the way down, there are the 9 ice prisons where even saints will freeze to death, the Yin Sha hell that invades the spirit, the twisted prison that tears the flesh of the holy body, the psychedelic prison, and so on. Lin Chen stayed on the 7th floor for almost half a month, and collected all the attribute light balls dropped by the battle, the stolen attribute values, and a large number of holy skeletons. At this time, Jian Wuji's injuries in Taoyuan's planting capsule were more than half healed. With the help of Lin Chen's massive gold and silver saint Yuan coins, the holy cave recovered 60%. Jian Wuji specifically asked Lin Chen's voice transmission. Little guy, you've been here on the 7th floor for so long, have you ever come up with a way? How do we get out? If the witch on the 6th floor doesn't open the passage, we can't go back up. That's right, since the moment the two of them were exposed, they have no chance to return unless they have the strength to absolutely suppress the 6th floor, and they can't call reinforcements for the other party. This situation simply cannot exist. After the 6th floor, every prison master is at the lowest level of sacred mind, even if it is the initial sacred mind that only opens 71 sacred caves. It is the top battle power of the 7th rank sect and the Supreme Elder. Lin Chen smiled casually and said, of course there is a way, it's simple and rude, just hit it up. But before we hit it, we need to find someone. Jian Wuji was puzzled, looking for someone? Looking for someone, do you know? Anyone else in this holy prison? I don't know. Lin Chen smiled and said, you don't necessarily need to know. If you have a helper, isn't there a ready-made holy prison? Lin Chen woke up Jian Wuji with a word, and he said dumbfounded, are you looking for other detainees? Lin Chen geared up, yes, if I can unlock their 9-shade seal, I will have the initiative to negotiate, mobilize enough people, and then hit them in one wave. In this case, I can only try to find those decent people who used to be decent. There are some evil people in this holy prison, and I may not be able to trust them. Are you going to find them on the 7th floor or the 8th floor? Jian Wuji asked thoughtfully. The standard for detaining prisoners in the holy prison is not entirely based on strength, but also on the criminal. Some saints only have life and death cultivation, but they can be detained on the 6th or even 7th floor of the holy prison. If Jian Wuji regained his heyday strength, he would be able to suppress most of the prisoners on the 7th and 8th floors head-on, and he would also be able to protect Lin Chen and deal with any emergencies. Of course, the premise is that the other party cannot be in its heyday. No, neither. After Lin Chen shook his head, he smiled evilly, with a bit of madness hidden in his smile. I don't like most of the prisoners on the 7th and 8th floors. I want to go to the deepest layer, the 19th floor of the holy prison. If we reveal our whereabouts and start a war, it is very likely to provoke the prison masters of other layers. In this case, either do not do it, or do it. We must do the biggest one. Take all the most terrifying monsters in the holy prison in one breath. Release. Jian Wuji took a deep breath. How crazy is this young man? He actually wanted to dive to the 19th level of the holy prison and release all the monsters below? No storyteller dares to brag like that. This is not only crazy, this move is simply to pierce the entire holy prison.